Ling Yi is reborn in the world of Douluo Continent, having bound the divine selection system. Familiar with the narrative, he chuckles. Tang San, I shall claim your celestial herbs, spirit rings, and even your beloved. He begins by choosing the Spirit Hall faction, awakening a dual divine spirit. The ice and fire duality eyes, they are merely my private garden. The theories of Yu Shaojiang, I shall publicly refute and shatter them. The Shrek 7 monsters, they shall kneel and call me father. Bibi Dong remarks, this child must be my heir. Qianren Xue observes, his ambition captivates me. Xiao Wu muses, he is different from what Tang San described. Hulaina adds, junior brother, your elder sister cares for you. As Ling Yi stand upon Tang San, striking the God King and establishing an unparalleled divine kingdom. The system inquires once more, please choose, conquer the divine realm, counsel, or create a new universe. Chapter 1. Innate Level 20 Dual Spirits. A splitting headache. Ling Yi abruptly opens his eyes, greeted not by the familiar sight of a computer screen, but by an opulent dome adorned with carvings of six-winged angels and a fearsome giant. Hammer. The air is thick with a faint scent of sandalwood and an indescribable surge of energy. What is this place? He instinctively attempts to rise, only to find his body weighed down as if filled with lead. A torrent of chaotic memories floods into his mind like a burst dam. Spirit City, the Hall of the Pope, orphans, the spirit awakening ceremony that I have transcended and been reborn in the Douluo Continent. In the orphanage of the Spirit Hall, Ling Yi's heart races. The overwhelming influx of information leaves him dizzy. Yet, an indescribable euphoria surges within him. As a seasoned aficionado of Douluo and a connoisseur of web literature, he fully comprehends the significance of this moment. This is the golden era, a world teeming with opportunities. More importantly, he possesses intimate knowledge of every plot twist. Each step of Tang San's growth and every fortuitous encounter are etched in his mind. While he revels in excitement, contemplating how to leverage this foresight, a cold, mechanical, yet supremely authoritative voice resonates deep within his soul. Ding! Strong survival instinct and revolutionary will detected binding conditions met. Initiating binding of the divine selection system. 10, 50, 100. Binding successful. Host. Ling Yi. Newbie gift pack being distributed. Please make your first critical choice immediately. It will determine your initial faction and core advantages. Here comes the standard equipment of a transmigrator. The golden finger. Ling Yi's spirits lift as he forcibly suppresses his excitement and mentally responds, what options do I have? Speak quickly. Before him materialize 3 ethereal options, each radiating a distinct glow. Option 1. Join the protagonist faction and become the 8th monster of Shrek. Reward. Innate full spirit power level 10. Spirit. Blue silver grass evolutionary path available. Gain guidance from Yu Shaojiang's theory pseudo and establish initial. Goodwill with Tang San hypocritical. Evaluation. A steady approach, clinging to the protagonist's coattails, but forever overshadowed by the protagonist's halo, with opportunities often snatched away. Caution and discretion are necessary when playing the sidekick. Option 2. Maintain neutrality and develop in secrecy. Reward. Innate soul power at level 8. A randomly selected advanced martial soul, such as the Gale Demon Wolf or Flame Lord. And a low-grade soul tool. Evaluation. The risk is relatively low, and the freedom is considerable. However, it lacks top-tier resources and support, limiting growth potential and making it susceptible to becoming cannon fodder in later significant battles. Option 3. Join the Martial Soul Hall and reign supreme within it. Reward. Innate soul power at level 20 extraordinary. A dual divine level martial soul. Choose one. Chaotic divine, mill spiritual, annihilation or eternal divine furnace. Elemental, creation, the identity of a core disciple of the Martial Soul Hall, and initial attention from Pope Bibi Dong. Evaluation. High risk, high reward. Possessing the most exceptional starting point and backing, one enjoys the most abundant resources. However, one must directly confront the hostility of Tang San, the child of destiny, and his forces. A single misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. The narrative is set to be overturned, opportunities seized, and the path to the pinnacle thus begins. Hiss. Ling Yi gasped, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. Option 1. To be a subordinate to Tang San, to watch his expression, to snatch away his opportunities, and endure his hypocritical double standards? No way. Option 2. Mediocrity. In this world of the survival of the fittest, mediocrity is a sin. Only option 3 remains. The Martial Soul Hall. Though portrayed as villains in the original work, Ling Yi, well-versed in the plot, understands that the martial soul hall unifies the continent, shattering the aristocratic monopoly over soul masters, and in a sense, is the true catalyst for progress. Moreover, the resources, starting point, and support are impeccable. More importantly, Bibi Dong, Qianren Xue, Hu Laiina, who among them is not exceptionally talented, who is more alluring than Xiao Wu. And then there are the divine herbs, divine tests, and the legendary Tinthasandier soul rings, and bones these once belonged to Tang San. Yet now, they shall be his. I choose 3. Join the martial soul hall, Ling Yi declared resolutely, without a moment's hesitation. Ding. Selection successful. Host Ling Yi has officially joined the martial soul hall. Rewards distributed. Innate soul power elevated to level 20. Dual divine level martial souls. Chaotic divine mill awakened and eternal divine furnace awakened. The identity token of a core disciple of the martial soul hall has been issued. Pope Bibi Dong has sensed your extraordinary nature and is observing you closely. Boom! An indescribable surge of vast energy erupted from within Ling Yi. His bones crackled, muscle fibers tore and reformed, and black impurities seeped from his skin, as if his soul were being subjected to relentless forging in a colossal mill and furnace. The pain was intense, yet accompanied by an exhilarating rebirth. Level 20. A meteoric rise, instantly crossing the threshold of a great soul master. Dual martial souls. Moreover, the unheard-of divine-level martial souls. The chaotic divine mill, with its soul-destroying and spirit-annihilating power, and the eternal divine furnace, capable of refining all and creating miracles, resonated deep. Within his soul, Ling Yi could not suppress a low roar as his soul power surged uncontrollably, forming a small whirlwind that rustled the draperies in the room. This commotion immediately drew the attention of those outside. The door swung open, and a middle-aged man clad in a silver uniform, his countenance stern and his gaze sharp as that of an eagle, strode in with purpose. Prominently displayed on the badge affixed to his chest were 6 crossed swords, the emblem of the Spirit Hall's enforcement team. Young man, you have awakened? The energy fluctuations just now. The enforcement captain's piercing gaze swept over Ling Yi, and as he sensed the turbulent soul power within him still not fully quelled and surpassing that of his peers, even many adult soul masters, his pupils constricted in astonishment. Innate soul power? How could it possess such intensity? Ling Yi took a deep breath, suppressing the surging energy within him, and quickly regained his composure. He understood that from this moment forth, he must convincingly embody the role of an orphan with extraordinary talent, newly entering the Spirit Hall. Affecting an expression of bewilderment tinged with just the right amount of trepidation, he stammered, "Sir, too, I'm not certain what happened. Just now, I suddenly felt an overwhelming heat within my body." The enforcement captain took a swift step forward, gripping Ling Yi's wrist firmly as a surge of pure soul power delved into him. Moments later, the astonishment etched across his face deepened, now laced with a hint of dread. Soul power, at least above level 15. No, it is still increasing 20. Innate full 20 level soul power. Dual martial souls. Chapter 2. The Rebirth of the Spirit Hall. The Chosen One confronts Yu Xiaojiang. His voice trembled with excitement, a tone that reflected the gravity of the moment. To possess innate full soul power is a rarity that occurs once in a century, and to be at level 20 from birth, a twin martial spirit? This is nothing short of a myth. The Spirit Hall has stumbled upon a treasure. No, this is a divine gift bestowed upon the Spirit Hall. What is your name? The tone of the law enforcement captain shifted to one of utmost seriousness, even tinged with a hint of reverence. Ling Yi. Excellent. Ling Yi, follow me at once. We must meet with Bishop Salas immediately. No, given your circumstances, it may be necessary to report directly to His Holiness the Pope. The captain's voice quickened, as he pulled Ling Yi along, fully aware that this child's arrival could send ripples through the upper echelons of the Spirit Hall. Ling Yi allowed himself to be led, his mind clear and focused. The first step had been taken, to establish a foothold and attract the attention of the higher-ups. Mission accomplished. He was brought to an even grander and more solemn hall. Inside, an elderly man clad in a resplendent red bishop's robe, the formidable platinum Bishop Salas, sat attentively listening to reports. Upon seeing the law enforcement captain rush in with a child, his brows furrowed in concern. What is the cause of such alarm? Your Excellency. Joyous news. Heaven has favored our Spirit Hall. The captain's voice trembled with excitement as he urged Ling Yi forward. This child is named Ling Yi, and he has just awakened. Innate soul power at level 20. A twin martial spirit. The rank appears to be divine. What? Even Salas, accustomed to the tempests of life, sprang to his feet, nearly dropping his scepter in astonishment. He stepped forward to stand before Ling Yi, a tremendous aura of soul power enveloping him like a mountain, scrutinizing the boy with keen intent. Ling Yi immediately felt an overwhelming pressure. Yet the chaotic divine essence within his soul stirred slightly, dissipating the mental weight like a stone cast into the sea. His face turned pale, and he swayed unsteadily, appearing nearly overwhelmed. A glimmer of brilliance sparked in Salas's eyes. The pressure he had exerted would discomfort even a soul master, yet this child merely appeared somewhat ashen. Moreover, he distinctly sensed two vastly different, yet profoundly deep sources of martial spirit energy emanating from Ling Yi, sending shivers through his very soul, particularly that essence of mental power, which seemed capable of obliterating all in its path. Good, 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 Salas exclaimed thrice, his stern demeanor replaced by uncontainable joy. A prodigy has descended upon us. This is a blessing from His Holiness the Pope, a herald of great prosperity for the Spirit Hall. Ling Yi, from this day forth, you shall be the most pivotal candidate for the title of Saint Sun within our Spirit Hall. Resources shall be allocated, esteemed mentors shall guide you, and the Spirit Hall will devote itself entirely to your cultivation. Thank you, Your Excellency. Ling Yi managed a weak bow, inwardly chuckling. A candidate for the Saint Sun? Not a bad starting point. Salas promptly arranged for someone to escort Ling Yi to the finest accommodations and instructed the preparation of the highest quality nourishment and training resources. Simultaneously, an urgent report sped towards the innermost sanctum of the Pope's palace. In the days that followed, under the superior resources provided by the Spirit Hall, Ling Yi solidified his cultivation at level 20 and began systematically learning the foundational knowledge of soul masters. His treatment was exceptional. He resided alone in an exquisite courtyard, attended by dedicated maids and guards. Yet he did not relent. Instead, he harnessed his prophetic advantage, fervently absorbing knowledge about martial souls, soul beasts, soul rings, and soul bones, while meticulously devising future plundering routes. The Eye of Ice and Fire. That was the first treasure he must secure. Calculating the time, Tang San should not yet have arrived in Nodding City. Ample time remained. On this day, Ling Yi was summoned by Salas, who intended to familiarize him with Soul Master City and visit the primary Soul Master Academy directly under the Soul Hall to immerse in its atmosphere. Ling Yi understood that this was an opportunity to showcase his integration. In the Academy Square, a group of children was engaged in fundamental training under the guidance of a teacher. The moment Ling Yi and Salas appeared, they instantly captured everyone's attention. Salas' status as a bishop commanded such reverence that even the Academy's principal treated him with the utmost respect. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the opposite side of the square. A middle-aged man with a crew cut, a stiff countenance, and an air of haughty arrogance approached, surrounded by several Academy teachers. He donned a simple gray robe adorned with a unique emblem, depicting an abstract representation of a pig, a dog, and a chicken, accompanied by the inscription, Theoretical Invincibility. Yu Xiaojing, the master. Ling Yi's gaze instantly turned frigid. It was this charlatan who, through plagiarizing the Soul Hall's research and basking in the protagonist's halo, had become the so-called theoretical master, leading many astray. Moreover, he was one of Tang San's most pivotal strategists. Salas evidently recognized Yu Xiaojing, and his brow subtly furrowed. Yu Xiaojing, having felt overlooked in his research, harbored considerable grievances against the Soul Hall, particularly towards the influential Salas. At this moment, he was being flattered by the Academy teachers and was expounding fervently. Thus, my first core competency of martial souls clearly states, there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. As long as the correct cultivation method is found. Nonsense. A youthful voice, clear yet laced with palpable sarcasm, abruptly resonated, echoing throughout the square. Instantly, the crowd fell into a profound silence. All eyes swiftly converged on the source of the voice, a black-haired boy, seemingly no older than 6, standing beside Bishop Salas, yet exuding an extraordinary aura. Yu Xiaojing's speech abruptly halted. He stiffly turned his head, his previously aloof expression freezing into one of severe displeasure. He stared intently at Ling Yi, his eyes brimming with disbelief and offended fury. You, what did you say? Salas was momentarily taken aback, but did not intervene. Rather, he regarded Ling Yi with keen interest. He too wished to witness how this prodigious young boy, who had captured the attention of His Holiness the Pope, would respond. Without a trace of fear, Ling Yi stepped forward, his youthful visage radiating an intensity beyond his years. His voice, though soft, cut through the air with the clarity of a blade. I said, your theory is nonsense. It misleads the youth. Boom. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Heavens! Did he dare to insult the master? Whose child is this? So audacious? Is he truly a prodigy of the Soul Hall, brought by Bishop Salas? On what grounds does he dare to question the master's theory? Yu Xiaojing trembled with rage, pointing an accusing finger at Ling Yi. You impudent child! What do you know? This is the core theory I have validated through years of rigorous research. Validation? Ling Yi scoffed, cutting him off with alarming speed and razor-sharp logic. Very well. Allow me to pose a question. You assert that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. Then I inquire, can a farmer with innate soul power at half a level and a martial soul of a Ho truly be compared to a genius endowed with full innate soul power and a martial soul of the Haotian hammer? Will their potential ever be the same? Tell me, can that farmer soul master, through a lifetime of toil and your so-called correct methods, ever hope to ascend to the rank of a titled Douluo? Can he contend with soul masters of the same level who possess top-tier martial souls? Yu Xiaojing was momentarily speechless. His research focused on the mutation of martial souls and the optimal pairing of soul rings. Yet this fundamental quality-based determination of martial souls exposed a glaring flaw in his theory. He stammered, "It is all dependent on effort." Effort. Ling Yi's voice escalated, imbued with a profoundly stirring force. In the face of an absolute disparity in talent, effort may only serve to narrow the gap, but cannot bridge the chasm. This slogan of yours, aside from offering a mirage of hope to those of mediocre talent, merely leads them to squander their lives in a futile pursuit. Ultimately awakening to the harsh realities of despair, what purpose does it serve? This is the pinnacle of hypocrisy and cruelty. You are masking the bloody reality with ethereal hope. Is this not akin to poison? Ling Yi's words struck like a barrage of sharp daggers, ruthlessly tearing away at the most splendid yet fragile facade of Yu Xiaojing's theory, exposing its hollow and even detrimental essence. The square fell into an eerie silence. The students and teachers, who had previously gazed at Yu Xiaojing with admiration, were now ensnared in deep contemplation. Indeed, could a home martial soul truly compete with the Haoyan hammer? Had the master's theory overlooked such a fundamental truth? Yu Xiaojing's complexion turned pale, his lips quivering, struggling to formulate a rebuttal, yet finding each of Ling Yi's statements pierced directly to the heart of his most indefensible argument. The theory he had once held in high esteem now seemed utterly feeble in the presence of this youth. You, he stammered, pointing at Ling Yi, utterly at a loss for coherent speech. Chapter 3. The journey begins, the sunset forest. What? Have I struck a nerve? Ling Yi coldly smiled, surveying the crowd, and proclaimed with clarity, true theory should guide soul masters to recognize reality, to capitalize on their strengths while minimizing their weaknesses. The quality of martial souls determines the upper limits, while effort sets the lower limits. A farmer with a home martial soul should contemplate how to better utilize soul skills for farming or support in battle, rather than harboring delusions of becoming a titled Douluo to challenge top-tier assault types. This is the true responsibility towards soul masters, rather than leading them down an impossible path with empty slogans that leave them battered and broken. Well said. Bishop Salas could not restrain his applause, his gaze towards Ling Yi filled with admiration. This discourse resonated with profound truth, a clarion call. This is the voice that the spirit hall truly requires. In stark contrast, Yu Xiaojing's arguments seemed nothing short of childish folly. The eyes of the surrounding students and teachers now looked upon Ling Yi with newfound respect. From initial shock and skepticism, a profound contemplation evolved, accompanied by a tinge of admiration. This young lad, despite his tender years, possessed an astute vision and insight that was remarkably incisive. Yu Xiaojing felt a burning heat on his face, as though he had been publicly stripped and chastised. His carefully curated image of a master, cultivated over many years, now teetered precariously under the weight of a few words from this disciple of the spirit hall. He glared at Ling Yi with venomous resentment, as if he intended to etch the boy's visage into his very bones. What is your name? Yu Xiaojing's voice was laced with profound hatred. Ling Yi stood tall, meeting Yu Xiaojing's spiteful gaze, a frigid smile curling at the corner of his lips. With clarity and conviction, he declared, "Remember this, I am Ling Yi. In the future, you and your esteemed disciple Tang San shall face your greatest nightmare." Ding. Detected that the host has publicly humiliated the theoretical master Yu Xiaojing, successfully inciting widespread shock and reflective emotions, resulting in a significant blow to his reputation. The supreme choice system determines task completion level, exemplary. Reward granted, permanent enhancement of mental strength by 30. Opportunity to comprehend a self-created soul skill, specific direction may be designated. Detailed spatial coordinates of the ice and fire duality I and methods to dispel the surrounding toxins. New task issued. The host must successfully locate and master the ice and fire duality I within 1 year, claiming all celestial herbs. Successful completion reward. A choice of 100,000 years soul bone. 1 opportunity for soul evolution. Failure penalty. Randomly strip 1 divine level soul. Ling Yi felt an influx of precise information regarding the ice and fire duality I and the enhancement of his formidable mental strength, igniting a surge of ambition within him. Tang San, your first major setback, I, Ling Yi, shall gladly accept. As Ling Yi reveled in the system's rewards and strategized his journey to the ice and fire duality I, he remained oblivious to a pair of profound, dignified eyes, imbued with an indescribable complexity of emotions, quietly observing him from the heights of a towering spire at the edge of the plaza. Within that gaze lay scrutiny, astonishment, and an intriguing hint of kinship. It was none other than the reigning ruler of the Spirit Hall, the Pope, Bibi Dong. Ling Yi's words resounded like thunder across the plaza of the Spirit Hall's Junior Academy. Yu Xiaojing's expression transformed from crimson to pallid, then to a sickly green, ultimately settling into a hue of humiliation so profound it appeared iron gray. He cast Ling Yi a venomous glance, his lips trembling, yet he could not muster a single retort. Under the complex gazes of the surrounding students and teachers, he nearly fled in disgrace. Ha ha, well said. Ling Yi, Your words today are truly deafening. Bishop Salas laughed heartily, clapping Ling Yi on the shoulder with growing admiration in his eyes. He could already envision the delight of her holiness upon learning of the boy's performance today. Ling Yi humbly bowed slightly. Your Excellency, you flatter me. I merely could not bear to see my fellow practitioners misled by fallacious words. Yet, his heart burned with fervor. The detailed coordinates of the ice and fire duality, and the methods to dispel the surrounding toxins were etched like a searing brand in his mind. Time was of the essence. Action must be swift. That scoundrel Tang San could arrive in Nodding City at any moment. Upon returning to his abode, Ling Yi immediately began to devise a plan. He was acutely aware of the perils that lurked within the Sunset Forest, particularly the terrifying poison formations laid by the poisoned Douluo. With his current strength at a mere level 20, devoid of a spirit ring, a reckless intrusion would be tantamount to courting death. His only reliance lay in the precise information and methods provided by the system. The system's method of guiding through the miasma hinged upon harnessing the faint dual energies of yin and yang emanating from the ice and fire eyes, in conjunction with specific soul power vibration frequencies, to briefly carve a path through the poisonous haze. Ling Yi closed his eyes, concentrating intently as he meticulously absorbed the information swirling in his mind. This technique demanded exceptional mental control and a nuanced understanding of soul power. Fortunately, he had recently received a permanent enhancement of 30 to his mental strength, and the chaotic divine, grinding martial soul deep within his soul naturally augmented his mental mastery. Feasible. A spark of determination ignited in Ling Yi's eyes. He promptly sought permission from Bishop Salas for a brief retreat under the pretense of needing to meditate on his martial soul and stabilize his realm. Choosing a secluded cultivation tower on the outskirts of Wuhuan City, near the direction of the Sunset Forest, Salas, harboring no suspicions, readily acquiesced, even assigning 2 Soul King-level guards to monitor the tower's exterior, ostensibly for protection, but with an underlying intent of surveillance. After all, Ling Yi's talent was exceedingly remarkable, and the Wuhuan Temple could not afford to be entirely complacent. 3 days later, in the dead of night, Ling Yi sat cross-legged on the top floor of the cultivation tower. He donned a nondescript black outfit, leaving behind the core disciple token and any items that could reveal his identity within the tower. The moonlight outside was dim, marking an opportune moment for action. Chaotic divine grinding, eternal divine furnace, aid me, Ling Yi silently chanted in his heart. Deep within his soul, the ancient and enigmatic gray grinding disc began to rotate slowly, a finely honed mental force extending like tendrils to keenly sense the surrounding environment. Simultaneously, the shadow of the eternal divine furnace quivered slightly at his dantian, as a faint yet potent essence of soul power, imbued with the origins of ice and fire, was cautiously extracted. Now is the moment. Ling Yi's eyes snapped open, his figure gliding like a specter through the window, merging into the darkness. Like the most seasoned of hunters, he evaded patrolling guards and soul masters, utilizing his formidable mental perception to silently slip out of Wuhuan City and plunge into the vast and treacherous Sunset Forest. Chapter 4. The Enchantment of Ice and Fire. I reign supreme in the celestial herb garden. Guided by the system's coordinates, Ling Yi traversed swiftly through the dense primordial forest. His movements were both rapid and precise, the eternal divine furnace martial soul granting him acute sensitivity to energy fluctuations, enabling him to consistently evade the territories of powerful soul beasts. The mental force of the chaotic divine grinding swept the surroundings like a radar, steering clear of potential traps and prying eyes. After 3 days and nights of relentless travel, Ling Yi finally approached the vicinity of his destination. The air began to permeate with a faint, dizzying sweet and fishy aroma, indicating that he was nearing the edge of the poisonous miasma. Before him lay a bizarre area shrouded in a kaleidoscopic toxic mist, roiling with vibrant colors while exuding a deadly stillness. Any bird or beast that dared to approach would instantly be reduced to mere bones. This was the death barrier that Douluo took such pride in. Ling Yi took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement and slight tension bubbling within him. He settled into a cross-legged position, his mental faculties sharply attuned as he exerted himself to the utmost, employing the technique of soul manipulation imparted by the system. A faint yet potent essence, imbued with both frigid and searing energies, emanated from his fingertips. This particular soul force was extraordinary, seemingly infused with the essence of the primordial duality of ice and fire. Simultaneously, his mental power oscillated like countless fine needles, probing cautiously into the vibrant toxic mist ahead. Initially, the mist remained unresponsive, swirling in a deathly silence. However, as Ling Yi consistently channeled that strand of primordial soul energy and meticulously adjusted the frequency of his mental vibrations, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. The roiling multicolored mist reacted as if it had encountered a formidable adversary or a being of the same origin, surging violently within the epicenter of his mental vibrations. The thick, noxious fog parted as if touched by an invisible hand, slowly retreating to reveal a narrow, twisting passage barely wide enough for a single person to traverse. The walls of the passage pulsated with the vibrant mist, exuding a disquieting aura, yet the passage itself remained momentarily secure. Success! A surge of elation coursed through Ling Yi's heart, and without a moment's hesitation, he darted into the narrow corridor. As he entered, an overwhelming sense of pressure assailed him. The viscous fog on either side seemed poised to engulf him, the acrid scent assaulting his senses. As a sharp sting and numbness pervaded his skin, were it not for the strand of primordial soul energy and the mental vibrations carving a path, he would have been reduced to a mere puddle of corrupt fluid. Ling Yi gritted his teeth, pushing his mental power to its zenith to maintain the stability of the passage, while the eternal divine furnace, his martial soul, instinctively activated, enveloping him in a faint red-blue halo to fend off the corrosive mist. Each step felt like dancing on the edge of a blade, and sweat quickly drenched his garments. The 100-meter passage of toxic mist felt as though it spanned a century. When he finally emerged, stepping through the last dense swirl of vibrant mist, the vista before him opened up magnificently, and an indescribable sensation of relief flooded his being. The rich, almost liquefied aura of spiritual energy surged towards him, invigorating him with every breath. Before him lay a vast valley, at the heart of which were two remarkably peculiar springs. One was milky white, exuding an extreme chill, its source encased in thick frost, as if the very air had frozen. The other was a fiery crimson, bubbling with molten heat, resembling boiling magma, distorting the very fabric of space with its searing essence. The Eye of Ice and Fire, one of the legendary 3 treasure troves, surrounding the intertwined elements of ice and fire, a plethora of bizarre, resplendent flora flourished. They emitted aromas, some fragrant, some brisk, some commanding, that, upon a mere whiff, made Ling Yi feel his soul power stir with anticipation. 8 angled ice grass, fiery apricot blossoms, autumn water gaze dew, celestial fungal chrysanthemums, 8-petaled fairy orchids, radiant tulips, and that enchanting flower swaying gracefully at the juncture of the red and white springs, enveloped in ethereal aura, the heartbreak red. A veritable treasure trove, a celestial garden. He had struck gold. This time, he had truly struck gold. Despite Ling Yi's prior mental preparation, he found himself profoundly shaken by the awe-inspiring sight before him. Each of these celestial herbs possessed the capacity to drive spirit masters from the outside world into a frenzy, and now, they belonged solely to him. He suppressed the overwhelming urge to rush forward and gather them, casting a keen gaze around him. The system's information indicated that although Douluo was not often present, he could not have left without some form of warning. Indeed, Ling Yi's spiritual awareness detected several inconspicuous green serpents, their colors nearly blending with the environment, lurking within the cracks of unremarkable rocks near the Eye of Ice and Fire. Their cold, piercing eyes emanated a sinister aura. This was Douluo's phosphorescent snake venom, serving both as a warning and an attack trap. Humph, mere trifles, Ling Yi scoffed, with a flicker of thought. The chaotic divine grinding wheel deep within his soul resonated slightly, unleashing an intangible, yet resolute wave of spiritual impact that rippled through the air like water. The lurking phosphorescent snakes, unable to emit even a hiss, had their eyes dimmed in an instant, as if crushed by an unseen millstone, disintegrating into the most primitive particles of soul power, dissipating into the atmosphere. Douluo's warning traps were silently obliterated by Ling Yi in the most domineering fashion. Once this was accomplished, Ling Yi finally felt at ease. Approaching the Eye of Ice and Fire, he reveled in the unique sensation of the extreme energies washing over his body. His eternal divine furnace martial soul seemed to thrive, accelerating its operation as it greedily absorbed this unparalleled yin-yang energy. The immediate priority was to address the matter of tempering his body with this ice and fire energy. Otherwise, he would be unable to remain for long, let alone harvest the celestial herbs. Ling Yi's gaze fixated intensely on the octagonal xianbing grass, swaying at the edge of extreme cold, and the lihua xingjiao flourishing by the searing spring. According to the original text, simultaneously consuming these 2 herbs of extreme attributes would forge an immunity against ice and fire. This was the crucial first step for him to establish himself here and assimilate all the celestial herbs. Without further hesitation, he approached the octagonal xianbing grass. As he drew nearer, the terrifying chill nearly froze his blood. Cautiously, he enveloped his palm with soul power while maintaining heightened vigilance with the spiritual force of the chaotic divine grinding wheel, prepared for any instinctive counterattack from the herb. Just as his fingers were about to touch the crystalline, ice-carved leaves, a thunderous roar erupted through the valley, reverberating like a clap of thunder. Who dares trespass into my herb garden, seeking death? The voice was ancient, hoarse, yet suffused with unfathomable fury and terrifying pressure. Accompanying the voice was a torrent of green toxic mist that distorted the very fabric of space, surging forth like a tsunami from the valley's entrance. Douluo, the toxic Douluo, had returned at this critical moment. Ling Yi's pupils constricted sharply, alarms blaring in his mind. Yet, his face revealed no trace of panic. Instead, in the blink of an eye, he made an audacious decision. He did not immediately attempt to pluck the celestial grass, nor did he try to flee. Escaping before a tidal Douluo was a futile endeavor. Instead, he abruptly turned, facing the oncoming tide of the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King's venom. Standing tall, simultaneously, he summoned the eternal divine furnace martial spirit with all his might, a brilliant aura of red and blue emanating from his body. Boldly advancing towards the terrifying miasma, with a voice clear yet tinged with youthful innocence, he proclaimed, "Elder Dugong, please refrain from making a move. I have not come to steal, but to save your life and alleviate the suffering caused by the backlash of your serpent's poison." Boom! The surging venom halted abruptly, mere inches from Ling Yi's form. Within that dreadful green wave, the figure of an elderly man clad in a dark green robe emerged, his hair and beard white, his face gaunt, yet his gaze sharp as a serpent's. He fixed his eyes upon Ling Yi, particularly the strange red and blue aura that repelled his venom. His expression filled with shock, confusion, and a hint of disbelief. "What did you say? Young child, do you understand the consequences of mocking me?" Dugong Bo's voice was like the chilling winds of the abyss, laced with murderous intent, yet the assault of the venom had undeniably ceased. Ling Yi's heart steadied. He had wagered correctly. Meeting Dugong Bo's soul-piercing gaze, he spoke with unwavering composure. "Elder, do you suffer from excruciating headaches on stormy nights? As if 1,000 ants were gnawing at your heart? Do you experience sharp pains like needles piercing your head and saws at midnight? Is it true that your beloved granddaughter, Dugong Yen, harbors this poison within her, gradually eroding her health?" With each inquiry, Dugong Bo's countenance shifted, from initial rage and murderous intent to shock, and finally to a profound, bone-deep fear. These afflictions were his greatest secret. The torment he endured day and night, known not even to his most trusted confidants. How could this seemingly 6- or 7-year-old boy possess such knowledge? And how did he know of Yin Yan? "Who are you?" Dugong Bo's voice trembled ever so slightly for the first time. The venom capable of slaying a tidal Douluo was being thwarted by this boy's peculiar aura. It was utterly bizarre. Ling Yi felt a surge of confidence, aware that he had grasped Dugong Bo's vital weakness. A slight smile graced his lips as he gestured towards the magnificent ice and fire duality, and the abundant celestial grass behind him. His voice imbued with unparalleled assurance. "Who I am is of little importance. What truly matters is that I can eradicate the Emerald Phosphor Serpent's venom from both you and Dugong Yen. The means to do so lies within this garden of celestial herbs. Elder, will you choose to collaborate with me for a chance at rebirth? Or will you continue to suffer in this poisonous inferno, witnessing your only granddaughter follow in your footsteps?" Ling Yi's words struck like the sharpest of hooks, piercing the most vulnerable and fearful depths of Dugong Bo's heart. He gazed at this enigmatic boy, then at the celestial grass he had protected for half a lifetime, yet knew not how to utilize correctly. For the first time, a tumult of struggle and hesitation marred his withered visage. Within the valley, the energies of ice and fire continued to intertwine and flow, the brilliance of the celestial herbs shimmering. Thus, a life and death negotiation quietly unfolded between the venomous tidal Douluo and the mysterious youth. Ling Yi understood that the most challenging obstacle had been surmounted. What lay ahead was the artful utilization of the treasures within this garden and the vulnerabilities of Douluo to transform the fearsome poison Douluo into the sharpest weapon in his possession. He not only aimed to seize the Eye of Ice and Fire, but also intended to capture its guardian alongside it. Chapter 5. The Forging of the Golden Body. The Awakening of the Celestial Herb and Martial Soul. Douluo's verdant pupils contracted sharply, akin to a startled serpent. Each word spoken by Ling Yi pierced him like poisoned needles, striking at his most tender wounds. Throughout his life, he wielded poison, taking countless lives, yet he found himself utterly powerless against this deeply ingrained, ancestral backlash of venom. Watching helplessly as this misfortune loomed over his sole granddaughter, Douluo, the despair and terror gnawed at his soul day and night. "Can you truly provide a remedy?" Douluo's voice was hoarse and dry, tinged with an unrecognized glimmer of hope and profound skepticism. His formidable aura as a tidal Douluo bore down on Ling Yi, who sought to discern a crack in the mysterious youth's composure. Under the weight of that oppressive presence, the red and blue luminescence surrounding Ling Yi flickered uncertainly, while his eternal god furnace martial soul operated at its zenith, and the spiritual force of the chaotic divine mill fiercely resisted the soul-level pressure. His complexion paled slightly, yet he maintained a straight posture, his gaze clear and resolute. "I do not presume to speak recklessly. The antidote lies within the myriad celestial herbs in your garden. One need only procure the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot blossoms, and consume them simultaneously through a special method. By harnessing the ultimate energy of the Eye of Ice and Fire, one can forge a body immune to ice and fire. Once this body is established, the lingering effects of the green phosphor serpent's venom within your body will naturally be resolved. As for Miss Douluo, with the subsequent aid of a few harmonizing celestial herbs, she too can be kept safe through gradual treatment." Ling Yi's declarations were resolute, imbued with an undeniable confidence. He not only elucidated the method but also pinpointed the crucial herbs and the essence of utilizing the environment. This was no mere fanciful talk. Douluo fixed his gaze firmly on Ling Yi, then abruptly turned to the chilling octagonal ice grass and the blazing fiery apricot blossoms. He had safeguarded this land for decades, attempting countless times to exploit these extraordinary flora, yet he had never succeeded, and on several occasions, he had nearly perished from their extreme attributes. Could it be that this young man had unveiled the secrets? How do you know of this method? A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Douluo's eyes, his threat palpable. The revelation of the secret instinctively evoked a sense of danger within him. I possess a lineage of knowledge, Ling Yi responded vaguely, swiftly redirecting the conversation to the crux of the matter. Elder, I have relayed the method. Whether to believe or not rests entirely in your hands. Will you choose to grasp at a slender thread of hope, reclaim your freedom, and protect your granddaughter, or will you continue to guard this garden of toxic herbs, unable to utilize them, languishing in pain as you await your demise, watching Douluo follow in your footsteps? Time is not on your side. Ling Yi's words were like the final straw that broke Douluo's last line of defense. He gazed into Ling Yi's eyes, which seemed to see through all, while feeling the subtle, ominous pain within him that heralded the impending backlash. He recalled the innocent yet pallid visage of Douluo, who was already beginning to betray signs of illness. On the gaunt visage, a fierce struggle ensued, ultimately culminating in a long, wearied sigh that encapsulated all the rage, suspicion, and resentment. The terrifying pressure that enveloped Ling Yi, along with the toxic mist, receded like a receding tide. Very well, I shall place my trust in you. Just this once. The voice of Douluo was raspy, imbued with a sense of resignation. However, should you dare deceive me or bring any harm to Yin Yan, I shall ensure you experience the myriad torments of this world, unable to seek life or death. Rest assured, Senior, a mutually beneficial cooperation is my sincere intention. A colossal weight lifted from Ling Yi's heart, and a genuine smile graced his face. He understood that this notorious poison Douluo had, for the time being, been subdued. Under the complex and tense gaze of Douluo, Ling Yi commenced his actions. He approached the eye of ice and fire, taking a deep breath. His spiritual power, honed through the chaos divine grinder, was intensely concentrated, while the soul power from the eternal divine furnace surged within him. Swiftly, he enveloped his palm with soul power and, like lightning, plucked the eight-angled profound ice grass. A bone-chilling cold instantly coursed through his arm, threatening to freeze both his blood and soul. Almost simultaneously, he turned his hand to seize the fiery apricot blossom. The searing heat surged like magma, scorching through his meridians. The extreme agony of ice and fire clashed violently within him, tearing him apart. Ling Yi let out a muffled groan, his complexion turning as pale as paper, beads of sweat cascading down his face as his body trembled uncontrollably. Yet, within his eyes burned a fervent flame. Now, he roared, unhesitatingly swallowing both celestial herbs simultaneously. Boom! An indescribable torrent of terrifying energy erupted within him. The left side of his body was instantly encased in thick frost, while the right side blazed like a red-hot iron, his veins bulging beneath the skin as if they might burst. The ultimate cold and the ultimate heat engaged in a primal battle within him, shattering his meridians and displacing his organs. Ling Yi could not suppress a harrowing scream, curling up on the ground like a boiled shrimp, his body contorting and twisting amidst the frost and flames, liquid seeping from his orifices, a grotesque mixture of ice crystals and blood. The pain was 100-fold more intense than the system had described, had it not been for his solid foundation of innate level 20 soul power, coupled with his dual divine martial souls and the recently enhanced formidable spiritual strength safeguarding his heart pulse and consciousness. This ordeal would have surely led to his demise. Douluo watched in horror, several times on the verge of intervening, yet he restrained himself. He understood that this was a necessary tribulation for rebirth. External interference would only yield adverse effects. Just as Ling Yi felt his consciousness on the brink of being completely engulfed by pain, the eternal divine furnace martial soul within his soul suddenly erupted with an unprecedented radiance. The ancient shadow of the furnace spun wildly, actively guiding and devouring the chaotic ice and fire energy within him. The chaos divine grinder rumbled, its powerful spiritual force grinding through, forcibly sorting and suppressing the rampant energy turbulence. Simultaneously, the rich spiritual essence surrounding the eye of ice and fire seemed to be drawn in, surging madly into Ling Yi's battered body. The pure energy of heaven and earth, akin to the gentlest of restorative agents, nourished his fractured meridians and reshaped his damaged body. From destruction comes rebirth, the alchemy of ice and fire. As time gradually slipped away, the frost and flames enveloping Ling Yi's body began to blend in a most peculiar manner, the red and blue luminescence swirling around him like a harmonious mixture, forming a resilient and extraordinary layer of energy membrane. The excruciating pain he had endured was gradually supplanted by a tingling sensation, a comforting feeling of rebirth. He could distinctly perceive his bones becoming more translucent and resilient, his meridians expanded several-fold, his muscle fibers brimming with explosive strength, and his skin radiating a lustrous sheen akin to jade, subtly illuminated by hues of ruby and sapphire. It was unclear how much time had passed when the last vestiges of the ferocious energy were completely consumed and refined by the eternal divine furnace. Ling Yi suddenly opened his eyes wide. A powerful aura erupted from him, sweeping across the entire valley. The layer of red and blue light instantly retracted, merging beneath his skin. At that moment, although his soul power level remained at 20, without acquiring a soul ring, the transformation in his demeanor was nothing short of revolutionary. He seemed reborn, exuding vitality, with every gesture imbued with an innate sense of strength. More importantly, the once discomforting extreme energy of the ice and fire duality now circled around him like a docile pet, no longer capable of inflicting any harm. The ice and fire immunity golden body was complete. Chapter 6. The Summons of Pope Bibi Dong. Ling Yi exhaled a long breath, his spirit soaring, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. He clenched his fist, feeling the tumultuous power within him and the invisible barrier capable of isolating him from the vast majority of the world's toxins, a smile of ecstatic delight gracing his lips. It was achieved. One of his greatest supports was now in his grasp. Kid Douluo was left utterly astonished. He could clearly sense the transformative change in Ling Yi, especially the peculiar energy barrier that even he found somewhat unsettling. You truly succeeded? I have fulfilled my mission. Ling Yi rose, stretching his limbs with a series of resounding cracks. He turned to Douluo, smiling. It is now your turn. The subsequent events became considerably simpler. With Ling Yi's successful precedent, although Douluo remained apprehensive, he had no choice but to place his trust in him. Under Ling Yi's guidance, he too consumed the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, which Ling Yi had thoughtfully gathered in excess during his prior foraging. The ordeal was equally agonizing. But for Douluo, a titled Douluo, his capacity to endure was far greater than Ling Yi's. Coupled with Ling Yi's assistance in channeling the energy of the ice and fire duality through the eternal divine furnace, the process, while perilous, ultimately concluded without disaster. When Douluo reopened his eyes, for the first time, a healthy flush appeared on his gaunt face, dispelling the gloom and pain that had long lingered between his brows. The agonizing pain that had gnawed at him like a parasite was completely eradicated, replaced by an unprecedented feeling of ease and strength. The biphosphorus snake poison that had troubled him for most of his life, even threatening the life of his granddaughter, had truly been lifted. Ha 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 ha! Douluo, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease, could not help but throw his head back in laughter, his voice resonating with sheer ecstasy and liberation. As he laughed, tears unexpectedly glimmered in his aged eyes. Suddenly, he cast a complex glance at Ling Yi, filled with gratitude, astonishment, and a hint of profound wariness. This youth was shrouded in mystery and exuded a frightening aura. How do you feel, senior? Ling Yi inquired at the opportune moment. Excellent. Unprecedentedly excellent. Douluo reined in his emotions, solemnly cupping his fists in a gesture of respect towards Ling Yi. Young friend Ling Yi, no, just Ling Yi. Your actions have saved my life. The future of Yin is also a gift from you. From this moment on, I, Douluo, am at your service. Whatever you command, I shall fulfill without hesitation, even at the cost of my life. In this moment, the notorious poison Douluo truly bowed his proud head. You flatter me. Senior, we are partners. Ling Yi felt a profound sense of relief, knowing that his plan to win over the poison Douluo had succeeded splendidly. He then shifted the conversation, gesturing towards the garden filled with celestial herbs. Senior, the celestial herbs here possess boundless utility. I require some for my cultivation and to report back to the Wuhan Hall. In high spirits, Douluo regarded Ling Yi with newfound admiration and waved his hand generously. If it were not for you, young friend, I would merely guard this treasure mountain in vain and suffer for it. Please, take what you need. Just leave a portion of the tonic for Yin. Ling Yi, feeling no hesitation, was well versed in the original text and knew precisely which celestial herbs would best serve him and his future endeavors. He approached the ethereal Xiangxi Duanchanghong first. This flower, the king of blossoms, required utmost sincerity and heartfelt blood to nurture. Images of Bibi Dong's solemn and solitary figure, the concealed pride and fragility of Qian Renshua, and the allure and obsession of Hulayina flashed through his mind as he pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the petals. Buzz! The Xiangxi Duanchanghong swayed gently, emanating a soft glow, refusing to wither. It acknowledged Ling Yi's possessive yearning and protective resolve towards the many female leads in his life. Carefully, he plucked the flower and placed it in a specially crafted jade box. This would become a crucial tool in his future endeavors. Next, he harvested the extraordinary Tongtian chrysanthemum, a celestial herb with indomitable properties that would greatly enhance his physique, complementing his ice and fire golden body. The 8-petal immortal orchid would solidify his foundation and accelerate his soul power cultivation. The Wangchuanqiu Shui Du would elevate his mental fortitude, further reinforcing the chaotic divine grind. After some contemplation, he also collected the Chilhua tulip, knowing it could evolve his martial soul and might prove invaluable in the future. Additionally, he selected several herbs with mild properties suitable for various martial souls to take back to the Wuhan Hall. Finally, He meticulously chose a few herbs for Douluo Yin that would harmonize, nourish, and gently detoxify, presenting them to Douluo along with detailed instructions for their use. Douluo was immensely grateful, thoroughly impressed by Ling Yi's attentiveness. Observing Ling Yi expertly harvest the celestial herbs as if he were strolling through his own backyard. Douluo's last lingering doubts dissipated entirely. This young man's understanding of this treasure trove was likely deeper than his own. Following him could indeed lead to an unprecedented path to greatness. With a bountiful harvest, Ling Yi felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He knew it was time to return. Having been in seclusion for too long at the Wuhuan Hall, he would surely have attracted attention. Senior, this place of great significance requires your continued guardianship. Ling Yi addressed Douluo. I must return to the Spirit Hall to report. Shortly, someone will come bearing my token to establish contact with you. Regarding the Spirit Hall, the old man understands. Douluo immediately interjected. This matter is known to heaven and earth, to you and me. Externally, I shall remain the unpredictable and solitary poison Douluo, and I will not divulge even a hint of your secret. He was acutely aware of Ling Yi's unique status within the Spirit Hall and understood the necessity of discretion in this collaboration. Ling Yi nodded, quite satisfied with Douluo's astuteness. After exchanging a few more words and sharing urgent contact information, Ling Yi prepared to depart. Just as he was on the verge of stepping out of the poisonous mist's range, Douluo suddenly called him back. A complex expression crossing his face as he handed over a dark green scale. This is my token, the Bai Lin order. With this order, you can command all the hidden venomous scouts I have stationed outside. Take care, my young friend. Ling Yi solemnly accepted it, feeling its cool and gentle texture. You too. Take care. Miss Yin Yan's medicine should be taken as prescribed. Until we meet again. Utilizing the natural resistance of his ice-fire golden body against the toxic miasma, Ling Yi effortlessly traversed the poisonous fog, discerning his direction and hastening towards Spirit City. The gains from this expedition to the Sunset Forest far exceeded his expectations. Days later, upon his dusty return to the training tower on the outskirts of Spirit City, before he could catch his breath, two Soul King guards approached him with utmost reverence. Even displaying a hint of anxiety, Lord Ling Yi, you have finally returned. Archbishop Salas has commanded that you proceed immediately to the Papal Palace upon your exit. His Holiness the Pope wishes to meet you in person. The Pope, Bibi Dong, summons you. Ling Yi's heart raced, but he quickly regained his composure. He touched the carefully selected celestial herbs in his storage soul guide, particularly that vibrant and ethereal Xiangxi Duanchang red, a knowing smile gracing his lips. What is meant to come will eventually arrive. The true stage of the Spirit Hall, along with the extraordinary and powerful female Pope, awaits my arrival. Chapter 7. The Storm of the Saints' Enfeoffment before the Papal Palace. The words Papal Palace symbolize supreme power and authority on the Douluo Continent. It stands at the very heart of Spirit City, constructed from massive stones as pure as jade, towering into the clouds. With a grand statue of a six-winged angel overseeing the entire city, emanating a sacred and solemn aura, guided by the two Soul King guards. Ling Yi traversed the heavily guarded corridors and plazas. As he approached the magnificent main hall, the oppressive aura of soul power in the air grew heavier. As if even breathing bore an invisible weight. He could feel countless gazes, some curious, some scrutinizing, others hostile, focused on him. This sudden rise to prominence summoned by the Pope. Lord Ling Yi, please wait here while I report. The guard halted before a towering Tinjiang door intricately carved with angelic and sacred sword motifs, speaking with deference. Ling Yi nodded slightly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, and gazed calmly at the tightly shut doors of the hall before him. A warm and sacred golden light faintly emanated from the crevice of the doors, accompanied by a vast aura that could evoke trepidation even in a titled Douluo. Behind those doors stood Bibi Dong, the most powerful and enigmatic woman in the Douluo Continent. After a moment, the heavy doors silently opened inward, revealing a gentle yet irresistible voice emerging from the depths of the hall. Xian, Ling Yi seeks an audience. The voice, though soft, resonated throughout the entire square with an undeniable authority, as if it struck directly at the soul. Ling Yi adjusted his robe and stepped inside. The scene within the Pope's hall was breathtaking. A magnificent dome adorned with countless gem-like stars cast a soft, holy glow. The floor was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting all that lay within. Sturdy columns supported the dome, each intricately carved with epic scenes of wars and miracles. At the deepest part of the hall, on 9 levels of white jade steps, sat a colossal throne sculpted from a single piece of warm white jade. Upon that throne sat a figure, draped in an exquisitely luxurious purple-gold Pope's robe, embroidered with intricate patterns of 6-winged angels and scepters, radiating a faint aura of soul power. A crown, embedded with a large purple gem, adorned her head, and a curtain of pearls partially obscured her face, revealing only a beautifully sculpted yet stern chin and a pair of purple eyes that were deep as the abyss, seemingly capable of piercing through all illusions. Merely sitting there, without any deliberate release of soul power, an invisible and overwhelming majesty permeated the entire hall, evoking an instinctive impulse to bow in reverence. This was the ruler of the spirit hall, the Pope, Bibidong. Below the throne, to the left and right, stood several powerful figures. Ling Yi immediately recognized two of them. On the left was the imposing yet currently respectful and tense platinum Bishop Salas, while on the right was a graceful, stunningly beautiful blonde girl, exuding a captivating charm with her enchanting gaze. She was Hulaina, the Pope's direct disciple and the core of the Spirit Hall's golden generation. The enchanting fox. Her pink eyes were curiously observing Ling Yi, tinged with a hint of scrutiny. Disciple Ling Yi pays respects to your holiness. Ling Yi advanced a few steps, halting approximately 20 paces from the throne, bowing respectfully, yet not submissively. The chaotic divine power within him slowly circulated, resisting the omnipresent pressure of authority. Rise. Bibidong's voice betrayed no emotion, calm and unperturbed, like the gentle chime of a jade bell. Her gaze, penetrating through the pearl curtain, fell upon Ling Yi, marked by a hint of scrutiny and inquiry. Ling Yi, I have heard that you publicly refuted the theories of Yu Xiaojing at the Junior Academy, articulating your arguments sharply and directly addressing the core issues, to report back to your holiness. The disciple merely could not bear to see the future pillars of the Spirit Hall misled by fallacious words. In a moment of indignation, I spoke rashly, and I humbly request your holiness's forgiveness. Ling Yi's response was flawless. Rash. The corners of Bibidong's mouth seemed to lift in the faintest of arcs, a fleeting expression. In this moment, it became evident to me that every word spoken held profound significance, resonating with clarity. Saras, at your service. Saras immediately bowed. This young man possesses an extraordinary talent and a resolute disposition. What is even rarer is his discernment and the audacity to lead the way. Bibidong's voice echoed throughout the Grand Hall. From this day forth, I bestow the title of Saint Son of the Spirit Hall upon Ling Yi, granting him access to all core resources within the hall, which I shall personally oversee. Boom. As these words left her lips, the hall fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. A look of unrestrained joy illuminated Saras's face as he exclaimed, Your Majesty, your wisdom is unparalleled. Saint Sun Ling Yi's prodigious gifts shall undoubtedly meet your lofty expectations. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hulaina's enchanting visage momentarily registered shock, swiftly replaced by a deep sense of discontent and a tinge of jealousy. The position of Saint Sun had always been implicitly regarded as the coveted goal for her. Her brother Xiaoyu and Yan, as they vied for the future Pope's succession. How could this suddenly emerged young prodigy claim such a title? Merely because he had confronted the useless Yu Xiaojing? Clenching her delicate fists, her gaze towards Ling Yi sharpened with intensity. Ling Yi felt a jolt within. Although he anticipated that his achievements would garner attention, being directly appointed as the Saint's son under the personal tutelage of the Pope exceeded his expectations. He immediately bowed, his voice imbued with just the right amount of excitement. Disciple Ling Yi expresses his gratitude for your esteemed favor. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to live up to your nurturing. Indeed, Bibidong responded lightly, her gaze still fixed upon Ling Yi. I am curious. After your several days of seclusion, your aura has become dense and profound, and your physique has undergone a remarkable transformation, subtly shimmering with a golden luster. It seems you have made considerable gains. A wave of realization washed over Ling Yi. He understood the pivotal moment was approaching. He lifted his head, displaying a sincere smile. Thanks to your Majesty's benevolence, during my retreat, I encountered fortuitous opportunities. I understand that such rare chances should not be hoarded alone. Thus, I have prepared a modest gift to present to your Majesty, as a token of my gratitude and a humble contribution to the prosperity of the Spirit Hall. As he spoke, he deftly revealed 3 exquisitely crafted jade boxes that appeared in his hands. The moment the jade boxes emerged, the rich and pure spiritual energy within the Grand Hall surged, as an extraordinary fragrance of rare herbs wafted through the air, invigorating the spirits of all present. Every gaze was drawn to the source. Even the lofty Bibidong exhibited a barely perceptible ripple of intrigue in her violet eyes. Ling Yi respectfully opened the first jade box. Inside lay a remarkable chrysanthemum, its petals a splendid pale purple, soft to the touch, with a stamen rising half a foot above the petals, glimmering with a faint golden hue. This is the rare furry celestial chrysanthemum, a neutral-grade celestial herb. Consuming it invigorates the limbs and enhances blood circulation through the 8 meridians, enabling the cultivation of an indestructible body. Ling Yi declared, his voice clear and resonant. This celestial herb is ideally suited for those of offensive prowess. A sincere offering to the Pope, symbolizing his commitment to fortifying his foundation. Next, he opened the second jade box. Inside rested a large orchid, its petals quivering like butterflies, entirely snow-white and lustrous, with a crimson center exuding a rich fragrance. This is the 8-petal immortal orchid, possessing gentle and rich medicinal properties that fortify the foundation and nourish the essence. It expels impurities from within the body and compensates for the innate deficiencies of soul masters, significantly enhancing the speed of soul power cultivation. Its efficacy is enduring, sufficient to support one up to the soul sage level. This herb focuses on strengthening the foundation and enhancing potential, rendering it invaluable. At last, Ling Yi took a deep breath and opened the third jade box. The moment the lid was lifted, the entire hall of the Pope seemed to be enveloped in a hazy, celestial glow. An indescribable, fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Inhaling it felt as though the very soul was cleansed. Inside the box lay a resplendent tulip, its color remarkably pure and devoid of any impurities. The petals displayed a noble shade of pale gold, while the stamen shimmered with a brilliance reminiscent of a condensed galaxy. The Chihuahua tulip. Ling Yi's voice carried a note of solemnity. This is the king of celestial treasures. Majestic and opulent, it can absorb the essence of heaven and earth, along with the radiance of the sun and moon. Its effects can purify the source of martial spirits, elevate the quality of martial spirits, and even possess the potential to induce martial spirit evolution. Chapter 8. The First Battle. Martial Spirit Evolution. After a prolonged silence, Bibi Dong finally spoke. Her tone still calm, yet tinged with an undercurrent of emotion that did not escape the notice of the powerful present. Martial spirit evolution is a coveted opportunity for countless peak powerhouses. The value of this celestial herb is immeasurable. Saras trembled with excitement, while Hulaina's eyes widened in disbelief and desire. The prospect of inducing martial spirit evolution? Her fox spirit martial soul is already at the apex. Should it evolve further, what unimaginable power would she wield? The disciples felt fortunate to possess such treasures, recognizing that only the unique grace of the crowned one and their unparalleled martial soul would be worthy of such celestial offerings. Ling Yi appropriately acknowledged their worth and respectfully raised the jade box above his head. A profound silence enveloped the hall, broken only by the heavy breaths of the onlookers. Each of these three celestial herbs, if cast into the outside world, would undoubtedly incite bloodshed. Yet now, a mere youth presented them to the Pope with such ease. Bibi Dong's gaze lingered on the three celestial herbs for an extended moment before finally settling on Ling Yi. In her deep purple eyes, for the first time, his figure was clearly reflected, accompanied by a hint of scrutiny, a touch of admiration, and a complexity that even she was unaware of. You have shown great thoughtfulness. Bibi Dong's voice remained calm, yet beneath that calmness lay a warmth. These three items hold extraordinary significance for the Hall of Spirits, and for me. Saras, accept them. Yes. Saras eagerly stepped forward, carefully accepting the three jade boxes as though cradling peerless treasures. The Holy Son Ling Yi has contributed greatly. I bestow upon him a papal decree, granting him the privilege to freely access the restricted library within the hall, and special permission to enter the core area of the martial spirit simulation training ground. Bibi Dong spoke again, and the richness of her rewards ignited a flame of jealousy in Hulaina's eyes that was nearly overwhelming. The papal decree. It symbolizes an authority second only to the Pope herself. Even she does not possess such a privilege. Thank you for your grace, your holiness. Ling Yi bowed once more, inwardly elated. The first step has been secured. Bibi Dong nodded slightly, appearing somewhat fatigued. Her gaze swept over the others from behind the beaded curtain. If there are no further matters, you may withdraw. Ling Yi, remain, I have a few questions for you. Saras and others immediately bowed and took their leave. Before turning away, Hulaina cast a deep glance at Ling Yi, her eyes brimming with defiance, provocation, and a palpable fervor for battle. Soon, the grand and empty papal hall was left with only Bibi Dong seated upon the throne and Ling Yi standing below the steps. An invisible pressure seemed to weigh heavier in the air. Ling Yi, Bibi Dong's voice shattered the silence, tinged with curiosity. The celestial herbs you presented, particularly that exquisite Kira tulip, from whence did they originate? The depths of the Sunset Forest are not a place for a mere 20-level soul master to tread. Ling Yi's heart tightened, realizing the true trial had commenced. He had long prepared for this moment, raising his head with composure and responding, Your Majesty, I indeed ventured into the Sunset Forest at great risk. By a fortunate twist of fate, I stumbled upon a land thick with poisonous miasma. Thankfully, I was safeguarded by my family's secret techniques, allowing me to enter a peculiar valley where I encountered these celestial herbs. As for the guardian of the miasma, I did not behold its true form, only heard its voice, which seemed to belong to an eccentric elder. I treated him with respect, clarifying my intent to take only what was needed, and promised that I would provide recompense in the future, thus gaining his tacit approval. He spoke half-truths, concealing the existence of Douluo, merely mentioning a mysterious elder, emphasizing the family secret and respectful conduct, attributing the entire episode to luck while subtly planting the seeds for future dealings with Douluo through his promise of recompense. Bibi Dong listened intently, her gaze from behind the beaded curtain seemingly penetrating the very soul. Ling Yi felt an overwhelming mental force sweep over him, as if layers of disguise were being stripped away. He remained impassive, channeling his chaotic divine forge martial soul, his mental energy coalescing with the steadiness of a rock. After a moment, that disquieting sense of scrutiny receded like the tide. Family secret, eccentric elder, promise of recompense. Bibi Dong softly repeated these phrases, her tone inscrutable. In the end, She did not delve deeper but simply remarked, "Since it is your fortune, I shall not inquire further. Remember, power is hard-earned and must be wielded wisely. The position of the Holy Sun brings glory, yet it is also a shackle. Take heed of your path. I shall diligently remember your teachings, your majesty." Ling Yi replied respectfully, "Depart now. Come here at this time tomorrow, and I shall personally procure your first soul ring." BB Dong's voice held an unmistakable authority. "Yes, I take my leave." Ling Ye's heart quivered. The Pope herself would be leading the hunt for his soul ring? Such an honor. He bowed once more and slowly exited the papal hall. As he stepped through the grand doors, sunlight bathed his face. Ling Yi inhaled deeply, feeling the surge of power within him and the warmth of the Pope's decree that now lay in his grasp, shimmering with unparalleled authority, his eyes glinting with determination. The position of Holy Sun was secured, the Pope's preliminary endorsement granted, and his strongest support temporarily solidified. "Hold on, Holy Sun Ling Yi." A voice laced with palpable hostility and arrogance rang out from behind. Ling Yi turned to find Hulaina leaning against a nearby white jade pillar, arms crossed. Her alluring figure outlined against the sunlight, crafting a breathtaking silhouette. Yet, her pink eyes now bore an unmistakable challenge, a smirk playing upon her lips. Such grandiosity from the Holy Sun. However, to firmly secure this position, mere flattery and eloquence will not suffice. The Spirit Hall ultimately must rely on strength to speak. "Dare you engage in a spar with me, your senior sister?" The challenge from Hulaina has arrived, as anticipated. This is a trial for the Golden Generation, and it marks Ling Ye's inaugural battle to establish his authority among the younger members of the Spirit Hall. Ling Yi gazes at the fiercely determined Hulaina, feeling the formidable soul power emanating from her, which is at least at the soul master level. A sharp smile slowly curves at the corner of his mouth. "I humbly seek your guidance. Such an opportunity is rare. When and where shall we meet?" Chapter 9. Invincible. Astonishing talent. Within the Spirit Hall's exclusive fighting arena, the elliptical space is crafted from a special alloy, incredibly sturdy, capable of withstanding battles at the Soul King level. Presently, a sparse audience of young soul masters from the Spirit Hall, along with several startled stewards and bishops, occupy the stands. The news of the newly appointed Holy Sun has just spread, and this new Holy Sun is set to face the leader of the Golden Generation, Hulaina. This is indeed explosive news. In the center of the arena, Ling Yi stands opposite Hulaina. Clad in black form-fitting attire, he possesses a statuesque figure. His gaze calm and profound, akin to a tranquil ancient well. His soul power is restrained, yet he exudes an aura of immense depth and majesty. Across from him, Hulaina wears a tight-fitting dark red leather armor that accentuates her breathtaking curves, with golden locks billowing slightly as her soul power surges. Her pink eyes, devoid of any allure, now radiate only cold combat intent and the pride of a formidable warrior. With her fox spirit manifested, furry fox ears sprout atop her head, and a bushy tail emerges from her rear, enveloping her in an enchanting aura. Her soul power distinctly reaches the level of a 47-ranked soul master. "Beware, Holy Sun. I will not show mercy." Hulaina's crimson lips part, her voice laced with a seductive tremor as an intangible wave of mental power subtly spreads, seeking to disrupt Ling Ye's focus. This is her innate domain, enchantment. No soul skills are required. With mere gestures, she can beguile the mind. Yet, as the chaotic divine forge within Ling Yi stirs slightly, an invisible mental barrier effortlessly shatters that enchanting force. A hint of a smile graces his lips. "Senior sister, please feel free to unleash your full prowess. I am eager to witness the splendor of the Golden Generation." "Humph, arrogant." Hulaina's gaze sharpens, angered by Ling Ye's nonchalant demeanor. With a fierce shout, she declares, "First soul skill, Foxfire." Boom, boom, boom. 3 clusters of eerie purple flames materialize, radiating intense heat and disorienting mental waves, hurtling towards Ling Yi in a formation resembling the letter W. The speed is as swift as lightning. Gasps arise from the stands. Hulaina's Foxfire not only boasts considerable power, but also inflicts mental burns, making it exceedingly difficult to defend against. However, Ling Yi remains unfazed. Just as the Foxfire is about to reach him, a brilliant light flashes in his eyes. Eternal divine furnace. Buzz, a colossal, ancient, and imposing furnace, seemingly forged from dual-colored divine gold, suddenly manifests behind Ling Yi. The surface of the furnace is inscribed with enigmatic runes, and from its opening emanates a chaotic aura of ice and fire intermingled. A formidable and intense pressure, both fiery and frigid, enveloped the arena in an instant. The eternal divine furnace martial soul made its inaugural display before the world. "Why?" Ling Yi uttered in a low tone. The ethereal image of the eternal divine furnace trembled violently, and the chaotic energies of ice and fire erupted from its mouth, forming a swirling red-blue energy barrier before him. Boom, boom, boom. 3 formidable bursts of foxfire collided violently against the barrier. The air reverberated with explosive sounds, and chaotic energy surged forth. However, that seemingly fragile barrier stood resolute, like an ancient rock, merely oscillating violently for a moment, before devouring and refining the energy of the foxfire amidst the flowing red and blue radiance. Behind the barrier, Ling Yi remained unperturbed. Not even the hem of his garments stirred. What? Hulaina's pupils constricted in disbelief. Her first soul skill had been so effortlessly neutralized by her opponent? What kind of martial soul could consume energy? The audience erupted in astonishment. Bishop Salus's eyes sparkled with intrigue, while the other attendants and students were left dumbfounded. The martial soul of this new Saint Sun was unheard of, displaying such overwhelming prowess. Sister, reciprocation is in order. Ling Yi's voice carried a hint of coldness. With a mere thought, the ethereal image of the eternal divine furnace surged once more. Divine furnace of heaven's fire. The chaotic energies of ice and fire coalesced into an incredibly intense, crimson pillar of flame, harboring a core of icy blue, exuding a terrifying heat that could incinerate all. As it tore through the air and barreled toward Hulaina, the air crackled with explosive sounds in its wake. Hulaina's expression changed as she sensed the destructive energy embedded within the flame pillar and dared not to be complacent. With a swift motion, she activated her third soul skill, Demon Fox Transformation. Her form became ephemeral, leaving behind several afterimages like wisps of smoke. Narrowly evading the direct impact of the divine flame pillar, the pillar grazed her side, crashing into the alloy wall of the arena, leaving a charred, deep gouge, its edges frosted with ice. Gasp! The crowd inhaled sharply. Was this truly an attack that a soul master at the 20th level, without a soul ring, could unleash? What an enigmatic martial soul! What tremendous power! Hulaina felt a chill in her heart, realizing that further testing was unwise. With a surge of pink light in her eyes, her foxtail rose high. Second soul skill, Enchantment of the Celestial Fox. Buzz. A wave of pink mental ripples, exponentially more potent than before and nearly corporeal, radiated from Hulaina like a tide. The very space of the arena seemed to warp, and those among the audience with lower cultivation levels found their gazes becoming dazed, faces reflecting infatuation as they involuntarily moved toward Hulaina. This was her most formidable control-type soul skill, capable of mass enchantment, disorienting enemies' minds, and even manipulating their actions. Saint Sun, be cautious, Hulaina called out, confidence shining in her eyes. In her view, no matter how powerful Ling Yi's mental strength might be, he would inevitably fall prey to her utmost second soul skill. Yet, as the surging wave of mental energy approached, Ling Yi's eyes held no fear, but rather a flicker of mockery. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing upward. Chaotic divine mill. Buzz. A more ancient and profound terror, seemingly capable of crushing the souls of countless realms, suddenly erupted. A colossal stone mill, entirely gray and adorned with enigmatic patterns, slowly materialized above Ling Yi's head. As the millstone turned, it emitted no sound, yet it seemed as though even space itself trembled in mournful lament. The divine mill of soul suppression. Ling Yi's 5 fingers grasped the air, and with a sudden thrust towards the oncoming wave of pink spiritual energy, he pressed down fiercely. Boom! The chaotic phantom of the divine mill abruptly accelerated, unleashing an invisible wave of gray spiritual energy, imbued with the utter annihilation of will, crashing mercilessly into the pink spiritual tide. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a chilling obliteration that froze the very essence of the soul. Hiss, 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 like boiling soup splashing upon snow. The seemingly tumultuous and mind-confounding pink wave, upon contact with the gray shock wave, emitted a piercing sound of dissolution, disintegrating in vast swathes into oblivion. Hulaina let out a muffled groan, her countenance paling instantly as if struck by a heavy blow, staggering back several steps with a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth. The ethereal manifestation of her fox spirit martial soul quivered violently, on the verge of collapse. Her most formidable control soul skill proved utterly inadequate against the soul-suppressing power of the chaotic divine mill. An eerie silence fell over the arena. The sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Everyone was stunned by this bizarre and domineering spectacle. Hulaina, a paragon of the younger generation of the Spirit Hall and a formidable great soul master, was utterly overwhelmed in a clash of spiritual prowess by a mere level 20 soul master without a soul ring. Chapter 10. The twin spirits display their might. The Pope personally leads the Stardow Forest. Bishop Salus abruptly rose, his eyes filled with shock and ecstasy. Twin spirits. It is indeed twin spirits. One devouring and domineering, the other annihilating the spirit. May the Spirit Hall be blessed. May the Spirit Hall be blessed. Hulaina steadied herself, wiping the blood from her lips, gazing at Ling Yi with a mixture of astonishment, reluctance, and a deep-seated sense of fear and helplessness. She finally comprehended why His Holiness the Pope placed such importance on this individual. He was, without a doubt, a monster. Ling Yi slowly retracted the 2 magnificent manifestations of his martial souls, his aura steady, as if the earth-shattering clash had left no mark upon him. He approached Hulaina and calmly remarked, "Senior sister, you have my respect." Hulaina looked at Ling Yi's tranquil visage, her heart a tumult of emotions. Her pride had been shattered, But more so, she felt an awe for that unfathomable power. Taking a deep breath to suppress her swirling blood, she managed to force a smile. Your Highness, the Holy Sun, truly lives up to the reputation. Senior sister, I concede. The admission of defeat was difficult for her to utter, yet it was sincere. In the face of absolute strength, any resistance was but a jest. In the stands, after a brief silence, thunderous cheers and discussions erupted. The new Holy Sun, Ling Yi, had showcased his twin divine martial spirits and overwhelmingly crushed the spirit sect's Hyena. Despite lacking a soul ring, this battle would surely reverberate throughout the younger generation of the Spirit Hall, just as the crowd's spirits soared, a vast and boundless aura, reminiscent of a sovereign of heaven and earth, silently enveloped the entire battle arena. All cheers and discussions ceased abruptly, as if a hand had gripped their throats. A figure, resplendent and exuding a sacred brilliance, had quietly appeared in the exalted guest area at the pinnacle of the Soul Arena. Clad in a purple-gold papal robe and adorned with a jeweled crown, it was none other than Pope Bibi Dong. All hail the Pope. The crowd, including Salas and the recently defeated Hyena, hastily bowed in reverence, their voices imbued with awe. Ling Yi also promptly turned to pay his respects. Bibi Dong's gaze swept over the assembly, lingering momentarily on Ling Yi, a hint of imperceptible satisfaction flickering in her violet eyes, before settling on the somewhat disheveled Hyena. Her voice, though calm, resonated with an undeniable authority. Victory and defeat are commonplace among soul masters. Hyena, you must understand that there are always those stronger than yourself. Diligent cultivation is the true path. Your teachings will be heeded, Your Holiness. Hyena replied, a shiver coursing through her. Bibi Dong nodded slightly, her attention shifting back to Ling Yi. Ling Yi, your disciple is here. He responded, prepare yourself. We shall depart at once. Bibi Dong's voice carried an air of resolute determination. Her destination, the core region of the Star Dough Forest. For you, I shall acquire the first soul ring. The word Star Dough Forest, core region, reverberated like thunder in the hearts of the gathered crowd. The core region, a perilous domain teeming with 10,000-year soul beasts, was a deathly forbidden zone. The Pope herself intended to lead the new Saint Sun there to secure his first soul ring? How profound was this regard? How utterly reckless? Ling Yi felt a surge of exhilaration as well, igniting a fiery ambition within him. The core region, 10,000-year soul beasts. This was the worthy beginning for his twin divine soul. Yes, I will obey, Ling Yi declared with unwavering strength. Bibi Dong uttered no further words. Her figure gradually ascending, enveloped in a radiant purple-gold light, appearing as a deity descending to the mortal realm. With a graceful wave of her hand, a soft yet potent soul power enveloped Ling Yi. Salas, you shall temporarily oversee the affairs of the palace. I accept the command. Salas replied with palpable excitement. In the next moment, a flash of purple-gold light engulfed them, and Bibi Dong, along with Ling Yi, vanished from the arena, leaving behind an atmosphere of shock, reverence, and an incessant buzz of speculation. The core region of the Star Dough Forest, the Pope's personal expedition. From whence will the first soul ring of the new Saint Sun Ling Yi be drawn? 10,000-year soul beasts. This promised to be a soul-hunting journey that would reverberate throughout the continent. Hyena gazed in the direction of their disappearance, her fists clenched tightly, her eyes ablaze with an unprecedented fighting spirit. Star Dough Core, first soul ring, Ling Yi, I will not be left behind. Absolutely not. Meanwhile, in an obscure corner of the spirit city, a pair of golden eyes, radiant like the sun, yet obscured in shadow, watched intently in the direction of the Pope's palace, their gaze inscrutable, tinged with amusement and cold calculation. Bibi Dong, you are quite invested in this suddenly emerging Saint Sun. The Star Dough Core? How intriguing. It appears that my plans may require a slight adjustment. The journey to the Star Dough beckons, and the tempest shall rise. Chapter 11. The Manifestation of Emperor Tian. The Star Dough Forest, core region. The air here is as heavy as mercury, infused with an ancient, primal essence that sends shivers down one's soul. Towering trees stretch towards the heavens, their canopies overlapping, slicing sunlight into fragmented patches of illumination. Beneath our feet lies a thick layer of humus, several feet deep, silent underfoot, yet seemingly ready to engulf any living being at a moment's notice. A faintly sweet, metallic scent lingers in the air, an invisible mark left by apex predators. Silence reigns here, yet beneath this stillness lies a peril potent enough to shatter even the mightiest of souls. A purplish golden light pierces through the dim forest, moving with incredible speed and utter silence. Bibi Dong, accompanied by Ling Yi, glides through the periphery of the core area like a specter merged with shadows. The Pope's formidable mental prowess acts like invisible tendrils, deftly navigating the territories of formidable soul beasts, choosing a relatively safe path. Nevertheless, Ling Yi can distinctly sense the terrifying gazes of greed, brutality, and overwhelming pressure directed at him from all sides. The beings behind those stares exude an aura of dominance that far surpasses any he has previously encountered, each being a soul beast over 50,000 years old. Bibidong's expression remains composed as her purple golden robes flow seamlessly with her swift movements, appearing as if she is merely strolling leisurely. Yet Ling Yi understands that at this moment, the Pope's mind must be intensely focused, akin to a tightly drawn bowstring. Do you feel it? Bibidong's cold voice resonates directly within Ling Yi's mind. Every inch of this land is imbued with the will of soul beasts that have existed for 100,000 years. They are the true sovereigns of this forest. Ling Yi solemnly nods, his chaotic divine mill soul spirit spontaneously operating at its peak to resist the omnipresent mental pressure. The eternal divine furnace within him slowly rotates, absorbing the earth's rich and nearly viscous spiritual energy. The ice-fire golden body radiates a soft glow, isolating him from miasma and toxins. Your dual soul spirits possess boundless potential. The first soul ring must establish the most perfect foundation. Bibidong's voice carries an undeniable resolve. The chaotic divine mill's primary spirit must be annihilated, paired with a mental type or a soul ring endowed with formidable spiritual attributes, aiming for a lethal strike that will shock the soul. The eternal divine furnace encompasses all. It can refine myriad laws. For your first soul ring, I shall select either the ultimate ice or ultimate fire attribute to lay the elemental foundation, enabling the refinement of even greater power in the future. A top-tier mental type soul ring. An ultimate attribute soul ring. The target is none other than the mightiest soul beasts in the core area. Ling Yi's blood surges with fervor, yet he simultaneously feels the weight of immense pressure. Such an objective implies that they are to deliberately step into the layers of those 100,000-year soul beasts, engaging in a fight for survival. Ahead lies the territory of the shadow demon leopard. Bibidong's voice takes on a chilling tone. This creature boasts unparalleled speed, excels in mental piercing and shadowy assassination, and is close to 90,000 years in age. Its soul ring harbors formidable mental piercing and concealment traits, perfectly suited for your chaotic divine mill. 90,000 years. A top-tier soul beast nearing 100,000. Ling Yi holds his breath. The two suddenly reduce their speed, suppressing all presence, moving like shadows. Soon, a marshland shrouded in dense shadows comes into view. The air is thick with the scent of decay and chill, as light appears to be utterly devoured in this place. At the heart of the swamp, a massive black rock serves as the perch for a long, lithe figure, cloaked in sleek, pure black fur, devoid of any mottling, rendering it nearly invisible in the shadows. Measuring over 5 meters in length, its musculature is both fluid and brimming with explosive strength. Most disconcerting are its eyes, akin to two burning orbs of ghostly green flame, cold, merciless, and filled with a stark indifference towards life. This is the 9,000-year soul beast, the shadow demon leopard. It seems to be feigning slumber, yet Ling Yi can sense an invisible, piercing mental wave emanating from it, rippling outward like water, vigilantly monitoring every subtle movement within its territory. Prepare. Bai Dong's voice resonates in Ling Yi's mind, tinged with gravity. Even she requires a decisive strike to hunt a soul beast nearing 10,000 years, renowned for its speed and elusiveness, lest it attract even more terrifying entities. Bai Dong's figure vanishes soundlessly from sight. In the next instant, an indescribable, terrifying aura, as if summoned from the depths of the underworld, erupts. The Death Domain. With a hum, a vast expanse of profound purple-black energy envelopes the area surrounding the shadow demon leopard. Within this realm, light is entirely extinguished, leaving only pure death and decay. The shadow demon leopard, as if its tail had been stepped on, instantly bristles in alarm. Its ghostly green pupils blaze with horror. It seeks to escape, to meld into the shadows, yet within this absolute domain of death, its shadow evasion talent is utterly suppressed. The true form of the soul-devouring spider emperor. A chilling and authoritative voice resonates throughout the domain. Bai Dong's silhouette emerges from the purple-black radiance, transformed not into the resplendent pope, but into a fearsome, colossal spider exuding an aura of inexorable death. 8 legs, resembling the scythes of death, glimmer ominously, while its massive mandibles open and close, spewing forth toxic silk. This is the terrifying manifestation of Bai Dong's ultimate martial soul, the Death Spider Emperor. Fused with the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. 8th soul skill, Soul-Devouring Scythe. From the mandibles of the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, a perfectly condensed purple-black energy blade suddenly erupts. The blade is silent, yet it seems capable of severing the very essence of the soul, leaving faint black fissures in its wake. Its speed is unparalleled, instantly appearing above the shadow demon leopard. The shadow demon leopard emits a desperate shriek, its body radiating ghostly light as it attempts to form the strongest mental shield. Yet, before this scythe imbued with the laws of death and the power of soul devouring, its mental defenses are as fragile as paper. Swoosh! The purple-black energy blade effortlessly cleaves into the head of the shadow demon leopard. No blood sprays forth. Instead, its immense body convulses violently, and its ghostly green pupils dim instantly, as its vast mental energy and the essence of its soul are mercilessly consumed by the blade. In a single strike, this nearly 10,000-year pinnacle soul beast is brought to the brink of annihilation. The entire process unfolds with the swiftness of lightning. From the domain's emergence to the ascent of the soul ring, mere moments pass. Ling Yi stood by, his heart shaken to its core. This was the might of a peak Douluo. With each gesture, life and death were determined. He swung his blade, feeling a jolt of pain in his arm. Yet the weapon remained sharp enough to extinguish the last flicker of the soul beast's essence. A profound black soul ring, radiating an intense dark light and formidable spiritual fluctuations, gradually ascended from its lifeless body. Ling Yi, prepared to absorb. Bibi Dong restored her human form, her aura slightly fluctuating but still exuding authority. With a wave of her delicate hand, a gentle force drew the deep black soul ring towards Ling Yi. The ring emanated a heart-stopping sensation of spiritual piercing and thick darkness, imbued with an exceptionally high quality. Ling Yi's eyes ignited with fervent brilliance, a 90,000-year spirit ring. This was the most perfect beginning for the chaotic god grinding. He promptly sat cross-legged, unleashing the full might of the chaotic god grinding martial soul. A gray phantom of a grinding disc began to revolve slowly above his head, exuding a powerful suction as it sought to draw in the black soul ring. At that critical moment, an unexpected change occurred. The entire core region of the Star Dove forest trembled violently, without warning. It was as if an ancient behemoth, long dormant beneath the earth, was stirring. An indescribable, vast terror descended from the heavens, causing even Bibi Dong to change countenance, enveloping the surrounding area for hundreds of miles. This pressure did not emanate from a single soul beast, but rather from the very will of the forest itself. It was laden with boundless fury, coldness, and a wrath that felt desecrated. Humans, you possess great audacity. How dare you slaughter my kin in my sacred slumbering ground? A grand, ancient voice resonated, echoing like the clash of eternal ice within the depths of Ling Yi and Bibi Dong's souls. The authority and power contained within the voice plunged Ling Yi into a frigid abyss, as though his very essence could be shattered. Bibi Dong's expression shifted dramatically, her violet eyes revealing an unprecedented seriousness and caution. She instantly positioned herself before Ling Yi, fully deploying her death domain. Detian, the true sovereign of the Star Dove Forest, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Detian. He had been roused, and his fury was boundless. Chapter 12, A Million-Year Sacrifice. The Soul Ring shocks the world with imperial fury. Ling Yi's attempt to absorb the Soul Ring was abruptly interrupted. The 90,000-year Soul Ring trembled violently under the terrifying pressure of Detian, nearly collapsing. Beep. Detected an irresistible supreme pressure. The divine level selection system is urgently triggered. Option 1. Immediately abandon the absorption of the Soul Ring and plead for Detian's mercy, fleeing with Bibi Dong. Reward. Preserve 1's life. Detian may show leniency, extremely low probability. Punishment. Miss out on the top-tier Soul Ring. The foundation of the chaotic god grinding suffers damage, permanently losing 1 divine level selection opportunity. Option 2. Forcefully absorb the Soul Ring, betting that Detian will not strike down an ant immediately. Reward. Successfully absorb the 90,000-year Soul Ring. The chaotic god grinding gains shadow piercing and soul shock soul skills. Punishment. Enrage Detian. 999 probability of being casually obliterated by him, with Bibi Dong potentially suffering severe injury. Choose 3. Special hidden option. Limited to this desperate situation, using the chaotic god grinding martial soul as a conduit. Communicate with the slumbering remnants of the heavenly dream ice silkworm deep within the starry earth's veins. Send forth a soul resonance and a request for a contract. Reward. If successful, obtain the wisdom soul ring of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, 100,000 years in the making, accompanied by 4 vacant soul ring positions, 100,000-year soul skill, and an ultimate enhancement of spiritual attributes. The system will fully assist in shielding the perception of Emperor Tian for 0.1 seconds. Punishment. Failure will result in the soul being counterattacked and severely injured by the remnants of the heavenly dream, rendering one an imbecile. Success will also thoroughly enrage Emperor Tian, inviting relentless pursuit. Moreover, one must bear the consequences of the heavenly dream ice silkworm's divine creation plan. Please make your decision within 1 second. Countdown begins. 1. The system's prompts surged through Ling Yi's mind like a tempest, overwhelming him with urgency. 3 options, each more despairing and reckless than the last. The oppressive might of Emperor Tian loomed like a colossal mountain, cracking his bones and sending tremors through his very soul. The shadow of death had never appeared so vivid. To give up? With a damaged foundation, the future seemed bleak. To forcibly absorb? A certain death. To communicate with the heavenly dream ice silkworm? That legendary 100,000-year soul beast? Remnants? A contract? This was simply absurd. Yet that reward, the 100,000-year soul ring, accompanied by 4 soul ring positions. This temptation was enough to drive any soul master to madness. The roar of Emperor Tian echoed in his ears, the terrifying pressure threatening to crush his consciousness. Ants. Die. Time was running out. In an instant, a frenzied light erupted in Ling Yi's eyes. All his mental energy, all his will, surged forth like a volcano in the final moment of death's threat and the system's countdown, striking fiercely at the seemingly impossible, yet singularly hopeful option 3. I choose 3. Communicate with the heavenly dream, ice silkworm. Ding. Selection successful. God-level selection system permissions fully activated. Soul resonance channel establishing, fully shielding Emperor Tian's perception, 0.1 seconds. Commence. Buzz. An indescribable, transcendent, and utterly pure ice-blue mental torrent surged forth, seemingly traversing endless time and space. Rushing from the deepest veins of the starry forest into the sea of Ling Yi's spirit, propelled by the special resonance emitted by his chaotic God-grinding martial soul. This mental torrent was vast, frigid, yet brimming with ineffable wisdom, the weight of ages, and an almost euphoric sense of liberation. Wahaha! Finally, I have awaited you. I am on the verge of weaving the silk of the ice silkworm. A spirit system. An ultimate spirit system martial soul. And this special soul that can harbor my spiritual essence. Perfect. Too perfect. My divine creation plan has hope. A voice, filled with extreme excitement, yet tinged with mischief, resonated like a great bell within the sea of Ling Yi's spirit. Simultaneously, the chaotic shadow of the god grinding above his head erupted with an unprecedented, resplendent gray light. Deep within that gray light, a point of ice-blue brilliance, akin to the stars of the universe, spun wildly and expanded. The outside world. As the formidable Emperor Tian was about to crush the 2 insignificant ants beneath his feet, his colossal dragon eye, which overshadowed the heavens, suddenly narrowed. He sensed an exceedingly faint yet peculiar wave of energy emanating from the frail human, a sensation that stirred an inexplicable tremor deep within his very soul. This wave carried with it an aura of repulsion intertwined with an undercurrent of caution, reminiscent of the formidable creature he had imprisoned and drained of power. The slightest hesitation, a mere fraction of a second, momentarily slowed Emperor Tian's movements. In that infinitesimal moment, it was done. Boy, open your heart and embrace my sacrifice. The voice of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, filled with a blend of ecstasy and determination, roared within Ling Yi's mind. Boom! A radiant pillar of light, indescribable in its beauty and grandeur, suddenly soared into the sky from Ling Yi's being. This beam was not of any known color. It appeared to be a condensation of countless stars, a manifestation of luminous wisdom. Within this column, an array of ice-blue, enigmatic runes swirled, exuding an ancient, sacred, yet oddly whimsical aura. A colossal, unimaginable ice-blue soul ring slowly coalesced above Ling Yi's head. So immense was this soul ring that it threatened to rupture the death domain established by Bibi Dong. Upon this soul ring, 10 resplendent golden patterns, akin to divine inscriptions, were indelibly etched. Beyond these 10 golden lines, a vague silhouette loomed, seemingly imbued with infinite possibilities. A million-year soul ring. 10 golden patterns. The legendary wisdom soul ring. No. Emperor Tian's roar, brimming with boundless fury and disbelief, erupted like apocalyptic thunder, shattering the very core of the Star Do forest. Damnable insect! How dare you! The terrifying might of the dragon descended like a tangible tsunami. Bibidon's complexion turned ashen, the death domain quaked violently, and her purple-gold Pope's robe billowed without wind. She gazed at the million-year soul ring above Ling Yi, a phenomenon that upended all known conventions of soul masters. Her violet eyes filled with unprecedented shock and a hint of terror that even she herself had not recognized. Is this truly the holy son I have chosen? The first soul ring, a million years? The Star Do forest erupted into chaos. When the emperor was enraged, countless lives were lost. Ling Yi, amidst the tempest of Emperor Tian's wrath and Bibi Dong's astonished gaze, found his consciousness completely submerged in the vast, boundless ice-blue torrent of wisdom. The fusion with the million-year soul ring was just beginning. Chapter 13, Awakening of the Heavenly Dream. Emperor Tian, in a fit of rage, tore through space, while Bibi Dong resolutely stood her ground. As Ling Yi's soul ring merged, the 4 soul abilities of the heavenly dream ice silkworm awakened in an instant. The eternal divine furnace withstood a fatal blow, its body riddled with cracks. The spatial talisman shattered, the dragon's breath engulfing the afterimage. As the 2 heavily wounded figures vanished into the void, Emperor Tian, in a furious pursuit, marked his prey with the Silver Dragon King's spatial seal. In the final moment before Ling Yi succumbed to unconsciousness, the remnant soul of the heavenly dream issued a warning. Ants, how dare you steal the treasures of the Star Do? Emperor Tian's roar reverberated like a million thundering storms, exploding in the most forbidden zone of the Star Do forest. The sound transcended mere sound waves, becoming an embodiment of the purest dragon might and a will for destruction. From his mouth erupted a pitch-black dragon flame, not merely fire, but rather as if the very void solidified was ablaze, collapsing. In its wake, the space shattered like fragile glass, emitting a disconcerting cracking sound, before fracturing piece by piece, revealing the chaotic void beneath. A terrifying force instantaneously tore and consumed the surrounding ancient trees, colossal stones, and even light itself. Bibidon's pupils constricted to pinpricks. The Rakshasa scythe in her grasp howled with an unprecedented, mournful wail, as a dense, purplish-black, deathly energy surged forth recklessly, instantly erecting a formidable barrier composed of countless wailing souls and cursed runes before her, a deathly bulwark. With a thunderous clash, the purplish-black and dark-red forces of death and destruction, representing the pinnacle of earthly terror, collided fiercely without any embellishment. At the point of impact, time seemed to freeze for a moment. Subsequently, a visible shockwave, interspersed with fragments of space, surged forth at a speed surpassing sound. Where the shockwave reached, everything was reduced to dust. Those towering ancient trees, which had stood for 100,000 years and were harder than iron, emitted not even a whisper of resistance before being instantaneously disintegrated into the finest particles. The earth was forcibly scraped away by several yards, exposing the charred rock layers below. The shockwave swept over a distant low hill, slicing through it as if by an invisible blade, causing the upper half to vanish silently. Coughing, Bibidong stifled a groan. Her exquisite visage instantly drained of color. Her hands, clasping the Rakshasa scythe, suffered a complete rupture at the palms, as purplish-golden blood streamed down her wrists, staining the cold scythe. The luxurious purplish-golden robe, symbolizing the supreme authority of the Pope, was now seared with large charred holes by the terrifying heat of the dragon flame, revealing beneath a flickering dark golden sheen, yet equally marred with cracks. An overwhelming force surged through the scythe, violently impacting her, forcing her to stagger backward, each step leaving deep fissures in the scorched ground. What struck her most profoundly was that within the seemingly ferocious dragon flame of Detion, there entwined a subtle, yet overwhelmingly pure silver spatial power that pierced her very soul with agony. This power was akin to invisible chains, silently infiltrating her deathly barrier, wildly eroding and solidifying her surging soul energy, rendering her movements as sluggish as if caught in the most viscous mire. This was the power of the Silver Dragon King. Guyana, Detion had not come alone. Kid, hurry. I truly can't hold on any longer. That old black dragon has gone mad. And that silver dragon woman is up to no good. In Ling Yi's spiritual sea, the ethereal shadow of the dream ice silkworm twisted violently under the terrifying dragon might infused with the Silver Dragon King's pressure, as if it might completely dissipate at any moment. The ice-blue million-year soul ring, born of its sacrifice, spun with unprecedented frenzied speed. The boundless, starry expanse of pure spiritual force surged forth like a tumultuous torrent of energy, relentlessly sweeping through every corner of Ling Yi's consciousness. This was the terrifying power, capable of shattering a tidal Douluo, contained within a million-year soul ring. The intense sensation of soul-rending agony caused Ling Yi's muscles to convulse, with veins protruding beneath his skin, as if countless red-hot needles stirred within his skull. The excruciating pain felt akin to the infernal flames of hell, scorching every nerve in his being. Yet, just as this ultimate suffering threatened to engulf his consciousness, a resonant hum erupted. The frantically spinning ice-blue soul ring suddenly unleashed 4 resplendent golden runes. These ancient and mysterious runes, imbued with the chaotic essence of the universe's dawn, instantaneously imprinted themselves upon the soul ring and were deeply etched into the very core of Ling Yi's soul. First soul skill, spirit replication. Second soul skill, soul domination. Third soul skill, simulation of all illusions. Fourth soul skill, dream of heaven domain. A torrent of information surged into Ling Yi's consciousness. He was awakened. Ling Yi's eyes flew open, revealing a myriad of twinkling stars shimmering within the previously profound depths of his black irises. The chaotic divine grinding martial soul hovering above him resonated with a powerful hum, as 10 ancient golden divine patterns, symbolizing the might of the divine mill, blazed to life, radiating a vast divine light that pierced through the heavens and the earth. This brilliance, imbued with the monumental strength of creation, forced a narrow fissure through the encroaching force of the Silver Dragon King's spatial confinement. Seeking destruction, in Emperor Tion's golden dragon eyes, fury surged, threatening to incinerate the void. He was astonished that this insignificant insect had truly succeeded under the dual pressure exerted by himself and his master. The aura of the million-year soul ring instilled within him a profound sense of threat and deeper humiliation. Without a moment's hesitation, Emperor Tion's massive dragon claw, adorned with menacing black scales, rose once more. This time, it was not wreathed in dragon flames, but rather coalesced into an ultimate darkness. Wherever the claw passed, space was easily torn asunder, leaving behind 5 twisted, profound black fissures. The dragon claw, moving at a speed beyond comprehension, disregarded the distance of space and appeared directly above Ling Yi, descending with the terrifying intent to shatter stars and obliterate all. Its target was none other than Ling Yi's head. The shadow of death loomed cold and bone-chilling, instantly enveloping Ling Yi. At the critical moment, the eternal divine furnace, The realm of melting. Ling Yi's eyes widened in agony as he emitted a primal roar, channeling the immense soul power gained from merging with the million-year soul ring. Along with every ounce of strength he had extracted from his potential, he fervently poured it into the second martial soul suspended before him, the eternal divine furnace. The red and blue intertwining specter of the eternal divine furnace surged dramatically. The ancient patterns etched upon its walls, of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers, suddenly illuminated, exuding a terrifying heat capable of refining the very fabric of the world. A chaotic flame erupted from the furnace's mouth, weaving above Ling Yi into a gossamer membrane that seemed fragile yet contained the cycles of countless worlds. Clang! The terrifying dragon claw, potent enough to rend space itself, struck fiercely against the seemingly delicate refining membrane. A resounding echo reverberated through the soul, reminiscent of a cataclysmic clash between two worlds. The ethereal silhouette of the eternal divine furnace flickered violently, lamenting. The newly illuminated patterns of sun, moon, and stars upon its walls dimmed instantaneously, shattering into fragments. Countless grotesque fissures spread across the entire furnace like a spider's web in an instant. In merely 0.1 seconds, the formidable defenses of the eternal divine furnace, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a tidal Douluo, were on the brink of complete disintegration under the wrathful strike of Emperor Tian. Yet, it was this fleeting 0.1 seconds, purchased at a great cost, that offered a singular, ephemeral glimmer of hope. Chapter 14. The Dragon Emperor's Fury in the Void. Let us go. Bibi Dong forcefully suppressed the tumultuous surge of her blood and the tremors of her soul core, her blood-stained jade hand darting forth like lightning to grasp Ling Yi's arm. In her other hand, a silver stone inscribed with intricate spatial runes was instantaneously crushed to dust. Buzz! A dense wave of spatial fluctuations surged forth, enveloping her and Ling Yi in a silvery bubble at a rapid pace, just as their forms were about to be entirely consumed by the power of space, becoming ethereal and transparent. Boom! Emperor Tian's terrifying dragon claw, which had shattered the wall of the molten realm, was accompanied by an onslaught of annihilating dragon breath, akin to a roaring black tempest, mercilessly engulfing the remnants of their figures left behind. The space in that area collapsed completely, obliterating into a horrifying black hole that exuded an aura of destruction, one that could not be mended for a long time. Roar! Witnessing the two thieves of the Star Do treasures escape beneath his claws, Emperor Tian let out a furious roar that shattered the very firmament. The sound waves transformed into a tangible shock, leveling the already ravaged ground below. The golden dragon eyes instantly locked onto the direction of the escaping spatial fluctuations, which led to the outskirts of the Star Do forest. Despicable thieves! You cannot flee. Emperor Tian's colossal dragon form surged, stirring the winds and clouds, ready to rend the fabric of space in pursuit. At that moment, a voice, cool, ethereal, yet imbued with supreme authority, resonated like a crystalline spring within the depths of Emperor Tian's tumultuous consciousness. Emperor Tian. These two simple words momentarily tempered the fury of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, as his massive dragon head turned towards the core of the Lake of Life. Master, the spatial coordinates have been marked. The cool voice remained unperturbed, as if stating a trivial fact. Upon them lingered my trace of the void. Go. Bring back the soul ring. If it cannot be retrieved, then erase it completely. The final two words carried the chilling essence of a soul frozen in time. Understood. A fierce light shot forth from Emperor Tian's eyes, devoid of any further hesitation. His enormous dragon claw slashed fiercely at the space before him. Sizzle! A vast spatial rift was forcibly torn open, and from the other side, the essence of the Star Do forest's outskirts faintly emanated. Emperor Tian's dragon form swayed and instantaneously plunged into the rift, vanishing without a trace. The spatial rift rapidly sealed, leaving behind a scene of desolate destruction, along with a barely audible, bone-chilling sigh from the depths of the Lake of Life. The intense sensation of spatial tearing felt as though countless dull blades were slicing through the flesh. Bibi Dong clung desperately to Ling Yi's arm, her power as a Rakshasa barely managing to form a protective shield against the violent currents of space. Her complexion was as pale as gilded paper, with dark, golden blood frothing at her lips, a clear indication that she had sustained severe injuries from withstanding Emperor Tian's strike, and had forcibly activated the spatial talisman, exacerbating her already grievous condition. Ling Yi's situation was even more dire. The forceful activation of the eternal divine furnace to counteract Emperor Tian's wrathful blow inflicted upon him a backlash akin to countless red-hot nails piercing deeply into his soul. The light of the chaotic divine grinder dimmed to its nadir, and 10 golden lines flickered on the verge of extinction. The phantom of the eternal divine furnace was riddled with cracks, nearly on the brink of collapse. His eyes were tightly shut, blood seeping from all 7 orifices. His body being dragged limply by Bibi Dong, sustained only by a sheer force of will preventing him from slipping into total unconsciousness. In the throes of excruciating pain and a soul-shattering vertigo, Ling Yi, drawing on his newly acquired soul skill instinctively, struggled to summon a faint thread of spiritual energy. With a hum, an imperceptible wave of illusionary energy rippled like water across the surface, momentarily cloaking the last remnants of their presence within the spatial passage. This feeble wave, pitifully weak amidst the chaotic spatial turbulence, cleverly distorted and disguised their true direction of escape, leaving behind a misleading trace of aura pointing in the opposite direction. This was the innate ability of the million-year-old spiritual power of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, extracted from Ling Yi at the brink of death. With a thud, the space warped, and two disheveled figures plummeted from the air, crashing down like torn burlap sacks onto the edge of a relatively sparse woodland. Here, they had distanced themselves from the suffocating pressure of the core area, and the air felt refreshingly clear. The tremendous impact caused Bibi Dong to lose her composure, violently expelling a mouthful of dark purple blood, her breath instantly faltering to an extreme low. The Rakshasa demon scythe slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground. She knelt on one knee, gasping for air, each breath tearing at her lungs with excruciating pain. Ling Yi, on the other hand, succumbed to complete unconsciousness, crashing onto the leaf-strewn earth, motionless, with only the faintest fluctuation of soul power indicating he was still alive. His garments were in tatters, revealing skin marred by countless fine bloodstains and scorched blackened patches, his visage as pale as a corpse. With great effort, Bibi Dong attempted to rise and assess Ling Yi's condition. But as soon as she moved, the world spun violently around her, nearly causing her to topple. The destructive power contained in Emperor Tian's strike, coupled with the spatial confinement of the Silver Dragon King, ravaged her body like a relentless parasite, continuously damaging her meridians and soul core. At that moment, a voice brimming with urgency and indignation echoed from afar, "Your Holiness the Pope." As the words fell, a blinding golden light streaked across the sky like a meteor, crashing to the ground not far in front of Bibi Dong, stirring a cloud of dust. As the golden light dissipated, it revealed a tall, elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow. He donned a long white robe adorned with intricate golden patterns, his visage imposing, yet currently filled with shock and incredulity. He was none other than Tuoba Shi, one of the esteemed elders of the Spirit Hall, possessing the supreme beast spirit, the white-armored Earth Dragon. As he beheld the Pope Bibi Dong, nearly reduced to a bloodied figure and on the verge of death, alongside the unconscious and equally tragic Saint's son Ling Yi, he felt a lingering tremor of dread from the remnants of a terrifying dragon might still wafting through the air. Even as a titled Douluo, he was momentarily struck with horror. "Your Majesty, Saint's son, what has happened? Who could inflict such harm upon you?" Tuoba Shi's voice quivered with disbelief. He had been commanded by Bibi Dong to provide support at the outskirts of the Stardew Forest. Yet he had never anticipated encountering such a gruesome scene. With great difficulty, Bibi Dong lifted her head, her blood-stained violet eyes still reflecting a profound dread of the fearsome entity in the core region, yet more prominently, an icy resolve. She opened her mouth, her voice rasping like sandpaper. D. Tian, the Silver Dragon King, Mark. Quickly, take us back to Spirit City." Before she could finish, another spurt of blood surged forth, her body swaying perilously. Tuoba Shi's pupils dilated in shock. Tian, the sovereign of soul beasts in the Stardew Forest, the legendary golden-eyed Black Dragon King, and the Silver Dragon King. The weight of these two names pressed down upon him like an insurmountable mountain, rendering him breathless. However, his reflexes were sharp. He suppressed the tumultuous waves of fear within, knowing that every second was crucial for survival. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, one hand steadying the swaying Bibi Dong, while the other conjured a gentle sphere of soul power to carefully lift the unconscious Ling Yi from the ground. "Fear not, Your Majesty. I shall protect you both with my life." Tuoba Shi proclaimed with determination, his 9 soul rings glowing instantaneously, particularly the resplendent crimson 10th ring of 100,000 years, which erupted with blinding radiance. The ethereal form of the white-armored Earth Dragon roared behind him, and a formidable defensive field immediately enveloped the trio. He dared not linger, nor did he pause to scrutinize the faint, chilling aura of the ice-blue soul ring emanating from Ling Yi. With a powerful thrust of his foot, he propelled himself forward. Boom! The ground erupted in a massive crater as Tuoba Shi, bearing the injured Bibi Dong and the unconscious Ling Yi, transformed into a dazzling golden meteor, racing at breakneck speed towards the Spirit City beyond the Stardew Forest. Their velocity was such that they left a long golden tail in the air, tearing through it with a sharp, explosive sound. Barely half a minute after their departure, boom, hundreds of meters above their point of descent, the space shattered as if struck by immense force, resembling splintering glass. A colossal dragon claw, covered in menacing black scales and radiating an aura of destruction, emerged with ferocity. The massive body of Tian followed suit, rending the very fabric of space as it descended. The cold golden dragon eye surveyed the disarrayed forest below, instantly detecting the lingering essence of the blood Bibi Dong had expelled, as well as the faint traces of mental fluctuations left by Ling Yi during his final moments of casting. simulated myriad phantoms. Humph, a mere parlor trick. A flicker of disdain crossed Di Tian's eyes. The mere illusionary interference was akin to child's play against his boundless mental prowess. His gaze swiftly locked onto the clear golden soul power trace left in the air by Tuoba Shi and his two companions as they fled, directing towards the forest's edge. Escape? I shall observe how long you can elude me. Di Tian's deep dragon tongue resonated with an inexhaustible killing intent. With a powerful flap of his wings, his colossal form unleashed a terrifying speed that belied its size, transforming into a streak of black lightning that tore through the sky, pursuing the golden trail relentlessly. As he passed, the forest below appeared as if cleaved by an invisible blade, trees toppling in rows, leaving a path of devastation that was nothing short of horrifying. Meanwhile, in the deepest recesses of Ling Yi's unconscious mind, the ephemeral remnant of the heavenly dream ice silkworm flickered like a dying candle in the wind. In the final moment before complete dissolution, it exerted the last vestige of its will, imprinting a warning filled with infinite dread upon Ling Yi's soul. Child, beware. That silver dragoness space mark is a trap. Chapter 15. The true despair. The heart of the holy dragon Da Tuoba Shi raced wildly within his chest, threatening to shatter his ribs. He had never experienced such pure, primal fear, rooted in the instinct for survival. The terrifying dragon might that approached him with relentless speed felt like the cold scythe of death, looming over the trio. Each tremor in space heralded the proximity of death. His entire soul power boiled like magma, burning uncontrollably. The ninth soul ring, a vivid crimson emblem of peak power, erupted in an unprecedented blinding radiance, enveloping him along with Bibi Dong and Ling Yi in a golden red aura. The phantom of the white-armored earth dragon roared amidst the golden light, its massive scaled visage layering over the three of them, forming the most formidable mobile fortress. The speed had reached the zenith of Tuoba Shi's lifetime. Transformed into a golden meteor, he fled wildly above the star-doe forest, the blazing tail tearing through the clouds, producing a continuous, spine-chilling shriek. Below, the forest blurred into a green torrent. Hold on. Tuoba Shi bellowed, channeling a steady stream of soul power into Bibi Dong, striving to suppress the destructive dragon force and the venomous spatial confinement within her. He could sense Bibi Dong's breath flickering like a candle in the wind, her soul core trembling violently. Each infusion of soul power felt like a stone cast into the abyss, being wildly countered and devoured by those two terrifying forces. Bibi Dong's purple-gold eyes were half open, reflecting profound agony and icy tenacity. She could not articulate her fears and could only grip Tuoba Shi's arm fiercely, her fingertips nearly embedding into his flesh, conveying a silent urgency and warning. Faster. Hurry. That presence is closing in. Ling Yi's consciousness sank deeper into an abyss of chaos. Excruciating pain gnawed at his soul like countless venomous ants. The eternal divine furnace teetered on the brink of collapse, the residual impact of Di Tian's dragon might, and the soul-rending sensation from the forced fusion of a million-year soul ring intertwined to create an unending purgatory. In this abyss of despair, a faintly shimmering ice-blue light flickers like the last firefly in the night, resilient against the encroaching darkness. The ethereal voice of the dream ice silkworm, almost on the verge of dissipating, intermittently reaches Ling Yi's nearly silent consciousness. Listen, brother, it's not going to work. The flickering ice-blue glow sways precariously, as if it might extinguish at any moment. That silver dragon lady is treacherous. Dream's voice trembles with unprecedented dread. The void mark she left upon you is not merely a simple insignia. Caught in a tumultuous haze, Ling Yi grasps a fleeting clarity, akin to a drowning soul clutching at a straw. It's a trap. A trap. Dream's voice suddenly escalates, laden with a final warning. Through this mark, she can not only track you but also, in your moments of weakness, or when you attempt to harness the power of space to flee. She can detonate the spatial coordinates, forcibly pulling you back into her predestined death trap. As if to affirm Dream's warning, Ling Yi vaguely perceives, deep within the essence of his soul, the silver imprint he had previously managed to obscure with simulated myriad phantoms. The void mark now pulsates as though it were a living entity, an exceedingly subtle yet lethal spatial fluctuation, akin to the flicking tongue of a venomous serpent, seeks to penetrate his mental disguise, quietly spreading its influence. This fluctuation is so faint that, had Dream not signaled with her last remnants of spirit, Ling Yi would have remained utterly oblivious. Damn it, this woman has calculated everything to the bone. Dream's voice resonates with bitterness and fury, the ice blue light flickering violently, akin to a final reflection. Brother, let me help you one last time. Buzz. The feeble ice blue light surges forth explosively. It is not an overwhelming force but a torrent of pure thought, embodying the core essence of a million years of spiritual origin, instantaneously flooding into Ling Yi's sea of consciousness, resonating peculiarly with the newly acquired soul domination skill. The essence of soul domination does not lie in coercion but in understanding, communication, and guidance. At this moment, Dream ignites her last remnants of spirit to convey how to utilize this skill to comprehend, soothe, and even momentarily deceive that void mark. The stream of information flows into Ling Yi's chaotic mind like a revelation, unveiling the astonishingly intricate structure of spatial runes within the void mark, revealing the deeply concealed detonation node linked to distant coordinates. Use your mental power to simulate and stabilize the spatial illusion. Deceive it. Dream's voice grows weaker, more distant. By time, young one, survive. As the ice blue glow transmits this final, crucial message, it extinguishes with a soft puff, akin to a candle flame finally snuffed out. Dream Ice Silkworm's last remnant of spirit dissipates entirely, sacrificing itself to grant Ling Yi a sliver of hope. Dream. Ling Yi emits a soundless roar deep within his consciousness, a wave of immense sorrow and fury crashing through the agonizing pain. This million-year soul beast, evolving from an initial trading entity to a sacrificial catalyst, and now, in its final moments, burning its remaining essence as a warning, has paved the way for Ling Yi's survival with all that it possesses. He must not allow Tianming Bai to perish. He must not fall into the trap set by the Silver Dragon King. The primal instinct for survival and an overwhelming fury erupted within Ling Yi's near-fallen body like a volcano. He forcefully concentrated the feeble mental energy bestowed by the recently fused soul ring, struggling to operate the soul manipulation, according to Tianming's final guidance. His mental energy cautiously probed into the depths of the soul's origin, towards the pulsating silver imprint. No longer resisting or concealing, he endeavored to comprehend the spatial rhythms within. To soothe the restless spatial energy, and with exquisite precision, simulated a false signal of spatial stability and safe coordinates using his own mental energy, meticulously overlaying it upon the core detonation node of the imprint. This process was fraught with peril, akin to dancing upon a tightrope over an abyss. Ling Yi's mental energy was already weak, like a flickering candle in the wind, and was now instinctively repelled and attacked by the terrifying spatial will contained within the imprint. Belonging to the Silver Dragon King, each contact of his mental energy felt as if innumerable spatial blades were cutting him. The coagulated blood clots in Ling Yi's orifices burst anew, blood gushing forth, as his body convulsed violently within the enveloping soul power of Tuobashi. Saint! Tuobashi gasped, alarmed, sensing the chaotic surge of Ling Yi's soul power, his breath rapidly declining. Bibidong also noticed Ling Yi's abnormality. A flicker of urgency and profound concern crossing her violet eyes. She was unaware of the perilous gamble Ling Yi was undertaking on a conscious level. Yet her intuition warned her that it was undoubtedly connected to the pursuit by Di Tian and the Silver Dragon King. Behind them, roar. The thunderous dragon roar resonated like an apocalyptic horn, filled with a fury that could tear souls asunder, approaching with great force. Before the sound reached them, the tangible wave of dragon might crashed violently against the crimson gold defensive barrier erected by Tuobashi. Boom. The protective dome shattered like glass struck by a giant hammer, instantaneously covered in a web of cracks. Tuobashi struck hard, let out a muffled groan, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, and his speed of retreat abruptly faltered. He turned back in horror, only to witness a terrifying shadow, vast enough to eclipse the sky, rapidly enlarging at the horizon. Di Tian. He had caught up so swiftly. The colossal body of the black dragon stirred the heavens, each flap of its wings conjuring a hurricane that ripped through space. The golden dragon pupils, akin to two cold suns, locked onto the golden meteor ahead with unwavering focus. The distance between them was closing at a visible rate. Despicable insect. Halt! Di Tian's roar thundered within Tuobashi's soul, carrying an undeniable will that pressed down upon him. Tuobashi's heart trembled. Yet his pride as an elder of the Spirit Hall and his sense of responsibility for the safety of the Pope's saint ignited his final surge of courage. Di Tian, you shall not. Tuobashi's hair stood on end, his eyes bulging with intensity, his muscles taut, as the light of his ninth soul ring blazed to its utmost, even faintly revealing a hint of crimson. He completely relinquished his defenses, pouring all his soul energy into an all-or-nothing acceleration. The white dragon vanished into the void, igniting his soul. Boom. The golden light enveloping his body instantly transformed into a blinding blood gold hue. His speed soared, surpassing its limits yet again. The cost was the tearing of his skin, from which fine beads of blood began to seep, his breath turning wild and unstable, clearly at the expense of his very life essence. In a desperate struggle, the ferocity in Emperor Tian's eyes intensified. He raised his dragon claw, forcefully pressing it against the void ahead. The claw of annihilation shattered the space. Buzz. A massive black dragon claw, forged from pure destruction energy and even more potent than before, materialized out of thin air. Silver threads of spatial rifts coiled around the claw, imbued with an absolute will to shatter stars and obliterate all existence, disregarding the distance of space. In an instant, it appeared before Tuobashi and the others, descending like a chasm of doom. Before them loomed the fatal dragon claw, behind them, the annihilating black dragon. It was a true deadlock. A flicker of despair crossed Tuobashi's eyes, yet his movements showed no sign of hesitation. He roared, channeling all his burning soul energy into his defensive realm, preparing to withstand this cataclysmic strike. In Bibi Dong's violet gaze, a glimmer of determination shone through. The remaining power of the Rakshasa god struggled to coalesce at her fingertips. Even if it meant shattering her soul core, she would fight for a glimmer of hope for Ling Yi. However, in this moment of life and death, when the situation was most dire, Ling Yi, who had been supported by Tuoba Shi's soul energy, suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. Those eyes, now filled with blood vessels, burned with an almost frenzied, icy blue flame deep within their pupils. It was the last will of the heavenly dream ice silkworm igniting. A desperate counterattack after a million years of mental energy in the face of despair. He did not even glance at the earth-shattering dragon claw ahead or the black dragon that obscured the sky behind him. All his spirit, all his will, was fiercely locked onto the impending detonation of the void scarred deep within his soul. Soul Dominion, grant me still. Ling Yi unleashed a silent, soul-rending roar on the spiritual plane. He poured into the soul dominion, soul skill, all the profound insights he had just grasped from the final gift of the heavenly dream. Along with all his fury, unwillingness, will to survive, and a flicker of suppressive power, barely managed to be conjured by the chaotic divine grind. Buzz. A minuscule yet unfathomably rhythmic spiritual fluctuation precisely pierced the core of the void scar. It was as though an invisible pause button had been pressed. The silver imprint, driven by the will of the Silver Dragon King, on the verge of explosion, momentarily ceased its chaotic flow of spatial energy. The impending detonation wave, which was about to penetrate Ling Yi's mental disguise and spread outward, suddenly halted for an instant. In that very moment, the icy blue flames in Ling Yi's eyes surged. He turned his gaze toward the descending claw of destruction, summoning all his strength to force out a hoarse, distorted word from his throat. Boom. Chapter 16, The Shattered Soul. With a resounding explosion, Ling Yi's hoarse roar echoed like the final struggle of a dying beast, reverberating clearly in the ears of Tuoba Shi and Bibi Dong through the transmission of soul power. The resolute and frenzied essence of that utterance sent shockwaves through the heart of the seasoned Saint Dragon Douluo. There was no time for contemplation. Instinctively, Tuoba Shi abruptly severed the soul power he had been channeling to protect Ling Yi, simultaneously retracting his defensive field, fueled by his own burning soul energy, to its utmost limit, barely shielding himself and the nearly extinguished Bibi Dong. In the fleeting moment when the support of soul power vanished, a resonant hum erupted. The eternal divine furnace, suspended before Ling Yi, already riddled with cracks and dimmed like a candle flickering in the wind, suddenly unleashed an unprecedented, blinding, cataclysmic radiance. This was not the light of the sun and moon inscribed upon the furnace walls, but rather the primordial flame of creation, ignited from the depths of chaos, capable of refining all realms, a culmination of annihilation. The fierce collision of two extreme forces, crimson and icy blue, erupted at the core of the furnace, annihilating and releasing an energy so terrifying it threatened to warp the very fabric of space itself. The eternal divine furnace erupted at its core. Ling Yi's eyes glowed a fierce red, as blood tears mixed with steam from his burning soul energy streamed from the corners of his eyes. This was his deepest, most forbidden understanding of the eternal divine furnace after merging with a million-year soul ring, propelling this auxiliary soul with boundless potential to the brink of self-destruction, transforming it into an ultimate bomb that could incinerate all. The price was a devastating blow to the essence of his soul, potentially leading to its complete destruction. Boom. The eternal divine furnace has exploded. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a dull, soul-freezing hum, as if the very foundation of the world had been torn asunder. At the heart of the furnace, a chaotic sphere of light, no more than 10 feet in diameter, yet profound enough to consume all light, was born in an instant. As this sphere materialized, time, space, light, sound, every law seemed to be devoured and melted away. The Emperor Tian's destructive dragon claws, capable of shattering stars and entwined with silver spatial fissures, descended with unmatched might. Upon reaching the edge of this chaotic sphere, a hissing sound erupted, as if a searing iron were pressed against butter. The highly concentrated energy of the destructive dragon claw was visibly eroded, decomposed, and devoured by the chaotic sphere at a staggering rate. The dark energy constituting the dragon claw and the spatial power of the Silver Dragon King melted away like snow. The terrifying devouring force surged along the energy connection of the dragon claw, spreading backward directly toward Emperor Tian's very being. What? For the first time, disbelief flickered in the cold, golden eyes of Emperor Tian. He felt a terrifying will of refinement, born from the chaos of creation, surpassing even his destructive dragon power. That diminutive chaotic sphere resembled a miniature cosmic singularity, consuming all. His dragon claw was, astonishingly, being repelled, even undergoing reverse erosion. This brief stalemate lasted less than half a second, yet for Tuoba Shi, it represented the soul escape route, one earned with his very life. Move. Tuoba Shi roared furiously. his hair standing on end, his body ablaze with a golden hue reminiscent of blood, akin to a comet colliding with the sun. In the critical moment when the Emperor Tian's dragon claw was restrained by the chaotic orb of light, creating a narrow gap in the spatial confinement, he narrowly brushed past the edge of that destructive claw, accompanied by Bai Dong. The tempestuous energy currents tore at his defensive domain, emitting a piercing lament. The light of the domain dimming to an extreme. Yet he ultimately surged through. Ant, how dare you? Emperor Tian was utterly enraged. It was an unparalleled humiliation to be thwarted by a mere ant of Soul King level, using a self-destructive martial soul. He violently shook his dragon claw, unleashing a vast torrent of dark dragon power that erupted like a tsunami, forcefully causing the still-devouring chaotic orb to tremble violently, its brilliance flickering dangerously, on the verge of total collapse. At the moment of igniting the divine furnace, Ling Yi felt as if struck by countless colossal hammers simultaneously. The excruciating pain of his martial soul's essence tearing apart far surpassed the previous injuries to his soul. Darkness engulfed his vision, blood gushed from his mouth, and his body was hurled violently by the terrifying backlash of the explosion, flying directly toward the path that Tuoba Shi had desperately charged through. Saint Child. Tuoba Shi's eyes widened in desperation, risking the shattering of his domain. He exerted a gentle force, barely managing to wrap around Ling Yi's flung body. The three converged, transforming into a more disheveled, yet accelerated stream of blood-golden light, propelled by Tuoba Shi's sacrifice of life, fleeing towards the edge of the Star Do forest. Behind them lay the fading remnants of the chaotic orb on the brink of annihilation, and the terrifying dragon shadow of Emperor Tian, entirely engulfed in fury, tearing through the sky in pursuit. System. In the final moment when Ling Yi's consciousness was about to plunge into oblivion, he issued a silent roar from the depths of his soul. The fleeting opportunity gained from igniting the eternal divine furnace must be transformed into a tangible escape. He required external aid. He needed the power to break through. Beep. Host detected on the brink of death, facing a divine-level pursuit, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian. Triggering divine-level choices. The cold and familiar mechanical voice resonated like celestial music in Ling Yi's chaotic mind. Choice 1. Sacrifice the holy dragon Douluo. Use the blood, flesh, and soul of the title Douluo as a catalyst to initiate blood-soul burn escape, instantly retreating 1,000 miles. Cost. Tuoba Shi's death, the Pope severely injured and unconscious. Reward. 30 repair of the eternal divine furnace's essence, 1 random 10,000-year soul bone. Choice 2. Activate the Silver Dragon King's mark. Actively communicate with the Void Scar. Endure spatial backlash, and temporarily banish the pursuing Emperor Tian into the spatial turbulence. Success rate below 10. Reward. Significant enhancement of spatial affinity, 50 progress in Void Scar analysis. 1 random divine skill fragment. Choice 3. Place oneself in a life and death situation. Reverse the Void Scar trap. Guiding Emperor Tian's attack to a forbidden coordinate within the Star Do forest. Precise calculations required. Failure results in total annihilation. Reward. First seal of the Chaos Divine Mill, unlocks Divine Mill Power 10, an opportunity for the revival of the remnant soul of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. Attention from Silver Dragon King Guyu Na, fate unknown. Each of the 3 options was a perilous gamble for survival. The costs were enormous, and the success rates were bleak. Yet, the blood-stained corner of Ling Yi's mouth curled into an extraordinarily frenzied arc. He craved power. The power sufficient to withstand the relentless pursuit of the divine. The strength needed for vengeance against the heavenly dream. The force required to overturn this game. Choose 3. Without the slightest hesitation, the seal of the chaos deity was lifted, the opportunity for the revival of the heavenly dream. This is precisely what Ling Yi desired. As for the attention of the Silver Dragon King, the multitude of lice is hardly bothersome. Ling Yi is determined to pierce a hole in this fate in the face of despair. Selection confirmed. Executing plan transmission. Guiding forbidden coordinates. Abyss of evil in the starry forest. Reverse guidance program for the Void Scar loading. Chaos deity suppression power assisting lock-on. 10:30. A torrent of cold and chaotic information surged into Ling Yi's consciousness, which was on the brink of collapse. It was a precise operation provided by the system, utilizing the Void Scar as a conduit to direct the Emperor's devastating attack towards the coordinates of the Abyss of Evil. It was akin to weaving a dance of death on the edge of a blade. Tuoba Shi, with the last vestiges of his strength, Ling Yi transmitted his soul's power in a whisper, akin to a gnat, yet carrying an undeniable command. Hear me, guide, direction, left turn, down, charge. At this moment, Tuoba Shi's mind was nearly blank, sustained only by the will to protect the holy son of the Pope. Upon hearing Ling Yi's voice, he instinctively gritted his teeth. The golden light of burning blood and soul forcefully altering his course, like a rogue meteor, plunging into the depths of a canyon shrouded in ominous purple-black mist. A desperate struggle. Altering direction would not save you. The roar of the Emperor followed closely, his massive dragon form tearing through the clouds, descending with the pressure of annihilation. The dragon claw was raised once more. This time, the gathered dark energy was even more terrifying, as a miniature black hole of devouring light faintly emerged within the claw's heart. He aimed to erase these three along with this canyon from the map in one fell swoop. Now is the moment. Ling Yi roared frantically within his consciousness. The faltering chaos deity erupted with its final brilliance, one of the 10 golden patterns suddenly shining. An overwhelming force of suppression was forcibly endowed upon his control of the void scar. Simultaneously, he followed the profound meaning transmitted by the system, infusing all his remaining mental energy into the silver void scar within the depths of his soul's essence in a near self-destructive manner. Chapter 17, Abyss. Buzz. The void scar erupted with an unprecedented blinding silver light. However, this radiance did not detonate the spatial coordinates. Instead, it transformed into a distorted spatial beacon filled with the essence of traps, akin to the most enticing bait, precisely aimed at a coordinate point deep within the canyon, suffused with an ancient, malevolent aura, the entrance to the abyss of evil. The moment this beacon appeared, the destructive dragon claw of the Emperor, entwined with a miniature black hole and descending with fury, seemed to be forcibly disturbed by an invisible power, diverting its target. The power capable of shattering the stars was, astonishingly, attracted by that distorted spatial beacon, like iron filings drawn by a magnet, its trajectory undergoing a subtle, yet fatal deviation. A flicker of doubt flashed in the enormous dragon eye of the Emperor. He sensed that his attack had been deftly nudged by some higher-level spatial rule. The objective was no longer the three fleeing ants, but rather the depths of the purple-black canyon below, which instinctively evoked a sense of repulsion within him. Roar! Who dares to provoke me? Emperor Tian, filled with both fury and indignation, attempted to forcibly alter the trajectory of his dragon claw. However, having already unleashed his attack, the destructive force imbued with his lethal intent could not simply be retracted, especially that miniature black hole, which harbored a violent power of spatial collapse. Boom! The cataclysmic dragon claw of Emperor Tian, accompanied by the miniature black hole, struck fiercely and resolutely against the surging space barrier of the sinister abyss, which was cloaked in purple-black mist. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Instead, a soul-freezing resonance echoed, resembling the muffled roar of an ancient malevolent deity awakening from its slumber. Emanating faintly from the abyssal depths, the seemingly thin barrier of purple-black mist erupted upon contact with the dragon claw and the black hole, unleashing a terrifyingly profound glow reminiscent of the cosmic night sky. Countless distorted, indescribable massive tentacle phantoms flashed momentarily within this eerie luminescence. Crack! The fabric of space, akin to a fragile mirror, instantly became laced with spiderweb-like black fissures centered around the point of impact of the dragon claw. From the depths of these cracks wafted an ancient, chaotic, and pure malevolence that surpassed even Emperor Tian's dragon might. This aura, imbued with a fierce will to repel and consume, coiled back like the gaping maw of the abyss, tearing at Emperor Tian's dragon claw and the miniature black hole. The power of the malevolent. Emperor Tian's colossal dragon body trembled violently, and for the first time, a grave concern and a hint of trepidation flickered in his golden dragon eyes. He recognized this power, a forbidden existence that lay dormant in the depths of the stars, one that even he and his master dared not provoke lightly. His attack had been unwittingly drawn here. Rumble! The barrier at the entrance of the abyss quaked violently, as the miniature black hole became ensnared and torn apart by the multitude of twisted tentacle phantoms, ultimately fading away in reluctant annihilation. Emperor Tian's dragon claw was similarly repelled by the terrifying malevolent force, with even a trace of nauseating purple-black filth staining his dragon scales. Although he had not sustained any true harm, this sudden turn of events and the repelling force of the abyss had abruptly interrupted his lethal strike, causing his enormous dragon form to momentarily falter in midair. And that moment, below, the desperate dive of Tuoba, she culminated in a violent spout of fresh blood, with fragments of internal organs mingling in the crimson. The speed he attained, burning his very life essence, reached its ultimate limit, as he, alongside Bai Dong and the unconscious Ling Yi, plummeted like three fallen meteors into the tumultuous, purple-black mist of the sinister abyss, characterized by intense spatial interference and chaotic energy. The thick mist churned, instantly engulfing the three figures entirely, concealing their very essences within the chaotic and malevolent fog, twisting them into obscurity. Roar! The furious roar of Emperor Tian reverberated throughout the heavens, shaking the entire star forest. His golden dragon eyes fixated intently on the roiling malevolent mist below, filled with wrath and a hint of caution. He could sense that the presence of those three ants had completely vanished within the perimeter of this forbidden land's mist, perfectly obscured by the chaotic space and the aura of malevolence. To pursue? Beyond the mist lies the true abyss of malevolence. It is a realm shrouded in secrecy, even to the sovereign, teeming with distorted laws and slumbering ancient evils. To trespass here, even one as powerful as he, could unleash unforeseen calamities. You wretched thief. Do you believe that hiding in such a place will grant you safety? The voice of the Emperor Tian resonated like ancient ice. The abyss of malevolence will only ensure a more tragic demise for you. That soul ring shall ultimately be reclaimed by me. His colossal dragon form circled in the air for a moment before emitting a roar of defiance, violently tearing through space and vanishing from sight. The taboos of the abyss compelled him to retreat, albeit temporarily. Deep within the dense fog, a bizarre landscape of jagged stones and slick moss-covered depressions unfolded. Thud, thud, thud. 3 muffled sounds of descent echoed. She crashed to the ground, his entire skeleton groaning under the unbearable strain, the golden glow of his life force extinguished. His visage pallid like parchment, breath almost imperceptible, as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Bibi Dong knelt on one knee, propping herself up with the Ruo Sha demon scythe to avoid collapsing, before violently expelling a mouthful of dark purple blood that stained the ground before her. With great effort, she lifted her gaze, her violet gold eyes turning to the side. Ling Yi lay motionless on the cold moss, bloodied, and with a breath so faint it was nearly undetectable. The eternal divine furnace martial soul had completely vanished, and the chaos divine mill dimmed into obscurity. Yet, amidst his battered and blood-stained brow, a faint ice-blue light flickered, akin to the last spark of a star in a frigid night, resiliently shimmering with tenacity. Beep. Selection 3 completed. Rewards are being dispensed. The first seal of the Chaos Divine Mill is lifted, unlocking Divine Mill Power 10. The opportunity for the revival of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm's residual soul has been activated, requires nourishment from the host's mental energy. Warning, you have attracted the heightened attention of the Silver Dragon King Guyuna. Relationship status, immortal enmity. The spatial marker, Void Scar, has entered a state of deep concealment. The chilling system notification reverberated within Ling Yi's silent consciousness. In the heart of the Star Doe Forest, at the bottom of the Lake of Life, a pair of silver eyes, cold and indifferent, embodying the flow of the cosmic rivers, slowly opened. The abyss of malevolence. The chaotic aura, intriguing insects, a cool and ethereal female voice resonated with a barely perceptible tremor. Emperor Tian, return. The prey has ventured into a more perilous hunting ground. That soul ring is temporarily entrusted to him. The game has only just begun. Chapter 18, Breakthrough, Soul Emperor. The mist surrounding the outer edges of the abyss of malevolence is ever present, imbued with a chilling aura that erodes soul power and distorts perception. Time has lost its precise measure here, with only the eternal grayish-purple serving as the backdrop. In the depths of the depression, a corner enveloped by a coarse energy barrier. Ling Yi sat cross-legged, his aura as deep and still as a chasm. The external wounds on his body had healed significantly under the nourishment of top-tier elixirs and soul power, but the internal tempest had only just begun to subside. The eternal divine furnace martial soul had fallen into complete silence, akin to a shattered antique, retracted deep within him for nurturing, with no certainty of when the flames would be reignited. Instead, what hovered above him, slowly revolving, was the chaos divine mill. At this moment, the divine mill stands in stark contrast to its former self. The millstone retains its ancient, somber stone essence, yet it is now adorned with 10 ancient golden patterns, one of which has transformed from a dull engraving into a radiant band of chaotic divine brilliance. This golden pattern ignites, as though it has infused the entire divine mill with a soul. As the millstone rotates, it no longer exudes the weight of a lifeless object, but instead carries an enigmatic rhythm that grinds the void and delineates the laws of existence. Wisps of grayish, chaotic energy cascade from the crevices of the millstone, subtly distorting the space around him. Any attempt to probe with mental force or energy is silently crushed and assimilated by this chaotic flow. The first seal of the chaotic divine mill has been lifted 10. This not only signifies a qualitative change in the essence of his martial soul, but also elevates Ling Yi's entire life level. His soul power, amidst the harsh environment of the abyss's periphery, surged dramatically, breaking through the level 60 barrier with unstoppable momentum. 6 soul rings emerged from beneath his feet. Yellow, purple, purple, black, black, and that one hovering at the outermost edge, radiating an overwhelming spiritual pressure, the ice-blue million-year soul ring. Level 60, Soul Emperor. At the tender age of less than 15, exhaling a long, murky breath, akin to a swift arrow, leaving a distinct trace in the damp air. Ling Yi opened his eyes. Within the depths of his pupils swirled chaotic nebulae, embodying a dispassionate clarity that pierced through illusions. System, display status. Host, Ling Yi. Martial soul, chaotic divine mill, first seal unsealed 10. Eternal divine furnace, severely injured silence. Soul power, level 60 soul emperor. Soul rings, yellow, for 123 years, purple, 1,760 years, purple, 5,300 years, black, 35,000 years, black, 72,000 years, ice blue, million years. Soul bones, evil demon left arm bone, abyssal demon ape, with skill, evil touch. Divine skills, mental replica, soul domination, simulated myriad phantoms, dream realm. Items, Holy Sun token from the Martial Soul Hall, various celestial herbs, partially consumed. Pope's secret order. Relationships, Silver Dragon King Guyu Na, undying space marking, lurking. Gazing at the panel displaying level 60 Soul Emperor. A cold smirk graced the bloodied corner of Ling Yi's mouth. The desperate struggles at the periphery of the evil demon abyss. Hunting the 50,000-year abyssal demon ape for its soul bone, coupled with the primal nourishment from unlocking the chaotic divine mill, have finally granted him entry into the realm of high-level soul masters. His gaze swept over the description of the evil demon left arm bone and evil touch. This was the ferocious beast he encountered at the edge of the dense fog, fiercely safeguarded by Elder Tuobashi. Upon integrating the left arm bone, not only did his strength surge, but it also granted him an exceedingly insidious and domineering skill, evil touch. Upon contact with a target, it injects abyssal malevolence, eroding soul power, corroding spirit, and contaminating the martial soul. A true weapon of deceit. Your Highness, the Holy Sun. A voice, slightly weakened, yet still steady, resonated. Elder Tuobashi sat cross-legged not far away, his complexion still pale, yet his aura had stabilized considerably. His gaze upon Ling Yi was filled with an indescribable complexity, reverence, astonishment, and a hint of lingering fear. Before me stands a young lad, boldly confronting the Emperor of Heaven at the core of the starry realm, igniting the divine furnace, ultimately wielding the abyssal force to repel the Black Dragon King. This experience is sufficient to instill dread in any titled Douluo. How is Elder Tuoba recovering? Ling Yi's voice was calm. Thank you, Your Highness, for the bestowed remnants of the miraculous Tongtian chrysanthemum. My original strength has stabilized, and I have regained 70% of my combat prowess. Tuoba, she replied respectfully. He then cast his gaze towards the other side of the depression, where the Pope resided. Bibi Dong remained in meditative silence, enveloped in a thick layer of purple-black Rakshasa divine power, resembling a cocoon. The injuries she sustained from her confrontation with the Emperor of Heaven and the Silver Dragon King were the most grievous and required time for resolution. However, the aura emanating from her was now deeper and more perilous than before, subtly hinting at an imminent breakthrough. Evidently, this life-and-death trial was a tremendous opportunity for her as well. It is of no concern. Let Her Highness continue her cultivation in peace, Ling Yi stated as he rose. The ethereal shadow of the chaotic divine grind merging into his being, leaving behind an almost imperceptible aura of chaotic pressure surrounding him. He gazed into the depths of the swirling abyss, his expression icy. It was unwise to linger here. Certain entities within the abyss seemed to have been disturbed by the previous commotion. Tuobashi's expression tightened. What you say is indeed correct, Your Highness. Shall we then depart? Ling Yi replied with resolute finality. Return to Wuhuan City. However, before we head back, we shall make a brief detour. Where to? A chilling smile deepened at the corners of Ling Yi's mouth, laced with a hint of mischief and absolute control. Soto City. I have heard there is an intriguing academy there, known as Shrek. Chapter 19. The Holy Sun arrives at Shrek, the chaotic grind of blue silver. Soto City, southern outskirts. In a dilapidated village, a few ramshackle wooden houses stood, alongside a weathered wooden sign hanging from a crooked old tree, half of its paint peeling away, reading Shrek Academy. In the dust-laden clearing, a moderately lengthy line formed, predominantly composed of teenagers. Their expressions a mix of anticipation and apprehension as they awaited their turn at the worn wooden table ahead. Behind the table sat a middle-aged man, disheveled and wearing crystal glasses, lazily reclining against the back of his chair, holding an antiquated soul guide amplifier, his voice tinged with impatience. Next. Name, age, martial soul. Soul power level. A plainly dressed boy stepped forward, his gaze resolute. Tang San, 12 years old, martial soul blue silver grass, level 29 great soul master. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Blue silver grass, level 29? The murmurs of derisive laughter rippled through the line of youths. Blue silver grass, synonymous with a discarded martial soul. Could it truly have reached level 29? What a farce. Flender adjusted his glasses, a flicker of discernible brilliance passing through his murky eyes as he prepared to speak. Huh, blue silver grass at level 29? Boy, do you take us for fools? A voice laced with mockery and arrogance suddenly interrupted Flender's words. The crowd parted, creating a pathway. A tall youth with golden hair and heterochromatic eyes stepped forward, clad in luxurious silk attire, accompanied by a strikingly voluptuous girl whose gaze mirrored the same disdain. It was none other than Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai stood with his arms crossed, looking down at Tang San with unabashed scorn gracing his lips. A mere useless martial soul dares to come to Shrek and embarrass himself? I suspect you are attempting to deceive us. You would be better off returning to the fields where you belong. Tang San furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze steady as he regarded Dai Mubai, remaining calm. Martial souls do not possess an absolute hierarchy. Whether I can pass the assessment will be determined by the teachers. The mention of teachers provoked Dai Mubai into a fit of laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. His laughter was infectious, drawing a disdainful chuckle from Zhu Zhuqing beside him. With that pathetic grass of yours, do you think the teachers would waste their time? I doubt you can even pass the first round. If you know what is good for you, leave before you become an eyesore. Indeed, blue-silver grass? How laughable. The jeers and agreement from the crowd grew louder. Xiao Wu's face flushed red with anger, her brows knitting together as she prepared to retaliate. But a single look from Tang San quelled her fury. Ning Rongrong observed the conflict with keen interest, while Oscar peered nervously from behind. Flander furrowed his brow, about to reprimand Dai Mubai for maintaining order. Just as the laughter reached its zenith and Dai Mubai wore the most triumphant expression, a voice, calm yet chillingly clear, cut through the cacophony like ice water poured over the head, freezing all noise in an instant. It's too loud, though the voice was not raised. It possessed an uncanny penetrating quality, resonating deep within the souls of those laughing, causing their mirth to abruptly cease. The crowd parted as if an invisible force commanded them, creating a wider passageway. 3 figures approached unhurriedly. At the forefront stood a tall man clad in a perfectly tailored dark golden outfit, immaculate and pristine. His countenance was strikingly handsome, almost flawless, with dark hair casually gathered at the back, a few strands falling over his forehead without appearing disheveled. Most unsettling were his eyes, profound like an endless night sky, devoid of any ripple of emotion. When he gazed upon others, it felt as though he could see through all facades, exuding a detached indifference akin to observing ants below. A heavy, almost tangible sense of dread emanated from him, like an invisible tide that slowly spread with his every step, enveloping the entire assessment arena. It was Ling Yi. Half a step behind him on the left was an elderly man with a dignified appearance and white hair, Tuobashi. Though his aura was subdued, a hint of powerful soul force occasionally leaked forth, causing Flander and Zhao Wujia's pupils to constrict in an instant. On the right stood a woman draped in a purple golden cloak, her face veiled in light gauze, Bibi Dong. Though her features remained obscured, the innate air of authority and majesty she exuded weighed heavily upon the hearts of all present, as if a mountain had been placed upon them. The appearance of these 3 instantly plunged the dilapidated entrance of Shrek Academy into an icy silence. All gazes, filled with astonishment, shock, and fear, converged upon the remarkably youthful, yet overwhelmingly powerful figure at the forefront. The smugness and mockery on Dai Mubai's face instantly froze, akin to a rooster with its neck gripped. Under the indifferent gaze directed at him, he felt that the aura of his soul's sovereign, which he prided himself on, was as insignificant as a firefly in the presence of the full moon, ridiculously trivial. A chill emanating from the depths of his soul compelled him to involuntarily take a step back, his throat constricted, rendering him speechless. Zhu Zhuqing's complexion turned pale, her body tensing as if she had encountered a formidable foe, much like a cat facing its predator. Tang San's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. The purple extreme demon eyes instinctively operated at their peak, yet when he glanced at the leading youth, it felt as though his gaze had plunged into an unfathomable vortex of chaos, where not only could he not discern anything, but he was also overwhelmed by a terrifying sensation of his mental strength being forcibly torn and devoured. The Xiantian skill within him surged wildly, barely suppressing that unsettling tremor. Flinder abruptly rose from his rickety chair, the laziness vanishing without a trace, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and wariness. He fixed his gaze intently on the emblem glinting with a cold luster on Ling Yi's chest, the holy sword encircled by 6 winged angels. That was the insignia of the son of the Spirit Hall. Zhao Wujia also stepped beside Flinder, his muscles taut, the 7 soul rings flickering in and out of visibility. As though facing a dire adversary, Ling Yi's gaze swept across the crowd nonchalantly, lingering on Dai Mubai's rigid face for less than half a second, akin to a breeze brushing past a speck of dust. Ultimately, it settled upon the modestly dressed youth wielding the blue-silver grass martial soul, Tang San. Blue-silver grass. Level 29. Ling Yi's tone remained flat, devoid of discernible emotion. He advanced slowly, each step resonating with the heartbeat of the onlookers. Tang San inhaled deeply, quelling the tumult within, and met Ling Yi's gaze with neither subservience nor arrogance. Yes. Ling Yi halted before Tang San, slightly taller than him, looking down with eyes that scrutinized the trivialities of the mortal realm as if he were a deity. Martial souls do not possess absolute superiority? Ling Yi echoed Tang San's previous words, a faint yet chilling curve gracing his lips, a statement that bore some truth. Just as the crowd anticipated profound insights from this enigmatic son of the Spirit Hall, Ling Yi abruptly shifted the discourse, imbued with an overwhelming will that seemed capable of shattering everything. Unfortunately, no matter how much a mere ant's martial soul may mutate, it will always remain an ant. The blue-silver grass shall never transform into a towering divine tree. The moment those words fell, a vast and formidable pressure, seemingly originating from the dawn of creation, erupted from Ling Yi without warning. It was no longer the intangible pressure of before, but something tangible, akin to the might of chaos crushing the heavens. With a resounding boom, the The ground within a radius of several dozen meters around Ling Yi suddenly sank. The hardened earth cracked like tofu, collapsing under the immense force. The lined-up youths were struck as if by an invisible hammer, groaning as they spewed blood and were sent flying, landing in disarray. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and the others were swept back like leaves caught in a tempest, stumbling and pale-faced. At the forefront, Tang San felt an indescribable, terrifying force bearing down upon him. The ground beneath his feet erupted, creating a deep pit. His kneecap emitted a groan under the unbearable strain, and his body uncontrollably bent downward. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, as the Xiantian skill surged within him, the golden light of the purple extreme demon eye blazing forth. The blue-silver grass martial spirit erupted uncontrollably, weaving into layers of grass nets around him in a desperate attempt to resist. However, under the overwhelming pressure akin to a chaotic grinding wheel, the resilient blue-silver grass crumbled like brittle dry straw. Upon contact with the gray chaotic energy, it emitted a hissing sound, instantly withering, shattering, and turning to ash. Crack! The ground beneath Tang San once again fractured, and he could no longer bear the strain. His left knee crashing heavily into the earth. He knelt on one knee, dust swirling around him. With great difficulty, he lifted his head, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, as he fixed his gaze upon the figure before him, resembling a deity. His eyes were filled with humiliation, anger, and an unmistakable hint of horror. Merely the oppressive aura, without even employing a soul skill. This was enough to bring him. A 29th level Great Soul Master wielding the Xiantian skill and the purple extreme demon eye, to his knees without any means of resistance. The entrance of Shrek Academy fell into a profound silence. Only the creaking sound of the wind passing through the broken wooden sign and the heavy, terrified breaths of the youth echoed in the air. Ling Yi looked indifferently at Tang San, who knelt in the dust, trembling yet stubbornly holding his head high, akin to an ant attempting to shake a mountain. Do you now comprehend the meaning of absolute disparity? Chapter 20, The Garbage Dump. Silence reigned. At the dilapidated entrance of Shrek Academy, only the heavy breaths and the rapid beating of hearts reverberated. Dust slowly settled, revealing a shocking scene at the center. Tang San knelt in a cracked, sunken pit, his left knee deeply embedded in the earth, a glaring trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The once resilient blue-silver grass surrounding him had now withered and shattered, reduced to a heap of charred remnants. He defiantly lifted his head, the golden light of the purple extreme demon eye flickering violently, fixating on the immovable figure before him, as humiliation and horror entwined around his heart like poisonous vines. Merely the oppressive aura. The other party hadn't even lifted a finger. Dai Mubai's previously haughty demeanor had vanished without a trace, replaced by an all-consuming fear. He looked at the disheveled Tang San in the pit, and then at Ling Yi's eerily calm profile. A chill coursing through him from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. This was no mere human. It was a monster. Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip tightly, her body tensed to the limit, her nails digging deep into her palms. Ning Rongrong's face turned pale. The seven treasures glazed tile martial spirit flickering in her palm, yet she dared not release it. Oscar cowered behind a stone, trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Wu's eyes were red, her lips bitten hard as she looked at Tang San in the pit, almost rushing to his side, but the omnipresent terrifying pressure held her firmly in place, rendering her unable to move. Flender and Zhao Wujin's faces were ashen, resembling two blocks of iron. The seven soul rings on Zhao Wujia's body flickered violently, resembling a candle's flame struggling against the wind, appearing so minuscule and absurd beneath the overwhelming pressure akin to a chaotic millstone. Flender's eyes, bloodshot behind his glasses, were filled with turmoil. His fingers creaked as he clenched them, his mind a tempest. The holy son of the spirit hall. So young, such terrifying power. What could he possibly want? Ling Yi's gaze remained indifferent, as though he had merely brushed past a speck of dust. He did not even glance at Tang San, who lay in the pit, as if he were naught but a pile of meaningless dry grass. His eyes, imbued with a sense of detached boredom akin to that of a deity overlooking ants, slowly swept across the silent Shrek crowd before finally settling on the alarmed Flender and Zhao Wujia. Shrek Academy? Ling Yi's voice shattered the silence, bland as if inquiring about the weather. A place that claims to harbor monsters, a mere refuse heap? You, Zhao Wujia, temper flaring, glared with crimson eyes, a fierce aura ready to erupt. Lao Zhao. Flender abruptly grasped Zhao Wujia's shoulder with such force that it nearly crushed his bones. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the surging anger and humiliation, striving to make his voice sound steady. Your Excellency, are you the holy son of the Spirit Hall? May I inquire what brings you to our humble academy in this remote corner? He deliberately highlighted Ling Yi's identity, both as a reminder for the latter to maintain his dignity and as a warning to Zhao Wujia against impulsiveness. Instruction? The icy curve of Ling Yi's lips deepened, tinged with a hint of amusement, merely passing by to inspect the so-called monsters and discern their true nature. His gaze swept once more over Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and others, Those who met his eyes felt a sudden sting in their souls, instinctively lowering their heads. It now appeared that Ling Yi's voice had abruptly turned frigid, akin to a biting northern wind, addressing but a group of ignorant frogs at the bottom of a well, alongside a pitiful creature with a worthless martial soul. His gaze finally fixed upon Tang San in the pit. "Scoundrel, who are you calling worthless?" Dai Mubai's temper ignited. Fear dissipated by intense humiliation, his pride as the prince of Xingluo, prompting an instinctive roar. Instantly regretting his outburst, a chilling premonition of death seized him. Ling Yi's gaze finally landed on Dai Mubai. That look bore no emotion, only pure indifference, akin to a deity gazing down upon a bothersome insect. "You are quite noisy." 3 words, like a death sentence. Dai Mubai felt an irresistible, terrifying will descend upon him in an instant. He barely had time to unleash his martial soul before being gripped by an unseen hand, lifting him off the ground. "Ah!" Dai Mubai's face flushed to a deep purple, his eyes bulging, as he gasped for breath, his limbs struggling futilely. "Boss Dai?" Oscar exclaimed in alarm. "Stop!" Flender and Zhao Wujia were horrified, their soul power surging as they prepared to rush in to rescue him. However, standing behind Ling Yi, as silent as a mountain. Tuoba, she merely lifted his eyelids slightly. A weighty terror, as heavy as a towering mountain, suddenly descended. The domain power of the titled Douluo unfurled instantaneously, resembling an invisible cage that forcibly confined both Flandra and Zhao Wujin, along with their surging soul power, in place. The two were ensnared as if trapped in a quagmire, rendered immobile and helpless, forced to witness the unfolding events with wide eyes. "Your Highness, please quell your anger." Mu Bai, in his youthful impetuosity, has spoken out of turn. "I implore you, for the sake of the Star Luo Empire, grant him mercy this once." Flandra exclaimed urgently, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "The Star Luo Empire?" Ling Yi's voice dripped with a hint of disdainful mockery, as though he were listening to a farcical tale. He did not even cast a glance at Flandra. His gaze fixed steadfastly upon Dai Mubai, who was struggling in midair. "It appears that you, a frog at the bottom of a well, have not yet learned to silence yourself." At the instant those words fell, Ling Yi casually raised a finger, not even summoning his soul rings. Buzz! An intangible yet exquisitely condensed stream of chaotic energy lashed out at Dai Mubai like an unseen whip. With a violent force, Dai Mubai was sent hurtling backward, akin to a ruptured sack, as a torrent of blood mixed with internal organ fragments erupted from his mouth. His protective soul power shattered like paper, leaving a clear imprint of a palm on his chest. His body crashed through 2 trees of considerable girth before he landed heavily on the ground, rolling several times. Rendered unconscious, teetering on the brink of life and death. Ning Rongrong's face turned as pale as a sheet, her body swaying precariously. The entrance of Shrek Academy fell into a profound silence once more, save for the faint groans of Dai Mubai. A crushing dominance, an indisputable obliteration. Dai Mubai, of Soul Master rank, was reduced to naught but an insect before the holy sun of the Spirit Hall. Tang San, ensconced in the pit, beheld Dai Mubai's woeful state, his pupils constricting violently, a chill seeping into his very bones. This power was terrifying beyond measure. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deeply into his flesh, as the seeds of hatred thrived in the soil of humiliation. Yet, he understood all too well that any resistance at this moment would be futile. He bowed his head resolutely, concealing the resentment in his eyes from being detected. Enough. A voice, cold and ethereal, imbued with supreme authority, resonated like a crystal-clear spring, shattering the oppressive silence. Bibi Dong, shrouded in a purple-golden cloak and veiled by a light gauze, stepped forward from her position behind Ling Yi. Her voice, though soft, effortlessly eclipsed all other sounds, ringing clear in every ear with an undeniable will. The chaotic pressure emanating from Ling Yi receded like a tide, and he slightly inclined his body, showing the requisite respect to the Pope. "Your Grace." Bibi Dong did not regard Ling Yi, nor did she glance at the unconscious Dai Mubai or the pitiful Tang San. Her gaze penetrated the crowd, resting upon the rabbit-eared girl at the back, whose eyes were red from witnessing Tang San's injury, her body trembling slightly. Xiao Wu. That gaze was tranquil, profound, and carried a scarcely perceptible scrutiny and amusement, as though she were admiring an intriguing artifact. When Xiao Wu felt that gaze sweep over her, it was as if she had been targeted by the most venomous of serpents, every hair on her body standing on end. An uncontrollable dread, emanating from the depths of her bloodline, surged within her, nearly forcing her to scream. She suddenly bowed her head, her body trembling uncontrollably, desperately clutching the arm of Ning Rongrong beside her, barely preventing herself from collapsing. Bibidong's gaze lingered on Xiao Wu for just a fleeting moment before shifting away, as if it were merely a casual glance. She turned towards Flander and Zhao Wujia, her voice regaining its cold, indifferent tone. "Dean Flander, I have witnessed the vigor of your students. A lack of discipline serves as a cautionary tale." A chilling dread surged through Flander, coursing from his spine to the crown of his head, his back drenched in cold sweat. Bibi Dong emitted no pressure. Yet the contempt and reprimand embedded in her tranquil words instilled a fear far greater than Ling Yi's oppression. He suppressed his humiliation, bowing deeply. Your Holiness, the Pope, is right. Flander acknowledges his mistakes. Bibi Dong ceased her speech, as if even a glance at this dilapidated academy was a waste. Her gaze shifted to Ling Yi, carrying a hint of inquiry. Ling Yi understood, casting a final glance at the silent Shrek members, his eyes pausing for half a second on Tang San, who bowed his head in the pit, a cold smirk gracing his lips. A refused dump ultimately remains a refused dump. How dull. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in everyone's ears, akin to the final humiliation. Elder Tuoba, old fool is here. Tuoba, she responded in a somber tone. Let us depart. Ling Yi turned, his dark golden robe undisturbed by the gentle breeze as he strode away. Tuoba, she followed closely, lifting the suppression on Flander and Zhao Wujia. Bibi Dong cast one last glance at the stiff, bowed Xiao Wu, a flicker of imperceptible light flashing in her amethyst eyes before she too turned. Her purple golden cloak sweeping through the air with an elegant, icy arc. The three figures, much like their arrival, vanished with unhurried grace at the end of the dirt road leading towards Soto City. Chapter 21. The Pope observes the signs. Only after the suffocating pressure had completely dissipated did the entrance of Shrek Academy thaw, erupting into a cacophony of heavy breaths and suppressed sobs, as if they had survived a calamity. Big Dai, wake up! Ma Hongjun cried, cradling the unconscious Dai Mubai, whose chest had caved in. Little San. Xiao Wu suddenly dashed to the edge of the pit, tears streaming down her face as she helped Tang San to his feet. Dean, Teacher Zhao, Oscar and Ning Rongrong hurriedly approached. Flander and Zhao Wujia wore expressions so grim they seemed almost to drip with water, gazing at the chaos at the academy's entrance. Observing the gravely injured Dai Mubai and the disheveled Tang San, witnessing the students' lingering fright, as an unprecedented humiliation and fury ignited within their chests. The Spirit Hall, the Holy Sun, Flander spat those words through clenched teeth, his eyes filled with profound hatred and despair. Supported by Xiao Wu, Tang San straightened his body, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his head bowed, concealing the venomous resentment and killing intent swirling in his gaze, akin to a coiled serpent. His tightly clenched fists turned pale from exertion. He had never endured such a profound humiliation, being forced to kneel under pressure in public, helplessly witnessing his companion being grievously harmed. Power. I need power. Power sufficient to crush that scoundrel. The hidden weapons of the Xiantian treasure record must be faster, stronger. Within Tang San's heart, the flames of vengeance raged fervently. Yet, he remained oblivious to, or perhaps willfully disregarded, the profound gaze cast upon him by the woman in the purple golden cloak as she departed, lingering upon Xiao Wu. In Soto City, within the martial soul branch's upper-level secret chamber, gentle soul guiding lights dispelled the clamor of the outside world. Ling Yi sat cross-legged in the center of the tranquil room, the chaotic divine mill suspended above his head, slowly revolving. The unsealed golden patterns flowed with chaotic divine radiance, and wisps of grayish mist cascaded down, nourishing his essence, which had been damaged by the detonation of the eternal divine furnace. His aura was now denser and more restrained than during his time in Shrek. Elder Tuoba, she stood guard outside the door, his aura having recovered significantly. Bibidon stood before the massive crystal window, gazing down at the myriad lights of Soto City. She had removed her veil, her stunning visage appearing somewhat ethereal under the illumination, her purple golden eyes deep as an abyss, revealing no discernible emotion. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the initial plot node of Shrek, successfully suppressing the destined child Tang San, triggering intense hostility and fear from the Shrek faction. Reward settlement in progress. Acquired. Chaotic Divine Mill Essence Restoration Level 5. Current Unsealing 15. Acquired. 1 Divine Level Lottery Opportunity. Would you like to draw immediately? Acquired. 1 Special Item. Seed of Divine Favor. Contains Faint Divinity. Can accelerate martial soul evolution or restoration. Acquired. Soul Power increased by 1 level. Current level 61. Soul Emperor. Warning. Relationship with the Shrek faction. Flinder, Zhao Wujin, Tang San, Dai Mubai, etc. Locked. Deep-seated enmity. Relationship with the Star Luo Empire deteriorating. The frigid system prompt echoed within Ling Yi's consciousness. Lottery. Ling Yi's awareness stirred. Divine level lottery initiated, while spinning. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Divine Technique Fragment, Spatial Banishment, 1-3. Collecting 3 fragments will unlock the Divine Technique. Spatial Banishment, temporarily banishing targets to an unknown spatial turbulence. Spatial Divine Technique Fragments. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Ling Yi's eyes. This was precisely the ability he urgently required. Whether to counter Emperor Tion's pursuit or to face the spatial maneuvers of the Silver Dragon King in the future, it was of paramount importance. Though merely a fragment, its value was immeasurable. His thoughts shifted once more, and the seed of divine favor, radiating a gentle emerald glow and pulsating with a semblance of life, materialized in his palm. Sensing the faint yet pure divine aura contained within, Ling Yi unhesitatingly guided it toward the depths of his being, into the still shattered eternal divine furnace. Buzz, the emerald light, akin to nourishing rain, merged with the dim and damaged furnace body. The eternal divine furnace emitted an exceedingly faint yet discernible hum. Though far from complete restoration, the nearly extinguished essence finally exhibited signs of revival. The deepest crack on the furnace wall seemed to be nourished by divine power, its edges becoming somewhat blurred. With a slow exhale, Ling Yi released a breath of turbid air, the rotation of the chaotic divine mill becoming steadier and more powerful. Level 61 Soul Emperor. Divine Mill Unsealing 15. The Revival Opportunity of the Eternal Divine Furnace. Spatial Divine Technique Fragment. Though fraught with peril, the rewards are immense. The voice, cool and calm, shattered the tranquility of the chamber. Bibi Dong remained turned away from Ling Yi, gazing at the night beyond the window, her tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Ling Yi opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards the noble and formidable silhouette. Are you referring to the girl named Xiao Wu from Shrek Academy? 100,000-year spirit beast in human form. Bibidong's voice was flat and unperturbed, as if she were merely stating an undeniable fact. Although her aura was well concealed, under the scrutiny of my divine perception, it flickered like a candle in the night. Ling Yi understood the implication. Indeed, with Bibidong's stature and the keen insight of the Rakshasa god, Xiao Wu's true identity was utterly transparent. He had previously sensed the penetrating gaze she cast before her departure. What are your intentions, Your Excellency? Ling Yi inquired. Bibidong slowly turned around, her amethyst eyes resting upon Ling Yi, imbued with a hint of scrutiny and profound meaning. Intentions? She is merely a juvenile 100,000-year spirit beast. Precious, yet not worthy of my immediate intervention. The lessons learned in the Stardo core region are sufficient to make certain entities hesitant. Keeping her may prove to be more intriguing. She glided gracefully towards Ling Yi, gazing down at him with an inscrutable expression. As for you, my holy son, igniting the eternal divine furnace, wielding the power of the abyss to repel Emperor Tian, and ultimately, accurately locating that rabbit's presence. It seems your secrets are more abundant than I had anticipated. An intangible pressure enveloped the space, not a coercive force of spirit power, but the authoritative presence of the Pope, capable of discerning all. Ling Yi met Bibidong's gaze with calm and unwavering eyes, showing no inclination to evade. To strive for the eternal foundation of the spirit hall and to alleviate your burdens is my duty. As for the opportunities and methods, without them, I would have long perished in the Stardo. How could I serve you and spread the glory of the spirit hall across every corner of Douluo Continent? His tone was respectful, yet his words were meticulously crafted, subtly highlighting his worth to the spirit hall. Bibidong gazed into Ling Yi's profound and tranquil eyes, as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. After a moment, the sharpness in her gaze gradually softened, and the corners of her lips curled into a faint, yet chillingly inscrutable smile. Very well, she uttered, turning towards the door, preparing to return to Spirit City on the morrow. I have noted the account of Stardo, as well as that rabbit. The edges of her purple-golden cloak disappeared beyond the threshold. Ling Yi slowly closed his eyes, the ethereal image of the chaos gods swirling around him. The enmity of Stardo, the Silver Dragon King's trap, Shrek's hostility, Xiao Wu's latent dangers, and the Pope's unfathomable scrutiny all loomed before him. The path ahead was fraught with thorns and rife with peril. Yet, a cold, battle-ready smile gradually formed at the corners of Ling Yi's lips. Tang San, Shrek. The game has only just begun. Chapter 22. The Divine Blessing of the Soul Bone. In the depths of the Pope's palace in Spirit City, the chamber carved from 10,000-year ice isolated all external noise, the chilling air not merely biting, but gently nourishing the spirit master's meridians and psyche. Here lies the true core forbidden ground of the spirit hall, accessible only to the Pope and the Holy Son. Ling Yi sits cross-legged upon the ancient cold jade mat at the center of the secret chamber. Above him, the chaotic divine mill spins silently, its unsealed golden patterns flowing with the radiance of chaos, resembling a living river of stars. Each rotation seems to grind the void, meticulously weaving the invisible laws. Wisps of grayish chaotic energy descend, enveloping him in an independent and arcane domain. The ethereal shadow of the eternal divine furnace flickers at his dantian. Still marred with cracks and dim, yet deep within the furnace's heart, a faint yet tenacious emerald green divine light pulsates vigorously, embodying the seed of divine favor. Like a spark of a star, it slowly yet persistently mends the deepest wounds of the furnace's wall, bringing a hint of warm revival. Before him float three extraordinary items, each exuding a distinctly unsettling aura. To the left, a soul bone, entirely purple-black and resembling a twisted arm bone of a demonic ape, glistens ominously, with the tormented howls of abyssal demonic apes faintly emerging. This is the left arm bone of a 50,000-year-old abyssal demonic ape, possessing the skill, touch of the evil demon. Venomous and tyrannical, it erodes soul power, corrupts the spirit, and taints the martial soul. To the right, A skull sculpted from the purest ice radiates an extreme chill, its interior seemingly frozen with countless brilliant starlights. This is the skull of a 100,000-year-old ice blue scorpion. It carries the skills, domain of eternal frost, a vast area of extreme cold that freezes souls. Wrath of the Ice Emperor, a singular, devastating ice explosion. At the center lies a peculiar orb, the size of an infant's fist, flowing with a sheen of liquid gold. It does not emit strong energy fluctuations but exudes a vast, sacred aura, reminiscent of the essence of life itself. This is the divine gift soul ring. It harbors infinite possibilities, capable of bestowing the most compatible soul ring based on the absorber's potential. These three treasures were bestowed upon Ling Yi by the elders of the Spirit Hall following his perilous endeavor to summon the Abyss and pressure Shrek. Personally awarded by Pope Bibidong, it is the highest affirmation of his achievements in bringing back the celestial herb and severely damaging the facade of Emperor Tian, showcasing the supreme majesty of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. Beep. Detected that the host has obtained left arm bone of a 50,000-year-old abyssal demonic ape, absorbable. Skull of a 100,000-year-old ice blue scorpion, absorbable. Divine gift soul ring, absorbable. Chaotic divine mill source repair degree, 15. Eternal divine furnace repair progress, 13. Divine favor seed continuously effective. Soul power level, 61st level soul emperor. Warning, absorbing high-level soul bones and the divine gift soul ring carries significant risks. The host is advised to carefully consider the absorption order. The cold system notification echoed in his consciousness. Ling Yi's gaze slowly traversed the three treasures, his profound pupils swirling with chaotic nebulae, indifferent yet composed. Risks? Opportunities are always accompanied by risks. What he seeks is the power capable of crushing all, laying the foundation for future divine battles. System, deduce the optimal absorption plan. In the course of strategizing, considering the current state of the host's martial soul, chaotic divine grind, now unsealed at level 15, and the severely damaged eternal divine furnace, along with the levels of soul power and mental strength, bolstered by the million-year soul ring. The optimal plan includes 1. Absorbing the 10,000-year ice blue scorpion skull to enhance the essence of the spirit, fortifying the soul, and providing absolute mental power assurance for the absorption of the divine bestowed soul ring. 2. Absorbing the divine bestowed soul ring to attain a higher level of soul power, thereby nurturing the martial soul. 3. Absorbing the 5,000-year abyssal demon ape's left arm bone to compensate for shortcomings in close combat, acquiring potent control and weakening skills. The estimated success rates are absorption of the ice blue scorpion skull, 85, absorption of the divine bestowed soul ring, 92, absorption of the abyssal demon ape's arm bone, 99. Shall we proceed with execution? Affirmative. Ling Yi responded without hesitation. The system's projections aligned perfectly with his own judgment. Mental strength is fundamental, especially given the heavy damage to the eternal divine furnace, necessitating reliance on the chaotic divine grind to suppress all. With a thought, the 10,000-year ice blue scorpion skull, sculpted from pure, cold ice, transformed into a stream of ice blue light, and instantly merged into his brow. Boom. A chilling aura, seemingly emanating from the core of the far north, capable of freezing souls, suddenly engulfed Lin Yi's sea of consciousness. His entire mental realm appeared to plunge into an absolute zero ice prison. Thought, awareness, even the very essence of his soul became sluggish and rigid under this frigid force. Humph. Ling Yi let out a low groan, his visage turning as pale as snow, a thin layer of crystalline frost forming between his brows. Yet, his gaze remained sharp and unyielding, like granite. Chaotic divine grind. Soul suppression. The chaotic divine grind, suspended above his head, abruptly accelerated in its rotation. The unsealed golden patterns erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. The gray, chaotic currents cascaded like a waterfall from the heavens, surging into his sea of consciousness. The power of chaos, evolving and embracing all. The extreme chill, potent enough to freeze a tidal Douluo's soul, was forcibly assimilated, decomposed, and integrated upon contact with the chaotic currents. No longer a destructive impact, but transformed into the purest, most fundamental essence of mental energy. As the divine grind turned, it ground the icy chill beneath the grinding wheel. The lingering malevolent will of the ice blue scorpion emitted a silent wail, utterly crushed and purified by the power of chaos. Only the purest essence of ice and boundless mental energy remained. Lin Yi's mental strength surged like a parched riverbed welcoming the overflow of the Milky Way. His sea of consciousness expanded rapidly, refining itself. The resilience of his soul skyrocketed exponentially. The million-year soul ring appeared to be nourished as well, its ice blue radiance deepening and becoming more restrained. Time passed without measure. The chill within the secret chamber gradually receded. Ling Yi opened his eyes, and deep within his pupils, two orbs of cold, eternally unquenchable ice flames flickered silently. His entire demeanor became more subdued and profound, akin to a volcano beneath millennia of ice. His mental strength had transcended the limits of a soul Douluo, inching ever closer to the echelon of a tidal Douluo. Ding. Absorption of the 10,000-year ice blue scorpion skull successful. A qualitative transformation of mental strength achieved. Acquired skills. Domain of eternal freeze. Domain type. Wrath of the Ice Emperor. Single target annihilation. The soul power has ascended to level 62. A breath, infused with icy crystal fragments, was exhaled. Ling Yi, without a moment's hesitation, locked his gaze upon the divine soul ring shimmering with the luster of liquid gold. Come. The divine soul pearl seemed to resonate with Ling Yi's intent, transforming into a warm and sacred golden torrent that enveloped him entirely. This time, there was no violent surge of energy, merely an immense and boundless warmth, akin to returning to the maternal essence of life. The golden energy flowed like the gentlest tide, cleansing and nurturing every inch of his being, every strand of soul power, every single cell. The barriers of soul power, under the caress of this divine force, melted away like snow under the sun. Level 62, 63, 64. His soul powers surged like a rocket. The chaotic divine mill spun joyously under the golden divine light, and the unsealed golden patterns glimmered ever more brightly, with more indistinct ancient designs emerging on the surface of the grinding disk. The restoration progress of the eternal divine furnace quietly ascended to 15, nourished by the divine energy, as the golden radiance gradually receded, finally coalescing into a resplendent soul ring beneath Ling Yi's feet. His soul power level firmly settled at 66. The color of the soul ring, as the golden light retracted, crystallized into a deep abyss, seemingly capable of swallowing all light, black. No, within that blackness, a trace of noble dark golden patterns subtly emerged. Age, 90,000 years. Chapter 23, The Pope's Divine Trial. Ding. The divine soul ring has been successfully absorbed. Soul power has risen to level 66. Acquired the sixth soul ring, 90,000 years, dark golden pattern. Soul skill, chaotic void restraint. Combining the power of the chaotic divine mill with spatial perception, temporarily restrains the target's surrounding space, with intensity increasing alongside one's strength. A spatial type soul skill. Moreover, it fused the suppressive power of the chaotic divine mill. Ling Yi's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The value of this soul skill far surpassed that of a 100,000-year soul ring, coupled with the existing fragments of his spatial divine skills. His future mastery in the realm of space would become one of his greatest trump cards against the Silver Dragon King. Lastly, there lay the ominous purple-black glow emanating from the left arm bone of the abyssal demon ape. Ling Yi extended his left hand, finger splayed. The arm bone of the demon ape transformed into a stream of purple-black light, winding around his left arm, merging with his bones and muscles as if it were a living entity. Roar! A roar filled with ferocity and anguish erupted deep within Ling Yi's soul. The abyssal malevolence, like a parasitic worm, frantically gnawed at his flesh and soul power, attempting to assimilate him into a demon that knew only slaughter. A fierce desire for bloodshed, chaos, and destruction assaulted his reason. A demon? How dare it attempt to corrupt the chaotic? Ling Yi's gaze turned as cold as eternal ice, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight sneer. He did not even summon the chaotic divine mill to suppress it. Buzz! The power he had just absorbed from the ice blue scorpion skull began to operate autonomously. An exquisitely pure icy will immediately spread from his left arm. The embryonic form of the eternal frozen domain unfolded within his arm. The frenzied abyssal malevolence, under the utmost chill of freezing and purification, emitted a wretched hiss akin to a branding iron plunged into icy water, its fierce aura swiftly encased in frost, dissipating. Simultaneously, the power of the chaotic divine grind naturally flowed. A wisp of chaotic energy brushed past the left arm, akin to an eraser removing a stain, completely obliterating the most tenacious remnants of sinister thoughts, assimilating them. Moments later, the dark purple radiance of the left arm receded, returning to its original state. Beneath the skin, a formidable sense of power and a latent, chilling malevolence coursed. Yet this malevolence had been entirely subdued, now a tool at his disposal. Ding! Successful absorption of the 5,000-year abyssal demon ape's left arm bone. Left arm's power and defense significantly enhanced. Acquired skill, touch of malevolence. Upon contact with the target, inject abyssal malevolence to erode soul power, corrode spirit, and taint the martial soul. 3 supreme treasures, all absorbed. His strength surged. Ling Yi slowly rose. Level 66, Soul Emperor. Chaotic Divine Grind sealed at 15. Eternal Divine Furnace repaired to 15. 100,000 years of skull. 90,000 years of spatial confinement soul skill. 50,000 years of demonic arm bone. His mental prowess approached that of a tidal Douluo. At this moment, his aura was as profound as a vast starry sea, with every motion seeming to distort the very fabric of space. Compared to when he departed from Stardo, he had grown more than tenfold. The silent ice door of the secret chamber slid open. A figure of unparalleled nobility, cloaked in purple, gracefully entered, the purple golden emperor's robe trailing on the ground. Footsteps soundless yet imbued with the majesty of dominion. It was Bibi Dong. Her gaze fell upon Ling Yi, and in her purple golden eyes, a fleeting yet genuine surprise flickered. She could distinctly sense the changes in Ling Yi at this moment. His surging soul power, his meticulously refined mental strength, and his formidable aura harmoniously blending the essences of coldness, chaos, and the abyss, an effect far beyond mere absorption of soul bones and rings. This youth's potential repeatedly redefined her understanding. It seemed the harvest was substantial. Bibi Dong's voice was cool and flat, devoid of emotion. Ling Yi slightly bowed, his demeanor respectful, his tone steady. Thanks to your majesty's great fortune, I have not disappointed. Bibi Dong strode to the center of the secret chamber, standing opposite Ling Yi. She did not inquire about the details. At her level, only results mattered. She extended her jade-like right hand, on which floated a peculiar token. The token was neither gold nor jade, embodying a profound dark purple hue. Its material resembling wood or stone, its surface adorned with naturally formed, dark golden veins that protruded like blood vessels. At its center was a closed vertical eye pattern, seemingly forged from blood and curses. An indescribable aura of malevolence, slaughter, and resentment emanated from the token, causing the temperature of the entire icy chamber to plummet. Even the gray mist of the chaotic divine grind quivered slightly. Rakshasa Divine Exam Token. During your journey in Stardo, you have brought back celestial herbs for this seat, dealt a heavy blow to Emperor Tion's pride, and showcased the martial soul hall's sacred son's might at Shrek. Bibi Dong's voice carried a strange cadence. As if proclaiming a divine decree, this token is bestowed upon you. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing directly into Ling Yi's eyes. With this decree, you may sense the thoughts of the Rakshasa and embark upon your path of divine examination. Should you succeed in this trial and earn the Rakshasa's recognition, there shall be a place for you at the pinnacle of the spirit hall. Her words bore a promise, yet were laced with a chilling scrutiny. The path of divine examination was fraught with peril, a profound opportunity intertwined with trials. Ling Yi regarded the ominous decree with a tranquil expression, devoid of hesitation. He extended his hand and firmly grasped the token, its icy touch reminiscent of ancient glacial ice. Yet within that frigidness lay an eerie allure that stirred the darker recesses of the heart. The blood-red vertical pupil on the token, tightly shut, seemed to quiver faintly at his touch. Ding! Acquired key item, Rakshasa Divine Examination Token. Triggered hidden quest, Rakshasa 9 Trials, first trial awaiting activation. Quest reward, unknown, to be distributed according to evaluation progress. Warning, the Rakshasa Divine Examination harbors immense danger and mental corruption. Proceed with caution. Thank you for your grace, your excellency. Ling Yi's voice was steady as he secured the token. The Rakshasa's divine position? His ambitions did not lie therein. However, this token was a crucial medium for accessing divine power and deciphering the rules of divinity, an indispensable element of his grand design. Bye-bye Dong observed Ling Yi calmly accepting the token, her scrutiny gradually receding into an unfathomable abyss. She turned, her purple gold robe sweeping through the air with an icy elegance. The elite competition of high-ranking soul master academies across the continent will commence in 5 years. Her voice echoed from the doorway, imbued with an indomitable will. I expect to witness the glory of the Spirit Hall crush all opposition across the continent. Any hindrance shall be reduced to dust, including Shrek and that little rabbit. The final words dripped with a chilling amusement and a hint of murderous intent. With her voice fading, she vanished from sight, leaving Ling Yi alone in the chamber with the slowly revolving chaos divine mill. He caressed the chilling Rakshasa Divine Examination Token, his thoughts drifting to the cold silver eyes in the core of the Stardo forest and to Tang San, kneeling at the gates of Shrek, his eyes brimming with resentment. Reduced to dust, is it? Ling Yi murmured to himself, a cold, yet commanding smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Just as I desire. As the chaos divine mill rotated, the golden light upon its grinding surface seemed to shine even more brilliantly. Deep within the eternal divine furnace, the flicker of divine emerald pulsed with renewed vigor. 5 years. Sufficient time for him to thoroughly digest this surging power and integrate it seamlessly. Enough time to leave Shrek's prodigies far behind in the dust. Sufficient time to prepare a grand, overwhelming spectacle for the event that was destined to shake the continent to its core. Chapter 24. The Awakening of the Stardo Divine Examination. 5 years. A mere moment in the vast expanse of the Douluo Continent, yet within the depths of the Spirit City, in the chamber where the Chaos Divine Mill slowly turned. It was an era of power accumulation and sharpened brilliance. Deep within the Pope's palace lies a chamber of icy stillness. A chilling aura pervades the air, and upon a jade platform of eternal frost, Ling Yi sits cross-legged. No longer does he exhibit the restlessness that accompanied the initial surge of his soul power 5 years prior. His breath is as tranquil as an abyss, seemingly melding with the ancient ice surrounding him. Above, the Chaos Divine Mill spins silently, adorned with intertwining golden patterns that flow with a tangible essence of chaotic divinity. After 5 years of arduous cultivation, under the immense pressure of the Rakshasa divine examination and the abundant resources of the spirit hall, the second seal has been pried open to a fraction, unlocking to level 20. As the mill grinds, the void warps silently, and the laws of existence seem to bow before its might. The eternal divine furnace hovers within his dantian, the deepest crack in its walls having faded significantly, while vibrant green sparks of divine essence pulse vigorously, indicating a restoration progress of 52. Though the rekindling of the furnace's flames is still distant, the primal essence capable of refining all has begun to awaken. Beneath him, 6 soul rings quietly hover. Yellow, purple, purple, black, black, and the ancient soul ring of 90,000 years, imbued with dark golden patterns. The fluctuations of soul power are harmonious and flawless. He has ascended to the pinnacle of level 69, only a step away from the realm of soul sage. The chilling intent bestowed by the ice-blue scorpion skull is concealed within the depths of his gaze, while the malevolent power of the abyssal demon ape's arm bone has been perfectly tamed by the chaotic force, akin to a coiled serpent lying in wait. Ding! First trial of the Rakshasa divine examination. Initial grind of chaos, completed. Content: endure the pressure of the chaos divine mill for 100 days, refining the soul core with chaotic essence, thus enhancing the purity of soul power by 300. Reward: restoration degree of the chaos divine mill core 5, current unlocking at 20, 1 divine level lottery chance, and 1000 Rakshasa divine examination points. Second trial of the Rakshasa divine examination, pending activation journey to the edge of the core area of the Douluo forest to seek the nodes of chaotic breath. The cold system notification reverberates in his sea of consciousness. Ling Yi slowly opens his eyes, where the depths of his pupils swirl with chaotic nebulae. Devoid of sorrow or joy, chaos breath at the edge of the Douluo core area, he murmurs softly, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the cold jade beneath him. After 5 years of dormancy, he is destined to return to that perilous land. Dtion, the Silver Dragon King, and that unfinished business await. Lottery, a subtle shift in consciousness. Divine level lottery activated, the wheel spins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining external soul bone, chaos void wing, right wing fragment. Contains a feeble essence of spatial origin, significantly enhancing speed and short distance spatial traversal abilities. Note: must acquire the left wing or sufficient spatial origin to complete. A strange, grayish bone wing, shimmering with silver spatial ripples, flashes behind Ling Yi before vanishing into his body. Though merely a fragment, the affinity with spatial power instantaneously fills his limbs with vitality. A cold smirk finally graces Ling Yi's lips. Spatial abilities are precisely what he needs to augment his current limitations. At that moment, the door to the chamber silently glides open. A figure stands respectfully at the threshold. It is Xiaoyu, the leader of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. 5 years have passed, and his aura has sharpened and deepened, now reaching the realm of Soul Emperor. Yet, faced with the unfathomable pressure within the chamber, he still finds his breath caught in his throat. Your Highness, the Saint's son. In a tone imbued with profound reverence, the Pope decreed, the 7 members of Shrek Academy have entered the Douluo forest, with the suspected objective of acquiring the 4th soul ring for one of their core members. Among them are Ning Rongrong, the daughter of Ning Fengji from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and a girl with rabbit ears, seemingly a transformed soul beast of 100,000 years. Douluo? Shrek? Xiaowu? Ling Yi's eyes swirled with a chaotic nebula, a hint of chilling amusement flickering across his features. How fortuitous. I am aware. Ling Yi's voice remained calm and unperturbed, instructing Yin and Hulaina to accompany him to Douluo and witness the soul-hunting spectacle of the Shrek 7 monsters. Yes. Xiaoyu responded with solemnity and swiftly withdrew. Deep within the mixed zone of the Douluo forest, ancient trees towered, vines twisted, and the air was thick with the earthy scent of damp soil and a faint hint of blood. 7 youthful figures navigated through the woods with a certain disarray. They were indeed the newly formed Shrek 7 monsters. Tang San, with blue-silver grass entwined around the corpses of several thousand-year soul beasts, moved with agility. His aura was steady, revealing him to be a level 41 soul master. The blue-silver grass martial soul was now laced with fine golden patterns, its resilience and toxicity far surpassing the past. After 5 years of honing, the techniques from the Xiantian treasure record had become even more elusive, and the brilliance of his purple extreme magic eye was profound. Yet, within the depths of his gaze lay an even greater melancholy and a haunting hatred, deeper than 5 years prior. The humiliation of kneeling at the gates of Soto City remained a searing brand upon his very soul. Dai Mubai strode at the forefront, his figure more imposing, his eyes glinting with ferocity, the fluctuations of his soul power at level 43 emanating the pressure of a king of beasts, though there lingered a subtle, barely perceptible pain in his chest. Zhu Zhuqing followed closely, her form lithe as a shadow, her aura frigid, having also broken through to the rank of Soul Master. Xiao Wu remained vivacious, her rabbit ears lively, yet occasionally, when glancing into the depths of the forest, a fleeting concern would flash in her eyes. Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile radiated with brilliance, while Oscar's sausage martial soul shimmered with an unusual gleam. And Ma Hongjuan's malevolent fire burned more fervently. Flender and Zhao Wujia trailed at the rear, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. The passage of 5 years had not dulled their wariness and animosity towards the spirit hall, particularly towards that holy sun. This venture into the Star Doe was not solely for the purpose of acquiring soul rings, but also to facilitate the rapid growth of these young monsters through practical experience. With the hope of avenging past grievances in the future. Fatty, reign in your sinister flames. Do you wish to attract every soul beast in the forest? Dai Mubai growled impatiently, shattering a bothersome vine with a punch. Come on, Boss Dai, don't be so fiery. Ma Hongjun retorted with a cheeky grin. A flicker of golden-red flame dancing at his fingertips. Everyone quiet down. Tang San's voice was steady as his purple extreme magic eye scanned the relatively open area ahead, identifying a clearing suitable for rest, and allowing Fatty to release his aura to attract appropriate fire attribute soul beasts. Third brother is right. Xiao Wu chimed in enthusiastically. The 7 hastened their steps, stepping into the clearing. However, the moment they entered the center of the clearing buzz, a heavy and suffocating aura of terror descended from the heavens, without warning, like an invisible chaotic millstone crashing down. Boom. The ground suddenly sank. The hard soil rolled like waves, cracking open. On the open ground, several boulders the size of grinding stones were instantly reduced to powder. Ugh. Uffed. The Shrek's 7 monsters felt as if they had been struck by an unseen giant mountain. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, the 2 power-type soul masters, were the first to bear the brunt, groaning as their knees buckled, nearly collapsing. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu crouched down, their faces pale. Ning Rongrong and Oscar even spat out a small mouthful of blood, their soul power shields shattering in an instant. Tang San's body trembled violently. The blue-silver grass surged forth to protect him, yet upon contact with the oppressive gray mist, it emitted a hissing sound and quickly withered and charred. The ground beneath his feet exploded, his legs sinking deep into the soil, barely maintaining his stance, but blood was already seeping from the corner of his mouth. Flender and Zhao Wuji were greatly alarmed, their soul power erupting to its utmost limit. 7 soul rings on Zhao Wuji's body flashed wildly. The phantom of the mighty iron bear roaring. Flender, embodying his cat-eagle martial spirit, cast a sharp gaze towards the source of the pressure. At the edge of the clearing, atop a towering ancient tree that required 10 people to embrace, 3 figures stood quietly like deities. Chapter 25. The initial formation of the 7 monsters. The leader, clad in dark golden patterned armor, stood tall like a spear. His black hair fluttered gently in the wind, his face handsome yet indifferent, and his eyes, deep as an endless night sky, looked down below without a hint of emotion. It was Ling Yi, merely by standing there. The chaotic pressure emanating from him froze the entire space. After 5 years of accumulation, the aura of a pinnacle soul emperor at level 69, combined with the unleashed power of the chaos divine millstone, was enough to instill fear even in a soul Douluo. To his left, Xie cradled the moonblade, his gaze sharp as a knife, exuding a fierce aura. To his right, Hu Laiina's figure was enchanting, her mesmerizing eyes revealing a cold scrutiny and a hint of blind reverence towards Ling Yi. Shrek, the 7 monsters? Ling Yi's voice resonated calmly, like ice clashing, clearly reaching the ears of everyone below, carrying a sense of indifference that seemed capable of crushing everything. 5 years have passed, yet it remains the same, utterly unbearable. It's you. Tang San suddenly looked up, his purple extreme magic eyes bursting with golden light, fixating on the figure atop the tree. The humiliation from 5 years ago, Dai Mubai's severe injury, the disgrace of the academy, all the pent-up hatred erupted like a volcano in his chest. The Shintian skill within him operated frantically, a chilling killing intent uncontrollably spreading. The holy sun of the spirit hall. Flender's voice was hoarse, filled with deep-seated hatred and profound apprehension. This place is the Star Doe Forest, not under your spirit hall's jurisdiction. What do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Ling Yi's lips curled into a cold arc, as if watching a poor performance. Where this holy sun goes. Do I need to report to you? His gaze casually swept over the 7 below, who appeared as if facing a great enemy, finally landing on Tang San's face. Filled with resentment, carrying a hint of faint mockery. Passing by, I wonder if this waste, who was once forced to kneel by a mere finger of this holy sun, has made any progress. It seems that, in the end, a waste is still a waste. You seek death. Dai Mubai was utterly enraged. The humiliation of 5 years ago and the hidden pain in his chest surging simultaneously, his sinister eyes instantly turning blood red. The white tiger's transformation ignited instantaneously, his body swelling as the 3rd spirit ring illuminated. The white tiger's radiant wave morphed into a blinding golden beam, infused with a ferocious aura of destruction, ruthlessly charging towards Ling Yi perched upon the treetops. He yearned to obliterate the scoundrel who had bestowed upon him endless humiliation. Zhu Zhuqing vanished like a specter. executing her phantom-piercing strike, targeting Hulaina at Ling Yi's side. To attack the enemy was to ensure salvation. Xiao Wu activated her instantaneous movement. Her flexible bone-charming rabbit poised to strike at Ling Yi's lower body. Ma Hongjun unleashed a torrent of phoenix fire. Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile radiated brilliance. The 7 treasures were renowned, the first being strength, the second speed. Oscar rapidly consumed a mushroom sausage. Tang San's eyes glinted with a chilling light, as he unleashed silent hidden arrows, casting shadows that bore several poisoned bone nails. Enveloping Ling Yi's vital points like a torrential downpour, an embodiment of 5 years of grueling training with hidden weapons, now transformed into the most insidious killing move. The Shrek 7, bound by 5 years of tacit understanding, erupted in unison, their sights set firmly on Ling Yi. Faced with an onslaught that would leave an ordinary soul sage flustered, Ling Yi did not even lift an eyelid. He casually raised his left hand, fingers splayed, toward the oncoming white tiger's radiant wave, the phoenix fire, the myriad hidden weapons, and the approaching figures of Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. A hum resonated. An intangible yet exquisitely condensed stream of chaotic energy surged forth, akin to a collapsing miniature universe, abruptly expanding from the center of his palm. Chaotic void confinement. Crack. 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 The very fabric of space solidified. Dai Mubai's white tiger radiant wave halted 3 feet from Ling Yi's palm, the golden energy encased, as if trapped in amber. Ma Hongjuan's phoenix fire became a distorted, leaping sculpture of crimson gold. Every hidden weapon Tang San had launched, whether the astonishingly swift hidden arrows or the cunning bone nails, eerily suspended in midair, less than a foot from Ling Yi's form, yet unable to advance by even a fraction. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, airborne in their assault, remained frozen in their attacking stances, ensnared by an invisible spatial shackle, unable to even roll their eyes, their faces etched with expressions of sheer terror. Ning Rongrong's enhancement aura and the energy from Oscar's recently consumed mushroom sausage were all similarly halted. The entire clearing appeared as though time had been suspended. The Shrek 7, alongside their attacks, were forcibly confined within a minuscule space. Only Flander and Zhao Wujia retained the ability to move, yet both were left aghast, their souls shaken by this unfathomable force of spatial confinement. Ling Yi slowly lowered his left hand, as if merely brushing away a speck of dust. His indifferent gaze swept over the array of frozen figures, akin to an artist admiring his masterpiece. The ant shaking the tree was a laughable miscalculation. His voice resonated like a final judgment, crystal clear in the ears of every despairing soul present. Just as Flander's eyes bulged with rage, and Zhao Wujia roared his intent to fight back, a more vast and frigid will, imbued with supreme majesty, suddenly descended upon this confined expanse, as if it had traversed the very fabric of space. A vague yet noble purple apparition coalesced behind Ling Yi, its visage obscured. Yet the overwhelming authority that governed life and death cast a shadow over all beings, freezing the souls of Flander and Zhao Wujin, rendering them immobile. It was the will projection of Bibi Dong. The ethereal gaze, laced with a chilling amusement, precisely fell upon the terrified Xiao Wu, suspended in midair. 10,000 years of soul beasts have indeed been well nurtured. The cold voice resonated like divine decree, echoing deep within the souls of all present. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Wu's body felt as if struck by countless bolts of thunder, a paroxysm of terror causing her already immobilized form to tremble violently. Her rabbit ears drooped helplessly. Her eyes filled with despair. Her true identity had been unveiled. Before this supreme pontiff, her disguise appeared as mere child's play. Saint. The will projection of Bibi Dong turned its attention to Ling Yi, its tone devoid of emotion. The tests are paramount. The troublesome insects may be dealt with during the competition. The indifference in the words was more despairing than any insult could ever be. We shall heed the decree of your majesty. Ling Yi inclined his head slightly, adopting a posture of deference. He cast one last glance at the petrified members of Shrek, his gaze lingering on Tang San, whose eyes brimmed with endless resentment and fear, and a cold, piercing smile graced his lips. Enjoy your final moments. During the elite competition of the continent's prestigious Soul Master Academies, I, the Holy Sun, shall personally see to your demise. As his voice faded, he turned away, with Xieyu and Hulaina following closely behind. A hum resonated as the fragmentary chaos void wings behind Ling Yi flickered and vanished. The space rippled, and the trio's figures melded into the air, disappearing without a trace, leaving only the dissipating force that had bound them. Along with Bibi Dong's oppressive will projection that cast one last lingering glance at Xiao Wu before fading away. Thud, 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 as the confinement lifted. The Shrek 7 tumbled to the ground like dumplings, in utter disarray. Dai Mubai clutched his chest where an old injury had resurfaced, coughing up blood. Xiao Wu collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, her gaze vacant, filled with the dread and horror of surviving a calamity. Tang San struggled to rise, his eyes fixed on the direction where Ling Yi had vanished, his nails digging deep into his palm, blood oozing, his eyes ablaze with overwhelming hatred and impotent humiliation. Flander and Zhao Wujin's faces turned ashen, as if they had aged a decade in an instant. The projection of Bibi Dong's will, Ling Yi's unfathomable spatial confinement, and the immense peril brought forth by Xiao Wu's exposure loomed over them like insurmountable mountains, stifling their breath. The competition, Tang San's voice was hoarse, steeped in chilling resolve. Ling Yi, the spirit hall, I vow that this grudge shall not go unavenged. The flames of hatred blazed fiercely within the shadows of the Star Do forest. At this moment, Ling Yi's figure emerged in the depths of the Star Do forest, closer to the core region. Thanks to the short-range traversal of the Chaos Void Wings, he hovered above a forest shrouded in ancient miasma, with the Chaos Divine Mill slowly rotating above him. Sensing the direction indicated by the system, ding! Second trial of the Rakshasa God, Breath of Chaos, activated. Task content, locate and refine 3 nodes of Breath of Chaos. Task duration, 3 months. Task reward, 10 progress towards unsealing the Chaos Divine Mill, 1 God-given soul ring, 3,000 points in the Rakshasa God trial. Warning, the nodes are located at the edge of the core region, where encounters with formidable soul beasts or even ferocious creatures are highly likely. The spatial mark of the Silver Dragon King is in a state of deep concealment. High-energy shocks may activate it. Ling Yi felt the faint, peculiar waves emanating from the miasma forest below, resonating weakly with the Chaos Divine Mill. The Chaos Nebula in his eyes swirled, cold and sharp. The breath of chaos. Emperor Tian, Silver Dragon King, and the final feast before the competition. A slight smile crept upon his lips, embodying a detached mastery and a hint of bloodthirsty anticipation. Let the journey begin. Chapter 26. The Chaos Breath Melting Furnace. At the edge of the core region of the Star Do forest, the atmosphere here was starkly different from the periphery. The air was thick as if it were liquid, infused with the oppressive weight of primal wilderness. Each breath felt like swallowing a leaden weight. Towering ancient trees twisted into grotesque shapes, their leaves shimmering with ghostly green phosphorescence. Beneath him lay a bottomless, decaying swamp, bubbling with toxic gas. Deep, ominous roars of beasts echoed from the darkest corners of the forest, sending tremors through the very soul. This was a forbidden zone of life, a veritable cradle of chaos. Ling Yi floated above a swamp permeated with a kaleidoscope of poisonous miasma. The remnants of the Chaos Void Wings unfurled silently behind him, the silver ripples of space parting the surrounding viscous air and deadly miasma by several feet. His eyes were tightly shut, the glow of the ice-blue scorpion skull at his brow flickering faintly, as his formidable mental power, like invisible tendrils, penetrated through layers of obstruction, precisely locking onto a node deep within the swamp. Node of Breath of Chaos 1, Poisonous Miasma Swamp Eye, contains the chaotic profile of decay, toxicity, and the obliteration of life. Refinement requires withstanding the myriad poisons eroding the soul, guiding the power of the Chaos Divine Mill to strip away impurities and extract the essence. The system's cold notification echoed within his consciousness. He had found it. Ling Yi murmured, the Chaos Nebula in his eyes suddenly accelerating in its swirling motion. With a shift of his form, the fragmented void wing behind him gently fluttered. Buzz! The space rippled, and his figure vanished like a specter from the original location. In the next instant, he traversed the hundreds of meters and the lethal miasma barrier, appearing directly at the center of the swamp. Beneath him lay a vortex of mud, no more than 10 feet in diameter, continuously spewing forth a colorful poisonous smoke, the very source of the deadly miasma. Boom! Almost the instant Ling Yi arrived, it seemed to trigger the swamp's taboo. The entire mud pit erupted in a frenzy. Countless grotesque tentacles, formed from viscous toxic mud and adorned with suction cups and venomous spines, surged forth like awakened ancient demons, accompanied by a piercing sound that sliced through the air and a nauseating stench. They came from all directions with unrelenting ferocity. Simultaneously, the concentration of the rainbow-hued poison surged 100-fold, transforming into a tangible torrent of venom that ravenously eroded Ling Yi's protective soul power. The hissing sound of corrosion echoing endlessly. Humph! Ling Yi let out a cold snort, neither dodging nor retreating. Above him, the ethereal shadow of the Chaos Divine Mill suddenly materialized. 2 unsealed golden patterns erupted with resplendent divine light. Chaos Divine Mill. Suppress. Buzz. The grayish chaotic currents cascaded down like a waterfall from the heavens, violently expanding from Ling Yi's center. Wherever it passed, the laws twisted, and all things returned to their origin. Puff, puff, puff. Those tentacles, capable of strangling a soul Douluo, let out mournful wails upon contact with the chaotic currents. Disintegrating like ice before the scorching sun, their massive forms crumbling and dissipating, reverting to their primordial sludge. The surging rainbow-hued venomous torrent collided with an invisible dam, forcibly blocked, decomposed, and assimilated by the chaotic currents. The essence of the toxin was forcibly stripped away by the might of the Chaos Divine Mill, leaving only the purest remnants of decay and the chaotic essence of this marshland. Ling Yi sat cross-legged atop the boiling vortex of mud, as steadfast as a boulder. With his hands forming seals, the chaos divine mill began to rotate slowly, akin to a colossal grinding stone, forcibly drawing in the viscous, ink-like chaotic essence that had been stripped away. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The grinding stone emitted a sound that made one's teeth ache. The ink-colored essence, under the pressure of chaotic power, had its impurities thoroughly crushed and eliminated, leaving only the most refined, coarse strands of gray-black gas. This gas no longer carried toxicity or decay. Rather, it emanated an ancient, vast sense of all things reaching their end, returning to chaos. Refinement progress. 1:5:15. As the refinement progressed, the ethereal shadow of the eternal divine furnace within Ling Yi involuntarily trembled slightly. The verdant divine light upon the furnace wall seemed to be attracted, pulsating with greater vigor. Strands of gray-black chaotic gas were actively absorbed by the divine furnace, merging into the cracks of the furnace wall. Miraculously, the stubborn edges of the fissures began to heal at an exceedingly slow pace. Though minuscule, it represented a qualitative leap. The breath of chaos could indeed accelerate the restoration of the eternal divine furnace. Indeed, of the same origin. Ling Yi realized this in his heart, and the speed of refinement suddenly accelerated. 1 day, 2 days. When the 7th strand of pure chaotic gas had been completely refined and integrated into the chaos divine mill and the eternal divine furnace. Boom. The entire toxic marsh trembled violently. The billowing rainbow-hued poisonous mist suddenly thinned, and the swirling mud vortex calmed significantly, as if its core power had been siphoned away. Ding. Chaos Breath Node 1, Toxic Marshi, Refinement Successful. Chaos Divine Mills, Source Compatibility Enhanced. Eternal Divine Furnace Repair Progress increased to 58. Azura Divine Exam Points, 1000. Ling Yi opened his eyes, and the gray-black chaotic energy briefly flickered before vanishing, his aura growing even more profound and reclusive. Without hesitation, he flapped the ethereal wings behind him, merging his figure into the ripples of space, racing toward the next node indicated by the system. Located at the center of a distorted force field within a chasm rife with spatial rifts. Time raced by in the frantic refining and perilous battles. 2 months later, at the edge of the star core region, deep within a desolate blackstone forest, there was an eerie stillness. No plants or life existed here. Only countless towering black stone pillars, resembling the fangs of a colossal beast. Between these pillars, an invisible and terrifying gravitational field permeated, potent enough to tear apart the flesh of a soul Douluo. Even more frightening was the extreme instability of space, where subtle, dark void rifts appeared and disappeared like venomous serpents, exuding a destructive aura that threatened to consume everything. Chaos Breath Node 3, Gravity Abyss. It encapsulates the ultimate gravity, spatial rending, and annihilation of matter within a chaotic profile. Refinement requires enduring immense pressure, resisting spatial cuts, and drawing the power of the chaotic divine mill to untangle the chaotic force field and extract its essence. Ling Yi stood atop the highest stone pillar, his garments billowing in the wind. Though his complexion was slightly pale, his aura burned fiercely like an impending volcanic eruption. The refining in the previous 2 nodes had quietly elevated the unlocking degree of his chaotic divine mill to 22, restored the eternal divine furnace to 65, and allowed his soul power to seamlessly break through the threshold of level 70. At this moment, he stood at the brink of becoming a soul sage. Beneath him lay the core node of the entire gravity abyss. The terrifying gravity pressed down upon him like countless mountains, turning ordinary soul sages into mere flesh. The invisible force of spatial cutting acted like millions of tiny blades, relentlessly tearing at his protective soul power and chaotic energy, producing a sharp, grating sound. The surface of the black stone pillar beneath him, as sturdy as steel, was riddled with countless cut marks. Now was the moment. A brilliant light surged in Ling Yi's eyes. The ethereal shadow of the chaotic divine mill above him became more solid than ever. 2 golden beams of light burst forth. Refine for me. Boom. The chaotic divine mill spun wildly. The gray chaotic energy surged forth like a torrent, violently crashing into the tumultuous gravitational field and spatial rifts below. Like the most domineering of cleansers, where it passed, the raging gravity was forcibly tamed and suppressed. The rampant spatial rifts were smoothed and mended by the chaotic force. The entire chaotic force field at the core of the abyss was systematically organized into a flowing stream of energy under the might of the chaotic divine mill. Chapter 27. The void wings break the heavenly tribulation. A heavy, refined essence, imbued with the sensation of tearing through all matter, emanated a dark golden chaotic primal energy, forcibly extracted from the chaotic core by the divine mill. Refinement progress. 80, 90, 99. Just as the last vestige of dark golden chaotic primal energy was about to be completely refined and absorbed, an unexpected change occurred. Boom. The space above the gravity abyss, previously calmed by the chaotic force, suddenly distorted violently. A colossal, pitch-black vortex materialized, engulfing the entire stone forest area. In the heart of the maelstrom, it was not dark clouds that loomed, but rather a turbulent tempest, seething with the destructive brilliance of thunderous energy. An overwhelming, frigid force, imbued with an absolute will of judgment, descended with the might of a celestial river, cascading from the heavens. It was the tribulation of the heavens, the trial of the soul saint. Moreover, this was incited by the chaotic laws of the stellar core and the chaotic essence refined by Ling Yi. A cataclysm far surpassing ordinary tribulations. Crack. The first bolt of tribulation lightning was not the usual bright white or purple, but a profound and inky black, thick as a palace column. It struck like a destructive thunderclap born from the very tearing of space, disregarding distance, and instantaneously cleaved down upon Ling Yi's head. Where it passed, the fabric of space disintegrated inch by inch, leaving behind indelible traces of darkness. The aura of annihilation caused the black stone forest below to wail and crumble. What a welcome sight! Ling Yi's eyes bore no trace of fear. Instead, they ignited with an overwhelming battle spirit. This was the moment he had awaited. Harnessing the power of the tribulation, he aimed to completely refine the chaotic essence and break through to the soul saint, the chaotic divine mill. Protecting him. Buzz. The chaotic divine mill instantaneously expanded, shielding his head. Two golden patterns erupted with an unprecedented radiance, as the ashen chaotic streams coalesced into a tangible barrier of light. Boom! The pitch-black tribulation lightning struck ferociously upon the chaotic shield. The barrier shuddered violently, emitting groans of unbearable strain, fissures spreading instantaneously. The frenzied power of destruction pierced through the barrier, surging fiercely into Ling Yi's body. Ling Yi's entire being trembled violently as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body instantly charred, countless serpentine arcs of electricity coursing over his surface, wreaking havoc. The agony was akin to a myriad of steel needles piercing his very soul. Yet, his gaze burned with madness. The Xiantian technique, system-optimized version, within him revolved with fervor. The newly refined dark golden chaotic essence, under the onslaught of the destructive thunder, not only held its ground but, like iron cast into a furnace, began an unprecedented and fervent fusion with his soul power, flesh, bones, and even his spirit. Not enough. More. Ling Yi roared skyward, deliberately diminishing part of the chaotic shield's defense, channeling even more of the destructive thunder into his body. Boom, boom, boom. The second and third bolts of even more terrifying black lightning cascaded down, each one thicker than the last, each containing a purer will of destruction. The entire gravitational abyss transformed into a purgatory of thunder. Fragments of space shattered and flew about like glass. Ling Yi's body was repeatedly torn asunder by the lightning, charred, even revealing his stark, white bones. The mingling scent of blood and char filled the air, yet he stood firm as a rock rooted in a stone pillar, refusing to retreat. The chaotic divine mill spun wildly, resisting the external waves of destruction while forcibly grinding, guiding, and transforming the surging power of destructive thunder into a blazing fire that refined his very being. The ethereal image of the eternal divine furnace flickered madly in his dantian, the emerald divine light pulsating to its utmost limit, greedily absorbing the threads of destruction and rebirth within the destructive thunder, hastening the repair of the furnace walls. The cracks upon the furnace body began to mend at a visibly rapid pace, interwoven with destruction and renewal. Eternal divine furnace repair progress, 68, 71, 75. As the seventh and final cataclysmic thunderclap, which darkened nearly half the sky with an inky hue, descended with the intent to obliterate all celestial bodies, Ling Yi abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes ablaze with a chaotic nebula. Behind him, the dormant and fragmented chaos void wing erupted in an unprecedented brilliance of silver light. The void wing, the shattering of calamity. Buzz. The incomplete right wing stretched to its utmost limits. Its edges no longer gentle ripples in space, but transformed into blades that tore through the void. In that moment, Ling Yi's form harmoniously merged with the void wing, becoming a silver streak that rent the heavens, advancing defiantly toward the cataclysmic dark thunderbolt, soaring upward, transforming his body into wings. Wings shattering the heavens. Boom. The silver streak collided violently with the ebony thunder in midair. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the dreadful sound of space being forcibly torn apart. The laws of existence utterly annihilated. At the epicenter of the collision, a miniature black hole, consuming all light, was birthed in an instant, expanding rapidly. The silver streak was forcefully struck down, crashing back onto the stone pillar like a meteor, shattering the resilient black stone into fragments. Ling Yi was drenched in blood, his body marred with horrific burns that revealed bone, his left arm grotesquely twisted, and his breath had nearly faded to nothing. The radiance of the void wing dimmed. Fissures marred its surface, as if it could shatter at any moment. Yet, that ultimate thunder, capable of annihilating a tidal Douluo, was also forcibly torn asunder in this desperate clash, its might significantly diminished by the spatial primordial power contained within the void wing. Though the residual force remained formidable, it could no longer halt his progress. Buzz, a surging, boundless aura, reminiscent of the primordial chaos, erupted violently from Ling Yi's battered form. Beneath him, the phantom of the seventh soul ring coalesced frantically. No longer a profound black, it shimmered with a noble, mysterious silver gray, as if imbued with the essence of spatial origins. Upon the soul ring, 7 silver lines, reminiscent of space fissures, flickered into view. Soul Sage. Achieved. Ding. The Chaos Breath Node 3, Gravitational Abyss, has been successfully refined. The second trial of the Rakshasa God, Chaos Breath, completed. Rewards. Chaos Divine Refinement Unlock Progress 10, Current Unlock 32. God-Given Soul Ring 1. Rakshasa God Trial Points, 3,000. Spirit Power elevated to level 71 Soul Sage. Acquired the 7th Soul Ring. Spatial Primordial 7,000 Years, Silver Gray. Soul Skill, Chaos True Body. Transmute into the projection of the Chaos God Refinement. Immune to 70 physical and energy attacks, significantly enhancing the Divine Refinement's might, with substantial soul power consumption during duration. Eternal Divine Furnace Repair Progress, 81. External Attached Soul Bone, Chaos Void Wing, Incomplete Right Wing, Fusion Degree significantly enhanced. Gained enhanced short-range spatial traversal ability. The cold system notification resonated like celestial music. Coughing, Ling Yi struggled to rise from the rubble, every movement eliciting excruciating pain that tore through him. Yet, his eyes gleamed with the sharpness, chill, and depth of a divine weapon tempered through tribulation. The silvery gray 7th soul ring beneath him slowly rotated, emanating a heart-stirring spatial fluctuation. The tattered void wings at his back, though damaged, were intrinsically linked to his essence, as if they were an extension of his very being. Level 71 Soul Sage. Chaos Goddess Seal of 32. Eternal Divine Furnace repaired to 81. The true form of the spatial martial soul. Enhanced void wings. He wiped the black blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze piercing through the dissipating calamity clouds and chaotic spatial currents, directing towards the even darker depths of the core area of the Douluo Forest, a cold and defiant smile gradually curving his lips. Emperor Tian, Silver Dragon King. This congratulatory gift, this holy sun shall accept. Meanwhile, in the core area of the Douluo Forest, at the bottom of the Lake of Life, within the shadowy crystal palace of the lake, a pair of silver eyes, embodying the flow of cosmic rivers, slowly opened. A fleeting clarity shimmered within those eyes. The essence of space, the aura of chaos, and the remnants of the heavenly tribulation. A cool, ethereal voice carried an imperceptible weight. The insect had surprisingly reached this stage. The void's scars had been completely concealed. Her delicate fingers, as fine as jade, unconsciously traced the cold armrest of the throne, leaving faint silver marks. My lord. The deep and respectful voice of Emperor Tian resonated from outside the hall, tinged with a hint of confusion. He too sensed the unusual fluctuations of the heavenly tribulation and the essence of space. Never mind, came the voice of Guyu Na, the Silver Dragon King, returning to an absolute coldness and indifference, as if the earlier fluctuations were merely a figment of imagination. The prey must be well fed before the slaughter, for it is far more intriguing that way. She slowly closed her eyes, with only the silver trace at her fingertips silently emanating a chilling glow. The elite competition of the continent's Advanced Soul Master Academies is about to commence, is it not? Chapter 28. The opening of the competition. The calamity clouds of the gravity-black abyss gradually dispersed, leaving behind a scene of devastation and subtle ripples of spatial healing. Ling Yi knelt on one knee amidst the ruins of shattered pillars, his body drenched in blood, scars marring his skin, his left arm hanging limply. The damaged void wings on his back were lined with cracks, their silver glow dimmed. Yet, the gaze he lifted was like a cold star forged through trials, sharp, frigid, harboring the will to tear through the void. Beneath him, a noble and mysterious silver-gray soul ring, adorned with 7 spatial crack-like patterns, slowly floated. Martial Soul City. A grand metropolis symbolizing the supreme authority of the Martial Soul Hall, shimmered under the morning sun as if draped in flowing molten gold. The vast central square had been transformed into a colossal arena capable of accommodating 200,000 spectators, resembling a massive vortex forged from steel, rock, and fervor. The air was alive with a cacophony of voices, the sound waves crashing like tangible tides against eardrums, infused with excitement, anticipation, and a faint scent of gunpowder. Flags from various academies fluttered like vibrant flowers above the surging crowd. Yet the true dominion of this tumultuous sea lay in the omnipresent and radiant golden emblem of the 6-winged angel, deeply etched in every corner, proclaiming the sole authority of this realm. The towering entrance of the Pope's hall cast a shadow that was both imposing and frigid. At the edge of the shadow, 7 figures stood like silent statues, lined up in a row. At the forefront, the dark golden holy sun is clad in a robe that accentuates his tall, gun-like stature. with intricate silver patterns shimmering in the shadows, exuding a subdued, chilling radiance. 5 years have washed away all extraneous traces, leaving behind a silhouette as sharp as a blade. Ling Yi slightly lowers his gaze, seemingly resting upon the throngs below, yet perhaps penetrating the tumultuous clamor to alight upon a deeply buried, malevolent mark in his soul, the void scar of the Silver Dragon King. Behind him, the moon blade of the evil moon retracts its sharpness, revealing a more sinister aura, while Hulaiina's enchanting presence is laced with a chilling intent to kill. The violent flames surrounding Yin are akin to a repressed volcano, and together with the other 3 elite members of the Golden Generation, they form an invisible, suffocating wall. This overwhelming pressure, stemming from the pinnacle of power, silently permeates the air. In the vicinity of the Pope's pavilion, the din oddly diminishes, as if an unseen hand has gripped the throat of the crowd. Countless eyes converge upon that dark golden figure, filled with emotions of reverence, fervor, inquiry, and fear, flowing silently through the masses. Look, that is the Holy Sun, Ling Yi. 5 years ago at the Star Dough. Shoo! Silence. Do you wish to perish? Even Emperor Tian. Hiss. This aura makes it feel as if the flow of soul power has stagnated. Quick, look over there. Shrek. That garish green outfit. Ha ha. The murmurs of the crowd ripple like delicate waves, ultimately converging into a clear stream pointing towards a corner. Far from the center, near the edge of the viewing platform, the glaringly grotesque green uniform stands out like an island amidst a vast ocean. The figure that descended like the Grim Reaper 5 years ago, and the chillingly etched phrase of the tournament's funeral, have long since transformed into the deepest venom, gnawing day and night at the souls of the Shrek 7 monsters and their mentors. Tang San stands at the forefront, his back straight as an unyielding spear. However, only Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu, closest to him, can perceive the white knuckles from his tightly clenched fist, buried deep within his palm from excessive force. His gaze is fixated on that dark golden figure upon the platform, his profound eyes resembling the tranquil surface of the Dead Sea before a storm. Calm on the outside, yet roiling with immense hatred and an unshakable chill that he struggles to suppress. The cold touch of the hidden arrow rests against his wrist. A trump card forged through countless days and nights, yet it offers no warmth, feeling instead like a block of ice. Dai Mubai's tiger-like eyes widen, his chest heaving violently. The ferocity of his white tiger martial soul stirred by the abyssal aura of his opponent, yet forcibly suppressed, the sense of suffocation almost causing him to grind his teeth. His throat constricting as he swallows down the metallic taste of iron and sweetness. Zhu Zhuqin is like a cheetah taught to its limit, her body slightly leaning forward, her toes instinctively tensed, ready to react to a deadly ambush, her cool eyes reflecting unprecedented gravity. Xiao Wu clings tightly to Tang San, her petite form trembling uncontrollably. The mischievous sparkle in her rabbit-like eyes has been replaced by an inescapable fear. The presence of the figure upon the high platform was frigid and chaotic, imbued with an ancient aura that seemed capable of extinguishing the very will of the soul. Each seemingly casual glance he cast over the assembly constricted Xiao Wu's throat as if gripped by invisible claws. Her instincts honed over countless millennia of soul beasts screamed of impending peril, particularly when she sensed a cold, authoritative gaze, imbued with scrutiny, fleetingly brushed past her. Her heart raced perilously close to escaping her chest. Bibi Dong. That woman. She understood. The competition was her prime hunting ground. This thought clung to her spirit like a relentless curse, rendering her limbs icy and her breath labored. Brother. Her voice trembled like a whispering breeze, the quiver unmistakable. Her fingers clenching tightly around Tang San's sleeve, her knuckles turning pale. Tang San did not look back. Instead, the muscles in his arm tensed, transmitting a faint yet resolute strength. His entire mental focus was intensely concentrated, akin to a finely tuned probe, striving to penetrate the twisted chaotic mist enveloping Ling Yi, searching for any exploitable chink. Yet, all he perceived was an ever-shifting abyss that seemed capable of devouring all light, and within its depths, the occasional flicker of a silver-gray sheen, a sight that could freeze the very soul, the 70,000-year soul ring of the primordial essence of space. And what was that? A weighty pressure, as if burdened by the entire firmament, pressing heavily upon his heart. Merely sensing it caused his mental energy to flicker like a candle in the wind. Was that the true form of a martial spirit? An embodiment exuding an ancient chaos, one that had never before been encountered in theory. At that moment, as the hearts of the Shrek members trembled with shock, a grand, icy presence, imbued with unparalleled authority, descended upon the plaza of the Spirit City like an invisible tsunami. The 2 massive golden doors of the Pope's Hall, under the silent impetus of magic, slowly swung open. The resplendent golden robes of the Pope shimmered with sacred light within the shadows, and beneath the purple gold crown, Bibi Dong, wielding the Spider Emperor's scepter that symbolized supreme power, stepped forth with deliberate and precise strides. Each step seemed to resonate upon the very nodes of heavenly and earthly laws, and the deafening clamor of the square was abruptly severed by an invisible blade, plunging it into profound silence. Over 100,000 gazes, imbued with instinctual reverence, converged upon her majestic yet imposing figure. Bibi Dong's gaze, akin to a tangible beam of purple-gold light, swept slowly and oppressively over the throne below. Her eyes lingered upon the Spirit Hall battle team, particularly on Ling Yi. Her scrutiny laced with expectation and a sinister satisfaction at the prospect of a peerless weapon poised to spill blood. Yet, when her gaze seemingly flitted carelessly over the glaringly repugnant green area of Shrek Academy, a faint, chilling glimmer flickered deep within her eyes, as if the Spider Queen had locked onto a moth destined to futilely struggle within her web. Buzz! The enormous gem atop the Spider Emperor's scepter suddenly erupted in a dazzling radiance, amplifying Bibi Dong's voice, which resonated clearly, coldly, and undeniably within the very souls of everyone present in the plaza. The prestigious elite tournament of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy has commenced. Her voice, slightly elevated, resonated with a fateful declaration that echoed throughout the heavens. The glory of this championship shall undoubtedly belong to the Spirit Hall. Victory is ours. Spirit Hall. Victory is ours. Spirit Hall. Victory is ours. Spirit Hall. Following a brief silence, a fervent roar akin to a cataclysmic wave erupted. The golden sea of supporters surged with fervor, igniting a blazing inferno. The Pope's proclamation kindled the most fervent flames within the hearts of all Spirit Hall adherents, their cheers soaring to the heavens, as if to rend the very sky asunder. The colossal wheels of the tournament, propelled by the Pope's will, thunderously set in motion. As a seeded team, the Spirit Hall squad enjoyed a bye in the first round. Yet, this in no way diminished their regal demeanor as they prepared for their debut, facing the Thunder Academy. Renowned for its ferocious offensive prowess among the 5 elemental academies, the 7 representatives of the Thunder Academy emerged, their bodies crackling with lightning, the air thick with the acrid scent of ozone. The captain, Lei Dong, a 4-ring soul master, resembled a human storm, his fierce gaze locking onto the composed members of Spirit Hall. The pride of the Elemental Academy compelled them to suppress their underlying fear. As the purple banners of thunder fluttered wildly, their supporters unleashing desperate roars of encouragement, the referee raised an arm, reminiscent of a guillotine, and brought it down forcefully. The match begins. Chapter 29, Shadows over Shrek. Thunderous fury. Lei Dong roared like thunder. In an instant, the 7 unleashed their martial souls, their soul rings shining with blinding brilliance. A torrent of tempestuous lightning soul power converged, intertwining to form a colossal lightning net that enveloped a significant portion of the arena. The purple sparks danced, tearing through the air with a devastating aura, descending upon the Spirit Hall team. This was their prideful combination technique, an awe-inspiring display. Faced with this terrifying lightning net, capable of instantly incapacitating a Soul Emperor, the front line of the Spirit Hall team, including Xiaoyu and Hulaina, did not even adopt a defensive stance, their expressions imbued with an air of detached indifference. Ling Yi made his move, with an almost casual step forward. He altered the very fabric of reality. A resonant hum, emanating from the primordial chaos, reverberated, sending shivers through the soul, radiating from Ling Yi as it swiftly expanded. Beneath his feet, a silver-gray soul ring, marked with 7 spatial fissures, ignited, its luminescence deep and shadowy, seemingly devouring all surrounding light. Following this, a colossal, suffocating shadow, forged from countless twisted chaotic currents and fragmented space, materialized behind him with a thunderous roar. An ancient grinding millstone, slowly rotating and seemingly capable of crushing stars, became faintly discernible, its surface rippling with bizarre, warped distortions of space. At the periphery of this millstone's shadow, a pair of colossal wings, though incomplete, still exuded the essence of rending the very void, fluttered ever so slightly, almost symbolically. The true form of chaos has descended. In that moment of manifestation, a terrifying force of confinement, derived from the very essence of spatial rules, enveloped the entire arena like an invisible weight of immeasurable pressure. Time continued its relentless march, yet space itself had become utterly frozen, as the colossal net of thunder, roaring with cataclysmic fury, descended like an insurmountable wall of despair. All the leaping purple serpents of electricity, mere feet from the heads of the Spirit Hall battle team, suddenly froze in place. They held their most ferocious, grotesque postures, yet were ensnared in the void, utterly devoid of even the faintest flicker of arcane energy. The fierce, resolute expressions on the faces of the 7 from Thunder Academy became instantly petrified, their pupils constricting in sheer horror. They were gripped by the terrifying realization that even the slightest movement of their eyes had become a distant luxury. Their thoughts continued to churn, their soul powers surged, yet their bodies were entirely severed from the control of consciousness, as if encased in steel like a specimen. Only their eyes trembled wildly in the throes of immense despair. The air, the space, and absolute confinement. In the VIP section, a seasoned soul Douluo from the imperial family of the Tiando Empire suddenly rose, exclaiming in astonishment, his voice distorted by overwhelming shock. The entire square descended into an eerie, chilling silence, broken only by the heavy, oppressive sounds of breathing that echoed ominously. Ling Yi's gaze, as cold as the ice of 1,000 years, fell upon the massive phantom figure of the Thunder Captain, Lei Dong, ensnared before him. Coalescing from his soul power and radiating with the heat of molten rock, he raised his left hand. The eerie, dark green patterns upon his left arm flared to life, emanating an aura filled with the essence of abyssal corruption and malevolence. The left arm bone soul skill of the 50,000-year abyssal demon ape, touch of the evil demon. With a hiss, several tendrils composed entirely of exquisitely condensed dark energy, adorned with menacing barbs, erupted from the frozen space before Lei Dong without warning. Their speed transcended the limits of perception, piercing toward the massive figure of molten rock with a soul-rending shriek. This titan, embodying the majority of Lei Dong's soul power and boasting formidable defenses, was as fragile as a sandcastle before the malevolent tendrils imbued with the force of abyssal erosion. The tendrils penetrated through the heavy molten armor as effortlessly as a glowing steel needle through thin paper, plunging deep into the core of the giant. Dark energy surged wildly, contaminating and eroding. A silent wail erupted from the molten giant as its colossal form twisted violently, the surface instantly covered in spiderweb-like black cracks. The searing glow of magma dimming rapidly, as if doused in ink, crumbling into oblivion. Almost simultaneously, as the core of the molten giant was ravaged by the evil tendrils, a point of icy blue light suddenly flared to life at Ling Yi's forehead. This radiance was pure and frigid, as if it had condensed the essence of the eternally frozen Arctic core. The 100,000-year ice blue scorpion skull soul skill, Wrath of the Ice Emperor. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a wave of extreme, absolute cold that seemed capable of freezing the passage of time. Emanating silently yet irresistibly from the center of Ling Yi's brow. Wherever this chill spread, the frenzied thunder net, ensnared in the confines of space, along with the remnants of the molten giant's collapse and the still boiling torrents of magma, instantly lost all their violent attributes. Crack, crack, crack. The relentless sound of intense freezing echoed ominously. The tempestuous violet lightning surged forth, as if all its furious energy had been instantaneously siphoned away, solidifying into colossal, frigid purple ice crystals, each strikingly unique in form. The dark crimson magma, bubbling and splashing with an aura of terrifying heat, seemed to encounter absolute zero from the dawn of creation, freezing in an instant, losing all luster, and transforming into lifeless, black frozen rock, exuding a chilling aura of desolation. The ultimate cold and the destructive lava, two violently opposing forces, were forcibly imprisoned within the same space under the dominion of the chaotic essence and the absolute suppression of spatial confinement, crafting a scene of an ice-fire purgatory that was both astonishing and eerily chilling. The chaotic essence commanded the battlefield, the touch of evil shattered defenses, and the wrath of the ice sovereign brought forth an end to the freeze. The entire process flowed with the grace of a river, yet unfolded faster than the thoughts of most observers could comprehend. From the initiation of the Thunder Academy's mighty strike to the disintegration of the colossal lava statue, the freezing of thunder and magma into ice sculptures transpired in the mere span of 3 breaths. Silence, an absolute, suffocating silence enveloped the plaza of Spirit City like a heavy leaden cloud. Over 100,000 spectators, be they fervent disciples of the Spirit Hall or students from other academies, found themselves as if grasped by an invisible hand around their throats, rendered speechless, their minds blank. In their pupils, only the scene of destruction, frozen by absolute power, remained, along with the dark golden figure standing beneath the chaotic grinding wheel, akin to a deity wielding the laws of space and chaos. The oppressive aura emanating from that figure felt as tangible as a massive boulder pressing down upon each heart. At the edge of the stands, within the Shrek area, Tang San's complexion had drained of all color, rendering him pale as a ghost. His arm, clutching the sleeve arrow, trembled uncontrollably, the cold metal sleeve pressed against his skin, emanating a bone-deep chill. Compared to the overwhelming spatial confinement 5 years prior, the current mastery over space, the freezing of thunderous magma, and the ancient chaotic essence of the martial spirit were like a firefly against the full moon. The chasm of disparity was one that effort and calculation could not bridge. His prideful Tang Sek's ultimate skills, the Shintian Kung Fu and the myriad of hidden weapons, appeared utterly feeble and laughable in the face of such overwhelming power. A chilling despair coiled around his heart like a venomous snake, tightening gradually. It was more terrifying than 5 years ago, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. A broken voice emerged from his parched throat, each word laced with the taste of blood. Xiao Wu trembled like the last leaf in an autumn breeze, her face as pale as a ghost, gripping Tang San's arm with such force that her nails nearly pierced through his sleeve into his flesh. The extreme cold of the frozen lava made her feel as though her very blood was congealing, her soul quaking beneath the phantom of the chaotic grinding wheel. The shadow of death had never appeared so clear, so immense, completely enveloping her. Bibi Dong's almost imperceptible icy gaze plunged her into an abyss of frost. Dai Mubai emitted a low, guttural whimper reminiscent of a wounded beast, a mournful cry intermingled with profound humiliation and helplessness. The strength he once took pride in appeared pitifully insignificant in the face of the recent spectacle. Ma Hongjuan's chubby face turned pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. His lips, trembling yet unable to utter a single word. The restorative sausage in Oscar's hand fell limply to the ground. Ning Rongrong covered her mouth tightly. Her beautiful eyes filled with terror and confusion, while the auxiliary light of the seven treasures, glazed tile tower, seemed to pale before the chaotic true form. Zhu Zhuqing's body tensed like a bowstring drawn to its limit. Her gaze remained sharp, yet beneath lay a profound coldness and silence. The Shrek's seven devils felt as though they were engulfed by an invisible blizzard, the biting chill freezing every ounce of their fervor. The flames of vengeance brutally extinguished by the harsh reality, leaving only acrid ashes behind. How is this possible? Dean Flinder murmured in a daze. His gold-rimmed glasses askew on his nose, the vitality in his eyes extinguished. Yu Xiaojing's body swayed violently, his complexion as pale as a withered corpse. His lips moving yet producing no sound. His proud theory of the 10 core competitive strengths of martial spirits, the culmination of his lifelong research, was shattered before Ling Yi's power, which transcended all logic, merging chaos, space, ultimate ice, and abyssal malevolence. The dizziness and despair brought on by the crumbling foundation of his beliefs weighed heavier upon him than any physical pain. Lu Erlong timely supported his faltering form. Her heart filled with anguish and a profound sense of helplessness as she witnessed her husband's sudden aging and pallor. On the arena, Ling Yi withdrew his gaze with an expressionless face, as though he had merely executed a trivial deed. The shadow of the chaotic grinding mill gradually faded, dissipating into nothingness. The binding force that enveloped the arena was likewise released. With a resounding crash, the frozen purple thunderbolt ice crystals and black lava rocks disintegrated, transforming into a flurry of icy dust and black stone powder that fell like a cold, gray snowfall, blanketing a portion of the arena. The 7 members of Thunder Academy, as if stripped of all bones and souls, collapsed limply to the ground, their soul power depleted and spirits shattered. Their gazes towards Ling Yi filled solely with the most primal, profound fear, devoid of even a flicker of resentment. The referee stood frozen for what felt like an eternity before suddenly snapping back to reality, his voice trembling violently with shock and terror, even altering pitch as he announced, "Victory! The victor! The Spirit Hall Academy team." Yet there were no cheers, no applause. The vast square remained steeped in the eerie silence of aftermath. Only the quavering, altered voice of the referee echoed in the emptiness, sounding particularly jarring and surreal. This silence itself was the loudest expression of awe and fear. Ling Yi's gaze seemed to pierce through the fear-laden square, penetrating the myriad of stunned or terrified faces, precisely and coldly landing on the glaring, sickly green at the edge of the distant stands. The corners of his mouth slowly curled upward, not into a smile, but a proclamation more chilling and cruel than the frigid winds of the far north. The meaning in his eyes was unmistakable, like ice picks stabbing into the hearts of every Shrek member. The game has only just begun. Your torment shall endure until the final moment. Meanwhile, at the heart of the starry great forest, within the depths of the lake of life, a colossal mirror of pure spatial energy hovers serenely above the tranquil waters. This mirror, smooth as silver, reflects vividly the scene of the plaza in Seoul Master City, particularly the unfolding of Ling Yi's chaotic true form, capturing every detail of the frozen thunder and molten lava. Gu Yuna's silver-violet eyes mirrored the image within the water's surface, her exquisite visage devoid of any emotional fluctuation, resembling an ice sculpture untouched by time. Only her long, jade-like fingers traced the smooth edge of the mirror, moving slowly and rhythmically, creating subtle and enigmatic ripples in the spatial fabric with each gentle caress. The chaotic aura thickened as her cool voice resonated within the silent underwater realm, akin to icy beads cascading upon a jade plate, devoid of sentiment. The essence of space itself seemed capable of mending the foundation of broken wings, though still incomplete. It had begun to bloom. Her gaze pierced through the mirror's barrier, appearing to rest upon the faintly visible, minuscule flutter of the broken light wings behind Ling Yi. A flicker of curious interest glimmering in the depths of her silver-violet eyes, as though she had discovered a novel plaything. The well-fed prey. Gu Yuna's crimson lips parted slightly, uttering a few words imbued with a detached indifference and a firm sense of omnipotence. It is time to savor the moment slowly. The image within the mirror ultimately froze upon Ling Yi's cold gaze directed towards Shrek, eyes brimming with a cruel declaration. Deep within her soul perception, a trace of the void, deeply concealed yet still existing, quivered silently like a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, responding to its master's will. Harvesting is not a matter of haste. Observing the prey struggle in fear is a source of delight. Chapter 30, Despair. The chilling gray snow, frozen thunder net and fragments of lava settled softly, blanketing half the arena and weighing heavily upon the hearts of every spectator. The suffocating silence of Seoul Master City's plaza lingered for a full 10 breaths before the trembling announcement of the referee barely shattered it. Victory! The victors! The Seoul Palace Academy battle team. There was no anticipated cheer, only a suffocating chorus of gasps. Immediately following, whispers surged like a tide, laden with awe and dread. Did you see? That is the power of space. He didn't even lift a finger. The ice encasing the molten rock is terrifying. I feel as though my soul is frozen solid. Thunder Academy, one of the 5 great elements. Just like that, it's gone? Holy Sun. Is this truly the power of the Holy Sun? How old is he? Soul Sage. A monster. An absolute monster. Shrek, what do they have to fight with? Countless gazes, both overt and concealed, laden with pity, mockery, and schadenfreude, pierced like invisible needles towards the isolated, dung-green island at the edge of the stands. These glances bore a more lethal weight than any words, leaving the Shrek team feeling as though they had been stripped bare and cast into a frigid wilderness. Flander forcefully suppressed the tumultuous surge of his blood, adjusting his crooked glasses, and hoarsely shouted at the despondent Yu Xiaojing and the equally pallid Lu Erlong beside him. Pull yourselves together. Don't let that brat look down on us. We still have a chance. Yet, even he found his words to be woefully inadequate. A chance? In the face of such a power that toyed with elements as if they were mere playthings within that frozen space, Yu Xiaojing's gaze was vacant, his lips moving as he repeatedly murmured, chaos, space, ultimate ice, abyss. This is impossible. It defies all theories, all. His worldview, the very theoretical foundation upon which he thrived and took pride, crumbled into dust before Ling Yi's unreasonable chaotic essence. Lu Erlong could only clutch her husband's cold hand tightly, her eyes ablaze with fury, yet she found no outlet for her wrath. Only the searing of her own spirit. Tang San took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the metallic taste in his throat and the tremors in his arms. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the despair deep within was replaced by a near-manic fervor. He was extraordinarily strong, almost absurdly so. His voice, though low and hoarse, carried a ruthless determination akin to a last stand. But this competition is not a battle fought by a single person. We have 7 of us. We have synergy. We have hidden weapons. And we have the Haotian hammer. The last 3 words he nearly forced through clenched teeth. Laden with a sense of desperate resolve, he needed to grasp at any possible straw, even if that straw could pull him into an even deeper whirlpool. Xiao Wu sensed the taut strength emanating from Tang San's arm. Her fear had not dissipated, but rather grew heavier due to his near-desperate struggle. She gazed at the dark golden figure, surrounded by staff as it descended from the stage like a star among constellations, each step seemingly crushing her heart. Instinctively, she touched her smooth neck, whereby Dong's gaze felt like an invisible shackle, suffocating her. Dai Mubai abruptly struck the metal railing in front of him, producing a dull thud as his palms split open, blood seeping out. Frustration. It was overwhelmingly stifling. He roared, the ferocity of the white tiger surging within him. Yet finding no release, Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, her body taut as a bow drawn to its limit. Ma Hongjun and Oscar exchanged glances, each seeing the profound bitterness reflected in the other's eyes. Ning Rongrong clutched the hem of her clothing tightly, the aura of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda flickering dimly in her palm, appearing so lackluster. The morale of Shrek Academy had plummeted to an unprecedented low. The Martial Soul Hall's team achieved a devastating victory, extinguishing the fervor of all non-Martial Soul Hall factions like a bucket of icy water. In the ensuing matches, whether it was the Tiando Royal Academy's second team facing an obscure ducal academy or the fierce clash between the Blazing Fire Academy and the Plan Academy, everything felt utterly bland. The atmosphere in the audience was heavy, as everyone's thoughts seemed to linger on the frozen thunder net and molten lava, caught in the boundless dread brought forth by that dark golden figure. It was not until the following afternoon, when the referee announced the next duel with a booming voice, that the silent square stirred with renewed anticipation. The next match, the Shinkong Academy faces off against the Spirit Hall Academy team. The previously subdued atmosphere is once again ignited. Although the fervor does not match the initial frenzy witnessed during the Spirit Hall's debut, every spectator's eyes widen with anticipation and a hint of cruel amusement. Shinkong Academy, also one of the 5 elemental academies, is renowned for its swift and versatile wind-based soul skills. Will they emerge as the next thunderstorm? Or can they pose a challenge to the seemingly invincible Spirit Hall? The 7 members of Shinkong Academy, led by their captain, Feng Xiaodian, make their entrance. Clad in azure uniforms, their tall figures exude sharpness, surrounded by an almost imperceptible flow of air. Feng Xiaodian, a 4-ring soul master, wears an expression of utmost seriousness as he gazes intently at the opposing passage. The harrowing scene from yesterday's thunderstorm is vivid in his mind, yet there is no trace of fear in his eyes, only a burning fighting spirit and a touch of reckless determination. As captain, he bears the honor of Shinkong, and even knowing the odds are against them, he is resolute to showcase their might. The Spirit Hall team reappears, still embodying that seven-figure presence. Still emanating a breathtaking aura of oppression. Ling Yi leads with an indifferent demeanor, as if the impending contest were not a competition, but a foreordained ritual. Xiaoyu and Hulaina wear faint, mocking smiles. The dominance displayed yesterday has thoroughly extinguished their interest in the so-called 5 elemental academies. The match commences. The referee's voice carries a barely noticeable tension. Shinkong, formation, wings of the gale. Feng Xiaotian bellows. Instantly, the 7 members of Shinkong embody their soul powers. Azure wings of varying sizes unfurling behind them. Their formation shifts in an instant, resembling 7 unpredictable streams of azure wind, darting around the arena at high speed. The air is torn asunder, emitting a sharp howl. Their velocity is astonishing, leaving trails of afterimages, as if a miniature azure tempest has swept across the stage. This is the famed Gale Turbulence formation of Shinkong Academy, utilizing rapid movement to create chaos and exploit openings for a decisive strike. Faced with this dazzling display of speed, the Spirit Hall team remains as steadfast as a rock. Xiaoyu even stifles a yawn out of boredom. Yin crosses his arms, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Ling Yi's gaze sweeps calmly over the 7 azure figures in motion. He does not even unleash his soul power. Instead, he slowly raises his right hand. Buzz! An invisible, chilling wave of spatial distortion emanates from the center of his raised hand, spreading abruptly. Unlike the chaotic embodiment that froze the entire space yesterday, this is a more precise and refined manipulation. Chaos void binding. As his indifferent voice resonates, the 7 azure figures, racing across the arena, collide with transparent, indestructible walls. Thud! 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 The sound of 7 dull impacts reverberates almost simultaneously. The pride of Shinkong Academy, their speed, plummets to 0 in an instant. The 7, caught mid-charge, are helplessly ensnared in midair. Feng Xiaotian, maintaining his forward thrust, freezes in a look of sheer horror, his expression now one of shock and disbelief. The other team members assumed various stances, some were on the verge of changing direction, while others prepared to dive. At that moment, they resembled insects pinned in midair, trapped like specimens. The wings behind them flapped futilely, failing to generate even the slightest breeze. The azure storm conjured by their swift movements dissipated into nothingness in an instant. On the entire arena, only the bizarre and comical tableau of 7 individuals remained, forcibly frozen in time. The speed upon which the Kamikaze Academy relied had become a grand jest in the face of spatial law. Once again, they were ensnared by spatial confinement. This time, it was more precise, targeting only the 7 of them. The Kamikaze was finished. They couldn't even touch their opponents. A chorus of gasps and sharp intakes of breath erupted from the stands. Feng Xiaotian's eyes nearly burst with fury, his soul power surging wildly in an attempt to break free from the invisible shackles. A brilliant azure light emanated from his body, and his third soul ring flickered violently. Gale Demon Wolf, 36 slashes. This was his most formidable self-created soul skill, relying on the compounded force of high speed to deliver strikes. Yet, under the spatial confinement, he could not even execute a complete chopping motion. His soul power raged within him, unable to transfer even the slightest bit to the outside world. It was exasperating, utterly exasperating. Ling Yi observed Feng Xiaotian's futile struggles, his gaze betraying no emotion. His right hand lifted casually, and his index finger pointed lightly forward. The target was a sensitive attacking team member beside Feng Xiaotian, attempting to coalesce a blade of wind. Cursed touch. With a sudden thrust, a jet-black, barbed tentacle surged forth from the solidified space before that member, striking without warning. The speed was so astonishing that even an afterimage could not be captured. The team member felt an icy, malevolent aura permeate his body in an instant, halting the flow of his soul power. Soon after, an indescribable pain and emptiness surged in his chest. He could barely discern what had transpired, letting out a brief, anguished cry, and like a marionette stripped of all strength, he collapsed into darkness, blood instantly staining the azure fabric of his uniform. Asyong, Feng Xiaotian, and the others howled in horror, yet remained utterly immobile. Ling Yi's finger, akin to the conductor's baton of death, tapped once more. Rage of the Ice Emperor. This time, the target was a defensive team member directly in front of Feng Xiaotian. With no grand display, only a flicker of exquisite ice blue light shot forth, as silent as a venomous serpent, precisely striking the chest of that team member. Crack! A thick layer of ice crystals, exuding an aura of extreme cold, rapidly enveloped the upper body of that member at a visible speed. His expression of terror was forever encased in the ice. Even the state of his martial soul was forcibly frozen. He transformed into a chilling ice sculpture, radiating an eerie coldness, rigidly maintaining a defensive stance, standing frozen in place. Precise, ruthless, efficient, like a master butcher skillfully carving meat, or a cold-blooded killing machine executing its programmed tasks. Each tap of Ling Yi's finger was accompanied by the eerie projection of a dark tentacle or the precise freeze of an ice blue light. PFF, PFF, crack, Crack. In the brief span of mere breaths, the remaining 6 members of the Shinkong Academy, aside from the beleaguered Feng Xiaotian, who, despite being heavily monitored, was left in a state of near bloodshed without the ability to unleash a single soul skill, found themselves akin to mere targets, manipulated at will. Under Ling Yi's remarkably precise spatial confinement, they were utterly powerless, either struck down by the malevolent touch or frozen into various forms of ice sculptures by the wrath of the Ice Emperor. Throughout this entire ordeal, Ling Yi had not moved a single step, his soul power emanating a terrifying steadiness, as though he were merely engaged in a trivial task. Upon the stage, the azure tempest had long since dissipated, leaving Feng Xiaotian alone, ensnared in place, helplessly witnessing his comrades fall in gruesome manners or become encased in ice. His eyes were bloodshot, a tumult of rage, resentment, humiliation, and an ingrained, bone-deep terror swirling within them. The speed he once prided himself on, the glory of the Shinkong Academy, lay utterly trampled beneath the weight of absolute power and the dominion of rules. At last, Ling Yi's gaze settled upon the solitary figure of Feng Xiaotian, his expression calm and unyielding, as though observing an inanimate object. A sudden tightening gripped Feng Xiaotian's heart, a chilling sense of impending death seizing him. In that moment, Ling Yi raised his right hand, fingers slowly curling inward. The spatial confinement enveloping Feng Xiaotian intensified abruptly. No longer merely a restraint, it morphed into an invisible millstone, beginning to inwardly compress and grind. A pain scream escaped Feng Xiaotian's lips. He felt his bones groan, his organs shift, his soul power forcibly repressed within him, with each breath becoming an arduous task. It seemed as though he would be reduced to mere pulp by this intangible force in the next heartbeat. Enough. The referee, pale as a ghost, rushed between the two, unleashing a soul power of the highest caliber to form a barrier, his voice laced with panic. Victory to the Wuhuan Temple team. Please cease. Ling Yi released his grip. Thud. The oppressive weight on Feng Xiaotian vanished instantaneously, leaving him feeling as though all his bones had been stripped away, collapsing to the ground, gasping for air, drenched in cold sweat, his eyes reflecting the most primal fear. In that fleeting moment, he had genuinely sensed death. The referee's voice quaked once more, trembling even more than before. The victor, Wuhuan Temple Academy team. Silence reigned once again, yet this time, the stillness was laced with a chilling profundity. If yesterday's defeat of the Thunder team had been a shocking freeze, today's collapse of the Shinkong was a precise, merciless dismemberment akin to a surgeon's blade. Witnessing the Shinkong members fall one by one like lambs to the slaughter, seeing Feng Xiaotian struggle in agony under the spatial pressure, this visual and psychological onslaught was far more disconcerting than mere overwhelming strength. It was not only a disparity in power, but a ruthless gaze from a higher echelon of existence. At the edge of the stands, within the Shrek area, an eerie silence prevailed. Tang San's nails had dug deeply into his palm, blood trickling down his fingers onto the ground, yet he remained oblivious to his own suffering. His body trembled slightly, not from anger, but from an uncontrollable, frigid chill that emanated from the depths of his soul. Yesterday's chaotic embodiment, which froze everything in its path, could still be attributed to the formidable prowess of the martial soul and the extraordinary capabilities of the soul rings and bones. But what of today? No martial soul manifestation was unleashed, nor was there a grand display of power. Merely through an astonishingly precise manipulation of spatial forces, combined with the lethal skills of the soul bones, he toyed with the renowned agility of the Divine Wind Academy, as if it were mere plaything. What terrifying mastery of mental fortitude was required for this? What dreadful combat awareness? Such abilities were beyond the reach of a soul sage. This was nothing short of monstrous. Precision, control. Tang San's teeth chattered. Each word tumbled forth as if extracted from an icy vault. His understanding of space had reached a pinnacle. His proud purple extreme magic eye and his esteemed techniques for capturing cranes and dragons now seemed utterly laughable and childish before the opponent's effortless, instinctual manipulation of space. The other party didn't even need to see with their eyes. Mere perception allowed them to imprison space with pinpoint accuracy upon each individual. How could one even fight back? Hidden weapons? In the face of such a capability to solidify space at will, any concealed weapon was but a farce. Xiao Wu had slumped in her seat, her complexion drained of color, her gaze vacant, watching the members of the Divine Wind team encased as ice statues. Witnessing Feng Xiaotian crushed and howling in agony by the pressure of spatial forces, she envisioned her own future. The cold glance of Bibi Dong and the lifeless stare of Ling Yi enveloped her in a dual shadow of death. She clutched her arms tightly, her body trembling like chaff. Dai Mubai's eyes burned crimson, his teeth clenched so fiercely that blood seeped from his gums. The suffocating feeling was nearly overwhelming. He would rather be defeated instantly like the Thunder Academy than be toyed with and tormented like the Divine Wind team. This was far more painful than death. It was a complete and utter trampling of their dignity. Zhu Zhuqing's body tightened to its limit, quivering slightly, her sharp gaze wavering for the first time. Ma Hongjun and Oscar appeared ashen. Ning Rongrong covered her mouth tightly, tears streaming silently down her face. She felt for the first time how utterly powerless the supportive light of the Seven Treasures glazed tower was in the face of such absolute control. Flender slumped despondently into his chair, his golden-rimmed glasses falling to the ground unnoticed. Yu Xiaojiang's face turned ashen, and as his body swayed, he coughed up blood and fainted. The theories he had devoted his life to studying were utterly reduced to dust before the overpowering rule of control demonstrated by Ling Yi in these two battles. This was no longer a matter of the strength of martial souls, but a profound chasm in the understanding of the very essence of power. Xiaogang, Lu Erlong cried out in despair, hastily supporting her husband while channeling her soul power, her eyes filled with deep-seated hatred and profound helplessness as she gazed towards the arena. On the stage, Ling Yi slowly retracted his hand, as if merely brushing away non-existent dust from the hem of his garment. He did not even cast a glance at the fallen Shinkong team member, who lay limp on the ground like a puddle of mud, nor at the frozen ice sculpture. Turning away, he descended from the arena with the Spirit Hall battle team, resembling a triumphant deity amid the dead silence of the square and the countless fearful gazes. That dark golden silhouette, in the eyes of the Shrek group, loomed like an ever-expanding, irresistible shadow of doom, gradually crushing the last straw of hope within their hearts. The torment had only just begun, while despair had already taken root and begun to spread wildly in every heart. Chapter 35, Silence. The colossal crash of the seven flesh mountains of the Elephant Armor sect echoed like a funeral bell, resonating heavily in the hearts of every participant not aligned with the Spirit Hall. The frozen diamond mammoth and the solidified icy blue light of Wild Charge, along with the dark golden figure that remained as indifferent as ice amidst Huyan Li's desperate screams, painted a cruel tableau deeply etched into the air of the Spirit City Square and seared into the frayed nerves of the Shrek Seven. The lingering silence of the square had yet to dissipate when the judge's trembling voice, as if he had survived a catastrophe, announced the victory of the Spirit Hall once more. This time, even the sound of gasps was scarce. Numbness, a deep-seated sensation born from repeated crushing, began to permeate the atmosphere. In the face of ultimate fear, an eerie calm emerged. People watched as the Spirit Hall team descended from the arena with the air of routine, observing the frozen giants of the Elephant Armor sect being hurriedly removed, their expressions vacant. In the resting area of the Shrek team, the air was thick, akin to solidified lead. Tang San sat in the corner, his back straight to the point of stiffness. His hands rested on his knees, yet his fingers dug deeply into the hard metal chair, leaving 10 distinct indentations. The wounds on his palms, punctured by his nails, had long since scabbed over, only to be reopened, mingling with cold sweat, sticky and painful. Yet his gaze remained hollow, staring at the ground as if that trivial pain could not awaken him from the abyss of despair, interwoven with chaos and cold. The image of Huyan Li's descent, his distorted face frozen in horror and unwillingness, flashed repeatedly in his mind. Power? In the face of such a frozen space and the manipulation of rules, what could the proud Haoyan hammer achieve? Hidden weapons? Sleeve arrows, Zhuge divine crossbows, or even silent sleeve arrows? A faint twitch at the corner of Tang San's mouth formed an expression more grotesque than a cry. Before he could execute any ambush, he would likely find himself the next ice sculpture, like Huyan Li. Brother, came Xiao Wu's voice, thick with nasal tones and fragile as a whisper. She curled up on the chair beside Tang San, her body shrunk tightly, arms wrapped around her knees, burying her head deeply. She trembled slightly and continuously, not from the cold, but from a fear emanating from the depths of her soul. The moment the Elephant Armor sect was frozen, the essence of her 100,000-year-old soul beast seemed to be cast into an extreme icy abyss, uncontrollably surging within her. That fleeting pulse almost made her believe she had been exposed. She could distinctly sense that, at the very moment the Xianjia sect fell, a chilling, sharp gaze, one imbued with scrutiny and a barely perceptible greed, swept over her position like an icy spear, emanating from the high platform of the papal hall. Bibi Dong. That woman was fixated on her, akin to a venomous serpent eyeing its easily attainable prey. The tournament was her hunting ground, and Ling Yi was the most fearsome hound, tasked with driving the quarry into a corner, presenting them to the hunter. Xiao Wu buried her head deeper, her teeth clenched tightly on her lower lip, tasting the salty, metallic tang of blood. Escape? Where could she flee? In this stronghold of the Spirit Hall, under the dual shadow of Bibi Dong and Ling Yi, despair engulfed her like frigid seawater. Dai Mubai leaned against the cold metallic wall, his eyes closed, his chest heaving violently. Each breath was laced with searing pain, as if he inhaled not air, but scalding sand. Hui Yanli's ferocious assault, which even he had to evade, rendered the diamond mammoth's defenses feeble as paper before Ling Yi. The malevolent tendrils pierced effortlessly. The Ice Emperor's wrath froze in an instant. That posture, dismissive of power, seared into his pride like a heated branding iron. The White Tiger? The King of Beasts? Before the Master of Chaos and Space, it was merely a trapped creature awaiting slaughter. Zhu Zhuqing stood like a frigid statue in the shadows. Her gaze remained sharp yet unfocused, staring vacantly at the remnants of ice crystals on the arena, not yet fully melted. Speed. In the face of absolute spatial confinement, the nether spirit cat's prideful swiftness could scarcely achieve proximity of 10 meters. An unprecedented, chilling sense of powerlessness froze all her fighting spirit. Ma Hongjun slumped in his chair, his complexion ashen, his forehead slick with cold sweat, seemingly devoid of the strength to speak. Oscar lowered his head, repeatedly rubbing his fingers. His lively peach blossom eyes now dull and gray. Ning Rongrong sat beside Flinder, the little princess of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, her face pale, biting her lip. Her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and dread. The Seven Treasure glazed tower, which she prided herself on, seemed incapable of even shimmering in the face of that absolute power governing the frozen space. Amplification? The opponent didn't even require it. Restrictions? With the ability to solidify space, what restrictions could be imposed upon them? Flinder gazed at his lifeless disciples, his heart plunging into an abyss of despair. He opened his mouth, eager to utter words of encouragement, yet found his throat parched, unable to produce any sound. Any words. In the face of Ling Yi's two overwhelming, near-miraculous performances, felt utterly pale and laughable. He could even sense the aura of desolation radiating from Yu Xiaojing, akin to her extinguished flame. Lu Erlong grasped her husband's hand tightly, her eyes ablaze with the fire of anger. Yet this flame could only futilely scorch herself before the absolute iceberg. Useless. A bunch of useless wretches. A low growl, suppressing rage, shattered the stagnant air of the resting area. It was Tai Long, the heir of the Li family, known for his fiery temperament. Glanced at his teammates, especially Dai Mubai and Tang San, who appeared utterly despondent, igniting a surge of rage within him. He abruptly rose to his feet, pointing at everyone with a voice trembling from anger. Look at you all, like withered eggplants after a frost. Are you so frightened before the battle has even begun? Ling Yi is formidable, remarkably so, but what of it? We, the Shrek 7 monsters, are united. We possess synergy. We have strategies. We are guided by Dean Flandre and the Master. And his gaze swept over Tang San, Little San's hidden weapons. The Haotian hammer. We have yet to lose. Is this how you honor the Academy's training? Do you do justice to our uniforms? Tyrone's roar fell like a stone cast into a still pond, creating only feeble ripples. Dai Mubai opened his eyes, casting a cold, disdainful glance in Tyrone's direction, a look so frigid that it stifled Tyrone's next words. Tang San continued to lower his head, showing no reaction as if he had not heard a thing. Xiao Wu trembled even more violently. Enough, Tyrone. Flandre wearily waved his hand, his voice hoarse. Speaking of this now holds little significance. Conserve your strength for the next match. He felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. While he understood Tyrone's fury, the harsh reality was undeniably cruel. Courage, when confronted with an insurmountable power gap, often leads to devastating sacrifices. He did not wish to witness his students, like Huyen Li, become a humiliating ice sculpture. Chapter 36, The Rabbit in the Web and the God-Given Ring. Tyrone observed the numb reactions of his companions, his chest heaving violently before he slammed his fist against the adjacent wall with a resounding thud, then sank back down, cradling his head, lapsing into silence. A heavy, suffocating despair enveloped the small resting area like a dense black fog. In the depths of the Pope's Hall, within a secluded chamber shrouded by a powerful soul power barrier, the air felt thick with sanctity and authority. Bibi Dong sat regally upon a throne sculpted from a single piece of warm jade, her resplendent golden papal robes radiating a gentle halo that framed her flawless yet frost-like visage. In her hand, she toyed with a peculiar orb, the size of a dove's egg, perfectly round and exuding a soft, milky white glow, the God-given soul ring. The orb's luminescence shifted, revealing countless tiny star-like particles swirling within, collapsing, embodying ineffable, formidable energy and the power of rules. Bibi Dong's gaze fell upon the orb, her expression inscrutable, revealing neither joy nor anger. Beside her, Lin Yi stood with hands at his sides, his dark golden sacred robe immaculate, his demeanor tranquil, his aura restrained, as if the freezing of the 7 towering mountains of the Xiangjia sect had not been his doing. Xiangjia sect, that old fool Huyen Jun, must be on the verge of spitting blood from grief. Bibi Dong's voice was cool and melodious, like the sound of ice-cold spring water, laced with a hint of mockery. Huyen Li was my most cherished grandson, the future hope of the Xiangjia sect. Your freezing has likely extinguished his chances of reaching a higher realm. Lin Yi slightly bowed, his tone calm and unruffled. They obstructed the path. Furthermore, if Elder Huyen seeks vengeance, my disciple stands ready to respond at any time. In the exchange of words, not a hint of concern could be detected, only an unwavering confidence. A faint smile graced Bibi Dong's lips, the nature of which was ambiguous. Whether it signified approval or something else entirely remained uncertain. She raised her gaze, her eyes like invisible probes, settling upon Ling Yi, seemingly intent on penetrating his tranquil facade to reach the depths of his soul. Your chaotic true form and mastery over space exceed my expectations by a considerable margin. That incomplete void wing is capable of invoking such a stable spatial confinement. It appears that the 70,000-year spatial origin soul ring resonates profoundly with you. Thanks to my teacher's guidance, I have been fortunate enough to gain some insights, Ling Yi replied, meticulously guarded in his words. Bibi Dong assessed him with a penetrating gaze, then chose to shift the topic. She gently extended the divine soul ring in her hand, which floated toward Ling Yi as if cradled by an unseen force. Take it. This is your reward for completing the second trial of the Rakshasa. Bibi Dong's voice regained its usual authority. This ring harbors a trace of divine rules and can evolve techniques that align most harmoniously with your martial soul, governed by the will and potential of the absorber, granting an extraordinary longevity, far surpassing that of ordinary soul rings. It will serve as a crucial element in establishing your divine foundation for the future. Ling Yi extended his hands, securely catching the warm divine soul ring. The orb felt slightly heavy in his grasp, and a gentle yet vast energy wave coursed through his palm, resonating subtly with the chaotic soul power within him. He sensed the profound vitality and the force of the rules contained within, causing a faint ripple of emotion to flicker in his eyes. Thank you for your generous gift, teacher. Ling Yi carefully stored the divine soul ring and bowed solemnly. Indeed, Bibi Dong responded with a slight nod, her gaze shifting toward the massive crystal floor-to-ceiling window on one side of the chamber. Outside, she could overlook a corner of the Spirit City Square, bustling with activity reminiscent of an ant swarm. Her eyes seemed to pierce through space, precisely landing on a trembling petite figure in a corner of a distant spectator stand, distinguishable by its ghastly shade of green. That rabbit. Bibi Dong's voice abruptly turned frigid, akin to a wind escaping from an ancient frost-laden cavern, imbued with unmasked malice and greed. It seems the plight of the elephant sect has left her rather shaken. Her long, pale fingers unconsciously tapped rhythmically on the armrest of the throne, producing a sound reminiscent of a countdown. Ling Yi followed her gaze, his expression unchanged. Imbued with an indifferent coldness, a panicked prey is more likely to fall into a trap. Rest assured, teacher, she will not escape before the conclusion of the competition. Excellent. Bibi Dong withdrew her gaze, redirecting it back to Ling Yi, her eyes filled with scrutiny and anticipation. The competition is your stage, as well as your whetstone. Use the blood and fear of those insignificant beings to thoroughly temper your brilliance. Make good use of this divine soul ring. I look forward to witnessing the moment your martial soul reaches its complete form, when the chaotic divine forge unlocks even more. She paused slightly, her voice imbued with an undeniable authority. As for that rabbit, let her linger for now. Her fear and despair shall serve as excellent nourishment. When the time is ripe, I shall personally reap the harvest. Ling Yi lowered his gaze. The disciple understands. He sensed the unreserved determination in Bibi Dong's words regarding Xiaowu, as well as the cold will that enveloped the entire competition like a spider's web. He was merely an executor, a blade honed to perfection. The rabbit was but a hapless insect destined to struggle futilely within the net. Go forth. Absorb the divinely granted soul ring swiftly. The main course of this competition has only just begun. Bibi Dong waved her hand and closed her inscrutable purple-golden eyes once more. Ling Yi silently bowed, turning to blend into the shadows of the chamber. Clutching the warm divine soul ring, he felt the power within capable of altering fate, yet his heart remained largely untroubled. Power was merely a tool to achieve one's aims. His purpose flashed through his mind, the despairing, numb faces of the Shrek members, Xiaowu's terrified trembling figure, the chilling void left by a deeply concealed malice, and finally, he fixated on the indifferent silver-purple gaze of the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna, the sharpening stone, the prey, and the lofty hunter. This game of chess was becoming increasingly intriguing. He needed greater strength to completely shatter this chaotic board beneath his control. The divine soul ring glimmered faintly between his fingers, like a chaotic eye quietly opening in the darkness. Chapter 37. The struggles of the purple extreme demon eyes and the roar of the divine gift. The warm touch and overwhelming pulse of the divine soul ring felt like a stone cast into a stagnant pool, stirring only the most insignificant ripples deep within Ling Yi's frozen heart lake. Power? He had long since become accustomed to it. The surge of power released with each unsealing of the chaos god far surpassed the limits this pearl could bestow. It resembled a key that might unlock deeper layers of chaotic power, nothing more. He tucked it away as one would a common tool, stepping out of the Pope's hall, which isolated him from the external clamor. The scorching afternoon sun, infused with the fervor, fear, and oppression of the entire Spirit City Square, mingled with the sense of sweat and dust, struck him forcefully. Ling Yi's stride did not falter as his dark golden figure passed through the path cleared by awestruck devotees, making his way towards the exclusive resting area of the Spirit Hall battle team. He disregarded the fearful, probing gazes behind him and the silent, deathly green area at the edge of the stands, where stares laced with deep-seated hatred and despair were cast upon him. The heavy metal door of the resting room closed silently behind him, sealing out the external noise. Shiyue, Hulaina, Yen, and other core members of the Golden Generation had long awaited his arrival. The air was thick with a faint scent of blood and medicinal herbs. remnants of the Titans' offering left on the arena, now the least significant backdrop in the victor's resting chamber. Saint Sun, Shi Yuan nodded slightly, his moon blade-like eyes gleaming with a subtle curiosity. Hu Lai's enchanting visage had lost its playful smile, her red lips pressed together, her gaze towards Ling Yi grave. Yin crossed his arms, his fiery aura subdued, his expression complex. Yesterday, they crushed the thunder, and today, they toyed with the divine wind. The power displayed by Ling Yi has rendered even these proud sons of heaven acutely aware of the insurmountable chasm that lies between them, instilling a sense of trepidation. The fools from the elephant armor sect have been frozen, and Yin was the first to break the silence, his tone laced with satisfaction. Look at that old turtle, Hu Yanzhen, who often flaunts his robust defenses. Now, witnessing his grandson turned into a block of ice, let us see how he maintains his arrogance. He attempted to lighten the heavy atmosphere of the lounge with his boisterous demeanor. Hu Laina cast him a disapproving glance, her voice tinged with concern. Saint Sun, the divine wind, thunder, and elephant armor, 3 of the 5 elemental academies have already fallen. I fear that the remaining blazing fire and heavenly water will not stir much of a tempest either. Her gaze shifted to the wall, as if she could penetrate the metal to glimpse the distant murky green of Shrek. Though they were stricken with fear, there remained Tang San and the Haotian hammer. Ling Yi settled into a soft chair at the center of the lounge, his posture relaxed, as if the act of freezing 7 colossal figures had not been his doing. He lifted a glass of chilled juice, prepared by a nearby attendant, gently swirling the translucent liquid. His voice was calm and unruffled. A mere gesture poses no threat. The Haotian hammer? In the face of absolute power, it is but a heavier lump of iron. He took a sip, the icy liquid sliding down his throat. Their fear is the most potent weapon, allowing them to languish in despair, awaiting the final judgment. This is far more entertaining than simply crushing them. His words carried an air of indifference, as if viewing ants from above, mingled with a cruel sense of control, causing even Yin to instinctively suppress his earlier delight. Xia Yu's gaze sharpened, while Hu Laina inhaled softly. They understood Ling Yi's deep-seated enmity with Shrek, but did not anticipate his method of revenge to be such a slow and merciless torment. Your words ring true, Saint Sun, Xia Yu intoned gravely. However, according to the competition's rules, they must ultimately take the stage. If they do encounter us, let them grasp the reality fully. Ling Yi set down his glass, the bottom clinking crisply against the table, akin to a decree that would shatter their last vestiges of hope with the very things they held most dear. His gaze swept across the group. You need only focus on your own tasks. Shrek is my prey. His voice, though not loud, exuded an undeniable resolve. Xia Yu and the others felt a shiver run down their spines, and responded in unison, yes. In the resting area of the Shrek team, the air was thick, almost viscous. Flander gazed at the still unconscious Yu Xiaojiang, whose pallid face reflected despair, and glanced at the surrounding disciples, engulfed in a heavy sense of helplessness. Lu Erlong was meticulously wiping the cold sweat from Yu Xiaojiang's forehead, her eyes filled with bloodshot fury. Talon paced restlessly within the cramped space, the weighty thuds of his footsteps resonating like drums against the taut nerves of the others. The next match. Who is it? No matter who it is. I demand to take the stage. I will tear them to shreds. He roared, attempting to dispel the suffocating despair with his rage. Dai Mubai leaned against the cold wall, eyes shut, his chest rising and falling. Zhu Zhuqing stood like a silent statue, her gaze sharp yet hollow. Ma Hongjun and Oscar hung their heads, resembling 2 soulless clay figures. Ning Rongrong hugged her knees, burying her head in her arms, her shoulders trembling slightly. In the shadows of the corner, Tang San sat cross-legged, his back straight as a rod, his hands forming seals upon his knees. His breath was exceedingly faint, nearly imperceptible, as if he had melded with the darkness surrounding him. Only the faintest hint of purple between his brows flickered like a candle struggling against the wind. The purple extreme demon eye. This was his final struggle. It was perhaps the only means he could conceive to pierce the enigmatic spatial power of Ling Yi. His mental energy coalesced intensely, like an invisible spear piercing the seemingly omnipresent chaotic mist. His vision was forcibly distorted and stretched. Before him stood not the walls of the lounge, but a tumultuous expanse of chaotic, ever-shifting energy. This energy moved like a living entity, imbued with a terrifying will to obliterate and consume everything. With each probing of his mental force, he collided against an invisible wall of size, repelled violently, sending waves through his consciousness and causing a splitting headache. More dreadfully, within the depths of that chaotic flow, he perceived a pair of fractured yet radiant wings, exuding an aura that tore through the void. Each minuscule flutter of those wings sent ripples through the surrounding space, subtle enough to be nearly undetectable. It was these ripples that formed the despairing prison of the void. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood could no longer be suppressed, spilling from Tang San's lips and staining his chest. The backlash from forcibly probing a power beyond his comprehension felt like countless steel needles piercing his soul. Darkness enveloped his vision, golden stars danced before his eyes, and the brilliance of the purple extreme demon eye dimmed in an instant. Brother, Xiao Wu, who had been anxiously by his side, gasped at the sight and rushed to support Tang San's swaying form, tears streaming down her face. Please stop. Brother, I beg you, don't continue. You will die? She felt the violent tremors of Tang San's body and the profound weakness of his soul, fear coiling around her heart like frigid vines. Tang San gasped heavily, wiping the blood from his lips, his eyes reflecting a near-manic obsession and a glimmer of horror amid despair. I saw it, just a glimpse, his voice rasped, akin to a worn-out bellows. The space, those wings, they manipulate the very fabric of space, but it's too fast, too intricate, I cannot grasp their trajectory. He had paid an immense price to glimpse merely the tip of the iceberg, yet the spatial mastery it revealed plunged him deeper into despair. It was not mere technique. It resembled instinct, as natural as breathing, the control of space itself. Chapter 38, The Assistance of the Divine Soul Ring. What does it matter if you have seen it? Dai Mubai's cold voice pierced the air, revealing that he had opened his eyes at some point, his fierce gaze glinting red as he fixed his stare upon Tang San, a hint of uncontainable frustration and skepticism lacing his words. Can you unravel it? Can you surpass the solidification of space? Your hidden weapons, can they breach such a blockade? The purple extreme demon eye? It merely clarifies your demise. The relentless blows and suffocating pressure had pushed Dai Mubai's emotions to the brink of chaos, his words cutting like poison blades. Boss Dai? Xiao Wu glared angrily at Dai Mubai. Tang San's body stiffened, and he suddenly looked up at Dai Mubai, his eyes bloodshot, a frenzied obsession almost bursting forth. He could sense the blatant skepticism in Dai Mubai's words, tinged with a hint of resignation. This was more unbearable than Ling Yi's overwhelming pressure. Enough. Flander abruptly stood up, his voice laden with fatigue, yet imbued with undeniable authority. All of you be silent. Conserve your strength. The next match is against Balak Academy. Tai Long, Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, Jiang Zhu, Oscar, Ma Hongju and Xiaowu. You seven will take the field. Main forces. Take a rest. He had to make a decision. If he allowed Tang San and Dai Mubai, the core members, to linger in despair and confrontation, the team would truly be doomed. Substitutions served to preserve strength and provide the core members with a moment to breathe and regain their composure. Upon hearing their names, Tai Long's spirit lifted, a spark of battle intent igniting in his eyes. Yes, Dean, Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, and the others also rose, their faces still grave. Yet a glimmer of hope flickered in their eyes, if only as a temporary reprieve from the suffocating shadows. Xiao Wu glanced worriedly at Tang San, then at Flander, ultimately standing up in silence. Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged a glance, one filled with a chilling madness, the other with suppressed agitation. An invisible rift silently spreading across the soil of despair. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, her body tense. Ning Rongrong raised her head, tears still fresh on her cheeks. Her gaze vacant. In the depths of the Wuhuan Temple battle team's exclusive lounge, Ling Yi sat cross-legged in the center of a tranquil chamber. Here, a powerful spirit energy barrier enveloped him, isolating him from all external disturbances. Before him, the divine spirit ring hovered serenely, emanating a gentle and sacred milky white glow, akin to a miniature starry sky. He closed his eyes, the chaotic spirit energy resembling a slumbering ancient beast, slowly awakening and surging through his meridians. His consciousness sank into the sea of awareness, connecting with the shadowy figure of the chaotic divine mill that rotated slowly, exuding an ancient aura. Come. As his thoughts beckoned, the divine spirit ring seemed to respond to a call from some supreme rule, causing the milky white glow to suddenly swell. An overwhelming, pristine energy surged forth like a tidal wave, infused with an ineffable divine essence, rushing towards Ling Yi's body. The entire tranquil chamber resonated with a deep hum. An indescribable pressure instantly enveloped the space. Ling Yi's body appeared to transform into an insatiable black hole, greedily devouring this divine torrent of energy. Deep within the sea of awareness, the shadowy figure of the chaotic divine mill experienced unprecedented stimulation, its rotation accelerating dramatically. Upon the millstone, the ancient runes representing the unsealing of 32, previously faint and dim, now shone brightly as if infused with life, radiating a deeper, more profound chaotic aura. Not enough. Ling Yi murmured within. The chaotic spirit energy surged wildly within him, guided by the advanced meditative techniques recorded in the scriptures of the Rakshasa god, directing this immense energy to fiercely strike at the deeper core of the chaotic divine mill. Boom. Within the depths of the sea of consciousness, it seemed as though the primordial rumblings of creation echoed forth. The rotation of the divine grinding mill summoned forth a tempest of ferocious energy. Deep within the core of this celestial apparatus, a flicker of faint crimson gold flame, symbolizing the restoration of the eternal divine furnace to level 81, suddenly surged upward. Invigorated by this pure divine power, the flame grew denser and more fervent. Although the restoration progress had only laboriously ascended from 81 to 87, the eternal, unquenchable essence emanating from the golden red light was now exponentially more potent. Threads of pure, unblemished chaotic energy were crushed and refined by the divine mill. then forged anew by the flames of the eternal divine furnace, transforming into the most primal form of power, which coursed through Ling Yi's limbs and sinews, tempering his bones and flesh, nourishing his chaotic soul power. Under the immense energy granted by the divine soul ring, his soul power level soared like a rocket. 71st level beginner, 71st level intermediate, 71st level peak. The barriers of his bottleneck crumbled under the relentless grinding of the chaotic divine mill and the forging of the eternal divine furnace. As fragile as paper. Boom. 72nd level. The elevation of his soul power did not cease. It continued to surge forward, propelled by the divine energy, striving toward the mid-level and high level of the 72nd tier. Simultaneously, an arcane wave of spatial distortion radiated uncontrollably from Ling Yi's being. This was the fragment of spatial laws contained within the divine soul ring, resonating powerfully with the spatial essence of his 70,000-year silver-gray soul ring. Behind him, the shadowy remnants of his chaotic void wings manifested uncontrollably. The fissures on the right wing began to heal, visibly mending under the nurturing of the spatial law fragments and chaotic energy. Though still incomplete, the emanation of spatial tearing and traversal was now more refined and stable than ever. Just as Ling Yi reveled in the exhilarating sensation of his power surging and his martial soul's essence being nourished by the divine soul ring. Deep within the core of the Stardow Forest, at the very bottom of the Lake of Life, Guyuna stood before a massive spatial water mirror. The once tranquil surface of the mirror suddenly rippled violently, as though a great stone had been cast into its depths. The previously clear reflection of the martial soul city became blurred and distorted, replaced by a tumultuous swirl of chaotic energy. At the center of this maelstrom, a shadow of an ancient grinding stone, capable of crushing stars, flickered in and out of visibility. Countless arcane runes were illuminated by divine radiance upon the surface of the stone. Deep within its core, a cluster of golden-red eternal flame greedily consumed the divine energy. On one side of the stone, a pair of incomplete, light wings exuding the essence of tearing through the void were ravenously absorbing fragments of spatial laws. The minute cracks upon their wings slowly mending. For the first time, evident astonishment flickered in Guyuna's silver-purple eyes. Her exquisitely beautiful visage, previously marked by an unchanging indifference, now bore a trace of seriousness and incredulous intrigue. The divine soul ring? Could it truly provoke such a violent primordial reaction from the chaotic grinding mill? And the spatial essence, was it truly mending the remnants of the wings? Her fingers no longer merely grazed the edge of the mirror's surface. Instead, they pressed forcefully upon the violently fluctuating reflection. A resonant hum ensued, as an even more pure and vast silvery purple cosmic force surged through her fingertips, wildly infusing the water mirror. It sought to stabilize the surface, allowing a clearer glimpse into the core's secrets interwoven with chaos and divinity. The eternal divine furnace was accelerating its restoration. The speed was astonishing, reaching 87. Guyuna's pupils slightly constricted. She distinctly observed the burgeoning of a golden-red flame. The divine essence contained within this soul ring far exceeded the ordinary. Rascal, you truly are willing to invest. Her voice carried a chill and gravity, yet more prominently, it resonated with the exhilaration of discovering treasure. The rate of accumulation surpassed her expectations. A breathtaking, yet chilling smile slowly curled at the corners of Guyuna's lips, deep within her silvery purple eyes. Two flames named possession and harvest ignited. Very well, splendidly so. Continue to grow, my prey. All your struggles and transformations shall ultimately become the perfect offering for my ascent to the pinnacle. She pressed her fingers down upon the water mirror, exerting a slight force, forcibly stabilizing and magnifying the tumultuous chaotic scene within, greedily capturing every trace of energy flow and the trajectory of rule evolution. The scars of the void pulsated excitedly deep within her soul, akin to a venomous serpent that had caught the scent of an exquisite delicacy. Chapter 39, Shrek Academy. Valak Academy. Within the exclusive chamber of the Spirit Hall, the energy tide that had shaken the very fabric of space gradually subsided. Like the deep sea after a storm, the surface returned to tranquility, while beneath surged a more violent force. Ling Yi slowly opened his eyes. No longer did they reflect mere coldness. Instead, they bore an ineffable profundity. Deep within his pupils, it seemed as if chaotic currents were swirling, collapsing, with glimpses of silvery gray spatial cracks flickering in and out of existence. He gently clenched his fist, the knuckles emitting a faint crackle, not the sound of bones grinding, but rather a moan, as if space were being forcefully constricted. Level 73 Initiate. The immense energy of the divine soul ring, under the grinding of the chaos divine mill and the forging of the eternal divine furnace, not only shattered the barrier of level 72, but also firmly propelled him onto the threshold of level 73. The richness and refinement of his soul power surpassed that of an ordinary soul sage, imbued with a weightiness and vastness that stemmed from the essence of chaos. Deep within his consciousness, the shadow of the chaos divine mill grew more substantial. On the grinding wheel, where only 32 ancient runes had once illuminated, Now over a third radiated a deep, shadowy glow, with an unlocking degree of 365. Each rotation bore the weight of shattering the void, significantly enhancing the power to obliterate will. At the core of the grinding wheel, the flickering flame of the eternal divine furnace, though still diminutive, had become more refined and fervent, emanating an eternal aura capable of refining all things, with a restoration degree of 92, although it had only increased by 0.5. That thread of eternal, indelible essence was deeply imprinted within Ling Yi's soul, elevating his mastery and transformation of energy to an unprecedented realm. Behind him, the fragmented shadow of the chaotic void wings flickered and vanished. The minute fissures on the wings have visibly healed significantly, although still imperfect. The notion of tearing through space and traversing freely has become increasingly lucid and stable. His perception of space has never been so acute. He could even hear the minuscule ripples in the air caused by the collision of dust particles outside the lounge, several dozen meters away. Rising to his feet, his body felt as weightless as a feather, yet simultaneously as heavy as a mountain. These two contradictory sensations merged flawlessly. The divine soul ring bestowed not merely an enhancement of soul power and the nascent form of soul skills, but also a profound metamorphosis in his life essence and a deep resonance with the primal forces. The door to the silent chamber slid open soundlessly. Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yan appeared at the threshold almost simultaneously, their faces betraying an unmistakable astonishment. The terrifying pressure that had erupted within the chamber, distorting and trembling the very fabric of space, along with the ancient aura reminiscent of the primordial chaos, left these members of the golden generation feeling a chill run down their spines. Saint Sun Yu, Hulaina's crimson lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with myriad colors. She could distinctly sense the deeper, more unfathomable aura emanating from Ling Yi. Have you broken through? Yan's voice was tinged with disbelief, dry and incredulous. How long has it been? From level 71 to 73? This speed is simply unprecedented. Ling Yi's expression remained serene, as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task, nodding slightly, a modest advancement. His gaze turned towards the one-way soul guide screen connecting the lounge to the outside world. What is the situation out there? Xiaoyu took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulence within, and pointed at the screen. Shrek is on stage, facing Barak Academy. However, a smirk played on his lips. The lineup consists entirely of substitutes. Talon, Huang Yuan, and a few others. Tang San, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong have not moved. Not even that rabbit spirit, Xiao Wu. It seems they are too intimidated by you, Saint Sun, to risk their main forces facing embarrassment. The screen switched to the central arena. On the stage, Shrek's side was led by Talon, who, embodying the powerful gorilla spirit, roared with fury as his muscles bulged. Huang Yuan, the lone wolf, Jing Ling, the skeleton, Jiang Zhu, the healing staff, Oscar, the sausage, Ma Hongjun, the evil fire phoenix, and Xiao Wu, the soft-boned rabbit, stood ready. Yet their formation appeared disjointed and frail, particularly lacking Tang San's control, Dai Mubai's direct assaults, and Ning Rongrong's crucial support from the Seven Treasure glazed tile pagoda, leaving their overall momentum dimmer than their drab-green uniforms. In contrast, their opponents from Barak Academy, though hailing from a lesser kingdom with overall strength inferior to the 5 elemental academies, displayed an aggressive demeanor against the incomplete and demoralized Shrek substitute team. The 7 members possessed varied martial souls, yet their eyes sparkled with excitement and greed, eager to seize the opportunity to elevate their status by defeating Shrek. Let the match begin. The referee's voice echoed through the Soul Guide loudspeaker, tinged with the familiarity of routine. In an instant, the battle erupted. Barak Academy had evidently studied Shrek's tactics, as they immediately avoided the seemingly formidable Talon, concentrating their firepower on the auxiliary soul masters, Jiang Zhu and Oscar. Protect the support. Tyrone roared with the ferocity of a maddened giant bear, his fists slicing through the air as they struck towards the foremost Barak assault-type soul master. Huang Yuan, embodying the lone wolf spirit, moved with remarkable speed, attempting to intercept the enemy's agile attackers. Jing Ling's skeletal spirit emanated an eerie chill, launching bone spikes to create a wide area of disturbance. Ma Hongjuan's evil fire phoenix belched forth scorching flames into the air, striving to suppress the adversary's ranged assaults. Xiao Wu flitted like a pink specter, her teleportation executed with precision as she narrowly positioned herself in front of Oscar, her waist bowing as she kicked a Barak team member attempting to ambush him far away. Her movements remained nimble, yet her gaze betrayed an underlying trepidation. Each time she landed from her teleportation, she instinctively glanced towards the spirit hall's resting area, as if a beast lurking there was poised to pounce. However, the Shrek's substitute team, bereft of its core control and strongest defensive point, faltered in coordination, revealing numerous vulnerabilities. Tyrone, despite his immense strength, found himself ensnared by 2 defensive soul masters, his furious roars failing to provide effective support. Huang Yuan and Jing Ling's attacks were effortlessly thwarted by the Barak members' adept teamwork. Although Ma Hongjuan's malevolent flames were fierce, they lacked precise guidance. often missing their mark. Xiao Wu was stretched thin, tasked with both safeguarding her allies and countering the enemy's agile assaults. A cry of pain pierced the air. Oscar, ultimately a support-type soul master, fell prey to the sudden onslaught of two enemy soul venerables. His protective soul power was forcibly shattered, and a wind blade carved a deep gash into his shoulder, exposing bone and staining his sleeve with blood. He staggered back, his sausage spirit skill interrupted. Xiaoyao, Jiang Zhu's healing staff immediately radiated light over him. Yet her healing pace lagged far behind the tempo of the enemy's assault. The Barak members, like sharks sensing blood, intensified their frenzied attack. Damn it! Tyrone's eyes widened with fury as his third spirit ring blazed to life, unleashing a mighty golden roar. The violent sound waves temporarily repelled the two defensive soul masters gripping him and seizing the opportunity. He charged like a crazed rhinoceros towards the enemies besieging Oscar and Jiang Zhu. Stop him, barked Captain Barak. The two agile soul masters, like phantoms, flanked him from the side, their sharp claws slicing through the air, targeting Tyrone's ribs with ruthless precision. Just as Tyrone, weary from exertion, found himself on the brink of being struck, a pink figure appeared beside him as if by teleportation. Third spirit skill, teleportation. First spirit skill, waist bow. Xiao Wu. She abandoned her protective role for Jiang Zhu, forcibly activating her teleportation, her body twisting in midair with an astonishing curvature, her long legs resembling two supple steel whips, striking with a piercing sound towards the two assaulting soul masters. Bang! Bang! Two dull thuds echoed. The two agile soul masters, clearly unprepared for Xiao Wu's astonishing speed and acute angle, were taken by surprise and met with a fierce kick, sending them hurtling backward with cries of anguish. Well done, Xiao Wu. Tyrone felt invigorated, the pressure easing significantly. Yet, just as Xiao Wu's kick sent the two flying and her body hung in the air, her old strength waned while new strength had yet to manifest. A chilling silhouette, akin to a serpent lying in wait, silently emerged behind Xiao Wu. It was Captain Balak, who had meticulously plotted for this moment. In his hand, he wielded a short dagger emanating an eerie blue glow, imbued with a bone-chilling coldness, ruthlessly aimed at her vulnerable back. The angle was malicious, the timing impeccable. Die! A cruel excitement flickered in Balak's eyes. Should he succeed in slaying or severely wounding a member of the Shrek team, his name would surely echo throughout the tournament. Xiao Wu, beware from behind. The horrified shouts of Talon, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and others resounded in unison. Yet, it was far too late for their rescue. Xiao Wu, suspended in midair, had no leverage to escape. The icy intent of death pierced her back like a tangible steel needle. The shadow of mortality had never been as vividly apparent as in that moment. She could even feel the chilling aura emanating from the dagger's tip, a frigidness capable of freezing souls. The instinct of a 10,000-year soul beast alerted her to the imminent threat. Despair seized her heart in an instant. Chapter 40. The struggles of the remnant and the whispers of chaos. In the blink of an eye, an extraordinary shift occurred. A faint yet supreme ripple of spatial fluctuation swept across the entire arena, akin to invisible ripples in water. Captain Balak's merciless strike, aimed with unwavering determination, collided with an imperceptible and indestructible spatial barrier, halting mere inches from Xiao Wu's skin. With a resounding clang, akin to an eerie symphony of metal, Balak felt as though he had struck not flesh, but an unimaginable density of stellar iron. The terrifying recoil from the dagger shattered his grip, sending it flying from his hand. A relentless and frigid force surged through the dagger, crashing violently against his chest. With a violent exhalation, Balak was struck as if by a mighty hammer, blood spewing forth as his body flew backward like a broken kite, crashing against the protective barrier of the arena's edge before sliding down, unconscious and unaware of his fate. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Everyone stood in shock at this sudden and bizarre turn of events. What had transpired? How had Captain Balak been hurled away, bloodied? Xiao Wu, shaken, landed on the ground and steadied herself with difficulty. Bewildered, she turned to see Balak's crumpled form in the distance. What had just occurred in that fleeting moment? She felt a cold, indifferent force brush against her back, as if a deity itself looked down upon her before the threat vanished. This power, cold and indifferent, bore an incomprehensible will that seemed capable of controlling everything, so familiar, yet terrifying. Her gaze, akin to that of a startled rabbit, darted towards the direction of the spirit hall's lounge. Through the one-way spirit glass, she perceived a pair of icy, indifferent eyes, reminiscent of a chaotic abyss. It was him. It was Ling Yi. Had he intervened just now? An icy chill, more frigid than death itself, instantaneously paralyzed Xiao Wu's limbs. Why had he acted? Was he protecting her? No, that was utterly impossible. In his gaze, there was only indifference. Indeed, is it not akin to safeguarding one's prey from the grasp of others? Much like protecting one's private property? This thought struck her like a venomous serpent, fiercely gnawing at her heart, leaving her shivering, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Xiao Wu, are you alright? Tai Long rushed over, his face still pale with shock. No, I'm fine, Xiao Wu replied, her voice trembling uncontrollably. her complexion as pale as parchment. On the arena, Captain Balak lay gravely injured and unconscious. His sudden demise left the Balak Academy bereft of its backbone, shattering their morale. The remaining team members, under Tai Long's furious roar and Ma Hongjuan's malevolent pressure, quickly fell apart. The Shrek's substitute team, after enduring the grievous injury of Oscar, the exhaustion of Jiangju's spiritual energy, and Tai Long's minor wounds, managed to secure a difficult and chaotic victory. The judge's voice was thick with confusion and hesitation. Victory. The victor is the Shrek Academy team. Scattered applause erupted, but more prevalent were the murmurs and uncertain glances exchanged among the crowd. This victory felt inexplicable, devoid of glory, and even bore an unspeakable air of the bizarre and humiliating. In the Shrek resting area, Flinder observed Oscar, who was being helped down, his face ashen and body bruised, alongside the still shaken Xiao Wu. He then glanced at the weary Tai Long and the others, feeling not a trace of triumph, but rather an overwhelming chill of heaviness. He had witnessed the eerie scene on the arena clearly. Captain Balak's lethal strike had been forcefully intercepted and rebounded by an invisible power. That force was cold, indifferent, and aloof. Who else could it be but him? It had to be him. Lu Erlong supported the recently revived, yet still feeble, Yu Xiaojing, his eyes ablaze with fury, though his voice trembled with a hint of fear. Why did he save Xiao Wu? Yu Xiaojing's face was ashen, yet his gaze bore an unusual gravity. He fixed his stare on the arena, murmuring, "It was not rescue, but a marking. He is declaring sovereignty. This rabbit can only be harvested by him. Others are not even worthy to touch her." A bone-chilling dread enveloped him. That Ling Yi possessed not only terrifying power, but a profound and cold-hearted cunning. He regarded Shrek and Xiao Wu as mere playthings in his palm. Tang San suddenly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the direction of the Spirit Hall's resting area. He too had sensed that fleeting, cold, and indifferent spatial fluctuation from the arena, although exceedingly faint. That familiar sensation was unmistakably Ling Yi. Had he intervened to save Xiao Wu? A tumultuous wave of indescribable emotions, intense hatred, extreme humiliation, and deep-seated rage boiled within him like magma, searing his very core. He could not protect Xiao Wu. In fact, he needed his enemy's intervention for her protection. This was 100-fold more agonizing than if Xiao Wu had perished at his hands. It was an utter trampling of his dignity. Brother, it was him. I felt it. It was him. Xiao Wu approached Tang San, her voice laced with a sob and an inescapable terror, gripping his arm tightly, as if it were her only lifeline. Tang San trembled violently, his jaw clenched, fresh blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He abruptly closed his eyes, forcefully suppressing the searing anger and humiliation that threatened to consume him. When he opened them again, the depths of his gaze were filled only with a chilling stillness and a reckless determination. I understand now. His voice was hoarse, akin to the rasp of sandpaper, each word laced with a metallic tang. He gently patted Xiao Wu's cold hand, then slowly rose, his eyes sweeping over the equally pallid faces of Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others. In the next match, regardless of the opponent, I shall take the lead. Tang San's voice, though not loud, resonated with a haunting calmness. Dai, Zhuqing, Rong, Fatty, Xiao Ao, if he can still move, and Xiao Wu. He pronounced each name, letting his gaze linger on his companions for a fleeting moment. We shall all fight together. Dai Mubai's fierce, crimson eyes turned sharply to Tang San, ablaze with the same resolve and fervor. All right, damn it. Even if it costs us our lives, I will tear a piece from him. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, merely nodding slightly, her body taut and her sharp gaze refocused. Ma Hongjun wiped the sweat from his brow with determination. Damn it, let us go all out. Ning Rongrong inhaled deeply, wiping away her tears. The radiant aura of the Seven Treasures glazed tile pagoda stabilizing in her palm with newfound conviction. Xiao Wu, gazing into Tang San's almost frenzied determination, felt her fear begin to dissipate, replaced by a tragic sense of solidarity, and she nodded vigorously. Even the severely injured Oscar struggled to lift his head, weak yet resolute, declaring, I can still make sausages. Observing the rekindled, desperate fighting spirit in his disciple's eyes, Flinder felt a tumult of emotions within him. He was uncertain of its efficacy, but he understood that this was the last bastion of Shrek. All right. Flinder slammed his hand on the table, his voice hoarse yet imbued with a fierce resolve. In the next match, regardless of the opponent, the Shrek 7 will fight with full strength. Let us assert our presence. Even in defeat, we shall ensure the world remembers the name of Shrek. At that moment, the Soul Guide broadcast from the competition committee resonated throughout the arena, its cold, formulaic tone resembling the merciless decree of fate. The results of the next round draw are announced. In the Heaven Do division, Shrek Academy team faces the Spirit Hall Academy team. Boom. Like thunder crashing in the ears of the Shrek members. The hard-won fighting spirit was abruptly shattered by this brutal reality. Facing the Spirit Hall, in the next round, they would confront that godlike man directly. The resting area fell into a profound silence. The flames of hope that had just ignited felt as if doused by a bucket of icy water from the depths of the abyss, leaving only a bone-chilling cold and acrid smoke. Tang San's body swayed, his face turning as pale as parchment. The blood he had just managed to suppress surged back to his throat, yet he swallowed it down with great effort. The light that had just ignited in Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and the other's eyes dimmed instantly, leaving only the deepest despair. Xiao Wu's legs weakened, and had it not been for Tang San's firm grip, she would have collapsed to the ground. Flender opened his mouth, intending to speak, but found himself unable to utter even a syllable. Yuxiagang painfully shut his eyes, while Lu Erlong's tightly clenched fists bore deep imprints from her nails digging into her palms. It seemed as though fate had played a most cruel joke on them. The courage that had just begun to swell within was, in an instant, thrust to the precipice of a terrifying abyss. Within the exclusive lounge of the Spirit Hall, Ling Yi quietly observed the lottery results displayed on the Spirit Guide screen, as well as the desolate and despairing scene in the Shrek resting area. He slowly lifted the juice served by the attendant, the icy liquid sliding down his throat, providing a momentary sense of refreshing relief. He slightly turned his head, his gaze seemingly penetrating through the walls, landing precisely on Tang San's pallid and despairing visage, resting upon his hand that supported Xiao Wu, the knuckles whitening from excessive strain. A slow, almost imperceptible smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. Yet, this was not a smile, it was the whisper of the abyss. The rumble of the grinding wheel beginning to turn, the first note of the funeral dirge. Chapter 41, Ling Yi and the Shrek 7 Monsters. The cold voice of the Spirit Guide broadcast struck down like the hammer of fate, shattering the solemn atmosphere that had just begun to coalesce in the Shrek resting area. The match, the Spirit Hall Academy battle team. Silence. An absolute, suffocating silence. Time seemed to freeze. Flender's mouth hung open, his posture frozen in an angry roar. The fierce expression on his face overshadowed by a deeper horror and despair, akin to a statue trapped in ice. Yuxiagang, who had just managed to open his eyes, instantly lost all glimmer, returning to a hollow and gray state. His throat constricted as he drew a labored breath, emitting a sound reminiscent of a deflating bellows. Lu Erlong's clenched fists remained suspended in the air, her nails deeply embedded in her palms, blood trickling through her fingers onto the carpet, forming a small patch of glaring dark red, yet she remained utterly oblivious. Dai Mubai's fiery tiger eyes dimmed in an instant, like coals nearly extinguished, leaving only cold embers. The ferocity that had just surged within him, eager to tear apart everything, was instantaneously quenched by this brutal reality, leaving behind a bone-chilling cold. Zhu Zhuqing's body tightened like a bowstring drawn to its limit. A noticeable wavering and confusion appeared in her sharp gaze, resembling a lone wolf lost in a snowstorm. Ma Hongjuan's features twitched, beads of sweat rolling down his face, his lips quivering but silent. Ning Rongrong's hands, which had just stabilized the radiance of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, flickered violently, like a candle flickering in the wind, ultimately extinguished, leaving her beautiful face pallid and ghostly. Oscar struggled to rise, yet his body felt devoid of all strength, slumping back into his chair. The pain from his shoulder wound elicited a muffled groan, extinguishing the faint spark that had flared in his eyes, leaving only a resigned gloom. Xiao Wu's body trembled violently, her legs giving way as she collapsed backward. Tang San desperately held her up, his arm muscles taut to the limit, akin to iron forged in fire. Yet his complexion was even more ashen than Xiao Wu's, resembling a corpse coated in gold paint. His lips were pressed into a bloodless line, the remnants of blood at the corners appearing particularly glaring. He grasped Xiao Wu's hand, his knuckles turning pale from exertion, trembling slightly as if he had expended all his strength to prevent himself from collapsing. The recently forged, despair-laden resolve, akin to being plunged into absolute zero ice water, instantaneously froze, cracked, and crumbled into dust. What replaced it was a deeper, more profound, and suffocating despair than ever before. No escape, no refuge. The next encounter would be a direct confrontation with that man, a figure resembling a god or demon. It was to step onto the execution ground that had long been prepared for them. Ha, ha ha. Tang San let out a low, hoarse laugh from his throat, reminiscent of a night owl's mournful cry. This laughter was rife with self-mockery, despair, and a madness born from utterly being toyed with by fate. What a draw. What a spectacle, the Spirit Hall. He slowly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the glaring match information displayed on the spirit guiding screen, as if he intended to engrave those words deep within his soul, transforming them into the most venomous curse. Dai Mubai suddenly struck the cold metal wall beside him with his fist. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed. The sturdy alloy wall bore the imprint of his fist, and blood flowed from his shattered knuckles. Yet, he felt no pain, only an overwhelming sense of pent-up frustration and rage, threatening to burst forth. Damn it! Are you toying with us? He released a beast-like roar towards the heavens, his voice hoarse, filled with unwillingness and resentment. This roar, like a stone cast into a still pond, shattered the silence but stirred no waves. In the resting area, only the heavy, oppressive sound of labored breathing remained, alongside Xiao Wu's uncontrollable, soft whimpers akin to a wounded cub. Flender sat dejectedly in a chair, appearing to age a decade in an instant. He gazed at his ashen-faced disciples, at the unconscious Yu Xiaojiang, and at the bone-deep hatred and boundless despair reflected in Lu Erlong's eyes. Feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness crushing his will like a mountain, he opened his mouth, wishing to say something, yet found all words felt so insipid and powerless in that moment. Encouragement? Before an absolute chasm of power, encouragement was merely a death knell. Strategy? Before a monster capable of freezing space and manipulating rules, any strategy was but a farcical joke on paper. Prepare, take the stage. Ultimately, Flender could only squeeze out those words from his parched throat, his voice rough as if grating against sandpaper. Each word felt as though it had drained the very essence of his being. He knew this might be the last time the Shrek 7 monsters stood together on the same stage. In the exclusive lounge of the Spirit Hall, the atmosphere was entirely different. Xiaoyu observed the scene of despair and silence in the Shrek resting area displayed on the spirit guiding screen. A cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems our friends are thoroughly frightened. His fingers unconsciously brushed against the sharp edge of the moonblade. His gaze sharp as an eagle's. Hu Laiina's red lips parted slightly, laced with a hint of lazy mockery. The draw results are just perfect. No need for us to seek them out. That little rabbit appears to be on the brink of collapse. Her gaze was keenly fixed on Xiao Wu's trembling figure on the screen, filled with interest. Ying crossed his arms, a flicker of fiery energy emanating from him, infused with an exhilarating anticipation akin to one poised to indulge in a grand feast. Humph, a bunch of ignorant fools. They should have been crushed long ago. Holy Sun, just point out whoever displeases you, and I shall be the first to turn them to ashes. His gaze shifted toward Ling Yi, fervent enthusiasm gleaming in his eyes. Ling Yi sat regally in the central armchair, toying with the pendant of the chaotic divine grindstone that had recently absorbed the divine gift soul ring. Now imbued with an even deeper, more introspective aura, the pendant exuded a subtle stream of chaotic energy, entwining and dissipating at his fingertips. His countenance remained serene, as if the cacophony of the outside world, its terror and despair, bore no relevance to him. Upon hearing Yin's words, Ling Yi lifted his gaze, his eyes, as profound as a swirling vortex of chaos, swept across the screen, landing precisely on Tang San's pale, desperate face, which bore a hint of madness, and on the white-knuckled hands that clutched Xiao Wu tightly. The corners of his mouth gradually formed a chilling arc. No need, he stated, his voice flat, yet imbued with an indifference that suggested mastery over all. This performance belongs to them. We merely need to observe in silence, and at the appropriate moment, herald their final act. He paused, then turned his attention to Hu Laiina. Nana, is your enchantment domain ready? I wish to make this funeral unforgettable. A glimmer of understanding and excitement flickered in Hu Laiina's eyes, her red lips curling into a smile that could enchant all living beings. Rest assured, Holy Sun, I will ensure their terror lingers like a maggot in their bones, forever unforgettable. Excellent. Ling Yi nodded slightly, redirecting his gaze to the screen, as if piercing through the fabric of space to behold the impending stage of despair. Shrek, your prelude is about to conclude. The vast central arena, illuminated by the soul-guiding spotlight, resembled a colossal altar, radiating a chilling sheen. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere loomed, reminiscent of an impending storm. The previously raucous crowd now fell eerily silent, countless eyes fixated on the competitors' entryways, filled with a complex tapestry of emotions, reverence and fervor for the Spirit Hall, pity and derision for Shrek, and above all, a morbid curiosity to witness a cruel drama that was already fated to unfold. In the highest observation platform of the Papal Hall, behind the grand floor-to-ceiling soul-guiding crystal window, Bibi Dong sat regally upon her opulent papal throne, her resplendent golden robes shimmering with a divine glow. Beneath her purple gold crown, her flawless visage bore no expression, only the cold, imposing authority of one who looks down upon all creation. Her gaze rested calmly upon the immense arena below, as if she were savoring a well-rehearsed performance. Behind her, the two Douluos, Jiao Douluo Yueguan and Gue Doa Gueme, stood like silent statues, poised in attendance. A glimmer of amusement danced in Yueguan's elongated eyes, while Gueme remained shrouded in a faint black mist, his aura inscrutable and chilling. It begins, Bibi Dong's crimson lips parted slightly, her cool voice echoing across the vast observation platform. As her words fell, 7 figures emerged slowly from the passageway on the northern side of the arena, their murky green uniforms glaring under the spotlight, a stark symbol of desolation. At the forefront stands Tang San. His complexion remains pallid, yet his gaze resembles two unfathomable, icy pools, cold and lifeless, concealing a tempest of repressed madness. Each step he takes feels as though he is treading upon the sharpest of blades. Yet his spine remains unwaveringly straight, akin to a javelin that refuses to bend. His left hand instinctively grips the 24 bridges by night, the fingers trembling slightly from excessive tension. Beside him, Xiao Wu clings closely, her petite frame trembling uncontrollably, her face as pale as parchment. The once vibrant rabbit-like eyes now only reflect an inescapable terror, akin to a frightened hare, vigilantly scanning the surroundings, particularly the direction of the Pope's palace. With each glance cast upon the towering edifice, her body involuntarily tenses. Dai Mubai walks alongside Tang San, his fierce eyes burning red, resembling a trapped beast poised to strike, exuding an uncontrollable aura of ferocity. Following closely is Zhu Zhuqing, her gaze sharp and frigid, her body taut like a leopard, prepared to confront any lethal assault. Ma Hongjun's expression is grave, a sinister fire subtly rising around him. Ning Rongrong's pallor is evident, yet her eyes shimmer with a resolute determination. The ethereal image of the seven treasures glazed pagoda flickering in her palm. Lastly, Oscar, with a pale visage and shoulders wrapped in thick bandages, grits his teeth, enduring the pain, his gaze equally filled with resolve. The Shrek's seven monsters march forth like condemned prisoners approaching the gallows, each step teetering on the precipice of despair. The audience's sporadic applause is filled with pity, overshadowed by a silence heavy with oppression. Soon after, from the southern passage of the arena, seven figures emerge like light piercing through shadows, emanating an overwhelming aura of pressure. Clad in dark golden sacrosanct robes that shimmer with a reserved yet noble luster beneath the spotlight, the leading figure, tall and straight like a spear, strides forth. His expression impassive, eyes deep and enigmatic like an abyss newly awakened, calmly surveying the seven figures of despair before him, as a deity gazes down upon sacrificial lambs. There is no fluctuation of soul power emanating from him, yet he seems to create a domain of his own, rendering the surrounding space thick and oppressive. Half a step behind him, the sinister Yu wields a massive moon blade, its sharp glint subdued, yet his gaze cuts through the air like a drawn sword. Icy and scrutinizing, Hulaina moves gracefully, her enchanting visage adorned with a subtle, cat-like smile that hints at playful malice. Yin radiates a smoldering intensity, akin to a dormant volcano, his eyes brimming with ferocity and impatience. The other three elite members of the Golden Generation stand like silent monoliths, exuding a powerful presence. Upon the emergence of the Spirit Hall battle team, the atmosphere of the entire square ignites. Spirit Hall, victory is assured. Victory is assured. Victory is assured. The thunderous cheers rise like a tidal wave, instantly drowning out the earlier sparse applause. Golden banners flutter wildly, forming a seething ocean of gold. The immense roar crashes against the arena's protective barrier, resonating with a profound hum. Amidst the fervent clamor, the figures of the Shrek Seven appeared increasingly diminutive. Rendered isolated and defenseless, the deafening roar of assured victory descended upon them like an invisible hammer, relentlessly striking at their taut nerves, propelling them toward the abyss of despair. The referee, a formidable soul master hailing from the Star Luo Empire, stood at the center of the arena, acutely aware of the stark contrast in atmosphere on either side. Beads of perspiration forming on his brow. He inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumult within, his voice resonating through the soul guide amplifier. Clear and commanding. The elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy of the entire continent, 7th round of the qualifiers. The Shrek Academy team faces off against the Spirit Hall Academy team. Teams bow. On the Spirit Hall side, Ling Yi inclined his head slightly, embodying an air of aloof superiority. The likes of Xiaoyu and Hulaina merely offered a token nod. Conversely, on the Shrek side, Tang San gritted his teeth, blood seeping from his gums as he compelled himself to bend his unyielding spine slightly. Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others executed their bows with rigid movements, each gesture laced with humiliation and resentment. Xiao Wu trembled like a leaf in the wind, her bow nearly impossible to complete. The rules of the match dictated that if all members of one team lost their combat capacity or were thrown from the arena, they would be deemed the losers. Intentional acts leading to death or severe injury were strictly prohibited. The referee's voice carried an almost imperceptible tension. Now, the match begins. Boom. As the referee's arm fell, it was as if a fuse had ignited a powder keg. On the Shrek side, Dai Mubai erupted first like a volcano repressed to its limits. He unleashed a deafening tiger's roar, his white tiger martial spirit manifesting instantaneously. A tempest of soul power surged forth like a hurricane. Beneath him, the yellow and purple soul rings gleamed with blinding brilliance. Third soul skill, White Tiger's strength transformation. Fourth soul skill, White Tiger meteor shower. He did not engage in the slightest probing. His initial strike was his most potent form. Under the augmentation of the White Tiger's strength transformation, his physique swelled, muscles rippling with a lustrous sheen. Countless golden meteor-like punches, imbued with terrifying destructive force, cascaded like a torrential storm towards the Spirit Hall team, particularly aimed at Ling Yi. Unleashing an overwhelming barrage, he sought to tear through the suffocating dread with his mightiest assault. Simultaneously, Tang San's eyes glimmered with a surge of purple light. The purple extreme magic eyes were pushed to their zenith. His mental strength coalesced to an extraordinary degree. Third soul skill, Spider Web Binding. Several tendrils of blue-silver grass, shimmering with blue-violet luminescence and imbued with potent paralysis toxins, slithered like lurking serpents along the ground, silently yet swiftly ensnaring the ankles of the Spirit Hall team. He aimed to restrict their movements, creating an opportunity for Dai Mubai's fierce attack. Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a blur of black lightning, launching her phantom strike. Her target was Hulayina, intent on disrupting any seductive skills she might attempt to deploy. Ma Hongjun soared into the air, the evil fire phoenix unleashing scorching flames in a sweeping area of suppression. Ning Rongrong's seven treasure glazed tile radiated with brilliant light. In the realm of the seven treasures, a luminous transformation unfolds. First, strength. Second, swiftness. Third, spirit. 3 beams of amplified, radiant light precisely enveloped Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun. This represented the utmost limit of her supportive capabilities. Xiao Wu, closely trailing behind Dai Mubai, though her eyes still reflected trepidation, moved with remarkable alacrity. Her soft-bones rabbit martial spirit empowering her, ready to unleash instant teleportation and a powerful strike with her bow. Oscar swiftly chanted his soul incantation, conjuring restorative sausages. The Shrek's 7 tyrants, on the precipice of despair, summoned their final reserves of strength. Their coordination was impeccable, their assault ferocious. With a tragic yet heroic determination, they charged forth, akin to moths drawn to a flame, fully aware of their impending doom, yet compelled to radiate their final light and warmth. In stark contrast to the tempestuous onslaught, the Spirit Hall battle team remained eerily composed. Xiaoyu curled his lips in a dismissive smirk, casually twirling his moonblade. Hulayina's crimson lips curved upward, her eyes swirling with a beguiling light. Yin was enveloped in flames, exuding a hint of bloodthirsty excitement. Meanwhile, Ling Yi, standing resolutely at the forefront, did not even lift his eyelids. He simply raised his right hand slowly. No dazzling soul rings. No explosive soul power, merely a casual gesture directed at the overwhelming barrage of white tiger meteor punches, the ground-hugging, venomous spider web, the striking black lightning, the searing phoenix flames, and the 3 beams of amplified light. With a gentle grip, a resonant hum erupted, emanating from the very essence of spatial rules, instilling a chilling terror that froze souls. Swiftly radiating from Ling Yi's raised hand, time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment. The golden meteor punches, crashing towards him like a tempest, found themselves halted a mere 10 meters from Ling Yi, as if colliding with an insurmountable wall of size, abruptly solidifying, maintaining their most ferocious, menacing forms. They were irrevocably frozen in the void. The ground-hugging, serpent-like blue-silver grass spider web, suddenly pressed by an unseen pause button, remained rigid mid-air. Zhu Zhuqing's lightning-fast shadowy thrust was encased as if cast in transparent amber, frozen in the act mere meters from Hulayina. The fierce killing intent in her eyes was instantaneously arrested. Ma Hongjun's fiery phoenix flames, once a torrent of energy, now solidified into a grotesquely contorted sculpture of fire. Even Ning Rongrong's 3 beams of amplified light from the 7 treasures glazed tower were forcibly severed by an invisible force. Suspended like 3 rigid ribbons in the air between the Shrek team and the Spirit Hall team. The entire arena, centered around Ling Yi, within a 10-meter radius, saw everything, soul skills, attacks, figures, and even supportive glows, overwhelmingly solidified by an intangible, absolute force of spatial power. Frozen, like a 3-dimensional tapestry pressed on pause. Brimming with ferocity and murderous intent. The chaotic void is ensnared, the entirety unfurls. A profound silence envelopes the arena. Over 100,000 spectators seem collectively choked, their breaths suspended in utter stillness. In the VIP section, countless formidable figures rise abruptly, their faces etched with sheer terror. The Emperor of the Snowy Night from the Heaven Do Empire, Dai Tianfeng from the Star Luo Empire, Ning Fengji from the 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile School, and the Sword Douluo Continent. Everyone's gaze is fixed unblinkingly upon the frozen space of the arena. In the stands, supporters of Shrek are utterly stunned, their eyes reflecting boundless despair. On the observation platform, BB Dong's lips curl slowly into a cold, commanding arc. Chapter 43, Prelude, the Stage of Despair. Upon the arena, Dai Mubai maintains his stance, ready to strike, his tiger-like eyes wide open. The burning wrath and determination within him are instantly replaced by boundless astonishment and disbelief. He can sense his soul power raging within, yet it cannot be channeled into his fist. That power, capable of shattering mountains, is firmly restrained within him. The suffocating feeling of frustration threatens to explode forth. No, this cannot be happening. A beast-like roar escapes his throat. Yet even his voice is stifled by the frozen space, unable to escape. Tang San's eyes flicker with intense purple light. The purple extreme demon eyes whirl frantically. He strives to uncover the flaw in this spatial confinement, attempting to sense the flow of spatial energy. However, all he perceives is an expansive, heavy barrier of chaotic space. As immovable as a mountain, his spiritual force penetrates within, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, instantly devoured and obliterated. The backlash sends a piercing pain through his sea of consciousness, his vision darkening. A chilling despair seizes him. The gap is insurmountable. This is a chasm that cannot be bridged by mere skill. Zhu Zhuqing holds her piercing stance, her cold gaze betraying a flicker of intense fluctuation for the first time. The distance, so near yet akin to an insurmountable chasm. The feeling of powerlessness, utterly stripped of her ability to act. The speed she once prided herself on has become an utter mockery. Ning Rongrong watches her amplification light frozen in midair, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. For the first time, the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda feels utterly useless. Xiao Wu's body is immobilized behind Dai Mubai, poised to charge. She gazes at the completely frozen expanse ahead, witnessing the dark golden figure that, akin to a deity, merely raises a hand to freeze all. A tremendous fear washes over her like a frigid tide, completely engulfing her. She can distinctly feel a cold, commanding gaze, laced with scrutiny and greed, piercing through the frozen space, landing precisely upon her once more. Bibi Dong. She is watching. Xiao Wu's pupils constrict in sheer terror. Her body trembles violently, uncontrollably, yet, under the spatial confinement, even this tremor appears pathetically feeble and futile. The shadow of death has never been as starkly defined as at this moment. She seemed to envision herself lying upon the cold sacrificial altar, as that woman, wielding a sharp blade and adorned with a cruel smile, slowly approached. Just as the Shrek Seven were ensnared in absolute confinement, their spirits shaken, and fear and despair spread like wildfire, Ling Yi, with his right hand raised and clenched tightly, gradually relaxed his grip. The frozen space remained unyielding. His gaze, as if piercing through ancient ice, fell upon Tang San's pale and desperate visage, landing upon his bloodshot eyes, which were frantically swirling with the energy of the purple extreme magic eyes. The corners of Ling Ye's mouth curled slowly into a smile, one chillingly devoid of warmth, and so ruthless it could freeze the very soul. Immediately thereafter, his recently relaxed hand gestured casually downward in Tang San's direction, as though a deity were commanding a pawn on a chessboard. Boom! A force far more terrifying and weighty than before descended upon Tang San, akin to an invisible, colossal millstone crashing down upon him. Crack! The sickening sound of shattering bones echoed clearly. Spurt! Tang San, as if crushed by an ancient divine mountain, spewed forth a torrent of blood. His body plummeted as if struck by an unseen giant hand, causing his knees to collapse uncontrollably to the ground. The hard surface of the arena, centered around his knees, instantly erupted into a web of fractures. Ack! Tang San emitted a wretched cry, contorted with agony. The brilliance of his purple extreme magic eyes dimmed and extinguished in an instant. His mental fortitude felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer. His consciousness tumultuous with pain, nearly causing him to faint. Every bone in his body groaned and shattered, his internal organs seemingly displaced. That immense spatial force not only crushed his flesh but bore down with a terrifying might that sought to obliterate his very will, mercilessly assaulting his soul. Brother! Xiao Wu watched helplessly as Tang San was ground to his knees before her, blood spilling from his lips, her eyes wide with despair and fury. The overwhelming fear was swiftly supplanted by a deeper sense of hopelessness and madness. She yearned to rush forward, yet her body remained firmly imprisoned in place, her cries piercing the air with heart-wrenching anguish. Xiao San, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others were equally distraught, frantically attempting to break free from their own constraints. Yet they felt as if they were cast in steel, unable to move a single finger. They could only watch in despair as Tang San struggled painfully under the weight of the unseen force, blood spurting from his mouth. Ling Yi observed this scene with cold indifference, as though relishing a meticulously orchestrated performance. His right hand maintained its downward pressing posture, the invisible millstone continuing to bear down upon Tang San, grinding slowly, as if determined to reduce his will, his pride, his very essence, along with that glaringly hideous green uniform, to the most abject dust. The funeral prelude had finally struck its first, blood-red note. Chapter 44, Toying with Shrek. Brother! Xiao Wu's heart-wrenching scream, akin to the lament of a dying swan, pierced through the frozen atmosphere, resonating through the eardrums of over 100,000 spectators. The despair and suffering within her voice were so profound that they sent ripples of unease through many hearts. On the arena, Tang San knelt on the shattered ground, his body seemingly crushed under the weight of an invisible, colossal force. The audible crack of his fractured bones resonated through the air. He convulsed violently, each spasm accompanied by torrents of blood spilling from his mouth, nostrils, and even the corners of his eyes. The brilliance of his purple extreme demon eye had long since extinguished, and the once wise and resolute gaze now reflected nothing but profound agony and disorientation. With the depths of his pupils mirroring the cold, abyss-like figure of Ling Yi, his throat emitted a sound akin to a winded bellows, each breath laced with excruciating pain as his internal organs seemed to shatter. The intangible grind of the spatial force not only pulverized his bones and flesh, but also bore a terrifying power that threatened to extinguish his very soul and will, relentlessly assaulting his consciousness. His once proud mental strength flickered like a candle in the wind, on the brink of extinguishment. The Xiantian skill surged chaotically within him, striving to mend his wounds, yet it proved futile, only intensifying his suffering. A profound sense of humiliation burned within him like corrosive fire, searing his soul. He found himself, in front of all, reduced to a kneeling position, spitting blood as if he were merely an ant beneath Ling Yi's heel, utterly powerless to resist. This agony surpassed death by 100-fold. Little San, bastard, let him go. Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun cried out, their eyes filled with rage, their souls roaring in fury. They fervently burned their soul power, attempting to break free from this damned spatial confinement. The phantom of the white tiger roared behind Dai Mubai, while the claws of the nether spirit cat tore frantically at the void, and the flames of the evil fire phoenix surged violently. Yet, all their efforts were in vain. The invisible barrier of space remained unyielding, unmovable. They were like insects trapped in amber, unable to transmit even the faintest ripple of soul power outside. They could only watch helplessly as Tang San struggled in agony, witnessing his blood staining the arena beneath him. Ning Rongrong's tears fell silently. The light of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda flickering violently in her palm, yet it could not penetrate the solidified space to deliver even the slightest enhancement to Tang San. She felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness, as if the luminous sheen of the tower had dimmed somewhat. Oscar gazed at Tang San's plight, his own recovery sausage, freshly crafted, suspended in midair, filled with pain and self-reproach. Why did he feel so powerless? On the side of the spirit hall, Xiaoyu wore a cold smirk, the chilling light of moon blade reflecting in his unperturbed eyes. Hu Laiina's lips curled slightly, watching with interest as the Shrek members struggled in despair. Akin to savoring a magnificent play, Yin was enveloped in flames, exuding a bloodthirsty excitement, whispering with a sinister grin, crush, grind him to dust, holy sun, shatter his bones one by one. The other 3 members of the Golden Generation looked on with indifference, as if gazing at cattle awaiting slaughter. Ling Yi maintained a posture with his right hand poised, his gaze apathetically fixed on Tang San, who writhed in agony beneath the spatial grind, resembling mud in his suffering. That gaze was akin to that of a deity, looking down upon the ants writhing in the dust, devoid of any ripple of emotion. Crushing Tang San felt to him like brushing away non-existent dust from his sleeve, utterly devoid of accomplishment and, indeed, rather tedious. His gaze slowly diverted, akin to a frigid searchlight, precisely landing upon Xiao Wu. In that moment, her pink eyes, suffused with the stark terror and heartbreak of witnessing Tang San's plight, were marred with bloodshot veins, and tears cascaded like pearls severed from their string. Despite the spatial confinement, her body trembled uncontrollably, each quake steeped in the profound dread from the depths of her soul. She observed the copious blood flowing from Tang San, saw the haze of anguish within his eyes, and an overwhelming sorrow threatened to rend her heart asunder. Yet, eclipsing her sorrow was a gaze akin to a parasite, cold and authoritative, imbued with scrutiny and avarice. Bibi Dong, that woman, observing from the high platform, as if she were regarding meat upon a chopping block. Ling Yi discerned the marrow-deep terror in Xiao Wu's eyes, capturing her unmistakable alarm directed toward the Pope's direction. A minuscule, frigid, and merciless thought flickered in the chaotic depths of his gaze. His right hand, pressing down upon Tang San, subtly lifted his index finger just a fraction. The immense force of the spatial mill bearing down on Tang San was momentarily alleviated by a negligible degree. With a gasp, Tang San erupted with another torrent of blood. Yet the sudden reduction in pressure allowed him to draw a breath, as if resuscitated from the brink of asphyxiation. Violent coughs accompanied by desperate gasps ensued. His dazed eyes began to focus instinctively toward Xiao Wu. Brother, upon witnessing Tang San seemingly regain a breath of life, a flicker of faint hope ignited within Xiao Wu's despairing heart, causing her tears to flow even more fiercely. However, just as Tang San's gaze met Xiao Wu's tear-filled eyes brimming with worry and fear, Ling Yi's previously lifted index finger came crashing down once more. With a thunderous roar, the already oppressive force of the spatial mill descended with even greater weight and brutality, akin to a meteor fueled by millennia of pent-up rage. Ah! Tang San's anguished wail soared to a heart-wrenching crescendo. His head, recently raised, was violently slammed back to the ground. His forehead struck the cold arena with a heavy thud, blood splattering forth. The fleeting flicker of soul power and mental strength he had just begun to muster was instantly obliterated by this ferocious force. He felt as though his spine might snap. His soul seemed to be cast into a chaotic millstone, enduring an endless grind. His consciousness floated amidst the ocean of excruciating pain and despair, on the verge of extinguishing completely. No! Xiao Wu's scream was laced with heart-wrenching despair. The flicker of hope that had just ignited shattered like a soap bubble, giving way to deeper darkness and coldness. She watched helplessly as Tang San was crushed into an even more pitiful state. Ling Yi was toying with them. He was tormenting her nerves through Tang San's suffering. He deliberately granted Tang San a moment of respite, allowing her to glimpse hope. only to then shatter it in a more brutal manner, forcing her to witness Tang San being ground to death before her very eyes. This extreme cruelty, this precision that evokes sheer horror, inflicts a torment upon her that is 100-fold more agonizing than death itself. At this moment, Xiao Wu's spirit teeters on the brink of complete collapse. A colossal wave of fear and grief engulfs her entirely, akin to a tsunami. Ling Yi, I curse your ancestors. If you dare come at me, release Xiao San. Dai Mubai's eyes blaze crimson, his throat emits a primal roar, and his turbulent soul power thrashes violently within him, attempting to shatter the spatial confinement. Yet failing to produce even a ripple, the suffocating sensation of despair nearly drives him to madness. Zhu Zhuqing bites her lip fiercely, blood trickling down her chin, her icy gaze fixed upon Ling Yi, as if she seeks to etch his likeness deep into her soul, transforming it into an eternal curse. Ma Hongjun's visage contorts, malevolent flames seeping uncontrollably from his 7 orifices, yet they too remain trapped upon his surface. Ning Rongrong weeps inconsolably, the brilliance of the 7 treasure glazed tile diminishing to its nadir. Chapter 45. Despair echoes in silence. Ling Yi remains indifferent to the roars and curses of the Shrek group. He seems merely to be executing a tedious task, grinding down his opponents with utmost precision and efficacy. His gaze, like a frigid probe, pierces through Xiao Wu's crumbling mental defenses, capturing the essence of her soul, which quakes with terror, the primal aura of a 10,000-year soul beast. Fear, despair, and the innate shudder of the soul beast's essence at the thought of death. Ling Yi coldly analyzes this as pure mental sustenance, yet it is still insufficient, far from enough. At that moment, Hulaina, who had remained silent behind Ling Yi, suddenly illuminated her enchanting eyes with an otherworldly pink glow, like 2 blossoming resurrection lilies. They bore the power to beguile and ensnare the soul. The 5th soul skill, Celestial Fox's Illusion. Hulaina's crimson lips parted, her voice imbued with a peculiar, soul-stirring cadence. Rather than launching a direct assault, she subtly infused the power of her charm domain into the pervasive spatial confinement, like invisible threads weaving through the very fabric of the atmosphere. Buzz, an intangible ripple, sweetly seductive yet chillingly cold, instantly melded into the frozen space. It seeped silently under the guise of spatial confinement, precisely targeting Xiao Wu, whose mental defenses had already shattered. Immersed in profound sorrow and dread, Xiao Wu's body stiffened abruptly. Her pink eyes, bloodshot and brimming with tears, instantly became hollow and bewildered, under the magnification and guidance of Hulaina's formidable charm. The power slithered into her unguarded mental crevices like the most cunning of serpents. Chaotic and bizarre illusions surged wildly within her mind. One moment, it was the horrific sight of Tang San, drenched in blood, being ground into a pulp before her eyes. The next, it was the chilling image of Bibi Dong, wielding a cruel blade, approaching her with a sinister smile. In a moment, the haunting memories of the starry great forest resurfaced, where her mother tragically perished, surrounded by countless human soul masters, in a desperate attempt to protect her. That was the deepest and most painful scar. Mother, no. Brother, save me. Bibi Dong, go away. Xiao Wu's gaze became utterly vacant, her lips murmuring unconscious, dreamlike whispers, filled with excruciating pain and terror. Her body, still trembling violently under the spatial confinement, was no longer reacting to external threats, but rather to the agonizing torment of her soul being forcibly torn apart. Hulaina's allure did not seize control of her body, yet it magnified and distorted her innermost fears and sufferings, plunging her into a despairing nightmare of her own making. Xiao Wu, what is happening to you? Despite enduring immense pain, Tang San immediately noticed Xiao Wu's distress, witnessing her hollow eyes, her dreamlike murmurs, and her violently trembling body pierced his heart like 1,000 arrows. The anguish surpassed even that of his own physical torment. In an instant, he understood. It was the spirit hall. They were tormenting Xiao Wu with mental attacks. Damn it! Tang San let out a heart-wrenching roar, the remnants of his will igniting one last surge of strength, striving to break free from the spatial confinement. The brilliance of the purple extreme magic eyes flashed maniacally in his gaze, flickering like a bulb on the brink of bursting. The phantom of the 8 spider lance flickered behind him, yet it could not breach the invisible barrier of space. He could only watch helplessly as Xiao Wu struggled in her mental illusion, drowning in her torment. The agony of witnessing a loved one being tortured while feeling utterly powerless was far more unbearable than the physical torment inflicted by Ling Yi. It felt as though his very soul were cast into a boiling cauldron. Mental attacks. Despicable. What have they done to Xiao Wu? Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and others also recognized Xiao Wu's abnormality, their fury and despair nearly overwhelming their reason. Yet, the spatial confinement loomed like an insurmountable chasm, pinning them in place, rendering them powerless spectators. Ling Yi coldly observed Xiao Wu, who was struggling in her mental illusion like a flickering candle in the wind, and then glanced at Tang San, whose gaze was vacant and on the verge of collapse, tormented by the dual agony of spatial grinding and soul pain. A faint expression of satisfaction, akin to one admiring a masterpiece, finally appeared on his face. The combination of Hulaiina's enchantment and spatial confinement proved even more effective than he had anticipated. Extracting the deepest fears from his prey, allowing them to self-torture, was a pain far more profound and enduring than any inflicted by external forces. Nourishment, nearly sufficient. Ling Yi murmured indifferently to himself. He could sense the surge of pure spiritual energy emanating from the core of Xiao Wu's soul, a result of her overwhelming fear and suffering, alongside Tang San's soul will, ignited by despair and fury, burning like oil on a raging fire. These were the finest sustenance for the chaotic divine mill. His ethereal hand pressed against Tang San's right, fingers slowly curling inward. The force of the spatial giant mill pressing down upon Tang San did not intensify. Instead, it began to move in an extremely slow, yet rhythmically grinding manner, rotating gradually in circles. As Tang San's body succumbed to the relentless rhythm of the invisible colossal mill, he rolled upon the ground uncontrollably, akin to a rag doll, contorting in agony. Each crushing motion was accompanied by the sickening crack of bones and the splatter of blood, while excruciating pain surged through him like relentless waves, assaulting his already shattered will. This was no mere crushing. It felt as if he had been cast into a true millstone, subjected to a slow and merciless grinding, aimed at obliterating every last vestige of his defiance into dust. Brother! In the depths of her mental illusion, Xiao Wu sensed the more tragic plight of Tang San, tears of blood streaming from her hollow eyes as she emitted a heart-wrenching, inhuman scream. The collective fury and roars of the Shrek crew reverberated silently in the stilled atmosphere, their expressions twisted in despair. Ling Yi, like a god of destruction, coldly observed this hellish scene of torment. At some unknown moment, his left hand had risen, a point of chaotic light gathering in his palm, resembling a miniature black hole, exuding a terrifying aura that seemed to devour all. The moment was drawing near. It was time to place the first pause upon this funeral prelude. Chapter 46. The target. Tang San. Grinding. Slow, cruel, with a chilling rhythm akin to the turning of a millstone. Tang San's body was as if cast into an intangible chaos mill, rolling uncontrollably under the immense power of the space around him, twisting and deforming. Each time he struck the ground, it was accompanied by the sickening sounds of shattering bones and the splattering of blood. The once sturdy arena floor was already soaked with his blood, gouged and ravaged. A scene of utter devastation. Groans, broken and discordant, escaped Tang San's throat, mingled with blood foam. His consciousness floated in a boundless abyss of pain and despair, like a solitary boat amidst a tempest, poised to capsize at any moment. The light of the purple extreme demon eye was extinguished, and the shadows of the 8 spider lances flickered erratically behind him, desperately attempting to pierce the invisible cage, akin to a poisoned stinger trapped in amber. The operation of the Shintian skill had already been shattered to pieces, and the soul power within him clashed violently, hastening the deterioration of his injuries. An overwhelming sense of humiliation burned through his remaining will like poison fire, yet it could not stir even a ripple of resistance. He could only passively endure this ceaseless grinding, feeling his vitality ebb away with his blood, feeling his pride crushed into dust bit by bit. Brother! Xiao Wu's scream had long since turned hoarse and distorted, akin to the cries of a blood-calling cuckoo. Her vacant gaze trembled violently upon witnessing Tang San's increasingly tragic fate, blood and tears cascading down her cheeks. Hulaiina's seductive illusions ravaged her mind. Bibi Dong approached with a bloodied blade, grinning malevolently as Tang San's body was reduced to mush before her eyes. And the desperate gaze of his mother in her final moments intertwined with the harshness of reality and the terror of the unreal. As if countless dull knives were torturing her soul, her mental defenses crumbled entirely, leaving only an expanse of unending darkness and cold. The body trembles violently under the constraints of space, each shiver accompanied by a mournful wail from the depths of the soul. Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and the remaining 5 from Shrek stand as prisoners nailed to a pillar of shame. Their fury, their roars, their struggles have all become a silent pantomime in the face of absolute confinement. Distorted expressions are frozen upon their faces, their eyes ablaze with a fire capable of incinerating all, fueled by profound hatred, yet not a single ripple of soul power can be transmitted. They can only watch helplessly as their captain is mercilessly ground down, and as Xiao Wu descends into a hellish despair. This extreme sense of powerlessness and humiliation tortures their nerves more cruelly than any form of torture. Dai Mubai's tiger-like eyes threaten to split, blood seeping from the corners. Zhu Zhuqing's tightly clenched lips are already drenched in blood. Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile has extinguished completely, mirroring the last flicker of light in her eyes. The gruesome scene on the arena is etched deeply in the minds of over 100,000 spectators, a harrowing tableau akin to the most brutal of paintings. Silence. An absolute, suffocating silence envelopes the entire Martial Soul City Plaza. Even the previously fervent supporters of the Martial Soul Hall are now rendered mute. Their faces a canvas of shock, fear, and even a tinge of compassion. In the VIP section, the Emperor of the Snowy Night wears a grim expression. His fists clench tightly. Dai Tianfeng's gaze is dark enough to drip with water. Ning Fengji's brows are drawn in worry and helplessness. The sword Douluo Continent, surrounded by an aura of sword energy, fixes a sharp gaze upon Ling Yi, yet ultimately finds himself powerless to intervene in the match's rules. This is a one-sided massacre, a thorough trampling of dignity and will. On the observation platform of the Pope, Bibi Dong sits regally upon her throne, her flawless visage devoid of any expression, save for the unfathomable depths of her violet golden eyes reflecting the anguished struggles of Xiao Wu on the arena, as well as the alluring essence of a 10,000-year soul beast emanating from her soul, trembling in the throes of ultimate fear. A faint, yet chillingly intense greed flickers in the depths of her eyes, akin to a serpent tasting the air. Her slender fingers tap gently on the armrest of her throne, as if savoring a magnificent symphony, the rhythm steady and pleasing. Fear, despair, the wailing of souls. Bibi Dong's crimson lips part slightly, whispering silently, truly, the prelude to the most perfect sacrifice. Ling Yi, you have performed splendidly. Behind her, the chrysanthemum Douluo's narrow eyes glint with a cruel excitement, akin to a hyena catching the scent of blood. The ghost Douluo, enveloped in a faint black mist, emanates an even colder, more inscrutable aura. On the arena, Ling Yi gazes indifferently at Tang San and Xiao Wu, who writhe in agony under his control, as though observing specimens nearing the final stages of an experiment. The chaotic depths of his eyes reflect Tang San's battered form, disfigured beyond recognition, the fire of the soul beast essence within Xiao Wu's soul, ignited by terror, and the distorted, despairing faces of the Shrek members. The nourishment has reached a boiling point, he assesses within, his heart devoid of turmoil. In the depths of the sea of consciousness, the chaotic god Mill emitted a deep, yearning hum, while the golden red flames of the eternal divine furnace danced excitedly, greedily absorbing the pure and potent despair and pain emanating from Tang San and Xiao Wu. The moment had arrived. His right hand, which had been pressing down on Tang San, suddenly clenched inward with ferocity. The spatial force that had been grinding against Tang San like a millstone abruptly halted. It did not dissipate but instead instantaneously coalesced, compressed to its utmost limit, as if an unfathomable weight were concentrated at a single point. Simultaneously, Ling Yi raised his left hand, and the chaotic light within his palm surged dramatically, instantly expanding into a fist-sized, slowly rotating microchaotic vortex. The center of the vortex was unfathomably deep, as if connected to the very origin of the universe, exuding a terrifying aura that devoured all and crushed the void. A heavy pressure, originating from the primordial chaos, swept across the entire arena like an invisible tsunami. Even the solidified space groaned under the unbearable weight of this force. Chaotic God Mill, quell the souls. Ling Yi's cold voice, akin to a decree from the netherworld, resonated clearly within the depths of every captive soul. As his words fell, the immensely concentrated power of the spatial millstone, along with the terrifying microchaotic vortex in his left palm, erupted violently. The target, Tang San, a visible wave of ancient millstone phantom, composed of countless twisted chaotic currents and shattered spatial fragments, suddenly materialized above Tang San's head. The millstone began to rotate slowly, harboring a terrifying will to crush stars and extinguish souls. Upon it, the 365 arcane runes illuminated with brilliant radiance, casting heavy beams of light that enveloped Tang San entirely. Chapter 47, The Lament and the Final Prelude Beneath the Millstone. Boom! It was as if an ancient divine mountain had collapsed. The invisible power of the spatial millstone and the manifested chaotic millstone phantom instantaneously overlapped, akin to the heavens collapsing. It crashed down heavily upon Tang San. Puff! Tang San's body was struck as if by a colossal hammer, plummeting downward. His bones emitted a cacophony of cracking sounds that sent chills down one's spine. Blood erupted from every pore and wound, gushing forth like a fountain, instantly transforming him into a figure drenched in crimson. He could not even utter a scream, his head snapping back violently, eyes rolling back as his pupils dilated to the extreme. The purple extreme demon eyes shattered completely. The phantom of the 8 spider lances fractured like fragile glass, dissipating into nothingness. His remaining consciousness was ruthlessly struck by the terrifying power that extinguished souls. Like a candle in the wind, suddenly snuffed out. His body, under the immense impact, was sent flying as if it were a tattered sack, tracing a tragic arc through the air, crossing over the imprisoned Dai Mu Bai, Zhu Zhuqing, and others, soaring across half the arena, and finally crashing down heavily against the thick soul force protective barrier at the edge of the arena like a meteor. Bang! A thunderous sound reverberated, enough to shatter hearts and spirits. The impenetrable spirit barrier was violently dented and deformed, emitting a piercing creak as its light flickered erratically, threatening to shatter at any moment. Tang San's body slumped against the barrier like a lifeless rag, leaving behind a ghastly, crimson streak upon the wall, ultimately collapsing at the edge of the arena, motionless. Blood rapidly pooled beneath him, forming an ever-expanding, viscous, dark red lake. His breath was faint, almost imperceptible, akin to a solitary spark in a tempest, poised to extinguish at any moment. Sis! Xiao Wu's scream pierced the air, a haunting cry that shattered the eardrums of all who heard it. The despair and heartbreak woven into her voice struck like tangible ice picks into the hearts of every listener. Tears of blood welled in her eyes, akin to a dam bursting in flood. The profound sorrow instantaneously dismantled the illusory realm crafted by Huliana's enchantment. She broke free from the illusion, only to plummet into a deeper abyss of grim reality. Witnessing Tang San's body crash against the barrier and the swiftly expanding pool of blood, Xiao Wu felt as though her soul had been instantly siphoned away. The excruciating agony rendered her vision black, her body slackened, yet she remained suspended in the stifling space, tears mingling with blood silently cascading down. Xiao San, no! Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and others emitted heart-wrenching howls, their eyes instantly suffused with blood. As they beheld Tang San's dire state and Xiao Wu's unraveling, an immense wave of grief and fury erupted within them like a volcano. Yet, the spatial confinement remained an insurmountable chasm, binding them to the spot, powerless to intervene and helplessly watching the tragedy unfold. The intense pain and hatred threatened to incinerate their very sanity. The entire plaza lay silent as a grave, save for Xiao Wu's silent tears and the ever-widening blood pool beneath Tang San, both bearing witness to the brutality of this catastrophe. Ling Yi slowly withdrew his hands. The terrifying, chaotic phantom and the power of spatial confinement receded like a tide, dissipating into nothingness. Everything on the arena instantaneously returned to its previous state. The roars of Dai Mubai and the others erupted alongside a surge of spirit power. Zhu Zhuqing dashed towards Tang San like a streak of black lightning, while Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tile tower shone fervently, unleashing healing light upon him. Ma Hongjuan's malevolent flames erupted uncontrollably, and Oscar struggled to rise, desperately crafting recovery sausages. Yet it was all too late. Tang San lay in the blood pool, his body contorted in an unnatural posture, his breath faint as a gossamer thread, life flickering like a dying candle in the wind. Zhu Zhuqing, trembling, reached toward his nostrils, panic overtaking her usually icy gaze for the first time. Dai Mubai rushed to Tang San's side, staring at the almost unrecognizable form, the overwhelming sorrow causing even this stalwart man to tremble, his fierce eyes brimming with tears. The referee's face had long turned pale as a ghost. With a surge of spirit power akin to that of a soul Douluo, he ascended the arena and shouted sternly, "Stop! Everyone cease! The match is over. The victors are the Spirit Hall Academy team. Medical team, quickly, save him." Ling Yi cast a detached glance over the chaos on the arena, as if brushing away a speck of dust. He turned, the dark golden edges of his robe stirring a faint current in the air. "Let us depart," he intoned, his voice devoid of emotion, flat and unyielding. "Xieyu." Huliana and Yin followed closely behind, their faces bearing the indifference of victors alongside a tinge of lingering cruelty. The Spirit Hall battle team descended from the stage, resembling triumphant deities amidst the silence of the plaza and the myriad fearful, complex gazes that scrutinized them. On the arena, only the desperate cries of the Shrek team echoed, intermingled with the frantic sounds of the medical team attending to the wounded and the glaring, expanding pool of blood beneath Tang San. On the observation platform, Pope Bibi Dong slowly rose. The resplendent golden robes of the Pope shimmered with a holy luster under the light, forming a striking contrast with the icy greed hidden in her gaze. She surveyed the dying Tang San, the broken Xiao Wu, and the disarrayed Shrek team, a cold smile curling at the corners of her lips, embodying a sense of control over all. The requiem for the departed, her chilling voice resonated within the observation platform, akin to the final decree of fate, marking an end. At the apex of the Spider Emperor's scepter, a brilliant violet golden radiance erupted, amplifying her voice to pierce the stillness of the Spirit Hall Plaza. 7th round of the playoffs, victor, the Spirit Hall Academy team. Shrek Academy, eliminated. As her frigid declaration reverberated, the scepter's tip gently struck the ground. Thud! A muffled sound rang out, like the final rest for this tragic requiem. The echo lingered in the still plaza, infused with endless coldness and cruelty, proclaiming the conclusion of the Shrek 7's journey on the grand stage. Yet, the true tempest seemed only to be gathering momentum. Chapter 48, The Scar of the Void. The resonance from the Pope's scepter fell upon the silent plaza like a chilling funeral bell, lingering in the air. That proclamation of elimination rendered the struggles of the Shrek 7 on the competitive stage a brutally humiliating finale. On the arena, chaos and despair intertwined. The medical team's white light flitted about erratically, akin to headless flies. Several high-ranking healing spirit masters surrounded the ever-expanding pool of blood beneath Tang San, their expressions grave to the extreme. Despite their soft yet potent healing arts being desperately unleashed, it was akin to a drop in the ocean, barely sustaining the flickering breath of life. Tang San's body twisted at an unnatural angle, his bones shattered beyond reckoning, blood seeping continuously from beneath his skin, his breath fading to the brink of oblivion. Each feeble gasp was accompanied by blood froth surging from his mouth and nose, resembling a porcelain figure, shattered yet barely reassembled. On the verge of complete disintegration. Steady. Sustain the soul technique with your life. Protect the heart meridian. An elder healing spirit Douluo commanded hoarsely. Beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. He had never witnessed such a horrific injury, one that seemed as if inflicted by an invisible mountain. Not only devastating the flesh, but also delivering unimaginable trauma to the very essence of the soul. Dai Mubai, as if stripped of all his bones, knelt despondently beside Tang San. His massive tiger paw clutched fiercely at his blood-drenched hair, knuckles whitening from the exertion, while a suppressed whimper escaped his throat, reminiscent of a wounded beast. Witnessing his brother struggle on the precipice of death, the sense of helplessness inflicted a deeper agony than any blade could. Zhu Zhuqin pressed her lips tightly together, her icy visage devoid of tears, enveloped in a profound silence. She stood rigidly, her body taut like a bowstring drawn to its limit, nails digging into her palms, blood trickling through her fingers, merging with the pool of blood beneath Tang San. Her frigid gaze fixed intently on the exit where the Wuhuan temple team departed, as if she wished to etch that dark golden silhouette into her very marrow, transforming it into an eternal curse. Ning Rongrong knelt at Tang San's other side, the radiance of the seven treasure glazed tile dimmer than ever, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Ignoring her drained soul power, she infused a series of feeble yet persistent healing lights into Tang San, desperately striving to sustain the faint spark of life within him. Tears cascaded like beads from a broken string, silently falling upon Tang San's blood-stained collar, creating small dark patches of dampness. Xiao San, hold on, I implore you, she whispered, her voice tinged with a sob and desperate supplication. Ma Hongjuan's chubby face turned ashen, his lips trembling, as the malevolent fire surged uncontrollably across his skin, singeing several strands of hair without him realizing. Oscar was held aside by a healing soul master, tending to his shoulder wound, yet his gaze remained fixed on Tang San, bloodshot eyes filled with deep-seated hatred, tightly gripping a recently crafted restorative sausage, now deformed due to unstable soul power. Flander and Lu Erlong had already surged onto the platform. Flander, witnessing Tang San's dire condition and the despondency of his disciples, felt a conflagration of fury and sorrow rising within him, his eyes behind gold-rimmed glasses veined with blood. Lu Erlong clutched the unconscious Xiao Wu, tears still fresh upon her cheeks, feeling her beloved's uncontrollable shivering and coldness, her eyes ablaze with an inferno capable of incinerating all in its path. She abruptly raised her head, bloodshot eyes resembling those of a wounded dragoness, fixating fiercely on the direction of the papal palace, her throat emitting a deep, rumbling roar akin to bubbling magma. Bibi Dong, Ling Yi, if this vengeance goes unavenged, I, Lu Erlong, shall not be human. Yet, her roar seemed so feeble and futile beneath the profound silence of the square and the cold, towering shadow of the papal palace. In the exclusive lounge of the Wuhuan temple team, the door closed silently behind, isolating them from the clamor and bloodshed outside. The lounge lay in tranquility, the only sound being the subtle hum of the soul power barrier in operation. Xie Yu leaned the massive moon blade against the wall, his demeanor casual. Yet his gaze remained sharp as he swept over Ling Yi's calm profile. Saint Sun, that lad Tang San, I fear he may be finished. His tone was matter of fact, as though he were merely stating a fact unrelated to himself. Hu Lina languidly reclined in a plush chair, her slender fingers toying with a strand of hair, her crimson lips curving into a seductive yet frosty arc, the chaotic divine mill, soul suppression, truly domineering. That boy's soul, I fear, has been ground down to half. Hasn't he it? TSK, what a pity for that little rabbit, weeping so heartbreakingly. Her words dripped with a hint of cruel mockery, yet her gaze remained as placid as a still lake. Yen, unabashed, lounged opposite Ling Yi, seizing the chilled beverage offered by the attendant and gulping it down with a satisfied sigh. However, a bloodthirsty flame reignited in his eyes as he declared, if he is to be discarded, then let it be. Such waste is merely an eyesore. Holy Sun, you have been too lenient. Were it up to me, I would incinerate him to ashes, and that rabbit ought to be captured. Yet, as he spoke, he met Ling Yi's gaze, calm and void of emotion, akin to the abyss of chaos. The remaining words lodged in his throat, a chill creeping up his spine, prompting him to instinctively shiver and awkwardly close his mouth. Ling Yi paid no heed to Yan's incessant chatter. He approached the immense one-way soul-guiding glass window of the lounge, his gaze serenely surveying the chaotic scene below, where the arena bustled like a colony of ants, drenched in glaring pools of blood, flickering with healing soul techniques, and contorted faces of despair among the Shrek members. This tableau unfolded like a meticulously crafted painting entitled Despair, vividly reflecting within the depths of his chaotic-hued pupils. Yet within him, there resided a profound stillness, akin to an ancient well, undisturbed by the tumult above. The fate of Tang San, the collapse of Xiaowu, the downfall of Shrek? Merely grains of dust destined to be crushed beneath his ascent to greatness, leaving no mark upon his heart. What truly captivated his attention was the spectral image of the chaotic divine mill, slowly revolving in the depths of his consciousness, emanating an increasingly weighty and overwhelming aura. Upon the divine mill, the ancient runes, now illuminated to 365, radiated a gentle and subdued glow, reminiscent of a primordial behemoth that had just feasted, a pure and colossal essence. Intertwined with profound agony, despair, wrath, and resentment, was incessantly drawn from the battlefield below by the mill's invisible force, devoured. These were the shattered fragments of Tang San's soul, the spiritual tremors of Xiao Wu's breakdown, and the negative emotions unleashed by Dai Mubai and others, seething with deep-seated hatred. These impure spiritual nutrients were brutally drawn into the millstone, undergoing a process of separation, crushing, and refinement under the eternal furnace's golden red flames. The impurities were reduced to ash, leaving only the most refined and primordial soul energy, nourishing the essence of the divine mill, while also resonating within Ling Yi himself. He could distinctly sense the mill's rotation becoming more stable and powerful, the unsealed runes seeming to solidify further, though still distant from the threshold of 37. This predatory form of sustenance proved far more efficient than ordinary cultivation. Fear, despair, hatred, indeed, the finest nourishment for the chaotic divine mill, Ling Yi mused with indifferent contemplation. He raised his hand, and within his palm, a minuscule, almost translucent stream of chaotic energy quietly materialized, coiling and dissipating like a living entity. His perception of spatial power appeared to sharpen ever so slightly, while the flames of the eternal furnace seemed to leap with a newfound vigor. At that moment, a faint yet chillingly malevolent wave pulsated, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the depths of the soul's mire, subtly stirring. The Scar of the Void. Chapter 49. Crimson Embers and the Undercurrents of Fate. Ling Yi's gaze suddenly sharpened. A glimmer of icy brilliance flitted through the depths of his chaotic-hued pupils. The deeply concealed mark of the Silver Dragon King, at this moment, was activated by his fervent channeling of the chaotic divine mill to absorb external spiritual energy. While his own mental force teetered on the brink of saturation, akin to a leech that had caught the scent of blood, quietly stirring to life. Though this fluctuation was exceedingly faint, fleeting, and nearly imperceptible, Ling Yi's mental perception, enhanced to its utmost by the chaotic divine mill, still captured it with precision. It lay hidden like a maggot in the marrow of his soul, perpetually lurking and watching. Guyu Na, Ling Yi sneered inwardly, a murderous intent coalescing like ice shards. This silver dragon had indeed never relinquished its covetous gaze upon him. This scar of the void must be eradicated swiftly. He forcibly suppressed his murderous thoughts, restoring his expression to tranquility. Now was not the time. The restoration of the eternal divine furnace was still insufficient, and the chaotic void wings had yet to be completed. To rashly confront the deep-seated mark within his soul would entail excessive risk. He required greater power in a more opportune moment. Deep within the Pope's palace, the air in the medical chamber was thick as lead. The ghostly blue light of the soul-guided life pod illuminated Tang San's pale, shattered visage. The beeping of the monitoring soul device sounding like a funeral knell. Flander, Lu Erlong, supporting the unconscious Yu Xiaojiang, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and others encircled the pod, despair coiling around each heart like a frigid vine. There was no Dugabo. This potential ally, in theory, was of no relevance to them at this moment. Your Grace, Flander's voice was hoarse, instinctively seeking Dugu Bo's assistance, only to abruptly recall that the temperamental poison Douluo had no deep ties with Shrek and might even harbor old grievances with Ling Yi due to the Eye of Ice and Fire's occupation. How could he possibly intervene on their behalf now? A deeper sense of helplessness seized him. Flander, now is not the time for such thoughts, Lu Erlong growled, her eyes ablaze with a primal ferocity, fixating fiercely on the life pod. Little Sans injuries, the healing soul masters of the Spirit Hall, are utterly unreliable. They would rather see him perish. Her words jolted everyone into awareness. The healing efforts of the Spirit Hall, while seemingly earnest, might merely be aimed at keeping Tang San alive, or even worse, sabotaging him in secret. Dai Mubai suddenly looked up, his crimson tiger eyes sweeping over the bustling healing soul masters of the Spirit Hall, his gaze akin to a predatory beast. Get away. All of you, get away. His raging soul power erupted uncontrollably, sending a nearby soul emperor-level healer staggering back. Impudence. The red-clad bishop guarding the area darkened his expression. The oppressive aura of a tidal Douluo instantly enveloping the scene. Should there be any further interference with the treatment, it would be met with lethal force. The chilling intent of death hung in the air like a tangible blade, causing Dai Mubai and the others to feel as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Resistance? Here, it was tantamount to suicide. Ning Rongrong hastily wiped her tears, the Seven Treasures glazed tower once again emanating a dim yet resolute light. I shall come. Father, Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu must have a solution. She turned to Flander, her eyes glimmering with the last flicker of hope. Dean, I implore you to contact the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Only the secret healing soul techniques and rare treasures from the sect can possibly save Xiao San. Flander, grasping onto this lifeline, immediately retrieved a specially crafted communication soul guide, recklessly infusing it with soul power despite the exhaustion. A faint multicolored light shot skyward, piercing through the soul power barrier of the quiet chamber and soaring into the heavens. This was the emergency signal for aid from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School intended for core disciples. Humph. A desperate struggle. The cardinal in red snorted coldly, but did not intervene. The command from His Holiness, the Pope, was clear. Temporarily spare Tang San's life to lure out the big fish that was the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, which suited her intentions perfectly. Meanwhile, deep within the Spirit Hall, in another more secretive chamber, shrouded by a powerful soul power barrier, the air was frigid, tinged with a faint herbal fragrance and a barely perceptible sweet, toxic scent. Douluo stood respectfully behind Ling Yi, his posture one of deference. He was still clad in his distinctive dark green robe, but the arrogance and gloom that once characterized his demeanor had vanished, replaced by a profound sense of reverence and submission. His aura was more subdued than before, subtly radiating a vigorous and harmonious essence, indicative of the healing of his ailments and the enhancement of his soul power. Evidently, Ling Yi had not only fulfilled his promise to cure him of the poison, but had likely bestowed upon him unimaginable benefits. Perhaps the refinement of chaotic breath or the essence of divine herbs. My lord, at Shrek, Tang San is gravely injured and near death. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School may intervene. Douluo's voice was hoarse and low, tinged with inquiry. Ling Yi stood with his back to him, gazing out of a vast soul-guide crystal window. The view was not of a scenic landscape, but rather a live projection of Shrek's members desperately struggling in the medical chamber below. Tang San's dire condition in the life support pod, Ning Rongrong's distress signal, Lu Erlong's frenzy, and Dai Mubai's humiliation, everything was laid bare before him. Just the dying wails of a buffoon. Ling Yi's voice was devoid of emotion, his tone flat and unperturbed. Would Ningfengji, that old fox of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, truly invest such resources for this son-in-law? A cold smile crept upon his lips. My lord, your insight is unparalleled. Douluo slightly bowed, recognizing that Ningfengji, being overly protective of his daughter, alongside the two old men Jian and Gu, would surely come. However, I am concerned that if they forcibly take Tang San and Xiao Wu away, take away? Ling Yi slowly turned to face him, his chaotic-hued eyes resembling an abyss, fixating on Douluo. The Spirit City is not a place they can come and go as they please. A wisp of exceedingly subtle chaotic energy danced around his fingertips, emanating a disquieting aura. That venomous snake, Bibi Dong, is laying a trap for them. Ling Yi's tone dripped with mockery. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole lurks behind. We need only to watch the unfolding events. He slightly raised his hand, pointing towards the crystal image of Xiao Wu, unconscious and tightly held in Lu Erlong's embrace. That rabbit is the true bait. Her fear, her soul, beast essence, has been thoroughly activated. A flicker of chaotic light passed through Ling Yi's eyes, as if he could penetrate the fabric of space and behold the depths of Xiao Wu's soul, where the flames of extreme fear and Tang San's grievous injury burned fiercely, radiating the alluring glow of 100,000-year soul beast's essence. At this moment, Bibi Dong and the others had waited far too long. If the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School dared to intervene, it would provide her with the perfect justification to tighten her net and sever ties. The glint in Douluo's eyes sharpened, instantly comprehending Ling Yi's intent. Did the master wish for them to suffer mutual destruction, allowing us to reap the benefits? Benefits? Ling Yi gently shook his head, the chaotic energy at his fingertips silently dissipating. No, it was not merely a harvest. His gaze shifted deep into the quiet chamber, where the ethereal shadow of the chaotic divine mill slowly rotated within his consciousness, and the golden red flames of the eternal divine furnace danced greedily, drawing forth the pure energies of despair and fear that incessantly flowed from below. Whether it was Bibi Dong devouring the soul ring of the rabbit or the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's desperate resistance, the immense energy and chaos that ultimately dissipated would serve as the finest nourishment for the chaotic divine mill. The restoration of the eternal divine furnace required a grand offering. Douluo's heart quivered, and he lowered his head deeply. The subordinate understands. Everything will adhere to the master's arrangement. He felt no shred of pity for Shrek anymore, only profound awe for Ling Yi's unfathomable strategies. It turned out that the master allowed Shrek to struggle, even aiding them in attracting the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, all to stir the waters further, luring in a greater catch, ultimately to ensnare them all, transforming them into sustenance for his growth. Go forth, Ling Yi directed, redirecting his gaze to the crystalline screen, fixing it upon Xiao Wu's pale, terrified face, his expression indifferent as he focused intently on that rabbit. At this critical juncture, I shall not permit anyone to disturb my harvest. Understood. Douluo's figure silently melded into the shadows of the quiet chamber, akin to a coiled serpent. stealthily advancing toward the eye of the storm. His task was clear: to ensure amidst the chaos that the offering, Xiao Wu, ultimately fell into the master's grinding wheel. Or at the very least, to guarantee that her soul ring and soul bone energy would not be wholly absorbed by Bibi Dong, but instead transformed into nourishment for the chaotic divine mill. Ling Yi stood alone in the center of the quiet chamber, the dark golden robes of the holy sun flowing with a chilling luster under the dim light. The turmoil in the medical chamber below, the impending storm from the seven treasure glazed tile school, Bibi Dong's greed, and the lurking mark of the silver dragon king, all were within his calculations. The chaotic mill had already begun to turn. This grand ritual, fueled by despair and souls, was on the brink of its final chapter. Chapter 50, The Sword's Howl in the Spirit City. The specially crafted distress signal from the seven treasure glazed tile school, a faint yet resolute beam of colorful light, pierced through the oppressive shroud of despair like a meteor, shattering the heavy soul power barrier above Spirit City and carrying Ning Rongrong's bloodied cries toward the distant Douluo City. The moment the signal was emitted, the atmosphere around the papal palace abruptly tightened. The invisible strings were drawn to their utmost limit. The cardinal in red, guarding outside the medical chamber, changed countenance dramatically, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Capture them. The terrifying pressure of a tidal Douluo descended like a tangible tsunami, crashing down upon the members of Shrek. A number of shadowy figures, akin to specters, surged into the quiet chamber, their sights set firmly on the unconscious Tang San and his protectors, Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong. Who dares to touch Xiao San? Roared Lu Erlong, her voice echoing like that of a mother dragon. The ferocious blue lightning tyrant dragon's spirit instantly enveloped her, the seventh soul ring flaring to life, revealing the true form of her spirit. A phantom of a blazing blue dragon, ablaze with crimson fury, manifested, resolutely resisting the oppressive aura of the cardinal. She thrust the unconscious Xiao Wu into the arms of Flender, her fists charged with devastating thunderous power, boldly confronting the advancing shadowy figures. Protect Xiao San and Rongrong. Dai Mubai's eyes blazed with fury as he activated his white tiger avatar, the fourth soul ring illuminating anew. Instead of unleashing the white tiger meteor shower upon the foes, he transformed it into a dense cascade of golden fist shadows, forming a protective barrier before the life support capsule. Zhu Zhuqing darted like the swiftest black lightning, her spectral claws tearing through the air with precision, intercepting the attack aimed at Ning Rongrong. The chamber was instantly transformed into a battlefield, resonating with the explosive sounds of soul skills clashing, the sickening cracks of bones breaking, and the mingling of enraged roars and cries of pain. The chaotic energy currents shattered the expensive, soul-guiding apparatus into fragments. Flender steadfastly shielded the unconscious Yu Xiaojiang and Xiao Wu, his golden eagle spirit activated, wings flapping wildly to fend off the splintered energy shards, his glasses long lost, leaving only bloodshot eyes filled with madness. Ning Rongrong, disregarding her own safety, enveloped the life support capsule containing Tang San in the radiant glow of the Seven Treasures glazed tower, striving to stabilize his faint life force. Tears mingling with sweat cascading down her face. In defiance, the cardinal scoffed coldly, the ninth soul ring beneath his feet suddenly illuminating. A terrifying pressure, akin to the descent of an abyss, instantaneously locked onto Lu Erlong. He intended to subdue this most troublesome mother dragon with a thunderous strike. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a clear and resonant sword cry, as if capable of purging the soul, unexpectedly echoed across the entirety of Spirit City. Initially resembling the cry of a phoenix soaring through the heavens, it swiftly escalated into a roar that rent the firmament asunder. An overwhelming, pure, and razor-sharp sword intent, like an invisible colossal blade, severed the formidable pressure and soul power barrier engulfing the Spirit Palace. Who dares to harm the people of my Seven Treasures glazed sect? An elderly voice, imbued with supreme authority and boundless fury, boomed like rolling thunder, descending alongside the sword intent that shattered all. In a flash, three figures appeared at the precarious entrance of the medical chamber, as if they had torn through the very fabric of space. Leading them was a figure clad in simple white robes, tall and upright as a pine, with a visage both ancient and rugged. Yet his gaze was sharp enough to pierce the depths of the abyss. It was none other than the pillar of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, the Sword Douluo. Chen Xian. He bore no sword in hand, yet his very presence stood as an unsheathed divine blade, poised to cleave the heavens. The previous earth-shattering sword cry and sword intent had emanated from him. Slightly behind him stood an emaciated elder, radiating a heavy and solid aura reminiscent of ancient mountains, with ominous bone spikes appearing faintly around him. Bon Douluo Gurong. His murky old eyes sparkled with intensity, fixated unwaveringly on Ning Rongrong, whose pale face bore tear stains. A surge of furious wrath ignited within his chest. Between the two titled Douluos stood the leader of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Ning Fengji. He maintained his usual refined demeanor, yet his elegant visage was now marred by an unprecedented chill and gravity. The 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda in his hand radiated brilliance. Its 7 tiers glimmering resplendently, with the amplifying halo already enveloping Chun Xian and Gu Rong. The instant he received his daughter's distress signal, he unhesitatingly brought along the 2 strongest pillars of his sect, tearing through space at the swiftest pace. Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu, Father. Upon seeing her family, Ning Rongrong, like a child who had endured countless grievances, was unable to hold back her tears. Rongrong, Ning Fengji felt a slight relief at the sight of his daughter unharmed. But his gaze swept over the ghastly visage of Tang San in the life support chamber, across the ravaged battlefield within the serene room. And the faces of the Shrek members filled with despair and fury, his expression instantly turning as cold as eternal ice. A chilling aura of murderous intent emanated from him, befitting one of high status. Chun Xian, Gu Rong, Ning Fengji. The cardinal's complexion changed dramatically, as if faced with a formidable adversary. He had not anticipated their arrival to be so swift and resolute. The combination of Jian and Gu Douluo's, along with Ning Fengji's unparalleled support, possessed the power to shake the very foundations of the spirit hall. Good, very good. Chun Xian stepped forward, his white attire billowing without wind, and the air within the serene room seemed to transform into invisible blades, slicing at everyone's skin. The spirit hall boasts great authority. How dare they humiliate the little princess of the 7 treasures, glazed tile school, and injure our esteemed guest? His gaze pierced like tangible swords towards the cardinal, declaring, "If I do not receive an explanation today, this spirit city shall be stained with the corpses of several titled Douluos as a tribute to my sword." As the final word fell, an even more terrifying and pure intent of slaughter surged forth. The roof of the serene room was as if made of paper, torn open by the invisible sword intent, revealing the gloomy sky beyond. "Swordmaster Chun Xian, do not be so arrogant." A sharp, feminine voice rang out. 2 figures materialized before the cardinal like specters. One donned yellow with chrysanthemum patterns, the other clad in black, resembling a ghost. It was none other than Chrysanthemum Douluo Yueguan and Ghost Douluo Guime. By order of His Holiness the Pope, Yueguan's narrow eyes glimmered with a chilling light. "Those who trespass upon the holy hall shall face death, without mercy." His 9th spirit ring shone brilliantly. The ethereal chrysanthemum illusion expanded instantaneously, countless golden petals, sharp enough to slice through space, swept towards Chun Xian like a tempest. Polar stillness domain. Guime's hoarse voice resonated simultaneously. Dense black mist enveloped the area, wielding an eerie power that froze space and solidified time, attempting to restrain Chun Xian's unmatched brilliance. Childish tricks. Chun Xian's eyes blazed with intensity. He did not even summon his spirit, the 7-killing sword. Pointing his finger like a sword, he made a single stroke through the oncoming storm of golden petals and the encroaching black mist. Break. A silver-white sword aura, condensed to perfection as if forged from pure will, was silently unleashed. The seemingly cataclysmic storm of golden petals, akin to snow meeting the fervent sun, was instantaneously cleaved asunder. Vanquished. The dense black mist of the specter, capable of freezing space, was brutally torn apart by this sword energy, creating a vast rift. The might of a single sword shattered the combined assault of the dual Douluo. With a muffled groan, both Yueguan and the specter were violently shaken. Their eyes filled with terror. They recognized Chun Xian's strength, yet never anticipated that, with Ning Fengji's assistance, it would reach such extraordinary heights. "Take them away." Chun Xian, with a single sword thrust, repelled the duo of the Jew Ghost Douluo, commanding Gu Rong with an authoritative voice that resonated like the clash of metal. Imbued with undeniable resolve, his gaze pierced through the shattered ceiling, locking onto the highest point deep within the Hall of the Pope, where a chilling, majestic aura, reminiscent of a spider monarch surveying its prey, was gradually awakening. Chapter 51, Destiny. Good. Gu Rong comprehended instantly, his emaciated form swelling with power. The 9th spirit ring blazed with brilliance, invoking the bone transformation dragon. A roar, echoing from ancient primordial times, reverberated through the heavens. In an instant, a terrifying phantom of a bone dragon, composed of countless immense and grotesque white bones, emanating an air of primal ferocity, materialized. The colossal form of the bone dragon nearly filled half of the shattered quiet chamber, and with a powerful flap of its bony wings, it sent all approaching soul masters of the spirit hall flying. "Come up." Gu Rong's voice emanated from the dragon's maw, resonating with a metallic clangor. A massive bony claw descended, cautiously lifting Ning Rongrong, while the other claw swept towards the life pod in Flanders, Lu Erlong, and the others. "Go." Ning Fengji decisively commanded, the radiance of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda surging to its zenith, casting multiple beams of enhancement precisely upon the bone dragon. In an instant, the dragon's aura soared once more. With a thunderous roar, the bone dragon unleashed its might, and its vast wings vibrated violently. The sturdy walls of the quiet chamber crumbled like paper, debris scattering everywhere. The bone dragon, carrying its passengers, surged forth like a primordial beast breaking free from its confines. soaring skyward toward the direction of the Soul City. Stop them! The cardinal bellowed fiercely. The alarms within the Soul City blared instantly. Countless powerful auras of Soul Masters soared from all directions, swarming towards the colossal bone dragon like a horde of locusts. Brilliant soul techniques bombarded the dragon like a torrential downpour. Humph! Chun Xen scoffed coldly, stepping forth from the shattered quiet chamber, standing in the void. Facing the onslaught of Soul Masters from the Spirit Hall and the dense rain of soul techniques, his gaze was as frigid as eternal ice. The 7-kill sword was finally unsheathed. No earth-shattering radiance accompanied it. Merely an ancient longsword appeared in his grasp. Yet, at the instant the sword touched his hand, Chun Xian's entire demeanor transformed. No longer a mere man, he embodied a transcendent divine sword capable of cleaving the heavens. An overwhelming intent to obliterate all, asserting his supremacy, enveloped the skies above the Soul City. The clouds were forcibly parted by this sword intent. Domain, 7 kills. Chun Xian intoned softly, the 7 kills sword effortlessly slicing forward. A resonant hum reverberated as a vast domain, purely composed of boundless sword intent, unfurled in an instant. Within the domain, sword energies intertwined and danced with ferocity. All soul techniques that invaded the domain, regardless of their strength, were mercilessly strangled into the most primal soul power particles by the omnipresent and fierce sword aura. The dozens of soul saints and soul Douluos from the Spirit Hall, leading the charge, could not even utter a cry before their bodies were sliced into a mist of crimson by the invisible sword energy, as if a torrential rain of blood had fallen. One sword opens the domain. All methods become void. Chun Xian, Zhu Douluo Guan, and Ghost Dalague Mei, filled with rage, joined forces once more to assault. The miraculous chrysanthemum and the ghostly shadow attempted to breach the 7-killing domain. Get away! Chun Xian's eyes sharpened, as the 7-killing sword transformed into a silver beam that tore through the heavens, directly targeting the two. Wherever the sword aura passed, the space was left with an indelible, dark fissure. The terrifying battle of tidal Douluos erupted thunderously above Spirit City. The sword energy surged, the chrysanthemum shadows filled the sky, and the cries of the ghostly echoed. A violent energy storm swept in all directions, shredding the buildings below as if they were mere toys. The entire Spirit City trembled. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the Bone Dragon, with the full support of Ning Fengji, braved the sporadic attacks and energy shockwaves, like a pale meteor, madly breaking through towards the outside of the city. Upon the back of the Bone Dragon, Flender held the unconscious Yu Xiaojiang, while Lu Erlong tightly protected the still-twitching Xiao Wu, haunted by nightmares. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing stood guard by the life support pod, watching the faintest signs of life from Tang San within, their hearts torn with anguish. Ning Rongrong leaned over the massive skull of the Bone Dragon, the light of the 7-treasure glazed tile illuminating the life support pod, her small face as pale as paper, filled with fear and deep concern. The enormous Bone Dragon, under the command of Bone Dalague Guyong, exuded a powerful pressure, resisting the external onslaught, yet his gaunt face bore a grave expression. The breakout had only just begun. The icy aura deep within the Hall of Spirits locked onto them like a venomous serpent. Fengji, be careful. Guyong suddenly let out a low growl. A highly subtle yet lethally sharp dark green light, akin to a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, shot out from an inconspicuous tower below without warning. Its speed surpassed the limits of sight. The target was none other than Ning Fengji, who was fully aiding the Bone Dragon atop its back. The timing, angle, and ferocity were all exquisitely calculated. Clearly, it was a premeditated assassination. Daddy! Ning Rongrong screamed in terror. Ning Fengji's pupils constricted. Most of his focus was on assisting Gu Yong and sustaining Tang San's life. He had no time to mount an effective defense against this sudden, insidious ambush. He could even sense the potent poison within that dark green light, capable of corroding the soul power of a tidal Douluo. At this critical moment, a sudden change occurred. A minute yet profoundly controlling spatial fluctuation, like an invisible ripple, precisely swept across the lethal dark green light. The lightning-fast, venomous ambush collided with an imperceptible and indestructible spatial barrier just a mere 3 feet from Ning Fengji's back. A clear yet eerie sound echoed. The emerald glow shattered like a poisoned needle striking iron, dispersing instantly. A surge of cold, ruthless power rebounded along the dissipating light. Humph! From the shadow below came an extremely faint, muffled groan, laced with astonishment and pain. A silhouette of deep green, akin to a startled serpent, swiftly recoiled into the depths of the shadow, vanishing from sight. An ambush thwarted by the power of space. Ning Fengji, shaken to his core, felt cold sweat soak his back in an instant. He abruptly turned, his gaze scanning the chaotic sky and the desolate ruins of the Spirit City below with uncertainty. Who was it? Who had struck from the shadows? Friend or foe? That power of space, cold, indifferent, and aloof. How familiar it felt. On the bony dragon's back, the unconscious Xiao Wu trembled violently. As if sensing something, her tightly shut eyelids fluttered, her eyes rolling frantically beneath. At her neck, the deeply concealed void scar pulsed subtly, like a disturbed serpent, a vague, indescribable fear and agitation originating from the depths of her bloodline, compelled her to emit a faint whimper akin to that of a young beast, even in her stupor. The bony dragon, carrying the group, finally burst forth from the colossal gates of the Spirit City, a symbol of the supreme authority of the Spirit Hall, under the protection of Chun Xin's earth-shattering 7 kills sword chi. However, at the very moment they breached the gates, a chilling, commanding presence, imbued with the terrifying will to control all, descended like an awakened ancient beast from the highest point of the papal hall. A resplendent figure clad in a radiant golden papal robe, wielding the Spider Emperor's scepter, appeared silently above the Spirit City. At the heart of the battlefield where Chun Xin and the dual-souled Douluos were locked in fierce combat, her gaze pierced through the fabric of space, disregarding Chun Xin's formidable 7 kills sword chi and the retreating bony dragon, landing precisely, greedily upon the curled-up figure of the pink-clad girl, trembling in the embrace of Lu Erlong, still unconscious. 10,000-year soul beast, soft-bone charm rabbit, BB Dong's crimson lips parted slightly, her icy voice resonating deeply within every soul present, carrying an unsettling, undeniable possessiveness. I have awaited you for a long time. The gem atop the Spider Emperor's scepter erupted with a brilliance more dazzling than the sun. A colossal web woven from fate and death finally unfurled completely. Chapter 52, The Web of Spiders. I have awaited you for a long time. BB Dong's frigid voice echoed like the tolling of a fate-determining bell, indelibly marking the souls of all who had just burst from the Spirit City, still trembling in shock. The avarice and determination for the essence of the 10,000-year soul beast contained within her words sent a chill through everyone atop the bony dragon. For the first time, Ning Fengji's gentle, refined visage lost all color. He abruptly raised his head, staring at the radiant golden figure suspended above the Spirit City, appearing as a deity descended from the heavens, his pupils constricting in sheer shock and terror. BB Dong had truly torn apart any pretense and intervened personally for Xiao Wu. Protect Rongrong and Xiao Wu. The colossal bone dragon, transformed from the ancient bone Douluo, unleashed a thunderous roar. The essence of the primordial bone dragon erupted without reservation. Countless menacing white bones proliferated wildly upon its massive form, hardening to form layers upon layers of thick, fortress-like armor. He understood that against this unfathomable pope, any semblance of luck would be fatal. The 7th spirit ring radiated with brilliance, and the true form of the bone dragon assumed an absolute defensive stance. Simultaneously, a resonant hum filled the air as a more condensed and pure silver-white sword domain erupted around Chun Xin, akin to a magnificent lotus of swords. The 7-killing domain instantaneously contracted, abandoning the pursuit of area damage, instead concentrating all sword intent and brilliance upon the blade itself. Chun Xin's gaze was as sharp as a divine sword, and the 7-killing sword erupted with a piercing radiance that could pierce the heavens. He transformed into a silver streak, tearing through space, disregarding the entangled duo of the Jew ghost Douluo, merging with his sword as he boldly thrust toward BB Dong. Capture the leader before the followers, or encircle Wei to rescue Zhao. He aimed to compel BB Dong to defend before she could strike at Xiao Wu. Not the sword master, Ning Fengji exclaimed in shock. He was all too aware of BB Dong's terror. Yet, Chun Xin's sword had already been thrust forth, unwavering in its advance. Faced with Chun Xin's astonishing sword capable of piercing through divinity and demons, BB Dong's exquisite visage remained expressionless, save for a fleeting glimmer of icy mockery in her unfathomable purple-gold eyes. She did not budge an inch. With extreme elegance, she simply waved her right hand, which gripped the Spider Emperor's staff, as if brushing away dust in the direction of Chun Xin's oncoming strike. A terrifying wave of indescribable energy, emanating from the very fabric of spatial laws, suddenly expanded from BB Dong's center. The space before her appeared to transform into an amber-like substance, thick and heavy a million times over. Chun Xin's earth-shattering sword, which could rend space, abruptly stagnated 100 yards from BB Dong, as if it had collided with an invisible, sighing wall. The silver sword light flickered violently, pushing forth with a shrill, teeth-grating friction. The space ahead of the sword tip was forcibly torn, revealing dark cracks. However, the spread of those fissures could not keep pace with Chun Xin's advance. It was as though he was piercing not through air, but through solidified celestial iron. Space solidified. For the first time, a look of horror crossed Chun Xin's ancient countenance. He sensed that his invincible 7-killing sword intent was now ensnared in an endless, chaotic quagmire. With every inch gained, it consumed tenfold the soul power previously required. The might of the solidified space was vast as the ocean and heavy as the mountains. It was pure, absolute mastery over the laws of space, far surpassing any spatial soul skill he had ever encountered. At the pinnacle of title de law, the comprehension of such rules is beyond imagination. BB Dong's cold voice, laced with indifference, resonated like a deity's decree. Her outstretched hand slowly curled its fingers. As her fingers gathered, the viscous, solidified space before Chen Xian abruptly compressed inward, collapsing. It was as if an invisible, colossal mill of immense weight was mercilessly grinding against that silver sword light. Boom! A thunderous sound, reminiscent of colliding stars, erupted in the sky. The astonishing strike, a culmination of Dust Heart's lifelong mastery of swordsmanship, was mercilessly shattered. The chaotic onslaught of sword energy surged forth like a raging torrent, scattering in all directions. Dust Heart let out a muffled groan, his body uncontrollably hurtling backward, while the seven-killing sword emitted a mournful tremor, its radiance dimming in an instant. He fought to stabilize himself, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, his sword-wielding hand trembling slightly, his eyes filled with disbelief and horror. Just one move. Swordmaster. Ning Fengji's complexion turned ashen. The brilliance of the seven treasures glazed pagoda surged desperately towards Dust Heart, attempting to stabilize his injuries. Yet within, a tempest of dread had already risen. The strength of Bibi Dong was indeed terrifyingly formidable. Throughout it all, Bibi Dong's gaze remained fixed upon the pink figure atop the skeletal dragon's back, as though repelling Dust Heart was merely swatting away an annoying fly. It is over. Little rabbit, Bibi Dong murmured, her lips parting slightly, her voice imbued with a chilling certainty of control. She slowly raised the Spider Emperor's staff. The massive purple-gold gem atop it suddenly erupting with a brilliance more blinding than the sun. A grander, more enigmatic spatial wave instantaneously enveloped the entire realm, no longer merely solidifying, but weaving. Countless visible threads, composed of pure purple-black spatial energy, unfurled like a living spider's web, radiating from Bibi Dong's center, spreading forth in an instant. The speed transcended thought. These spatial threads disregarded distance and defenses, swiftly traversing the void to ensnare the colossal skeletal dragon that was desperately attempting to break free. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The purple-black spatial threads coiled around the skeletal dragon's massive form, ensnaring its hefty bony armor and the powerful wings it flapped in desperation. Roar. The skeletal dragon, Gurong, emitted a roar of anguish. He felt as though his body was being pierced by countless glowing steel needles. These purple-black spatial threads were not only remarkably resilient, but possessed a terrifying corrosive power. His armor, which he prided himself on being capable of withstanding the might of a tidal Douluo, was swiftly eroded and penetrated by these bizarre threads. Much like ice melting under the sun, the threads burrowed deeply into the white bones, acting as if they were alive, frantically drilling into the very essence of the skeletal dragon. A chilling, viscous aura, seemingly capable of freezing the soul, surged through the threads with wild ferocity. Uncle Bone. Ning Fengji was horrified beyond measure. He could sense Gurong's aura rapidly diminishing. The brilliance of the seven treasures glazed pagoda surged towards Gurong desperately, attempting to dispel that terrifying deathly corrosive force, but it was akin to a drop in the ocean. Chapter 53, The Curtain of the Feast. Get away from me. Gurong bellowed like a cornered beast. The immense skeletal dragon writhed and struggled furiously, attempting to snap those damned threads. Bone spikes erupted, trying to sever their grip. Yet, the purple-black spatial threads proved to be extraordinarily resilient. With the dragon's thrashing, they only tightened their hold, digging deeper, like a noose woven by fate. The skeletal dragon's speed plummeted in an instant. As if nailed to the void, the colossal body trembled violently, emitting a spine-chilling sound of bones grinding against one another. Xiao Wu. Lu Erlong let out a desperate howl. She fiercely shielded the still unconscious and trembling Xiao Wu behind her. As the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial spirit burned fervently, striving to resist the pervasive aura of death. Yet, a strand of purple-black spatial silk, like a venomous serpent, circumvented her defenses, precisely and gently wrapping around Xiao Wu's delicate ankle. In her stupor, Xiao Wu emitted a faint, agonizing groan. The silk seemed to possess icy barbs that pierced her skin. An irresistible terror, emanating from the depths of her soul, surged along the silk, ravenously siphoning away her pure and immense essence derived from a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Simultaneously, a cold, authoritative will, infused with the essence of death, infiltrated her consciousness like a parasite. No, don't. Bibi Dong, stay away. Beneath her tightly shut eyelids, her eyes rolled frantically, her body convulsing violently. Even in her unconscious state, she instinctively murmured in fear. The void mark on her neck, deeply concealed, now pulsed uncontrollably, ignited by Bibi Dong's domineering and greedy will. A silver-purple glow flickered beneath her skin, radiating an ancient and chaotic spatial fluctuation. Such purity, such vast essence. Bibi Dong's eyes gleamed with a golden-purple light, a flush of intoxication and greed gracing her face. She could distinctly sense an indescribable, pure and boundless life energy and soul essence flowing through the strand connecting her to Xiao Wu. An unceasing stream akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. The limits of her Rakshasa god examination had begun to show signs of loosening under the impact of this power. It is mine. Bibi Dong roared within her heart. the brilliance of the Spider Queen's staff intensifying. More strands of purple-black spatial silk, akin to frenzied serpents, entwined around the bone dragon, ensnaring every soul attempting to resist upon its back. She aimed to completely immobilize this struggling beast, savoring the delectable offering at her leisure. Master, take Rong and go. The voice of Gu Rong emerged from the mouth of the bone dragon, resolute and tragic like the sound of metal grinding. He understood that his true form could not be preserved. He intended to use his final strength to carve a path for Ning Fengji and Ning Rongrong. Bone uncle, no. Ning Fengji's eyes were filled with rage, just as Gu Rong prepared to detonate his true form in a final act of desperation. At the moment when Bibidong's will was about to completely invade Xiao Wu's consciousness and seize her soul essence, and as the void mark on Xiao Wu's neck pulsed violently from dual stimulation, the silver-purple light nearly breaking free, a deep, resonant hum, entirely different and seemingly emanating from the very dawn of the universe, thundered throughout the heavens and the earth without warning. The sound, though not loud, possessed an ineffable penetrating power that instantly overshadowed the explosive echoes of all soul techniques, the roars of the bone dragon, and the hissing of Bibidong's spatial web. It was as if the very foundation of the world trembled. An indescribable weight of oppression descended like an invisible ancient mountain, engulfing this chaotic battlefield. The sky darkened abruptly, not with storm clouds, but as if light itself had been devoured. Above everyone's heads, beyond Bibidong's purple-black spatial web, and atop the tormented form of the bone dragon, a profound and distorted shadow began to materialize, seemingly formed from countless shattered stars and chaotic currents. Faintly discernible was an unimaginably vast, slowly rotating ancient millstone base. Upon this millstone, myriad arcane runes flickered with a dim, profound light. At its edge, a pair of incomplete yet still radiant wings of light, embodying the essence of tearing through the void, gently fluttered. With every flap, the surrounding space groaned under the unbearable burden. The golden-red flames of the eternal divine furnace leaped at the core of the millstone, greedily drawing from the battlefield below the pure essence of despair, fear, death, and the primordial energy of soul beasts. The chaos divine mill, its projection descending, a force of confinement, heavier, more vast, and more tyrannical than Bibidong's spatial web, surged like an invisible ocean of countless tons, instantly filling every inch of space within a 10,000-meter radius. The purple-black strands of spatial web, entwined around the bone dragon and exuding a deathly aura, froze and dimmed as if exposed to the searing sun. Their corrosion and deathly will forcibly crushed by the weight of chaos. The impending detonation of the ancient bone dragon was forcibly suppressed by this sudden, terrifying pressure. Even self-detonation became a distant luxury. Bibidong's cold will, which had infiltrated Xiao Wu's sea of consciousness, collided with an invisible wall of size, instantly rebounding. The hint of ecstasy on her face vanished, replaced by utter astonishment and disbelief. She abruptly looked up at the slowly rotating shadow of the chaotic millstone, her violet gold pupils narrowing in shock. The chaos divine mill. Ling Yi. For the first time, Bibidong's voice lost its commanding calmness. Laced with uncertainty and icy fury, he had chosen to reveal himself at this moment. Moreover, the pressure and power far exceeded her expectations. On the back of the bone dragon, the unconscious Xiao Wu trembled violently. The pulsation of the void scar on her neck reached an unprecedented frequency. Silver-purple light flickered wildly, nearly bursting forth. A faint, chaotic, yet anciently majestic wave of spatial energy, tinged with an odd excitement, uncontrollably emanated from her. In that moment, the chaotic battlefield fell into an eerie silence. All eyes were filled with profound shock, fear, and bewilderment, directed towards the sky. Beneath the slowly rotating shadow of the chaotic grinding disk, where stood a tall figure clad in dark golden robes of the holy sun, appearing as if summoned from the void. Ling Yi stood aloof in the emptiness, his hands clasped behind him, with swirling chaotic energies beneath his feet. He cast a calm gaze downward, surveying Bibidong, ensnared by the oppressive chaos, the struggling bone dragon, and the horrified onlookers clinging to its spine, ultimately resting upon the frantically shimmering silver-purple mark at Xiao Wu's neck. A chilling, gradual smile unfurled at the corners of his mouth, devoid of warmth, embodying an indifference that signified dominion and the final judgment upon his prey. My grinding disk. Ling Yi's voice echoed like a whisper from the abyss, resonating within the depths of every soul ensnared by the chaotic pressure. Who would dare to intervene in the harvest? The chaotic disk turned silently, unveiling the curtain of the final feast with his own hands. Chapter 54, The Scar of the Void. The chaotic grinding disk traversed the void, its trajectory heavy as the tomb of ancient stars, pinning Bibidong's expansive purple-black web into the frozen space. With a piercing sound, the intertwined strands of fate gradually snapped and vanished, transforming into drifting shadows of light. The immense form of the ancient Banyan's bone dragon was forcefully pressed to the earth by the unseen might of the grinding disk. its skeletal frame marked by webs and the imprints of chaotic pressure, groaning under the unbearable weight, until the anguished roar of the dragon was utterly crushed, sinking into a silent mire. At the center of the disk, Ling Yi remained unyielding in his dark golden robes, undisturbed by the gale that could rend steel. His gaze, cold as the blade of millennia-old ice, pierced through the tumultuous energy currents and pervasive despair below, precisely locking onto the frantically pulsating silver-purple mark at Xiao Wu's slender neck. Had the scar of the void finally reached its critical point? Before the whisper dissipated in the still air, a primal and ancient draconic aura surged forth from the depths of the starry forest, piercing through the barriers of endless space like an invisible hammer, crashing into this battlefield on the brink of collapse. A brilliant silver-purple light erupted from Xiao Wu's neck, transforming from a mere mark into a rift that tore reality itself. Greedily consuming light and emitting a chilling hiss that froze the very soul, akin to a venomous serpent rising from the abyss. Bibi Dong's stunning visage twisted in fury, her malevolent aura boiling around her. Grasping the Spider Emperor's scepter, she fiercely thrust it towards the heavens, divided by chaos and silver-purple light. Her piercing scream ripping through the leaden clouds. Ling Yi, how dare you? The chaotic torrent clashed violently with the silver radiance of the rift, tearing and biting. Ling Yi stood at the center of this vortex of destruction. Within his indifferent pupils, the golden-red flames of the eternal divine furnace danced wildly, signaling a ravenous hunger for the surging sustenance below. His fingers, poised above the grinding disk, suddenly clenched inward with a suddenness reminiscent of a decree, cold and merciless. Divine grinder, soul crusher. A resonant hum filled the air. Suspended in the azure firmament, the ethereal visage of the chaotic grinding disk suddenly coalesced for an instant, its ancient runes radiating an eerie luminescence. An ineffable, soul-crushing force, impervious to the barriers of flesh and spirit, surged towards the silver-purple rift, towards its source, the unconscious form of Xiao Wu, and towards the will that lurked here, peering through the imprints. It descended with unrelenting ferocity. In the life pod, the near-lifeless body of Tang San abruptly arched, akin to a fish out of water convulsing violently. The bones shattered, emitting a cacophony of chilling cracks, as if countless invisible grinding discs were pulverizing his dwindling vitality. Dark crimson blood gushed from his ruptured skin, only to freeze instantly under the pervasive, frigid pressure of the chaotic disk, solidifying against the transparent walls of the pod and cascading downwards, forming sharp, grotesque ice crystal formations. Xiao San, Dai Mubai's eyes widened in a frenzy, his golden hair wild like a lion's mane, witnessing Tang San's plight and the ghastly, non-human silver-purple fissures tearing at Xiao Wu's neck. A surge of pure rage and despair obliterated his last vestiges of reason. The spectral form of the white tiger martial spirit roared furiously behind him, trembling violently under the dual oppression of the chaotic disk and the venomous rift, emitting a mournful wail. His bloodshot eyes fixed on the swirling night above. His claws dug deeply into the cracked earth beneath, stones erupting in a spray as he let forth a beastly, discordant roar from the depths of his throat. Beast, I shall slay you. Slay you. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned as pale as paper, her grip tightening around Dai Mubai's arm, while the specter of the nether cat trembled in fear, unable to restrain her comrade's madness. The intangible horrors that pervaded the chaotic battlefield, the Shrek members' despair, the mournful cries of the suppressed bone dragon, the quaking lament of the white tiger nether spirit, the dying resentment of the soul beasts, and even the cataclysmic wrath inherent in Bibi Dong's fury. These colossal and multifaceted negativities converged like water drawn into an abyss, frantically swirling towards the slowly rotating chaotic grinding disk above. The dark runes at the center of the disk greedily siphoned all this energy, grinding, purifying, transforming. A tsunami of pure energy surged forth, connecting the ethereal bonds between Ling Yi and the disk, crashing into the eternal furnace within him. Nutrients, boiling. Ling Yi's cold consciousness was solely devoted to the most pristine calculations. The cluster of golden red flames within the furnace erupted, swelling and roaring with a deep, rumbling sound akin to ancient lava churning, the repair progression climbing steadily amidst the onslaught of violent energy. The dim, ancient patterns on the furnace walls greedily absorbed this power, as if the cracked earth were drinking in a nourishing rain, each restoration amplifying the gravitational pull, drawing the despair and terror from the battlefield into a more frenzied consumption. He could distinctly hear the furnace's hungry hum, a greedy roar awakening after eons of silence, subtly intensifying the grinding force of the disk. Humph! From the depths of the silver-purple rift, as if transcending endless time and space, a cold, peculiar melody of a hum resonated. This sound did not echo in their ears, but reverberated directly within the very souls of all present. Imbued with the indifference of the dragon race as they gazed upon mere ants, intertwined with a hint of offended curiosity. In the heart of the great forest of stars, within the crystal palace of the Lake of Life, the enormous water mirror trembled violently. The scene of Ling Yi activating the divine millstone of souls twisted and flickered within it. Guyuna, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall, gazed intently at the chaotic force grinding souls and the insatiable anomaly drawn in by the eternal divine furnace. Her slender, jade-like fingertips casually traced the mirror surface. Where her fingers passed, instead of ripples, there appeared minute, yet tangible fissures in space, resembling a black spider's web spreading across the crystal, emitting a hissing sound of annihilation. Chapter 55, Anomaly. Chaos, Space, Intriguing Toys. Her whispers resonated like the lingering echoes of a dragon's roar, reverberating throughout the silent palace. In the depths of her violet eyes, the indifferent figure of Ling Yi and the frenzied, energy-devouring shadow of the millstone reflected, a pure and almost predatory greed slowly surfacing. This was not merely a thirst for power. It resembled a dragon discovering a radiant treasure, an innate desire for possession awakening within her. As her fingertips traced the cracks in the water mirror, they deepened and elongated abruptly, akin to her yearning for control that had been stirred within. Having grown sufficiently strong, it was time to ensnare. As her thoughts swirled, the silver-violet light converging at her fingertips suddenly became profound and viscous, akin to liquid stars, silently pressing towards Ling Yi's direction through the endless space. On the battlefield, an abrupt transformation occurred. The silver-violet fissures around Xiao Wu's neck, previously suppressed by the chaotic power of the millstone and entangled with Bai Dong's threads, dramatically expanded several times. The edges of the fissure no longer flickered with light, but transformed into a tangible, viscous liquid flowing with starlight. As if the flesh and blood of a living creature writhed and proliferated, the form of the poisoned serpent from the rift instantly solidified, its head raised high. Icy vertical pupils composed entirely of shattered fragments of space, fixating intently on Ling Yi at the center of the millstone. A piercing shriek erupted from the serpent's mouth, penetrating the soul. No longer was it the roar of energy, but rather the lament of space itself being forcibly torn and distorted. A silver-violet beam, distilled to perfection, erupted like a breath of destruction from the deepest part of the rift, disregarding distance and the remnants of Bai Dong's webs. Propelled by Guyu Na's that traversed space, fiercely hurtling towards Ling Yi. Where the beam passed, space was carved into an irreparable chasm, exuding an ominous aura of annihilation. Before the beam arrived, the horrific pressure emanating from the Silver Dragon King's essence descended like tangible shackles. Behind Ling Yi's right shoulder, the already incomplete Chaos Void Wing, which had only partially healed its cracks, suddenly sank. The silver-gray spatial runes freshly healed upon the wing's bones flickered violently, crackling under the unbearable weight, as if they would shatter once more at any moment. The spatial ripples transformed from submissive obedience into a violent maelstrom, frantically tearing at the wing membranes, attempting to force him down from the center of the millstone. Impudence! Bai Dong's furious roar erupted almost simultaneously with the silver-violet beam. Her stunning visage twisted in response to Guyu Na's audacious intervention, her murderous intent as a Rakshasa intertwining with the authority of a pope, manifesting a terrifyingly sinister expression. The 8 menacing spider spears behind the true form of the spider monarch suddenly tensed, their tips simultaneously unleashing a viscous, ink-like purple-black radiance. This luminescence did not target Ling Yi directly, but rather, it entwined with the silver-purple beam that was tearing through the very fabric of space with the swiftness of lightning. The Rakshasa soul devouring threads. The purple-black light, alive with intent, coiled around the cataclysmic silver-purple beam, not engaging in a direct clash, but rather corroding and consuming the power of the dragon race's spatial essence contained within the beam. The incessant hissing of annihilation echoed, as the energies of purple-black and silver-purple clashed violently, erupting into a shower of fragmented space like a deadly rain of glass shards. The might of the beam visibly waned, slowed, yet it still surged forward with an unwavering resolve, aimed squarely at Ling Yi. A triple assassination scheme materialized in an instant. Above the firmament, the chaotic millstone, suppressing, soul-crushing. Within the rift, the silver-purple breath, destruction, ripping space. Upon the earth, the Rakshasa soul devouring threads, entwining, consuming. 3 formidable forces, each embodying distinct wills and rules, collided thunderously around Ling Yi, the absolute focal point. The entire battlefield's space fractured as if a colossal stone had been cast upon a fragile icy surface, with countless spiderweb-like black fissures rapidly spreading from the point of impact. Light was utterly shredded and devoured, leaving only an abyss of chaos, where the silver-purple savagery intertwined with the malevolent purple-black of the Rakshasa, coalescing in the shattered void, annihilating and erupting in a silent roar of destruction. The leaden clouds, akin to blood-soaked shrouds, were violently torn and stirred by the surging energy waves below. The silence was no longer a backdrop, but rather the remnants of something thoroughly ground to dust. Only the continual cracking of bones under an invisible, colossal force. The high-pitched buzzing emitted during the annihilation of soul energy, and the sharp sounds of spatial fissures spreading intertwined, forming a maddening symphony known as destruction. Echoing eternally in the fractured world. Standing at the absolute center of this storm of annihilation, beneath the chaotic millstone, Ling Yi's figure appeared diminutive. Yet it exuded a profound stillness that seemed to freeze time and space. The dark golden robes of the holy sun billowed in the tumultuous energy currents, strangely remaining unscathed. As if an invisible barrier shielded him, he slightly lifted his gaze, piercing through the boiling energy maelstrom, as he met the silver-purple beam. Still infused with the essence of the rift, entwined by the Raksasa's purple-black, the eternal divine furnace within him emitted a deep, resonant roar akin to an ancient titan awakening, its restoration rate struggling to ascend a notch under the deluge of despairing energy. The furnace's golden-red flames flickered through his cold pupils, reflecting a sea of molten lava that incinerated all. Was it the backlash of a mere toy, or the nourishment of a feast? Ling Yi's core of consciousness operated with icy precision, devoid of any emotional turbulence, solely focused on a meticulous assessment of the essence of energy and a ruthless deduction towards the optimal solution. His fingers tightened further in the void, as if grasping the very threads of fate of the battlefield. Behind his right shoulder, on the fractured skeletal frame of the chaotic void wing, silver-gray spatial runes flickered like a dying candle in the wind, emitting faint yet dense crackling wails, while the turbulent ripples of space tore at the wing membrane, leaving ethereal cracks in their wake. As the weakened silver-purple beam was about to make contact at the edge of the battlefield, amidst shattered rocks entirely enveloped by the immense shadow of the chaotic grinding stone, the space rippled silently, akin to a stone tossed into still water. There were no fluctuations of soul energy, no leaking of breath, as if it were merely a natural distortion of light. A gaunt figure, shrouded in a dark green cloak, materialized quietly, seemingly conjured from the very shadows themselves. Beneath the shadow of the hood, two glimmering, serpent-like eyes, cold and emerald, fixated intently on the source of the silver-purple beam, the frenzied scar of the abyss pulsating around Xiao Wu's neck. Chapter 56, Triple Annihilation. The silver-purple beam rent the fabric of space, entwined with the frigid will of ancient Yuna piercing through the endless void, enmeshed with the venomous purple radiance of BB Dong's soul-devouring threads, resembling a spear of judgment intent on annihilation. Even before the beam reached its target, the palpable dragon might had transformed into an imposing ice mountain, crashing violently against Ling Yi's chaotic void wings. A resounding crack echoed. The silver-gray runes of spatial origin inscribed upon the wing bones shattered in response. Web-like fissures swiftly spread across the recently mended wing membrane, the subtle yet dense sound of shattering akin to ice groaning under immense pressure. The already damaged right wing quaked violently. The spatial ripples sustaining Ling Yi's suspension were instantly thrown into chaos, transforming into invisible blades of spatial turbulence that cut mercilessly. The edges of the wing membrane were torn open with several illusory gashes, silver-gray motes of light dispersing like stardust. A tremendous force, unrestrained and overwhelming, surged from the depths of the void, threatening to drag this minuscule existence and his wings into the abyss of darkness. Ling Yi's form plummeted suddenly, as though struck by an invisible hammer. The solidified spatial winds beneath him groaned under the unbearable weight, and the web-like cracks rapidly expanded. In this dire moment, a hum resonated. Within the eternal divine furnace, a cluster of golden-red flames erupted with blinding brilliance. The ancient patterns on the furnace walls, recently restored by despairing energy, flickered frantically as a scorching, domineering power, capable of melting the very fabric of the void, erupted explosively from Ling Yi's core. The wall of the eternal furnace, a semi-transparent sphere, flowing with molten golden-red patterns, was instantaneously formed. This domain was not merely a simple barrier of soul energy. It resembled a furnace core projection forcibly pressed from another dimension, radiating the searing heat of annihilation and an indomitable ancient will. Boom! The destructive beam entwined with the breath of the abyss and BB Dong's soul-devouring threads collided forcefully with the golden-red furnace wall. There was no deafening explosion, only a chilling silence that froze the soul, a piercing cry of energy annihilation to the extreme. The silver-purple and purple-black torrents of energy, akin to comets crashing into a stellar core, were consumed and dissolved by the flowing golden-red patterns the moment they made contact with the wall. The leading edge of the beam disintegrated, vaporized, transforming into a tumult of boiling energy that dispersed into the ether. The golden-red patterns on the surface of the wall surged, as if molten lava solidifying in the cooling process, dissipating the impact of the attack layer by layer and guiding it into the projection structure of the entire chaotic grinding stone. The eternal divine furnace emitted a deep yet exhilarating roar within Ling Yi's body, its repair level flickering upward with difficulty and clarity, reaching 95. Could it truly refine the essence of spatial origins? Before the water mirror, Gu Yuna's violet eyes flickered with genuine astonishment. The motion of her fingertips, which had split the water mirror, momentarily paused. She keenly sensed that her attack, powerful enough to rend an ordinary title de law, had been forcibly absorbed by that peculiar furnace domain to a significant extent. This was far beyond the known power system of the Douluo Continent. Intriguing, exceedingly intriguing. The moment of surprise was swiftly replaced by a more fervent greed. The silver-purple radiance coalescing at her fingertips ceased its probing and suddenly became profoundly deep and viscous. Akin to a liquid star core, pressing down fiercely upon Ling Yi's figure reflected in the water mirror once more. On the battlefield, the silver-purple glow emanating from the rift mark on Xiao Wu's neck surged dramatically. The shadow of the rift-poisoned serpent coalesced with startling intensity, its jaws agape, as a second wave of even more refined and concentrated destructive beams, infused with traces of black void essence, brewed ominously. The serpent's gaze was fixed firmly on Ling Yi's silhouette beyond the furnace domain's barrier, its cold vertical pupils embodying pure destruction. A desperate struggle ensued. Bai Baidong's furious shout carried a barely perceptible hint of disbelief. She could not fathom how Ling Yi could withstand Gu Yuna's wrathful strike so effortlessly. Nor could she tolerate seeing her prey coveted by another. The 8 spider spears behind the true form of the Spider Empress stood rigid as javelins, their tips gathering purple-black radiance to an extreme, exuding a malignant aura that could decay the very fabric of space. The overwhelming force of the Rakshasa surged forth, with 8 rays solidified to a material essence, entwining countless anguished souls, resembling 8 venomous dragons from the depths of hell. They swiftly broke free from the entanglement of the silver-purple beam, circumventing the front of the furnace domain's barrier, and tore through space from 8 exquisitely cunning angles, piercing directly towards Ling Yi's core. Their aim was unerring, targeting the slightly unstable rear of his heart, his brow, and the vital point of his dantian. Before him lay the second wave of the rift-poisoned serpent's devastating breath poised to strike. To the side loomed the 8 Rakshasa, soul-devouring poison dragons ready to deliver a lethal blow. Below, Gu Yuna's dragon might continue to suppress the void wings. The cycle of death was tightening, and peril loomed once more. Ling Yi stood at the heart of the furnace domain, his frigid pupils reflecting the lethal threats approaching from all directions. The golden-red flames of the eternal divine furnace danced in the depths of his eyes, conveying an insatiable thirst for more fuel. His 5 fingers, clenched in a virtual grip, remained unwavering. Nutrients were still viable. A cold assessment echoed in his consciousness. The formidable power of the soul-grinding mechanism had not been interrupted by defense. Rather, after being replenished by the eternal divine furnace, it operated more smoothly and profoundly. That invisible grinding force acting on the soul level surged forth like an unseen deep-sea current, rushing towards the battlefield below. Inside the life support chamber, Tang San's convulsions reached their peak. His body, under the influence of the invisible grinding force, felt as though it were being kneaded by an unseen giant hand, each spasm accompanied by the harsh sound of bone fragments grinding against one another. The shattered essence of the purple extreme demon eye, under the chaotic mill's relentless pressure on his soul, flickered like a candle in the wind, emitting a mournful cry on the brink of extinguishment. Consciousness has long since succumbed to an abyss of darkness and the excruciating agony that shatters the soul, with only the instinctive responses of a broken body attesting to his continued existence. The sharp blood crystals congealed upon the cabin walls, under relentless grinding force, have been shrouded anew in a layer of dark frost. Dai Mubai's hoarse screams have become mere whispers, his tiger eyes weeping blood. He watches helplessly as Tang San endures inhuman torment within the life support chamber, observing the grotesque fissure in Xiao Wu's neck grow increasingly horrifying, and witnessing Ling Yi remain as impassive as a deity under the onslaught of 2 unparalleled powerhouses. An overwhelming sense of powerlessness constricts around his heart like poisonous vines, nearly suffocating him. The roar of the white tiger martial soul has transformed into a whimper, its claws deeply embedded in the earth, leaving 10 gashes that reveal bone beneath. As stones mixed with blood seep through his fingers, Zhu Zhuqin clings tightly to him, while the ethereal form of the nether cat trembles under the weight of destructive pressure, tears streaking her cold visage, her lips bitten until they bleed. The formidable skeletal dragon of Gu Rong is pressed firmly beneath the dual imprints of the web of chaos, each struggle eliciting a brittle crack from its jagged bones, as if they might shatter completely at any moment. Chun Xian's radiant sword, unified with his being, is ensnared by the remnants of Bibi Dong's spatial web, each impact tightening the violet-black threads further, blood dripping from his tightly gripped 7-killing sword, blooming like striking red plum blossoms on the fractured earth. The sword Douluo stands tall as a pine, yet his complexion has turned as pale as parchment, each cough bringing forth fragments of his innards. On the battlefield, despair, fear, anger, and resentment of the fallen soul beasts, these colossal negative emotions and energies, surge forth like juice being extracted under the merciless grinding power of the chaotic mill, rising ever more violently. They coalesce into an invisible torrent, frantically rushing into the spectral image of the grinding mill above the heavens. The shadowy runes greedily absorb, refine, and transform into an even purer fuel, continuously pouring into the roaring, eternal furnace within Ling Yi. The golden-red radiance of the furnace walls surged once more at the moment the 8 soul-devouring poison dragons struck. The flowing lava patterns spun rapidly, thickening to form a dense golden-red cocoon, firmly shielding Ling Yi. Thud, 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 thud. The 8 violet-black poison dragons collided violently with the golden-red cocoon. There were no earth-shattering explosions, only the sickening sound of corrosion. The terrifying corrosive energy contained within the Rakshasa divine power ravaged the cocoon, violet-black light points spreading across its surface like maggots, gnawing and emitting a hissing sound. The golden-red lava patterns on the cocoon spun rapidly, continuously dissolving and dispelling the corrosive force, yet the radiance visibly dimmed at an alarming pace. Especially at the critical defense points of the heart and dantian, the cocoon began to cave inward, wavering violently, as if it might be pierced at any moment. Just as the walls of the furnace bore the dual pressure, flickering in brightness, on the edge of the battlefield. Behind the shattered rocks completely engulfed by the shadow of the chaotic mill, space rippled silently, as if a stone had been cast into a deep pool. A shadow of dark green emerged, like a deadly mercury seeping from the shadows, sliding forth silently. There were no fluctuations of soul power, no breath exhaled. As though it were merely a natural refraction of light. Douluo? The gaunt figure was shrouded beneath a dark green cloak, the shadow of the hood obscuring much of his face, revealing only the chilling gleam of his serpent-like emerald eyes. His focus was not on the soaring figure of Ling Yi, nor the poised intent of Guyu Na, nor the wrathful presence of Bai Bai Dong. Instead, his gaze was as piercing as a venomous ice spear, fixated on the delicate neck of Xiao Wu, where the frantic pulse mirrored the silver-violet glow of the rift scar. The moment was ripe. At the instant when the rift's venomous serpent lifted its head, ready to unleash its second breath of destruction. At the moment when Ling Ye's furnace barrier was restrained by Bai Bai Dong's 8 soul-devouring poison dragons, in the dimmest flicker of light. At the chaotic crescendo of the chaotic grinding wheel extracting negative energy from the battlefield, at the most turbulent juncture of spatial fluctuations, his skeletal hands, resembling ghostly claws, shot forth like lightning from beneath the cloak. The tips of his 10 fingers coalesced not with dark green toxic mist, but with 10 profoundly deep singularities, seemingly capable of devouring light itself. Each singularity was cloaked in nearly invisible, twisting emerald toxin patterns, a poison of space. Emerald, spatial barrier. A hoarse whisper, akin to a serpent's hiss, escaped from Douluo's throat. With a sudden thrust, his fingers pressed forward. Buzz. 10 shadowy spatial singularities, adorned with twisted emerald toxin patterns, disregarded the chaotic energy torrents and the solidified spatial pressure, imprinting themselves with precision into the roiling void surrounding Xiao Wu's neck, not targeting the rift scar itself, but marking the energy outlet S-node. As the singularities settled, they instantaneously expanded and extended, a barrier as delicate as a cicada's wing, yet filled with countless twisted emerald toxin patterns, formed like a meticulously woven web of poison, enveloping the impending explosion of the rift scar around her neck in layers, sealing it. The timing of this barrier's emergence was nothing short of exquisite. It coincided perfectly with the moment the rift's venomous serpent's second breath of power reached its zenith. On the brink of eruption, hiss, the apparition of the rift's venomous serpent suddenly froze. The impending beam of destruction, imbued with the essence of the void, seemed to be seized by an invisible hand, choking it at the throat. The beam swelled violently within the serpent's maw, clashing yet unable to penetrate the seemingly fragile, yet inherently toxic spatial barrier. The forcibly unleashed energy was twisted and dispersed by the barrier, redirected into the chaotic spatial torrents, with part of it even being eroded and devoured by the emerald toxin patterns. Fragments of shattered space flickered violently in the serpent's eyes, conveying Guyu Na's fury that transcended the void. The figure of the Silver Dragon King before the water mirror leaned forward abruptly, a cold glint bursting forth from her violet eyes. She distinctly felt that her imminent devastating strike was being forcibly constricted by a cunningly sinister force, one that fused spatial confinement with toxic erosion, choking her at the throat. Though this power was far inferior to her own, it struck precisely at the most vulnerable point of her energy transmission. Guyu Na's will pierced through the void, fueled by an overwhelming wrath provoked by an ant, sweeping towards the source of the emerald barrier with a thunderous fury. As Douluo unleashed his power to seal the rift of the abyss, in that fleeting moment when Guyu Na's will was forcefully restrained, Ling Yi made his move. His fingers, which had remained clenched in a loose grip, suddenly converged inward with tremendous force as Douluo's emerald barrier formed, akin to shattering a star. Chapter 57, Venomous Flame of Destruction. In the void, the venomous lure. Douluo's hoarse whisper, reminiscent of a serpent's hiss, was scarcely audible amidst the howling tempest of energy. His gnarled hands pressed forward, releasing 10 drops of viscous, gelatinous, and lethally sweet-scented emerald-hued primordial venom, which shot forth from his fingertips, as if alive. Rather than flying directly toward Xiao Wu, the venom peculiar dissolved in midair, transforming into 10 exceedingly slender emerald threads that almost merged with the chaotic backdrop of space, silently penetrating the turbulent energy currents to precisely pierce the shattered nexus of Xiao Wu's neck, from which a chaotic storm of silver and purple primordial energy surged forth. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a chilling sound of subtle erosion that froze the marrow. The emerald threads, akin to a bloodthirsty serpent, swiftly penetrated the boiling wound in space. Xiao Wu's already cracked body, pulsating with silver and purple radiance, trembled violently. From the depths of her throat erupted a wail more heart-wrenching and distorted than before, unrecognizable as human. Her hollow eyes were instantaneously filled and veiled by the emerald glow of the venom, the phosphorescent serpent king's poison, the essence of the primordial. This source of lethal venom, derived from a top-tier poisonous soul beast, had undergone a transformation after Douluo integrated the spatial power bestowed by Ling Yi. It no longer merely corroded flesh, but possessed the terrifying ability to erode energy and taint the very essence. As the venom entered her body, it was akin to 10 seeds of toxicity being sown into the core of the space channel, forcibly maintained by Xiao Wu's life and soul, leading to the void. Suddenly, a horrific transformation erupted from the silver and purple chaotic storm, previously bound by the eternal furnace's vortex and tainted by the filth of the Rakshasa. Within the backdrop of silver, purple, and chaos, countless twisted and violent emerald poison spots detonated. These spots spread and proliferated like living entities, instantly staining vast swathes of primordial currents with a murky amalgamation of emerald and silver purple. The storm's form became unstable, emitting a nauseating hissing sound of corrosion and explosive energy conflict. Countless minute, toxic shards of space, resembling shards of green glass, shattered and splintered from the storm's tumult. In the storm's core, Xiao Wu's anguished wail abruptly ceased. Her body swelled outward like an inflated balloon. Beneath her skin, the silver and purple radiance was replaced by a terrifying spectacle of conflicting emerald and silver purple. From the fissures of her cracked skin, what erupted was no longer pure chaotic energy, but a murky amalgamation of energy laced with potent venom. Her hair had completely transformed into burning emerald dust, and her entire being was disintegrating and deforming from within at a horrifying speed, ravaged by the venom and spatial power. Her existence had become a living bomb, a conduit to the void, yet filled with lethal venom. Douluo. Bibi Dong's fierce reprimand was laced with a hint of astonishment and fury. She had not anticipated that this lurking serpent would dare to act in such a manner. The injection of this lethal toxin not only tainted her malevolent corruption, but also caused the already frenzied primal storm to spiral into utter chaos, brimming with unpredictable devastation. The protective power of her Rakshasa aura thickened in an instant, and the spider's spears tightened, vigilantly locking onto the core of the storm undergoing transformation. Ants, how dare you? The cold glint in Gu Yuna's violet eyes erupted, and her silver hair danced wildly. She felt acutely that the core of the passage she had constructed was being violently tainted and eroded by an insidiously venomous force. Although this power was significantly weaker than her own, it struck like a precise poison dart at the nodes of her energy transmission. Poison, the poison of space? Seeking death. The rage ignited by the desecration from mere ants shattered her last vestige of composure. With reckless abandon, she pressed her jade finger against the shattered shards of the water mirror, her fingertips radiating silver-purple light akin to burning stars. As she recklessly poured forth the turbulent primal dragon force, disregarding both its consumption and the limits of the passage's endurance. Pollution, energy overload. Self-destruction at the critical point. Ling Yi's icy consciousness rapidly processed the precise judgments. Deep within the eternal divine furnace, the recently awakened golden red flame, having just surpassed a restoration threshold of 10, did not retreat upon sensing the terrifying torrent of emerald toxin intermingled with the frenzied primal essence, which exuded an aura of destruction and filth. Instead, it leapt forth, expanding vigorously. The newly illuminated thick lava vein on the furnace wall erupted with blinding golden-red brilliance. Eternal furnace's purifying flames. The vortex of annihilation that devours all suddenly reversed. The golden whirlpool instantaneously solidified, collapsing into a finely condensed line of fire, radiating the essence of consuming all evils and purifying all things. This line of fire was not directed at the storm, but rather aimed at Ling Yi's newly birthed chaotic void wing, right, which flowed with the power of dark annihilation. With a hiss, the golden red line of fire precisely penetrated the base of the dark wing blade. In that instant, the dark substance that consumed light surged as if ignited by lamp oil, erupting into a roaring golden red inferno. Yet this blaze did not burn outward. Instead, it enveloped the entire right wing as if it were a living entity. The annihilative force formed by the edge of the wing blade slicing through space merged astonishingly with the purifying fire that consumed all, under the rigorous refining of the eternal divine furnace. With a piercing sound that shattered gold and stone, the chaotic void wing, right, ablaze with the golden red purifying fire, suddenly unfurled. Where the wings spread, space was no longer a silent annihilation. It was ablaze, purified, leaving behind trails of molten golden-red marks and scorching fissures that could never be mended. A brand new, domineering force, merging the annihilation of space with the purifying flames. Radiated from this burning giant wing, Ling Yi moved. He made no attempt to evade the out-of-control storm, a cataclysm of poison and primal essence. Nor did he forcibly consume the filthy torrent any longer. He flapped the burning giant wing behind him with great force. Burning void shadow. His form transformed into a dark flow of light, trailing a blazing golden-red tail flame, surpassing even the transmission of space itself in speed. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, he boldly plunged into the heart of the chaotic storm, where deep green and silver purple intertwined, teetering on the brink of self-destruction. The target, a disfigured, expanding remnant of Xiao Wu, was on the verge of an explosive demise at the storm's epicenter. Chapter 58, Coordinate Capture. Has he gone mad? Bibi Dong's pupils constricted in disbelief. This was tantamount to walking into certain death. Roar. The core of Stardo. The dragon's roar of Guyu Na resonated with a blend of fury and alarm. The power she had infused was on the edge of losing control. Just as Ling Ye's blazing figure was about to make contact with Xiao Wu's swelling form, his burning right wing, imbued with a resolute will to incinerate the void and purify all, descended like a blade of judgment upon the shattered node of her neck, which was spewing forth a foul storm. The objective was not to save, but to sever, to cut off this tainted spatial passage, to dismantle this imminent living bomb. Furthermore, to sever Guyu Na's greedy hand reaching into this realm. The dark wing blade, ablaze with the golden-red fire of purification, tore through the roiling toxic mist and spatial turbulence, precisely penetrating the core of that fractured spatial node. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a chilling silence. As if the very fabric of existence had been forcefully severed, time seemed to freeze in that moment. The burning wing blade sank deeply into the spatial node at Xiao Wu's neck. The frenzied torrent, a catastrophic storm of deep green poison, silver-purple spatial essence, and chaotic filth, suddenly faltered like a mighty beast grasped by the throat. The surging energy instantly stiffened and crystallized. Xiao Wu's body, expanded to its limits, collapsed inward like a punctured balloon. The agony etched on her face was frozen in time, and the last flicker of life in her eyes, filled with toxic emerald light, extinguished, leaving only a hollow void. A distinct, fiery gash appeared at her neck, and with visible speed, it spread wildly along the fractured structure of the spatial node toward both ends of the passage. No. Guyu Na's will, transcending space, erupted in a piercing scream of utmost despair. She could feel with clarity that her connection to that portion of spatial essence, to the passage itself, was being forcefully severed and incinerated by an overwhelming power, imbued with the characteristics of annihilation and purification. The purifying flame of the eternal furnace surged along the cutting fissure, burning away the vile poison, burning the chaotic spatial turbulence, burning the structure of the passage, burning the last vestige of life and soul that served as a bridge within Xiao Wu's remnant body. The sizzle of combustion replaced the roar of the storm. The emerald poison vaporized and dissipated in the golden-red flames, while the silver-purple spatial essence was forcibly purified, reduced to nothingness, and the filth of the Rakshasa was turned to ash. Xiao Wu's body, akin to burnt paper ash, began to disintegrate into scattering golden-red specks from the wound at her neck, vanishing completely from this chaotic realm, leaving no trace behind, as if she had never existed. The passage was severed. At the other end of the forcibly severed passage, the frenzied power infused by Guyu Na lost its outlet and positional coordinates. Akin to a flood abruptly cut off, surging wildly within the shattered void, erupting violently. With a sudden gasp, Guyu Na expelled a copious amount of silver-purple dragon blood, her aura instantly waning. The fragments of the shattered water mirror before her exploded into fine dust. Her purple eyes brimmed with incredulous rage, a flicker of trepidation, and a profound wariness towards that purifying force of annihilation. What fire could sever space and purify the essence? Meanwhile, the stagnant storm of corrupt and toxic primordial energy on the battlefield, having lost its source and the tether of the passage, finally succumbed to complete internal imbalance. A thunderous explosion, earth-shattering in its magnitude, was imminent. Yet this time, the epicenter of the explosion was no longer the mouth of the passage, but rather the chaotic torrent itself, now unbound after being severed by Ling Yi. Dark green, silver-purple, purple-black, and chaotic energies clashed violently in the sky, akin to barrels of gunpowder igniting, annihilating, and exploding. A chaotic and murky mushroom cloud of destruction rose, engulfing a significant portion of the battlefield. The violent shockwave, saturated with toxicity, fragments of space, and foul energies, surged forth indiscriminately like a cataclysmic tsunami, sweeping in all directions. Filth. Bibi Dong bellowed, her true form, the Spider Queen, brandishing 8 spears in unison, as layers of purple-black Rakshasa divine power coalesced into shields that firmly protected her. standing resolute against the shockwave like a rocky bastion amidst a stormy sea, only to be forcefully thrust back hundreds of feet. The ground was gouged into deep ravines. The massive form of the bone dragon Guron was violently hurled by the terrifying shockwave, crashing against a distant mountainside, bones scattering. Tang San, merging sword and body, was instantly dimmed in radiant white light, the 7 killing sword slipping from his grasp as he was sent reeling, blood spurting from his mouth. The life pod tumbled violently within the shockwave, its walls riddled with cracks, while Tang San's lifeless figure crashed against the interior like a broken doll. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were swept away like fallen leaves, crashing heavily to the ground, their fates unknown. Chaos, destruction, indiscriminate cleansing. At the core edge of this cataclysmic explosion and shockwave, a shadow burning with golden red flames surged forth like an arrow piercing through a colossal wave. Emerging defiantly from the remnants of the explosion, it was Ling Yi, the burning chaotic void wing, right, dimmed slightly. Yet the dark annihilating light at the edge of the wing blade became ever more refined and profound. The dark golden robe of the holy sun billowed in the turbulent shockwave, remaining pristine and untainted. He hovered in midair, his icy gaze surveying the battlefield below, ravaged by explosions and toxins, a scene reminiscent of an anthill swept by a hurricane. The eternal divine furnace within him emitted a deep and contented hum, its restoration level clearly stalling at 105. Although the act of severing the passage and incinerating the filth consumed immense energy, it forcibly refined and devoured the unpolluted essence of primordial space that had dissipated in that fleeting moment, as well as the final pure energy released when Xiao Wu's life and soul were utterly consumed. He slowly raised his left hand, palm facing upward. A thread of exceedingly faint yet remarkably pure silver-purple primordial force of space, intermingled with a wisp of pale golden remnants of the soul, danced gracefully in his palm like a mischievous sprite, swirling and undulating. The remnants of the passage, the void's markers, and the frigid consciousness fixated upon this glimmer, as the Silver Dragon King captured its coordinates. Chapter 59, The Mark of the Furnace. Ling Yi hung suspended beneath the leaden-gray firmament, tumultuous with the aftershocks of an explosion. The chaotic void wing on his right slowly unfurled, each beat cleaving a path of molten gold and crimson traces through the fabric of space. In his left palm, the intertwining silver-purple and pale gold glimmers spiraled silently, as if imprisoned within an invisible cage, locked in ethereal confinement. The void's marker was set, a cold awareness, sharp as a scalpel, peeled away the essence of the glimmer. The spatial imprint belonging to Guyu Na was seared repeatedly by the purifying flames of the eternal divine furnace, stripping away the interference of Xiao Wu's soul remnants, ultimately coalescing into a point of pure silver-purple light, more delicate than a single strand of hair, yet imbued with the coordinates capable of piercing the void. This luminescence stood as a beacon, directing towards the darkest core of the stars. At the instant the marker took form, a voice cried out, "Die!" A viscous purple-black ribbon, steeped in the anguished wails of countless tortured souls, tore through the still raging smoke of the explosion, accompanied by the wrath of the Rakshasa deity, striking with fierce intent. The figure of Bibi Dong materialized behind the ribbon, her true form as the Spider Queen emanating a sinister aura. Her exquisite visage contorted into a grotesque mask as the prey was annihilated. This strike, the projection of the Rakshasa's demonic scythe, cast aside all embellishments. Wielding only the purest force of destruction, intent on cleaving Ling Yi and the marker in his palm into oblivion. Even before the blade arrived, the tainted curse within it ignited the purifying flames on Ling Yi's right wing, causing them to crackle with an alarming intensity. The golden red flames within the eternal divine furnace momentarily faltered. Ling Yi did not even glance up. His left hand, fingers clasped tightly, gripped the silver radiance of the marker. Simultaneously, the colossal projection of the chaotic grinding wheel loomed behind him, emitting a resonant rumble akin to stars grinding against one another. The power to grind souls contracted abruptly, condensing into an intangible yet weighty mental shackle, so heavy that it froze the very essence of the soul, disregarding distance and defenses, crashing toward Bibidong's enraged core of consciousness. Soul-grinding divine confinement. Ugh! Bibidong's advance suddenly faltered. The purple-black glow of her true form flickered violently. The descending projection of the Rakshasa's demonic scythe, momentarily distorted by the acute pain and hesitation of her consciousness, veered imperceptibly. The trajectory of destruction grazed the tips of Ling Yi's burning wings. Boom! The purple-black torrent of divine power swept past, crashing down upon the already shattered earth below. A vast chasm, bottomless and oozing corrosive purple-black sludge along its edges, erupted into existence. Countless remnants of soul beasts, rocks, and even fragments of space, upon reaching the chasm's brink, dissolved into a vile morass. Seizing the fleeting moment afforded by this soul-confining power, Ling Yi pressed his left hand, still clutching the marker, forcefully against his chest, not in an act of aggression, but in a gesture of fusion. Uft! The silver-purple void beacon, akin to a searing iron nail, was forcefully pressed into the projection of the eternal divine furnace within his chest. The moment the beacon made contact with the golden-red flames of the furnace, it emitted a piercing shriek that resonated deep into the soul, reminiscent of a red-hot branding iron plunged into icy waters. The spatial coordinates belonging to the ancient Yuna, contained within the beacon, were consumed and deciphered by the purifying flame with ferocious intensity. Meanwhile, the beacon's pure spatial essence was greedily devoured and refined by the furnace. Coordinates. Deciphering, refining, the frigid core of consciousness operated at an astonishing speed. The molten patterns on the furnace's walls erupted with unprecedented brilliance, and the repair metrics, nourished by the consumption of the beacon's essence, struggled, yet resolutely surged upward, reaching 108. The newfound power surged within the furnace. But of greater significance was the spatial pathway leading to the core of the lake of life among the stars, imprinted in the heart of the furnace following the beacon's incineration and analysis. A roar, ancient beyond any prior dragon's cry, filled with majesty and fury, reverberated as if it emanated from the very edge of the cosmic abyss, shattering the spatial barriers of the Douluo Continent. The leaden clouds over the battlefield were torn apart, like fragile curtains, by an invisible claw. The sky itself was rent asunder, not by fissures of space, but by the forcible expansion of a colossal void, flowing with chaotic starlight. Deep within this void, darkness did not prevail. Instead, a tumultuous scene of swirling silver-purple nebulae and liquid stars unfolded before the eyes. A colossal dragon claw, adorned with crystalline scales as pure as the finest amethyst, slowly emerged from the vortex of the nebula. Merely the tips of its claws radiated a pressure so overwhelming that it rendered the entire soul beast population of the Star Doe forest beneath it utterly incapacitated, their mournful cries echoing through the air. Even the protective divine power of Bibi Dong flickered like a candle in the wind. Ancient Yuna. The claw of the Silver Dragon King transcended endless space to arrive. Its target was neither Bibi Dong nor the chaotic battlefield. It was the cold, indifferent, immense purple crystalline vertical pupil that, imbued with the essence of all origins and endings, pierced through the chaotic space, locking onto Ling Yi. It fixated on the eternal divine furnace within Ling Yi, which was frantically incinerating her beacon and deciphering her coordinates. The dragon claw extended from the nebula, slowly pressing down towards Ling Yi. Though the motion appeared languid, it was swift beyond perception. Where the claw traversed, space silently obliterated, leaving behind dark trails suffused with chaotic starlight that could not be mended for ages. This was an erasure that transcended the rules, intending to completely eliminate the insignificant insect that had stolen the coordinates, along with the enigmatic furnace within him, from the fabric of time and space. Insect, spit forth my beacon. The will of ancient Yuna resonated like a billion stars exploding simultaneously, carrying an undeniable supreme pressure. The weight was sufficient to crush deities. On Ling Ye's burning right wing, the golden-red purifying flame danced wildly, while the dark obliteration light at the edge of the wing blades was forcefully compressed and dimmed by the claw's overwhelming power. The process of deciphering the beacon within the eternal divine furnace was suddenly obstructed. The walls of the furnace even emitted faint cracking sounds, as if unable to withstand the dragon's might that had descended from afar. The projection of the body, overwhelmed by pressure, caused the cold core of consciousness to instantaneously calculate the rate of potential annihilation from withstanding it. Ling Yi hesitated not for a moment. He pressed his left hand against his chest, refusing to withdraw it. Instead, his fingers curled like claws, forcefully piercing through the projection of the eternal furnace. It seemed as though he intended to extract his very heart along with the furnace itself. The eternal furnace's Tao mark ignited. Chapter 60. The divine mill returns to the abyss. The Tao mark, which had been pressed into the furnace and was currently undergoing incineration and analysis, erupted with a final, overwhelming radiance under the coercive drive of Ling Ye's will. This brilliance was not an assault, but rather a beacon, a lit spatial signal pointing towards the heart of the stars. Dugabo? Ling Ye's cold, low command resonated like a decree of the laws, piercing through the dragon's might and the remnants of the explosion, striking precisely at the twisted shadows on the battlefield's periphery. At your command, Holy Sun. A voice, hoarse like a serpent's hiss, filled with fervor and determination, emerged. The shadow boiled like ink. Dugubo's emaciated figure finally emerged from its concealment. He no longer hid. His dark green cloak billowed violently with the raging energy, his hood blown away, revealing a face marred by dark green poison patterns, appearing ghastly due to excessive strain. Two ghostly, emerald snake eyes burned with an almost frenzied light. His skeletal hands were raised high above his head. In his palms floated a greenish-black orb the size of a fist, composed of countless intertwining emerald spatial poison patterns. Within the orb, viscous venom writhed as if alive, emanating a terrifying aura that eroded space and corrupted the very essence. This was the culmination of his own poisonous essence, fused with a lifetime of spatial comprehension. The ultimate poison technique, emerald void destruction. using poison as a catalyst, incinerating the void. Douluo let out a hoarse roar, his arm muscles tearing apart under the immense strain. Greenish-black, poisoned blood gushing forth, all merging into the orb. The orb shrank to its utmost limit, transforming into an almost invisible emerald thread. The thread did not shoot towards Ling Yi, nor did it target the colossal silver dragon claw that obscured the sky. Its aim was Ling Yi's chest, that ignited spatial Dao mark. Whoosh! The emerald poison thread silently pierced through the chaotic space, and at the precise moment the light of the Dao mark reached its zenith. It struck true, penetrating within. Sizzle! Like hot oil splashed into ice water. The ignited spatial Dao mark was invaded by this emerald poison thread, which fused Douluo's venomous essence and spatial power, instantly undergoing a terrifying distortion. The burning radiance of the Dao mark, previously pure silver purple and golden red, was abruptly tainted with a murky, violent, corrosive emerald hue. A stream of indescribable destructive energy, mingling spatial coordinate information, the eternal purifying flame, and the primordial poison of the emerald phosphor serpent monarch, surged forth like an exploded gas shell, following the spatial path set by the mark, crashing back into the starry nebula cavity, propped open by the silver dragon claw. With a crash, it struck the life lake at the heart of the stars where Gu Yuna's true body resided. What? Within the depths of the nebula cavity, the enormous purple crystalline vertical pupil displayed unmistakable astonishment for the very first time. Gu Yuna's will even exhibited a rare moment of stasis. She could scarcely fathom that her adversary would dare to adopt such a self-destructive approach, allowing a vile energy, an insidious amalgamation of venom and flames, to surge back into her lair through the pathway she had opened. The cataclysmic torrent of poisonous fire crashed violently against the barriers of the channel, which had been extended by the silver dragon's colossal claws. A thunderous roar resounded as the entire nebula cavern suddenly imploded, warping in on itself. A terrifying explosion erupted within the passage. Countless silver-violet shards of space, mixed with dark green toxic flames and golden-red infernos, erupting from the chasm like a tempest of the cosmos. The enormous purple crystal claw, thrusting forth, bore the brunt of it all. A heart-wrenching roar, a blend of anguish and fury, reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Several resplendent crystalline scales upon the dragon's claw, radiant like stars, showed subtle blemishes, dark spots akin to those corroded by a potent acid, due to the corrosive blend of dark green venom and golden red flames. Though they were quickly restored and covered by the more formidable silver-violet dragon power, the fleeting moment of defilement and agony was an unprecedented humiliation for the Silver Dragon King, the supreme embodiment of dragonkind, who had never before endured such disgrace in millennia. The claw's movement was momentarily hindered by this unexpected counterforce and excruciating pain. Just as the Silver Dragon King's will wavered in response to the intense suffering and wrath, and the claw was impeded for the briefest fraction of a moment, Ling Yi seized the opportunity. His left hand, pressed against his chest, which had pierced the illusory core of the divine furnace, yanked outward with a sudden ferocity. It was as if he extracted a sword from the bubbling magma, a blade forged from the core of the eternal divine furnace, imbued with the purest golden red flames. Its body coursing with the newly refined power of spatial annihilation, bore the inscribed silver-violet patterns, remnants of flames pointing towards the core of the lake of life, the sword of flames, the blade of eternal void. At the moment the sword was formed, the burning right wing behind Ling Yi suddenly folded back. All the purifying flames and annihilation power coalesced into the wing's blade. He grasped this blade, merely 3 feet long, yet radiating an aura capable of incinerating the heavens and cleaving through the fabric of reality, transforming his entire being into a streak of exquisite golden red light. His target was not the vast silver dragon claw obscuring the sky, nor the enraged BB dawn below. Instead, it was the core of the colossal, ancient burial ground-like projection of the chaotic grinding disk beneath him, slowly rotating. He became one with the sword, propelled by an unwavering resolve to sever the threads of fate and incinerate the void. And he decisively plunged towards the most obscure and rune-dense pivot of the grinding soul at the heart of the disk, the divine mill, the void of return. Chapter 61, the singular point of return. The divine mill, the void of return. The cold decree resonated like the tolling of a doomsday bell. Ling Yi, transformed into a sword, his shadow cloaked in darkness and burning with a golden red tail flame, resolutely thrust towards the darkest core of the chaotic grinding disk projection. The pivot of soul refinement. The tip of the blade of annihilation, radiating with the purifying flames and spatial annihilation power, precisely struck the center of the soul refinement pivot. The most ancient and obscure rune, seemingly capable of devouring all light. A crisp, piercing sound erupted, sharp enough to pierce the very soul. It was not merely the clash of metal and iron, but rather a collision of the rules governing 2 distinct worlds. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment, yet compress into a mere point. As the tip of the blade of extinction made contact with the dark runes, there was neither explosion nor radiant light. Instead, A profound silence enveloped everything, an annihilation heralding the end of all things. The immense projection of a primordial graveyard slowly rotated, emanating a chaotic millstone that shattered the will of the heavens, and then abruptly froze. All motion, all flickering runes, all dark luminescence were forcibly halted in that instant. Following this, from the point of contact between the sword tip and the runes, an indescribable, pure blackness began to spread forth. This blackness was not merely a color, but the very obliteration of existence itself. It resembled ink dropped into clear water, akin to the singularity before the universe's inception, swiftly engulfing the tip of the blade of extinction and the dark rune, then expanding outward in a frenzy. A terrifying, irresistible gravitational pull erupted from that pitch-black singularity. This force did not act upon matter but directly influenced space, energy, and even the very rules that comprised the chaotic millstone projection. The blade of extinction, embodied by Ling Yi, bore the brunt of this assault. The golden red flames, the dark power of annihilation, and the silver-purple markings that constituted the sword's energy and rules were drawn towards that black singularity as if rivers flowing into the sea, violently consumed, torn apart, and decomposed. The sword dimmed, shrank, and disintegrated at a visibly rapid pace. Ling Yi's figure was forcibly separated from the sword's light, as the chaotic void wing quaked violently, its golden red flames flickering madly, as if they might be forcibly stripped away and devoured by the singularity at any moment. The sacrifice commenced. The cold core of consciousness remained unperturbed. Within the eternal divine furnace, the cluster of golden red flames suddenly collapsed inward, ceasing to project power and instead striving to stabilize Ling Yi's very existence against the horrific pull of the singularity. The chaotic millstone projection, a crucial manifestation of his power, became fuel for the return to the void. The entire millstone projection began to collapse inward and disintegrate under the singularity's relentless consumption, akin to a melting wax figure. The ancient dark runes, like stars cast into a black hole, extinguished one by one, annihilated and transformed into pure energy streams consumed by the singularity. The massive structure of the millstone groaned under the unbearable strain, its edges warping, blurring, and dissipating. The invisible pressure of the soul-crushing force collapsed in an instant. What was that? Bibi Dong suppressed the soul tremor brought on by the soul-tempering divine mill, her true form glowing with a deep purple-black radiance as 8 spider spears plunged deep into the earth, fiercely resisting the sudden, terrifying gravitational pull. For the first time, an uncontainable shock was evident on her exquisite visage. The aura emitted by the pitch-black singularity made her soul's very essence tremble instinctively. It was pure nothingness, the culmination of all existence. A madman. He had actually sacrificed his own martial soul projection. Within the nebula abyss, Guyu Na's amethyst dragon claws, temporarily hindered by the venomous flames, suddenly faltered under the emergence of this horrifying gravitational force. The immense vertical pupil fixated intensely on the obsidian singularity that devoured all, revealing for the first time a glimmer of trepidation within the cold, indifferent depths of the dragon's gaze. The power of the abyss. This mere insect could manipulate the annihilation at the level of cosmic law. Instead of pressing down further, the dragon's claw instinctively retreated slightly. The singularity's pull began to tear at the spatial essence contained within the projection of her claw. On the battlefield, the cataclysm of world-ending chaos was abruptly supplanted by an even more terrifying disaster of cosmic regulations. The colossal form of the skeletal dragon was forcibly extracted from the mountainside by an invisible force. The jagged skeleton bore the marks of web-like imprints and chaotic pressure, which crumbled under the pull. The enormous skeletal dragon drifted uncontrollably towards the dark singularity, akin to a kite severed from its string. In the hollow sockets of the dragon's eyes, the will of the ancient banyan flickered frantically, emitting a silent roar of despair. Brother Jian. Ning Fengji's anguished cry was drowned in the wails of the void. The radiant white light, merging body and sword, was grotesquely distorted by the force, elongated like a flame flickering in the wind. The 7 killing swords slipped from his grasp, instantaneously drawn towards the singularity, and upon reaching the edge of that abyssal blackness, it disintegrated into nothingness without uttering a single lament. Shun Xian coughed forth blood mixed with fragments of his own insides. His body dragged as if it were a tattered sack. The tumbling life pod resembled a small vessel tossed in a furious sea, the cracks in its walls spreading wildly under the relentless pull, disintegrating. Inside, Tang San's lifeless, ashen form was exposed to the violent turbulence of space, instantly torn asunder, transforming into a cloud of murky dust mingled with icy blood, mercilessly consumed by the dark singularity. Even the last vestige of his existence was utterly obliterated. Chapter 62. Ashes and Rebirth. Ling Yi hovered at the edge of the vortex of destruction, his burning chaotic wings creating ripples of spatial annihilation with each flap, forcefully dispersing the tumultuous energies. In his left hand, a strand of silver-purple dragon scale essence flickered like a captive star, silently drifting. The eternal divine furnace within him emitted a deep and contented hum, its walls adorned with newly illuminated crimson gold patterns that shimmered with power, the restoration rate fixed at 113. Silver Dragon King, essence mark, captured. A frigid consciousness locked onto this faint glimmer. Nutrients, still viable. The thought flowed, harvesting, continuing. His icy gaze swept across the desolate land below, over Bibi Dong, who struggled to maintain her stance, her purple-black figure rife with murderous intent and trepidation. Ultimately directing towards the deepest recesses of the Star Doe forest, as if piercing through space to behold the wrathful Silver Dragon King. With a gentle flick of his burning right wing, his figure transformed into a shadowy stream of light, resolutely plunging towards the slowly rotating vortex, adorned with golden red patterns. A temporal passageway into the unknown void. Just as he was about to merge into the whirlpool, an abrupt change occurred. Want to leave? Leave a marker. Leave the divine furnace. Bibi Dong's piercing, vengeful scream rent the fabric of space. Ignoring her grievous wounds, the roots of her 8 shattered spider spears erupted with a viscous, ink-like fountain of purple-black blood. This blood was not an attack, but an instantaneous conflagration, a sacrificial offering, a surge of cursed power emanating from the Rakshasa deity. Infused with the aura of foul divine punishment, intertwined with her lifelong resentment and murderous intent, coalesced into an exquisitely refined, nearly intangible purple-black curse arrow. This arrow, defying the chaotic currents of space, reached its target before any other, striking mercilessly into Ling Yi's heart within the fleeting moment just before his form was completely engulfed by the vortex. A soft thud resounded, not the cataclysmic explosion one might expect, but rather a chilling moment that seeped deep into the marrow, corroding the very essence of the soul. For the first time, a minuscule distortion appeared upon Ling Yi's otherwise indifferent visage, an indescribable torrent of lethal toxicity, mingling divine filth with soul curses, pierced through the defenses of the dark golden robes of the Holy Sun, defenses that were never absolute, particularly against such primal curses, forcefully invading his body. The golden red flames within the eternal divine furnace suddenly faltered, the newly illuminated golden red patterns on its walls dimmed instantly, revealing fine, purple-black fissures. The furnace emitted a pained hum as its previously stable restoration level of 113 plummeted violently to 109. Even more terrifying was the cursed power, acting as a living entity, wildly corroding the foundation of the furnace, attempting to taint the newly birthed refining power. Simultaneously, the silver dragon's primal mark, clutched tightly in his palm and poised to merge with the furnace, trembled violently under the sudden onslaught of the curse. As if the wrathful will of Guyu Na within it had ignited, erupting in a defiant silver-purple radiance. Rakshasa, curses, interference in refining. The cold core of consciousness instantly triggered the highest alarm. Forcibly suppressing the curse and the tumultuous mark would require an enormous expenditure of soul power and mental strength. Misfortune rarely arrives alone. The slowly swirling spatial vortex, destabilized by Ling Yi's grievous injury, caused his soul power to spiral into chaos, becoming exceedingly unstable. The golden red patterns flowing at the vortex's edge flickered wildly, the structure of the passage groaning under the unbearable strain. A terrifying tearing force emanated from within the vortex, transforming what was once a gentle transport into a violent tempest of spatial turbulence. Roar! In the depths of the stars, Guyu Na's fury, interrupted by the forcibly severed passage, seemed to find an outlet. Across the fractured space, an invisible shockwave of spatial distortion violently crashed into the unstable vortex. Boom! With internal and external assaults converging, the spatial vortex collapsed thunderously the moment Ling Yi stepped halfway through. He coughed forth a copious amount of blood, not bright red, but a horrifying mixture of golden red embers and purple-black cursed filth. His body felt as though struck by an invisible hammer, violently expelled from the disintegrating spatial currents. The cost was steep. His level plummeted. The effort to suppress the curse and the upheaval of the silver dragon mark within him, combined with resisting the backlash of the collapsing space, nearly siphoned away all of his usable soul power. The realm of a level 73, soul sink crumbled like a sandcastle. His soul power regressing at a visibly frantic pace, ultimately halting at the threshold of the 60th level Soul Emperor. His rank retreated back to that of a Soul Emperor, and his martial soul was gravely wounded. The chaotic divine mill, a sacrifice of over 16 degrees of unsealing, plummeting from 365 to 20, has resulted in the complete dissolution of the grinding disk projection, rendering it incapable of recoalescing in the near future. The core's soul-grinding rune, eroded by the Rakshasa curse, has dimmed, riddled with cracks. The chaotic void wing, right newly born. This right wing merges the purifying fire with the force of spatial obliteration, violently struck by tumultuous currents during the collapse of space. The sharp, dark runes etched into the wing bones have shattered nearly in half, with the flowing annihilation material resembling fragmented glass, its brilliance diminished. The spatial ripples stirred by its flapping have become chaotic and feeble, leaving its spatial cutting capability nearly extinguished. The chaotic void wing, left, this already flawed left wing has seen its mended cracks reopen, with the essence of space severely depleted, leaving behind only an illusory skeletal outline. The eternal divine furnace. The repair degree has plummeted from 113 to 85. The walls of the furnace have been eroded by the Rakshasa curse, forming deep purple-black fissures, while the newly illuminated golden-red patterns have extinguished significantly. The refining and devouring efficiency of the furnace has drastically decreased, necessitating a continuous exertion of power to suppress the internal curse. Soul injured. The Rakshasa curse not only erodes the physical body and martial soul, but also burrows into the sea of consciousness like a venomous snake, inflicting persistent stinging pain and hallucinatory disturbances, causing mental operations to lag. The Silver Dragon mark is out of control. The unrefined Silver Dragon origin mark, under the impact of the curse, has temporarily slipped from mastery, transforming into a turbulent flow of silver-purple light that rampages within his meridians, unleashing tearing pain and continuously attracting prying eyes from the direction of the stars. Ahem, cough. Ling Yi kneels on one knee, barely supporting his body with the flickering dim glow of his right wing, preventing himself from collapsing entirely. His dark gold holy robe is tainted with the foul blood he has expelled, rendering him a pitiful sight. His complexion is as pale as parchment, with fine beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, manifestations of excruciating pain and soul energy depletion. In his cold eyes, the eternally indifferent demeanor is finally disrupted by a ripple born of agony and weakness. Yet deeper within lies an even more piercing chill and a clear understanding of the cost. Rakshasa, Bibi Dong. This grudge, a chilling resolve etched in his mind. He endures the torment of a torn soul and searing meridians, summoning the remnants of his soul power to staunchly suppress the rampaging Silver Dragon mark and the bone-chilling curse. His gaze sweeps over the devastated Death Realm, where Bibi Dong's figure flickers in the purple-black glow in the distance, evidently also striving to recover, yet her eyes, filled with resentment, are fixed intently upon him. This place is not one to linger. Ling Yi grits his teeth. The burning right wing, albeit dimmed, makes a final, desperate flap. No longer pursuing spatial traversal, it unleashes its last vestige of power, transforming into a staggering, unstable flow of darkness, careening towards the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, stumbling and erratic. The speed pales in comparison to before, barely avoiding the jagged rocks and burning trees below, rendering him exceedingly wretched. Bibi Dong gazes at the faltering figure fleeing, a cruel and satisfied smirk gracing her exquisite visage, the last spurt of strength. Having succumbed to my Rakshasa soul-devouring curse, your martial soul origin is gravely wounded, your soul power in retreat. Ling Yi, you are no longer a threat. Awaiting my restoration, I shall ensure that you are reduced to ashes and reclaim all that you have stolen. She did not immediately pursue. The soul-devouring curse clung to her like a malignant growth. The farther her adversary fled, the more rapidly they were consumed by the curse. At this moment, she required the restoration of her strength to clean up the aftermath and contemplate how to address the potential wrath of the Silver Dragon King. In the Stardow Great Forest, on the outskirts of the mixed zone, Ling Yi's figure fell heavily upon the edge of a relatively damp swamp, akin to a bird with severed wings. The light from his right wing extinguished entirely, leaving only a skeletal remnant marred with cracks and a shattered membrane's phantom. The left wing was nearly imperceptible in its ethereality. He struggled to raise his body, coughing up another mouthful of tainted blood, infused with the purple-black essence of the curse. Soul power level, 60, Soul Emperor. Once a vast ocean of soul energy, it now lay parched and depleted. His meridians felt as though obstructed by gravel, causing sharp pangs of pain. The resonance of the chaotic god's grind was faint to the point of being nearly severed. Within him, the Rakshasa curse coiled like a frigid serpent around his dantian and heart channels, incessantly devouring the meager remnants of soul energy he had painstakingly regained, accompanied by waves of dizziness and soul-wrenching pain. The Silver Dragon mark, hindered by the curse's interference, was momentarily suppressed in a corner, yet it pulsated restlessly like a ticking bomb. His condition had severely deteriorated. Ling Yi's frigid consciousness assessed his state, enveloped by an unprecedented sense of weakness. He required a safe haven to recuperate, eliminate the curse, and suppress the mark. He forced himself to stand, wiping the blood from his lips, while the dark golden Saint-Child robe automatically cleansed itself of impurities, though the lingering frailty could not be concealed. He had to find an utterly secluded location for healing immediately, otherwise, he would be easily slain by the formidable soul beasts of the forest or the potential pursuers from the Spirit Hall or Stardow faction. At that moment, a fierce clash and the roars of soul beasts emanated from the nearby thicket, interspersed with the anxious shouts of human soul masters, sounding quite youthful. Ling Yi's cold pupils shifted slightly. Was it a calamity, a blessing, or perhaps a new source of sustenance? In such a state of extreme weakness, any variable could pose a deadly threat, yet it might also conceal a turning point. He reigned in his aura, akin to a cheetah merging with the shadows, despite his somewhat unsteady steps, stealthily advancing towards the direction of the battle sounds. Having regressed in level, suffered grievous wounds to his martial spirit, and burdened by the curse and mark, he was forced to descend from his lofty position as a chess master, poised to re-enter the fray of this continent in the most unassuming manner, inevitably intersecting with those original characters he once regarded as mere dust. Chapter 63, The Dim Light of the Swamp. Ling Yi's figure crashed down at the edge of the moist swamp, the fetid stench of humus mingling with the metallic tang of blood filling his nostrils. On the shattered framework of his right wing, the dark light of obliteration extinguished completely, leaving only wisps of silver-gray primordial essence flickering like a dying firefly amidst the cracks. The specter of his left wing was so faint it nearly blended with the air. He knelt deeply in the mire, coughing once more, expelling blood tainted with the remnants of golden-red embers and purple-black filth, which spread an eerie hue in the murky puddle. Soul power level, 60, Soul Emperor. Once a torrent of soul power, it now lies parched like a cracked riverbed, each delicate movement eliciting excruciating pain akin to torn meridians. At the Dantian, the curse of the Rakshasa entwines like a frigid poisonous vine, intricately coiling around the ethereal nucleus of the soul, greedily siphoning the meager essence of soul power that had been painstakingly gathered, while incessantly releasing a chilling miasma that erodes the very spirit and induces dizziness. The irritable silver dragon mark lies temporarily suppressed at the periphery of the sea of consciousness, yet it burns like a smoldering ember, exuding an unsettling agitation that stirs the lurking presence in the depths of the forest. The state is precarious, a threshold teetering on the edge. The frigid consciousness struggles to assess an unprecedented frailty. Energy depleted, the curse gnawing, the mark unstable, the risk of exposure alarmingly high. He forces himself to rise from the mire, the surface of his dark gold saintly robe shimmering faintly, the filth washed away. Yet the profound weakness and disarray within him remain unmistakable. He must find a safe refuge immediately. Any ancient soul beast could become his harbinger of death at this moment. Roar! Stop it! The bamboo pole, to the left. Fatty firewall, beware of its poisonous stinger. The sounds of fierce combat and the urgent calls of young soul masters emanate from the nearby dense thicket, one voice tinged with an exhilarating fervor, while another seems somewhat erratic. Oscar, Ma Hongjun. Ling Yi's icy pupils constrict slightly. The remnants of Shrek, here in this outer area? Is it mere coincidence or pursuit? Thoughts flicker like lightning, yet his body instinctively suppresses its presence. Though the chaos void wings are diminished, their affinity for space remains, allowing him to meld into the shadows and moisture at the marsh's edge, his aura as faint as withered leaves. He trudges forward with heavy steps, each footfall akin to treading on the edge of a knife, stealthily approaching the source of the sound. In this moment, he is no longer the strategist surveying the battlefield, but a cornered beast struggling in the mire, where every scrap of information bears the weight of life and death. Deep within the forest, chaos reigns. A colossal, foul-smelling, slime-covered ancient toxic scorpion thrashes wildly with its pincers and venomous stinger. Its target, Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who are cornered beneath a massive tree. Oscar's face pales, his hands conjuring various sausages, his steps unsteady, clearly exhausted from the depletion of soul power, with several burn marks from corrosive poison marring his skin. The silver light in his hand flickers as a rapidly flying mushroom sausage barely escapes the sweeping pincers. Fatty, hold on. I'll toss you a big sausage. Oscar dodges clumsily while throwing a hefty restorative sausage into the air. What the hell? This thing's skin is too thick. The Phoenix Fire Line 1T work. Ma Hongjun, engulfed in flames, his evil fire phoenix spirit manifested, rolls with surprising agility despite his corpulence, spewing violet-red flames that scorch the giant scorpion's carapace, leaving only charred marks without inflicting fatal wounds. He awkwardly catches the sausage thrown by Oscar, swallowing it whole, his expression easing slightly, yet his eyes betray growing anxiety. Damn it, the intel was wrong. This thing is definitely over 10,000 years old. Shallow, the wind is too tight. Tight my ass. It's got us in its sights. Oscar gazed into the malevolent, flickering eyes of the giant scorpion, a chill creeping into his heart. They had ventured forth to capture a suitable Millennium Soul beast to provide the rotund companion with his fifth spirit ring, only to inadvertently trespass into the territory of this well-disguised poison swamp giant scorpion. Just as the scorpion's venomous tail, akin to a lethal spear, lunged towards the unsteady Ma Hongjun, a sudden transformation occurred. The massive body of the scorpion abruptly froze. The mire beneath it, saturated with its toxic venom, silently began to collapse. This was no ordinary descent. The space seemed to be forcibly twisted and folded by an invisible force. The mire, along with several of the scorpion's claws, was instantaneously engulfed by a dark vortex no more than 2 meters in diameter, yet unfathomably deep. The edges of the vortex shimmered like a shattered mirror, refracting dizzying, chaotic lights. A frantic shriek escaped the scorpion as it lost its balance, its colossal form tilting dangerously. The deadly sting missed its mark, instead plunging into a nearby tree trunk, where the venom swiftly corroded a large hole into the wood. What on earth is happening? Ma Hongjun narrowly escaped, his eyes wide in astonishment as he beheld the scorpion ensnared in that bizarre vortex, struggling to extricate its claws, but sinking deeper instead. Space. Fluctuating, Oscar's purple extreme magic eye, though far inferior to Tang San's, barely caught a fleeting, almost imperceptible trace of spatial distortion, prompting him to cast a wary glance towards the source of the vortex, where the dim thicket bordered the swamp. Behind the brambles, Ling Yi leaned against a damp tree trunk, his face as pale as parchment, his forehead beaded with cold sweat. He had just forcibly mobilized the nearly depleted spatial essence of the Chaos Void Wing, left, coupled with a faint perception of the energy flow beneath the mire, to create that localized spatial collapse trap. This seemingly simple maneuver had nearly drained the last vestige of his usable spirit power. A piercing pain surged from the wound on his right chest, corroded by the curse of the Rakshasa, eliciting a muffled groan and a fresh trickle of dark red blood from the corner of his mouth. Limits, backlash, consciousness blurring. The curse, like a maggot in the bone, seized the moment of his waning spirit power and relaxed mental state, burrowing deeper into his being. Now is the time. Fatty. Strike the joint of its shell 3 inches beneath the eyes. That is its weakness. Despite his confusion, Oscar's combat instincts urged him to seize this rare opportunity. The purple extreme magic eye locked onto the scorpion's exposed vulnerability, a slender gap at the joint of its shell, slightly lighter in hue. Understood. Phoenix crying to the heavens. Ma Hongjun reacted with remarkable speed, unleashing the pent-up malevolence within him. He leaped high, his corpulent form soaring as the phantom of the fiery phoenix behind him let out a resounding shriek. The searing, purplish-red flames coalesced into a robust pillar of fire, akin to a falling meteor, striking precisely at the location Oscar had indicated. Boom. Crack. The sound of the flames clashing with the shell reverberated simultaneously. The intense phoenix flames surged into the gap, now weakened by the spatial collapse. The violent energy erupted within the giant scorpion. The venomous swamp scorpion emitted a piercing wail of despair, its massive body convulsing violently as dark green toxic blood mixed with shredded entrails erupted from its mandibles and the crevices of its exoskeleton. The struggle within it waned abruptly, succumbing to the dark whirlpool of the mire, ultimately engulfed by the churning sludge, leaving behind only a few colossal bubbles and a chaotic battleground. As the whirlpool gradually calmed, the space returned to a semblance of stability, as though nothing had transpired. Did we succeed? Ma Hongjun sank to the ground, gasping for breath, the malevolent fire within him dissipating as he became drenched in sweat. Yes, we have triumphed. Oscar exhaled in relief, wiping the cold perspiration from his brow. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the thicket at the edge of the swamp, filled with vigilance and curiosity. The vortex they had just witnessed. A shared glance between the two revealed the gravity of their thoughts. That strange, life-saving whirlpool was undeniably not a natural occurrence. Could the faint spatial fluctuations be the work of some concealed powerhouse? A friend? Which esteemed elder had come to their aid? Oscar of Shrek Academy expresses his gratitude. Oscar's voice rang out, echoing through the now tranquil forest, deliberately proclaiming their names as both a test and a deterrent. Behind the thicket, there was an oppressive silence, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the wind. Ling Yi held his breath, sinking deeper into the shadows, to reveal himself now, in his current state. Against these remnants of Shrek could yield unpredictable consequences. While Oscar's purple extreme demon I might not perceive him, the inherent wariness and latent hostility, especially considering Tang San, could prove fatal. The exertion from his earlier actions had drained his last vestiges of strength, even inciting the backlash of a curse. Weakened and exposed to danger, he resolved that contact was ill-advised. A chilling resolve suppressed the tumult of his blood and the sensation of dizziness. He must depart at once. Enduring the excruciating pain and the heaviness brought on by his depleted soul power, he stealthily retreated into the murkier depths of the swamp, like a wounded beast, moving with utmost caution to avoid making any noise or leaving traces. The faint luminescence of his dark golden holy sun robe was consciously subdued, rendering him almost indistinguishable from the shadows of the mire. Oscar and Ma Hongjun waited for a moment, but received no response. No one. Ma Hongjun scratched his head, puzzled. Could it be that a passing tidal Douluo lent a hand and then departed? Impossible, Oscar replied, his brow furrowed as his purple extreme demon eye scanned the thicket, faintly observing a few bent blades of grass and nearly imperceptible dark red stains mingled with the mud. Someone had lingered there, and they appeared to be in a dire condition. They have left, he indicated toward Ling Yi's retreating path, where the ground bore faint, almost obscured drag marks. In poor condition? Helping us yet hiding away? Ma Hongjun felt increasingly bewildered. Who cares? They helped immensely. Let's see if this scorpion has exploded any soul bones, he exclaimed, quickly dismissing his doubts and excitedly heading toward the edge of the mud pit where the giant scorpion had vanished. However, Oscar did not follow immediately. He crouched down, his fingers pinching a barely discernible dark red mark on the ground, bringing it to his nose for a whiff. A faint yet pungent aroma, mingling the scent of blood, heat, and an indescribable, cold filth, invaded his nostrils. His expression shifted slightly. This scent was anything but ordinary for a soul master. He rose, casting his gaze towards the dim depths of the marsh where Ling Yi had vanished, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. A mysterious benefactor, grievously wounded, wielding spatial powers, with an aura both eerie and evidently reluctant to reveal itself. Was this a blessing or a curse? He sensed that this forest had become far more treacherous and intricate than he had previously imagined. In another part of the Douluo forest, 3 figures raced through the treetops with remarkable swiftness, their essence refined. These were the elite of the Spirit Hall, Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yen. Nana, His Holiness the Pope has commanded us to seek the Sun's whereabouts, alive or dead. We must find him. Yet, the Sun. Yen could not help but interject, his voice laced with hesitation. The power Ling Yi had displayed was akin to that of a deity. Could they truly fulfill this task? Execute the orders. Hulaina interrupted, her voice icy, though the knuckles of her fingers gripping the moon blade turned pale. Her gaze was a tangle of complexity, awe infused with an unspoken dread. The Sun was no ordinary figure. Even in injury, utmost vigilance was required. They needed to be alert for any abnormal spatial fluctuations, residual powerful energies, or curses associated with the Rakshasa divine power. She vividly recalled Bibi Dong's venomous strike. Xiaoyu nodded in silence, his eyes sharp as a hawk, scanning the depths of the forest below. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, resting upon a distant area. The spatial structure there appeared more pronounced, fragile, perhaps. A barely discernible trace remained, as if forcibly smoothed over, along with a faint, almost concealed scent of intertwined heat and cold, masked by the forest's essence. Over there, Xiaoyu exclaimed in a low voice, the trio swiftly altering their course, like 3 arrows, darting towards the marsh battlefield that had just undergone a bizarre spatial collapse. Still lingering with the Sun's cursed aura, the threads of fate were quietly tightening within the mire of the Douluo. In Chapter 64, The Embers of the Marsh, Oscar's fingertips retained the cold touch and eerie essence of that dark red mark. Beneath the scent of blood, the intertwining sensations of heat and cold filth perplexed even his purple extreme demon eye, sending alarm bells ringing in his heart. Fatty, this place is no longer safe. Quickly retrieve the soul ring and leave at once. Ma Hongjun, excitedly drawing on his soul power at the edge of the quagmire, paused at his words. What's wrong? Xiaoyu, the scorpion is about to float up. Don't ask. Hurry, Oscar urged, his tone urgent, his eyes scanning the shadowy depths of the marsh as if a ferocious beast lay in wait to pounce. Just as Ma Hongjun fumbled to absorb the soul ring. Whoosh! 3 swift figures appeared like phantoms at the disheveled battlefield's edge, forming a triangular formation that subtly sealed their escape route. Clad in dark red attire, with golden emblem on their chests, it was the Spirit Hall. The malevolent moon's gaze was as sharp as a blade, instantly locking onto the floating carcass of the giant scorpion and its soul ring in the mire, as well as the disheveled Ma Hongjun and the vigilant Oscar. In his hand, the moon blade shimmered with a chilling light, his voice cold as ice. Remnants of Shrek? How fortunate to stumble upon a soul beast of a millennium grade. Yet his attention drifted more towards the ground, precisely landing on the drag marks almost concealed by the mud, leading towards the thicket from which Ling Yi had vanished. Hulaina remained silent, her enchanting fox-like eyes first drawn to the edge of the swamp, where the bizarre spatial collapse had stirred the murky waters, still not fully settled. The air was laden with a faint, chilling taint that stirred the depths of her soul, awakening the haunting imprint of the Rakshasa. She sensed a lingering heat, akin to embers, left behind by the forced smoothing of spatial folds, causing her delicate form to shudder imperceptibly. The holy sun, she suppressed the tumult within her heart, following the gaze of the malevolent moon towards the shadowy thicket and the deeper marsh beyond. Her face, devoid of expression, betrayed only a tightening of her fingers around the moonblade. Yin stepped forward, his fiery soul power surging around him, radiating an undeniable aura of pressure. Hey, you two, have you seen a severely injured person? Their aura is quite unique, possibly clad in dark golden attire. His scrutinizing gaze swept back and forth between Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Oscar's heart trembled violently. The golden generation of the Spirit Hall. How could they be here? A severely injured person? Dark golden clothes? Could it be Ling Yi? The mysterious figure who had just saved them was that devil? This thought plunged him into an icy abyss, sending chills down his spine. A severely injured person? Ma Hongjun, still reeling from the shock, instinctively shook his head. No, we haven't seen anyone. It's just the 2 of us hunting spirits here, nearly killed by that scorpion. We just managed to deal with it. He gestured towards the giant scorpion's corpse in the mire. Hunting spirits? A cold smile curled at the corner of the malevolent moon's lips, his moon blade pointing towards the area that had suffered spatial collapse. A millennium toxin swamp scorpion. And you 2 soul kings? The residual spatial fluctuations in this area are unusual, and there are remnants of energy that do not belong to you. Speak. Who else was here just now? His aura surged dramatically, a sharp killing intent locking onto Oscar and Ma Hongjun. The pressure was as heavy as a mountain. Oscar was instantly drenched in sweat. The malevolent moon was too perceptive, Thoughts raced through his mind as he braced himself and said, "We don't know." Just as the giant scorpion was about to kill us, the swamp suddenly collapsed, trapping it inside, and we were fortunate enough to escape. Perhaps a passing elder, displeased with the spirit beast's aggression, lent a hand and then left. We truly didn't see anyone. He deliberately emphasized the elder and their departure, attempting to distance themselves from the situation. By chance, a spatial collapse? Hulaina finally spoke, her voice as frigid as a mountain spring, laced with a subtle hint of inquiry. To manipulate the power of space, one must be at least a soul Douluo. Would such a powerful being come to your aid without reason, and conveniently appear in this outer region of Stardo? Her gaze was penetrating, as if seeking to pierce through the very essence of Oscar's soul. Oscar felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, and even with the full power of the purple extreme demon eye, he could barely withstand that intangible mental pressure. He gritted his teeth and insisted, "We truly do not know. Perhaps it is some reclusive elder who happened to pass by." Yen, growing impatient, scoffed, "What is the point of wasting words with them? We can interrogate them after capturing them. It will serve as a report to His Holiness." Flames surged around him as he prepared to strike. "Wait." Xiaoyu raised his hand to halt Yen, carefully sensing the lingering traces in the air, particularly the faint, murky crimson remnants. They indeed might be unaware. The residual aura of the curse and spatial fluctuations pointed in that direction. He abruptly directed his blade toward the depths of the dark marsh where Ling Yi had retreated. "Pursue. The target is gravely injured and cannot escape far." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Xiaoyu had transformed into a streak of dark crimson light, swiftly darting into the depths of the swamp. Hulaina followed without hesitation, casting a deep glance at the black soul ring being drawn by Ma Hongjun from the mire, as well as at Oscar's pale, vigilant face. A flicker of complex emotion glimmered in her fox-like eyes, yet she ultimately chose silence. Yin shot a glare at Oscar and Ma Hongjun, spitting in irritation. "Consider yourselves fortunate." He too transformed into flames and pursued. Only after the three figures vanished into the misty darkness of the swamp did Ma Hongjun collapse onto the ground, gasping for breath. "Goodness. That nearly scared the life out of me. What brings the scourge of the spirit hall here? What are they searching for? An injured person? Xiaoyo, what exactly?" "Shut up." Quickly absorbed the soul ring. Immediately, Oscar interrupted with an unprecedented gravity in his tone. He swiftly extracted several flying mushroom sausages and handed them to Ma Hongjun. "Use these to expedite the absorption. Once we finish, we must leave the Stardo forest. This place has become the eye of a storm." His gaze shifted once more toward the direction where Ling Yi had vanished. Then to the depths of the dark marsh where the golden generation was pursuing, his heart racing. Ling Yi, gravely wounded and on the brink of death, was being hunted by the golden generation. This seemingly tranquil swamp now appeared to him fraught with lethal threats and unpredictable variables. Deep within the murky marsh, in a foul pool of stagnant water, Ling Yi's body was nearly entirely submerged in the viscous, frigid black-green muck, leaving only his mouth and nose above the surface for labored breaths. The dark golden vestment of the holy sun automatically shielded him from filth, yet it could not block the piercing chill and the excruciating pain that penetrated to his bones. The shattered structure of his right wing sent waves of tearing sensations through him, while the shadow of his left wing was almost translucent. Most perilous of all was the Rakshasa curse coiling around his dantian and heart meridian. The violet-black curse resembled a living entity, greedily devouring the fragile flicker of soul power he had just managed to gather. Each siphoning brought with it a stinging pain akin to being pricked by needles, accompanied by an icy numbness. Even worse, the curse was spreading, akin to ink diffusing in clear water, polluting his shattered meridians and obstructing the natural recovery of his soul power. With every breath, he felt the oppressive ache and burning sensation inflicted by the curse's encroachment within his chest. The curse intensified, the recovery of his soul power hindered, dipping below the critical threshold. Cold awareness struggled to maintain consciousness amidst the agony and dizziness. The backlash from forcibly manipulating spatial power to save those two insignificant creatures, combined with the pressure from the approaching golden generation, further exacerbated his already precarious state. At the edge of the sea of consciousness, the silver dragon insignia writhed with increasing agitation under the provocation of the curse, akin to a red-hot iron ball, searing his mind to the point of delirium, as if he could hear the deep, malevolent rumbling of dragons echoing from the depths of the stars. He endeavored to operate the eternal divine furnace. The walls of the furnace were dim, the newly born golden-red patterns nearly extinguished, marred by a plethora of purple-black cracks of curse. The flame at the core of the furnace flickered weakly like a candle in the wind, struggling to consume a mere wisp of the cursed power. Yet this meager effort only incited an even more violent backlash from the curse, causing the furnace walls to emit faint cracking sounds. Conventional methods proved futile. Ling Yi's gaze fell upon the murky water beside him. In the depths of the swamp, a silent pool of water harbored an extreme chill and toxic dampness. To counter poison with poison, to restrain corrosion with cold, to summon the sinister energy of the earth's veins, to temporarily seal the curse, a dangerously audacious thought emerged. This required precise control. A moment's carelessness could allow the sinister energy to invade his body, resulting in further harm, or even death, by freezing. Yet, there was no alternative. The footsteps of the golden generation and the fluctuations of soul power approached through the layers of mist, like a death knell, rapidly drawing near to this lifeless pool. Ling Yi clenched his teeth, a glint of resolution flashing in his eyes. He bore the excruciating pain and, with great difficulty, formed an intricate spell. Not a soul skill from the Douluo Continent, but a forbidden incantation from the depths of the chaos divine mill, connecting to the earth's veins. The seal of evil spirits. The moment the spell took shape, his already feeble soul power surged forth like a torrent unleashed. At the same time, he relinquished his suppression of a portion of the curse within his heart vein. A gush of purple-black foul blood splattered onto the murky water's surface, spreading and dissolving rapidly. Ling Yi's aura plummeted to an extreme low, his complexion as pallid as that of a corpse. Yet the effect was immediate. Centered around him, the frigid waters of the stagnant pool began to churn violently. It was not due to heat, but rather the extreme chill of malevolent energy being forcibly summoned and gathered. At the bottom of the pool, years of accumulated corrupting toxins and the earth's cold energy, summoned as if by a sovereign's call, transformed into countless viscous, pitch-black, emerald-hued currents, coiling upward like venomous serpents, surging wildly through the breach he had opened in his heart vein. Ling Yi's body trembled violently. A thin layer of black-green frost forming on the surface of his skin, with ice crystals adorning his eyebrows and hair tips. The bone-chilling cold instantaneously permeated his limbs and bones, as if even his blood were on the verge of freezing. This agony surpassed even the erosion of the Rakshasa curse. The invading cold energy collided thunderously with the Rakshasa curse that lay dormant in his heart vein. The sound was akin to ice water poured into boiling oil. The ultimate chill clashed violently with the foul curse, eroding and consuming. Ling Yi's body became a battleground for their fierce struggle. He curled up in the icy mud, gritting his teeth, emitting a suppressed, anguished cry, his body uncontrollably convulsing. Beneath his skin, his veins alternated between swelling with purple-black cursed patterns and being enshrouded in the freezing emerald chill. This torment was akin to hell, yet the results were also strikingly apparent. The once rampant curse of the Rakshasa, under the relentless onslaught and freezing grip of the dark, malevolent energy, was abruptly curtailed, akin to a venomous serpent doused with cold water. The swift spread of its influence was forcibly restrained. A significant portion of the curse's power was ensnared and temporarily sealed in the vicinity of the heart's meridian by the surging flow of this sinister energy. Although it continued to linger and slowly erode, at the very least, the insidious infiltration into the core of the soul power within the Dantian had been momentarily obstructed. A faint yet pure essence of soul power finally emerged, albeit with great difficulty, from the illusory core of the Dantian. Though still scarce, like a trickling stream, it heralded a glimmer of hope for survival. The seal had been successfully established, albeit temporarily. Ling Yi's consciousness wavered between profound agony and chilling clarity. The cost was immense. The meridians had been ravaged by the dark energy, leaving behind injuries that would be difficult to heal. The recovery of soul power remained sluggish, and his body felt as though it were encased in ice, significantly diminishing his mobility. Yet, for the time being, he had reclaimed a breath of respite, suppressing the most lethal spread of the curse. At that moment, a disturbance arose. The cold voice of the evil moon pierced through the mists. Such potent, chilling death energy, and the scent of the curse. Yan's startled exclamation broke the air. "Be careful." Hulayina's warning followed closely. 3 figures emerged, breaking through the dense, murky fog. Landing on the edge of the stagnant pool, the evil moon held the moon blade across his chest, while Hulayina's keen fox-like eyes scanned the bubbling, ominous green waters. The flames enveloping Yin distorted the surrounding mist. Their gazes swiftly locked onto the figure within the pool, nearly concealed beneath a layer of dark green frost. Its presence so feeble it seemed on the brink of vanishing. Ling Yi curled within the frigid muck. The shattered skeletal wings of the void lay helplessly upon the mire, and the dark golden robe of the holy sun was sullied, losing its former luster. He hung his head low, his drenched black hair clinging to his pallid cheeks, remnants of purplish-black blood staining the corners of his lips. Once a figure of unrivaled dominance, the chaotic holy sun now appeared fragile and disheveled, much like a candle flickering perilously in a tempest. A flicker of surprise and gravity crossed Evil Moon's eyes. Is this truly the holy sun whom even the Pope regards with trepidation? Such a decay in vitality. Yet, he dared not underestimate the situation, the moon blade glinting ominously. Yin, momentarily taken aback, soon felt a spark of excitement ignite within him. It is he. Alive. The flames upon his form crackled with eagerness. Only Hulayina, gazing at the figure trembling subtly in the cold and pain, felt a tumult of complex emotions rise within her enchanting fox-like eyes. Reverence, disbelief, an inexplicable thrill, and all the emotions that must be suppressed in light of their task. She tightened her grip on the moonblade. her cold voice resonating at the edge of the silent pool. On behalf of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, under the mandate of His Holiness the Pope, we humbly request the Holy Sun to return with us to report. Her words echoed across the icy waters, shattering the final silence. In the frigid depths, Ling Yi's lowered eyelashes trembled imperceptibly. We humbly request the Holy Sun to return with us to report. Hulaina's cool voice reverberated over the desolate cold pool, akin to an ice pick piercing through the last vestiges of tranquility. The water in the pool churned with dark green bubbles, the chilling malevolence almost palpable, rendering the air thick and bone-numbing. At the center of the pool, a figure curled within the murky, icy water, shrouded in black-green frost. Its drooping head barely trembled. The sinister blade of the moon flickered with a cold light, its sharp gaze fixed intently upon the figure in the depths. The presence of the saint was so faint it was nearly extinguished. His shattered wings lay in the mud, a pitiful sight. Yet, the more dire his condition, the tighter the strings of tension pulled within him. The saint, who had inflicted grave wounds upon His Holiness the Pope, could not be so easily captured. This eerie cold pool, this surging malevolent aura, exuded an unspeakable danger. Your Highness, please do not compel us to act against our will. His voice was deep and laden with undeniable authority, though his steps remained cautious, refraining from entering the water's domain. Enough with the idle chatter. Seize him. Yan's patience had long since worn thin, his eyes glinting with excitement at the prospect of capturing a great prize. Tinged with a twisted pleasure at the thought of the saint's former might, flames erupted around him, the searing heat causing the nearby water to instantly vaporize into thick white mist, clashing violently with the chilling malevolence and producing a series of hissing explosions. He stepped forward, his right fist gathering the radiant heat of molten lava, ready to strike at the figure in the pool. Yan, stop! Hulaina's voice rang out sharply, her figure flashing to block his path, the moon blade angled toward the ground, her enchanting fox-like eyes narrowing in warning. The Pope desired a live capture. Moreover, an inexplicable flutter in her heart cautioned her against recklessness. The saint's current state resembled a volcano sealed in ice. Any rash provocation could lead to unpredictable consequences. At that moment, as Yan hesitated due to Hulaina's obstruction, a faint sound, akin to the rasp of air escaping a bellows, emanated from the pool. Ling Yi's lowered head slowly lifted. Chapter 66. The Divine Furnace, Reversal. The cold waters of the pool violently steamed under the pressure of the lava and moonblade. What a cacophony! The gravelly voice sliced through the toxic mist and the energy explosions, carrying a chilling essence that seemed to freeze the very soul. A hand, covered in thin ice, shattered the blood-red moonblade, heralding the awakening of a dormant beast. The icy mist was swept aside by an invisible force, revealing Ling Yi's figure in its entirety. He stood not tall, but rather hunched, the shattered framework of his wings creaking under the burden as if on the verge of complete collapse. His left eye's pupil had transformed into a pure, light-devouring silver gray. The primal force of space swirling violently within, spiraling out of control, while his right eye burned with a blinding gold red. The core of the eternal divine furnace ignited in a final frenzy, consuming the remnants of soul power. His frozen right foot stepped upon the roiling crimson lava. The clash of extreme cold and searing heat producing a piercing hiss, releasing toxic purple-black steam. The cursed patterns of purple-black, like living entities, surged across his exposed skin, intertwining with the fiery poison of the lava that climbed up to his ankle, each pulse inflicting excruciating pain that tore through veins and froze marrow. Yet, his expression remained eerily calm, tinged with a hint of mocking coldness. Since he yearned to become fuel, he stretched the blood-stained corners of his lips, his gaze piercing through the shattering glass-like protective barrier, sweeping over the astonished Xiaoyu and the menacing Yin, ultimately resting upon the pale visage of Ning Rongrong, whose face bore the pallor of soul power exhaustion and despair. Then let it burn cleanly. The furnace of eternity, reverse. A low, resonant vibration permeated, not a thunderous roar, but a tremor that echoed deep within his very bones. Within Ling Yi's chest, where the cursed heart vein lay encased in ice and corroded by the malevolent aura, a dim golden red light, flickering almost to extinction, surged forth with sudden intensity. The phantom of the eternal furnace flickered behind him, as dark purple cracks furiously spread across its walls, threatening to shatter completely at any moment. Yet, a terrifying heat that could incinerate all existence erupted forth. This was no ordinary flame, but the fire that consumed souls. A desperate flame ignited at the cost of burning his already depleted and regressing soul core, igniting his shattered martial spirit. A suppressed groan escaped Ling Yi's lips, his body trembling violently, as a mixture of purple-black ice and blood gushed from his orifices. The backlash from the furnace's reversal was 100-fold more terrifying than the combined effects of the Rakshas's soul-devouring curse and the corrosive malevolence. His breath did not surge but instead plummeted at a visible rate, the cultivation of a soul emperor crumbling like a sand tower, crashing through the threshold of a soul king, plummeting towards the abyss of the soul sect. This was true self-destruction. However, This price bore the reward of power, an energy so pure and ferocious that it could incinerate the very fabric of reality and reverse the cycle of life and death. Almost simultaneously as the furnace's reversal was activated, his silver-gray left eye abruptly locked onto the roiling space ahead. The void, a cataclysmic implosion. There were no earth-shattering soul techniques, no intricate soul rings manifesting, only the sudden constriction of his left eye's silver-gray pupil. Centered on the boiling ice pool where Ling Yi stood, the space within several dozen meters, torn by the wicked moon's blade, stewing in the lava of Yen, suffused with the malevolent purple mist, and safeguarded by the radiant glass light, suddenly froze. Time seemed to be paused. The cascading blood-red moon blades, the surging crimson lava, the roiling malevolent purple mist, and the shimmering multicolored glass light, all were eerily suspended, as if trapped within a vast amber, frozen in place. The murderous intent on Xiaoyu's face solidified into disbelief. Yan's sinister grin became frozen, his pupils reflecting the deadly silver gray. Ning Rongrong, cradling the glass tower, remained motionless, tears suspended on her pale cheek. In the next moment, the frozen space silently began to collapse inward. It was not an explosion, but an annihilation, as if ground down by an invisible chaotic mill, or cast into the abyss of the void. The suspended moonblades, lava, toxic mist, and light, all matter and energy encompassed within the reach of the silver-gray pupil, along with the very space itself, began to silently decompose, dissipate, transforming into the most primal particles of dust, returning to nothingness. There was no sound, only an extreme visual horror. The space peeled away like a shattered mirror, vanishing to reveal the profound, cold, and all-consuming absolute darkness behind. No. The true essence of the evil moon's martial soul emitted a chilling wail at the brink of annihilation. With every ounce of strength, he crossed his moon blades before him, attempting to sever the bizarre realm of death. Yet, the moon blades, capable of rending a soul sage, crumbled like decayed wood before the cataclysm of spatial origin, splintering and dissipating. In an instant, one of his arms, along with half of a moon blade, was obliterated, leaving no trace of blood. The severed end smooth as a mirror, with only the silver-gray force of annihilation ravenously consuming. The lava hell of Yen collided with a barrier of absolute zero. The boiling magma instantly losing all vitality, solidifying into grotesque, twisted obsidian spikes, which then collapsed silently in the void. His molten armor, enveloping him entirely, flaked away like fragile eggshells, revealing skin charred by fire poison and malevolent energy, as the terrifying force of annihilation reached his chest. Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed pagoda flickered wildly, the residual sword intent of Chun Exine emitting a final mournful cry, fiercely guarding the 3-foot space around her. However, the colorful light of her protective barrier was rapidly thinning and dimming, as if subjected to a potent acid. The power of annihilation had begun to seep in. The spiderweb-like blood marks on her exposed arms deepening in an instant, as though an invisible force sought to strip her flesh from her very blood. At the core of the cataclysm, Ling Yi endured a dual destruction. The right side of his body was scorched from within by the furnace fire of soul burning, the soul core disintegrating in lament, life force swiftly evaporating. Meanwhile, on his left side, the backlash from the spatial origins explosion was equally dreadful, forcibly driving an overburdened primal force, causing his already fractured right wing to emit a sickening crunch, while the force of annihilation began to counteract against his left arm, causing the skin to flake away like weathered rock, revealing flesh that too was dissipating. He stood there, resembling a fragile glass puppet on the verge of shattering, continuously releasing destruction. His mismatched silver-gray and golden-red eyes reflected the silent apocalyptic scene he had wrought. In this moment, the stagnant waters of the Star Do swamp transformed into an absolute domain of death, devouring all, just as the devastation reached its zenith. With the evil moon and Yen on the brink of utter obliteration, and Ning Rongrong precariously hanging by a thread, a roar, reminiscent of ancient primordial times, resonating with boundless majesty and fury, erupted from the depths of Ling Yi's spiritual sea. The Silver Dragon King's primal mark upon his forehead abruptly exploded with blinding 9-colored brilliance. The rampage of his spiritual sea was ignited by this ultimate destruction and imminent demise. A vast, ancient terror, transcending the mundane, mingled with the most ferocious aura of the core region of the Star Do forest, akin to a slumbering primordial deity awakening, instantly shattering the absolute silence of the void's cataclysm and ruthlessly tearing apart this space of annihilation. The process of spatial explosion was forcibly interrupted and neutralized by this sudden supreme power. The black domain of annihilation roiled violently, as if a massive stone had been thrown into a lake, causing tumultuous ripples and disintegration. With a crash, the evil moon and Yen were hurled like ragged sacks by the residual spatial turbulence, crashing heavily into the distant marsh, bloodied and gasping, their eyes filled only with boundless fear and the bewilderment of having survived catastrophe. The malevolent moon had lost an arm, and the chest of Yen was marred by a charred, indistinct blackness, with his internal organs suffering grave injuries, rendering him utterly devoid of combat capability. The protective barrier surrounding Ning Rongrong finally succumbed, shattering completely. With a muffled groan, the seven treasures glazed tower slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Its radiance extinguished. Her body collapsed softly, cradled gently by the residual ripples of space, landing on the cold edge of the pool, where she succumbed to unconsciousness. Her face etched with profound worry and a hint of awe as though she had witnessed a miracle. As for Ling Yi, the one who ignited this turmoil, at the very moment the dragon's roar resonated, his silver-gray and golden-red pupils lost their focus simultaneously. The soul-burning flames of the divine furnace and the backlash of the void's self-destruction, under the explosive force of the Silver Dragon King's mark, utterly shattered the last vestige of his consciousness. He toppled backward like a statue of ice bereft of support, crashing heavily into the cold waters still roiling with ominous energy and molten remnants. Bubbles surged forth, as the purplish-black curse and crimson blood diffused through the murky depths. The shattered skeletal wings of the void sank to the bottom, while the nine-colored dragon-shaped mark upon his forehead emitted a faint yet undeniable glow beneath the dark waters, akin to a dragon's eye quietly awakening in the abyss of darkness. Deep within the Douluo forest, several terrifying auras that could alter the very fabric of reality suddenly locked onto this pool, which had just settled after the storm of destruction. The distant roars of ferocious beasts echoed ominously. Chapter 67, The Unknown. The frigid waters greedily consumed the sinking body. Ling Yi's consciousness ebbed and flowed in the boundless darkness and excruciating pain, the shattering of his soul core resonating like a lament for his spirit. As the icy chill of the Rakshasa curse and the searing agony of the divine furnace alternately tore at his remaining awareness, only the faint yet tenacious warmth of the glazed essence in his heart anchored him firmly to the flickering flame of life that threatened to extinguish. On the water's surface, the dread pressure emanating from the arrival of the King of 10,000 Beasts rendered the air as heavy as lead. Vile humans, the King of 10,000 Beasts intoned, its voice deep and accompanied by the rustling of plants, imbued with ancient and pure malevolence. Its form, composed of countless vines and colossal eyes, leaned slightly forward. Thousands of eerie green orbs simultaneously turning to fixate on the ever-expanding purplish-black stain in the pool, and at its center, the glimmering nine-colored light, the Silver Dragon King's mark, that sent shivers through its very soul. Dare you steal the supreme mark of my kin, to profane it? It paid no heed to the unconscious Ning Rongrong on the shore or the weakened Xieyu in the distant mire. In its eyes, they were mere ants, insignificant specks of dust. A robust, serpentine vine, adorned with suction cups and sharp wooden thorns, silently pierced the water's surface, wielding the might to pierce mountains. Directly targeting the unconscious Ling Yi at the bottom of the pool, the tip of the vine shimmered with a toxic glow, parting the murky waters and leaving behind a vacuum of death. The old poison is here. Do not harm my master. At the critical moment, a dark green streak of light, akin to a comet tearing through the night, surged forward, carrying a pungent wind and a desperate roar, violently colliding with the deadly vine. Boom! A violent explosion was not merely the collision of soul power, but rather the annihilation of potent toxins. The figure of Douluo emerged amidst the splattered venom and shattered fragments of vines. His hair and beard were disheveled, his face a ghastly blend of feverish crimson and ashen pallor, while dark green poisonous blood continuously oozed from the corners of his mouth. The forced interruption of his recovery and the overexertion of his poison pills had rendered this poisoned Douluo in an utterly deplorable state, his breath unstable and erratic. Douluo? The voice of the king of all demons was tinged with a clear surprise and a hint of offended ire for the first time. Its massive form paused momentarily, billions of eyes converging on this suddenly appearing human, whose aura was waning yet radiated a toxic presence that even it found unsettling. How dare you obstruct me? Your poison, before the vitality of the Douluo's earth, is naught but decaying grass and fireflies. Before the words had fully escaped its lips, the king of all demons did not even need to utilize its full might. Its colossal roots, entrenched in the swamp, trembled violently. The entire dead waterpool region, along with the ancient woodlands surrounding it for miles, seemed to awaken. Countless thick vines, shimmering with an emerald luster, burst forth from the earth, akin to a colossal serpent of the forest, frantically coiling and constricting towards Douluo. Even more terrifying was the palpable mist of light green spores that permeated the air, imbued with potent hallucinogenic and life-draining properties, instantly enveloping Douluo. This was the power of the domain, the king of all demons, as its epicenter. Summoned the vitality of a portion of the Douluo forest, transforming it into a lethal cage and weapon. Cough! The true form of the phosphorescent serpent emperor. Douluo howled, his body swelling instantaneously into the massive form of a verdant serpent emperor. His serpent eyes glowed crimson, exhaling a highly corrosive dark green venom that clashed violently with the encroaching vines. The venom scorched the vines, emitting a hissing stench, and though the vines were corroded and severed, new, even thicker vines erupted forth incessantly. Even more alarming was the infiltration of those light green spores, which clung to the scales of the phosphorescent serpent emperor, crazily draining his soul power and even his life force, causing his scales to lose their luster at a visible pace. Futile, human. The voice of the king of all demons was like the whispers of the forest, cold and indifferent. In the embrace of the forest, your poison merely nourishes me. It even sent forth a slightly smaller vine, stealthily piercing towards the depths of the pool. This time, the speed was swifter, the trajectory more cunning. Douluo Bo's eyes widened in desperation. He was ensnared by an endless onslaught of vines and the spore-laden domain. His potent toxins rapidly neutralized and consumed by the forest's vitality. The backlash from the overexerted poison pills gnawed at him like maggots in his bones. Each exhalation of venom felt as if his insides were being sliced by blades. As the lethal vine drew near to pierce the heart of the unconscious Ling Yi, he suddenly opened his serpentine mouth, forcing forth a dark green bead, cracked and dim, the essence of his poison pill. King of all demons, taste this. The phosphorescent annihilation pearl. This was his ultimate trump card, a last-ditch effort for mutual destruction. The expulsion of the poison pill from his body signified his total relinquishment of his final hope, sacrificing it for a brief moment of unparalleled toxic eruption. Just as this desperate poison pill was on the brink of triggering an explosion, the king of all demons' vine was poised to pierce Ling Yi's heart. A blazing, enchanting, and dangerously alluring pink foxfire, akin to a meteor piercing through toxic miasma, struck with precision at the tip of the vine aimed at Ling Yi. Boom. The foxfire erupted, not characterized by sheer destructive power, but by a unique ability to burn the spirit and induce a mesmerizing chaos. The tip of the vine was slightly deflected, its movements experiencing a subtle yet profound delay and disorder due to the enchanting force entwined around it. This fleeting moment of hesitation granted Douluo Bo the precious opportunity to ignite the venomous pill. Who? The king of all monsters and Douluo Bo were simultaneously filled with astonishment and rage. From the shadows at the edge of the marsh, Huliana's figure gradually emerged. Her complexion was pale, her lower lip bitten tightly, her body trembling slightly, and her captivating eyes now filled with struggle, fear, and a hint of madness that even she could not comprehend. Her right hand burned with pink foxfire, the very source of her earlier intervention. Nana, you! Douluo Bo exclaimed in shock, but he had no time to ponder further. The mysterious motives behind Huliana's peculiar aid were unclear, yet it provided him with an opportunity. Explode! Douluo Bo roared, as the cracked and luminous green phosphor pearl suddenly radiated a devastating emerald light. A terrifying venomous force capable of annihilating tidal Douluo and exterminating all life within a radius of several miles erupted violently. The countless eyes of the king of all monsters simultaneously contracted. It sensed the imminent threat. The vine aimed at Ling Yi instantly retreated, while numerous vines entangling Douluo Bo frantically retracted, weaving together before him to form an immense, shimmering shield of all monsters. Simultaneously, its vast root system delved deeper into the earth, voraciously extracting the life force from the Douluo forest, creating a heavy emerald barrier. Boom! The emerald cloud of destruction violently collided with the life shield. There was no earth-shattering physical impact, only a silent obliteration. Wherever the venomous cloud passed, the vines withered. Life extinguished, and the ground turned to char. In contrast, the emerald shield resembled a resilient living forest, ceaselessly withering yet continuously rejuvenating, embodying the essence of life. The two extreme forces clashed and eroded fiercely. PFF. Douluo Bo spewed a mouthful of black blood. His colossal green phosphor serpent king form seemed drained of all vitality. Instantly dispersing, his body flying backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily against the cold edge of the pool, his breath almost extinguished. The backlash from the venomous pill nearly costing him his life. The immense body of the king of all monsters trembled violently. The countless vines forming the shield instantaneously withered by a third, the emerald sheen dimming considerably. It emitted an angry growl, evidently unprepared for such a desperate blow from a human tidal Douluo in such a dire state. At the center of the annihilation where the venom cloud and the shield converged, the space warped violently. In this core area of explosive energy, at the moment of most chaotic energy currents, beneath the water, the dormant silver dragon king mark on Ling Yi's forehead flickered with a vibrant spectrum of colors. It was not an eruption of power, but rather the activation of a precise spatial coordinate. The chaotic energy of the space was forcibly attracted and guided by this mark. A minuscule and exceedingly unstable spatial vortex, as if torn asunder by an invisible hand, abruptly manifested within the upper layers of water above the submerged position of Ling Yi. A roar? Spatial fluctuations? The king of all demons astutely sensed the anomaly, with billions of eyes instantaneously locking onto the diminutive vortex. Yet it was too late. The moment the spatial vortex emerged, an irresistible force erupted with sudden ferocity. Ling Yi, who lay unconscious at the bottom, along with the murky waters surrounding him, the pervasive purple-black cursed blood, and even nearby fragments of blasted obsidian, were instantaneously engulfed by the minuscule whirlpool. With a pop, the vortex vanished like a bubble, disappearing without a trace amidst the chaotic currents of annihilation, leaving behind an empty water swirl as the only testament to the events that had transpired. No. The king of all demons unleashed a furious roar, its terrifying pressure causing the entire stagnant pool to sink 3 feet. Its multitude of eyes frantically scanned every inch of space, attempting to capture the direction of the spatial fluctuations. But the disturbance was perfectly obscured by the chaotic currents generated from its collision with Douluo, and was artfully guided to dissipate by the Silver Dragon King's mark, leaving no trace to be found. Master, Douluo struggled to lift his head, only to behold the vacant water's surface, his eyes instantly filled with despair and bewilderment. Huoli Na stood frozen in place, the fiery fox flame in her right hand extinguished unbeknownst to her. She gazed at the spot where Ling Yi had vanished, then glanced at the enraged king of all demons and the gravely wounded Douluo. The flickering flame of tumultuous emotion ignited by chaotic power within her heart not only failed to extinguish but instead burned with even greater intensity and turmoil upon witnessing the extraordinary spatial transfer and the might of the Silver Dragon King's mark. Was her earlier act of assistance merely an instinctive impulse, or was it guided by a deeper force, one that even she herself had yet to perceive? The wrathful gaze of the king of all demons slowly shifted towards the unconscious Ning Rongrong on the shore, as well as the struggling Yiyu and Yin in the distant mire. Having lost its primary target, its fury sought an outlet. Insects, you shall all pay the price. The whispers of the forest transformed into a proclamation of death. The Stardow Swamp was far from liberated from peril. Rather, it grew increasingly treacherous due to Ling Yi's disappearance and the king of all demons' wrath. Chapter 68, The Emerald Swan. The frigid sensation of the spatial rift felt as though countless steel needles pierced through his remaining form, and Ling Yi's dwindling consciousness sank deeper into absolute void and excruciating pain. When he once again sensed existence, it was awakened by an indescribable intertwining of agony and warmth. The pain emanated from the shattered soul core, the obliterated right arm, the ice-eroded meridians, the backlash of soul incineration, and the gnawing of the Rakshasa curse within his heart. Each injury alone was lethal. Together, they pinned him to the cross of destruction. The warmth, however, stemmed from that faint yet persistent glimmer of glassy light at his heart. Ning Rongrong's glazed heart protection seal, as well as the peculiar waters beneath him. He found himself immersed in a pool of water radiating a gentle emerald glow. The pool was not deep, barely covering his chest. Strangely, this water contained an extraordinarily pure and immense life energy. This surge of life energy spontaneously and gradually permeated his shattered body, akin to the gentlest healing hand, soothing the gruesome wounds that barely sustained his last breath. With great difficulty, Ling Yi managed to pry open his heavy eyelids. His left eye, once silver gray, had faded to a lifeless gloom, while his right eye, once a fiery gold red, now dissolved, with bloodshot veins framing his blurred vision. He found himself ensconced within a natural cavern, formed by the sprawling roots of a colossal ancient tree. A faint luminescence filtered through the canopy, illuminating a small, emerald pool. The air was thick with a rich essence of life and a subtle fragrance of flowers. Have you awakened? A voice, cool and ethereal, laced with an almost imperceptible frailty and vigilance, broke the silence. Ling Yi turned his neck with excruciating slowness, the pain causing darkness to cloud his vision. At the edge of the pool, perched upon a root, sat a figure. She donned a simple, moon-white gown, her exquisite features marred by an ethereal pallor, reminiscent of fragile glass that could shatter with the slightest touch. Most striking was the flower she cradled in her hands, a breathtaking begonia, emanating a soft white glow. Its petals layered with grace, the center resembling a pulsating star. At that moment, the radiance of the begonia enveloped her, resonating subtly with the life energy in the water, as if mending her wounds. Yi Lingling, the bearer of the 9 hearts begonia martial soul. The name flickered through Ling Yi's chaotic memories. How could she be here? It seemed she bore significant injuries as well. The spatial turbulence has cast you here. Yi Lingling's voice was soft, as if fearing to disturb something. This is the Glimmering Lake, once the sanctuary of the Emerald Swan, still imbued with its life essence. Were it not for this water, you would not have made it this far. She gazed upon Ling Yi's almost unrecognizable state, a flicker of shock passing through her cool eyes. Particularly alarming were the purple-black curse markings that spread across his heart, battling against the verdant life energy and the horrifying wound on his right shoulder, where flesh had disintegrated to reveal bare bone, sending a chill through her. Ling Yi attempted to speak, but only a series of broken gasps escaped his lips. He sought to summon his soul power, met only with a despairing sound of crumbling from the depths of his soul core and a profound weakness. His cultivation had plummeted to the brink of the soul realm, and it continued to decline. The Rakshasa curse, momentarily suppressed by the life energy, had not intensified. Yet the Insha frost still slowly froze his meridians. Worse still, the backlash from forcibly manipulating the source of space inflicted upon his mental faculties a torment akin to being sliced by 1,000 blades. leaving him with a splitting headache. Do not move. Yi Lingling's voice rang out urgently. Your injuries are far too severe. My 9 hearts begonia cannot heal the collapse of the source nor withstand such a high-level curse backlash. Her tone carried a deep sense of helplessness. The 9 hearts begonia was renowned as the world's foremost healing martial soul. Yet in the face of Ling Yi's internally and externally catastrophic injuries, involving the essence of his martial soul, divine-level curses, and spatial backlash, her abilities seemed woefully inadequate. Her own condition was precarious, evidently wounded by a formidable soul beast, her soul power unstable. At that moment, a piercing, furious cry of a bird resonated from outside the cavern, laden with terrifying pressure, shaking the entire hollow. The oppressive force was infused with an essence of life so pure that it was almost transcendent, yet at this moment, it brimmed with a wrathful fury of annihilation. The Emerald Swan. And judging by this overwhelming presence, it was no ordinary 10,000-year soul beast. It was at least 70,000 years old. Yi Lingling's countenance turned ashen in an instant. It has returned. It guards this sacred lake of life, and we have trespassed upon its territory, even siphoning off its waters. Her eyes were filled with despair. In their current state, facing an enraged 70,000-year apex healing soul beast, one whose offensive power was equally formidable, there was no hope for survival. Ling Yi's heart plummeted as the shadow of death enveloped him. Yet deep within his nerves, which were nearly numbed by excruciating pain and destruction, the ferocity belonging to the Chaos Saint was reignited by this dire predicament. Exhausted soul power. A shattered martial soul? Mortal wounds? No. He required power. He needed to survive. He required a soul ring. A formidable soul ring capable of replenishing his shattered soul core. One that could even suppress curses and mend his injuries. The Chaos Divine apparatus emitted a groan on the verge of disintegration within his spiritual sea, its core runes cracking under the onslaught of the Rakshasa curse. However, upon sensing the tremendous and wrathful life energy from the outside world, this dormant martial soul core ignited a flicker of an exceedingly faint, yet insatiably greedy, desire to devour. Almost simultaneously, a distinctly different roar erupted. This roar was saturated with unparalleled malevolence, ferocity, and a desire to consume all. A terrifying pressure, as dark as ink and exuding an aura of doom and destruction, surged forth like a tidal wave from another direction, aimed directly at the Emerald Swan. The emergence of this aura instantaneously suppressed and tainted even the residual life energy within the cave. Outside the cave, through the tangled crevices, Ling Yi's blurred vision captured a heart-stopping silhouette. It was massive, resembling an elephant, its body cloaked in pitch-black fur without a hint of other colors. Most terrifying of all were its eyes, one blue and the other red, glinting with a cold and cunning ferocity, while a grotesque king pattern adorned its forehead, swirling with a sinister gray mist. It bore a pair of enormous bat-like wings, and its tail resembled that of a scorpion, tipped with gleaming barbs. The dark demon, evil god tiger, a legendary apex beast, possessing the bloodline of a dark deity, evolving by consuming life and soul power. Its age was at least 80,000 years. This dark demon, evil god tiger had clearly been drawn to the Emerald Swan's pure and powerful life energy. To it, devouring a 70,000-year Emerald Swan would be an unimaginable boon. The emerald radiance of the swan collided thunderously with the inky malevolence of the dark demon, evil god tiger above the forest outside the cave. Life and malevolence, healing and destruction, two diametrically opposed, yet equally formidable forces clashed violently. A terrifying storm of soul power erupted, tearing ancient trees asunder as if they were mere blades of grass. Inside the cave, Yi Lingling was struck by this terrifying pressure, letting out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The light of the 9-heart begonia flickering violently. Ling Yi felt as though his battered body was on the brink of being utterly crushed by the opposing forces. The pain surged through him like a tsunami, overwhelming his remaining consciousness. Yet, at the precipice of this consciousness's impending descent, the nearly shattered chaotic divine mill within his mental sea emitted a faint, almost imperceptible grayish glow from the deepest fissure of its core rune. Stimulated by the malevolent violet-black aura of the Rakshasa curse and the cataclysmic energies of the external world, which clashed with unparalleled ferocity, the wrathful life shockwave of the Emerald Swan, and the sinister devouring force of the dark demon, evil god tiger. In that moment, a vague thought, born from the instinct of his martial soul, resonated within Ling Yi's soul, which was on the verge of extinguishing. Simultaneously, the glazed heart-protecting seal at his chest seemed to sense its master's final desperation and will to survive, erupting with an unprecedented brilliance of 7 colors. This radiance was not a form of defense. Rather, it transformed into a slender yet resilient bridge, forcibly connecting Ling Yi's crumbling mental energy with the destructive energy storm outside. In his near-death state, Ling Yi's body instinctively reacted, and the remnants of his soul power, feeble to the point of near insignificance, began to operate under the instinctive guidance of the chaotic divine mill and the unwavering support of the glazed heart-protecting seal. striving to establish a trajectory of devouring. The target was not a specific soul beast, but rather the catastrophic point of annihilation where the two forces, the life shockwave of the Emerald Swan and the evil devouring power of the dark demon evil god tiger, collided outside the cave. This was akin to drawing magma from the mouth of a volcano. Yet, it represented his sole potential chance of survival. Boom. An invisible vortex of chaos seemed to materialize above Ling Yi's battered form. Those two streams of annihilative energy, potent enough to obliterate any soul master, were forcibly torn asunder, allowing a minuscule fragment to be absorbed. Though it was merely a remnant of the most violent and chaotic aftermath of their collision, for Ling Yi, who was on the brink of exhaustion, it was akin to a thunderous surge revitalizing his very being. With a sudden force, Ling Yi's body arched as if struck by an unseen hammer, and a torrent of foul blood, mixed with shattered internal organs and the violet-black curse's ichor, erupted forth. His already frail meridians shattered inch by inch, and the fissures in his soul core expanded once more. The excruciating pain rendered him entirely unconscious. However, at the moment this destructive energy surged into his body, it was forcibly captured and shattered by the faint grayish glow of the chaotic divine mill. The power of chaos, capable of evolving and consuming all, brutally decomposed this turbulent energy, extracting its most primal and pure essence, which was then forcefully drawn into his soul core. Teetering on the brink of collapse, the soul core, nearing disintegration, greedily absorbed this meager sustenance as if it were a long-awaited rain after a drought, momentarily halting its crumbling trajectory. Miraculously, even his diminished cultivation stabilized at the threshold of level 41 Soul Master, no longer declining. Yet, this was far from sufficient. It was merely quenching thirst with poison. He required authentic, potent soul rings to replenish his essence and restore his foundation, as if orchestrated by the cruel hand of fate. Or perhaps in response to the greedy call of the chaotic divine mill. Outside the cave, the battle between the two ferocious beasts escalated to a fever pitch. The Emerald Swan, after all, was not adept at direct confrontation. Gradually succumbing to the terrifying and unpredictable assaults of the dark demon evil god tiger, which seemed to devour all, it found itself at a distinct disadvantage. Its resplendent emerald feathers were torn asunder, spilling forth blood akin to jade. And although its life force remained vigorous, it bore signs of decay. The malevolent glint in the eyes of the dark demon evil god tiger intensified as it seized upon a moment of vulnerability. With its scorpion tail's venomous hook shimmering with lethal, ghostly light, it struck with blinding speed, infused with the wicked power that annihilates souls. Plunging deep into the breast of the Emerald Swan, simultaneously, it opened its cavernous maw, casting a terrifying consuming force towards the core essence of the Emerald Swan's soul. In utter despair, the Emerald Swan let out a mournful cry, its life essence being frantically siphoned away, the once vibrant emerald glow rapidly dimming. Just as the flame of its existence seemed on the verge of extinguishment, its soulful eyes pierced through the gnarled roots, beholding the dying Ling Yi within the cave. Alongside the pure-hearted Yi Lingling, whose martial soul belonged to the realm of life and healing, a resolute thought flickered in its consciousness. Rather than be entirely consumed by this vile beast, it would, summoning its final reserves of strength. The Emerald Swan detonated the soul core that had crystallized 70,000 years of life essence. Not to inflict harm upon the dark demon evil god tiger, who was already prepared for such an eventuality, but to transform the purest surge of life force unleashed by the explosion into a brilliant emerald beam, which it directed towards the cave where Ling Yi and Yi Lingling resided. This was its final gift, a means of vengeance upon the dark demon evil god tiger, bestowing its essence upon potential kin rather than its foe. The dark demon evil god tiger, taken aback by this unexpected gambit, found its consumption interrupted and was forcefully repelled by the residual shockwave of the explosion, sustaining several grievous wounds that exposed bone, igniting its fury. The emerald beam, encapsulating 70,000 years of the Emerald Swan's life essence, surged forth with a magnificent vitality and gentle healing power, instantly breaching the cave's barriers and enveloping Ling Yi and Yi Lingling entirely. "Ah!" Yi Lingling exclaimed in astonishment, her 9 hearts begonia martial soul manifesting uncontrollably, voraciously absorbing this pure life energy. Her injuries began to mend at a visibly rapid pace, a rosy hue blossoming on her pallid cheeks, while her soul power soared. This was an extraordinary fortune. However, for Ling Yi, the situation was drastically different. The moment this overwhelming life energy surged into his battered body, it did not heal him. Rather, it ignited a veritable powder keg. The clash with the Rakshasa curse, pure life force colliding with the utterly malevolent Rakshasa curse, provoked a cataclysmic explosion within him. His body erupted with countless gaping wounds, while the purple-black curse patterns writhed like venomous serpents. The conflict with the annihilation backlash. The life energy sought to mend the annihilation wound on his right arm, but instead provoked the residual force of spatial annihilation to retaliate, producing a grotesque sound as flesh and bone began to dissolve. The gluttony of the chaos divine mill, sensing such pure and immense energy. The nearly shattered core runes of the chaos divine mill surged with a fervent glow, ravenously consuming without restraint. However, this surge of energy was overwhelmingly potent and pure, leaving the severely wounded divine mill unable to fully convert it. The raging life energy rampaged through its already fragile meridians, transforming Ling Yi's body into a nightmarish battleground. Life, curses, annihilation, chaos, multiple forces violently tore and exploded within him. A horrendous, inhuman wail erupted from his lips as his body convulsed violently, blood gushing from his 7 orifices, while veins beneath his skin bulged grotesquely, threatening to burst forth and end his life. At this critical juncture, the dark demonic tiger, grievously wounded by the self-detonation of the Emerald Swan, was now consumed by a furious rage. Like a black storm of death, it shattered the roots at the entrance of the cave. Its eyes, imbued with boundless malevolence and ferocity, swiftly locked onto the center of the light beam, Ling Yi, whose breath was in utter disarray. Roar! Despicable thief! Die! The dark demonic tiger paid no heed to Ling Yi's condition. It only knew its prey had been snatched away. It opened its massive maw, gathering a pitch-black energy sphere, compressed to the utmost, radiating waves of destruction and devouring intent. Dark demonic cannon. This was its most formidable single-target attack, capable of severely injuring a titled Douluo. The target was none other than Ling Yi. Death had never loomed so close. Chapter 70, Sixth Soul Ring. On the brink of explosive demise, facing the lethal strike of an 80,000-year ferocious beast, Ling Yi's remaining consciousness, amidst the agony and the tide of destruction, was forced to summon the last remnants of madness and clarity. Under the onslaught of the chaotic life energy within and the lethal death threat from without, the cracks on the core runes of the chaotic divine mill suddenly blazed with intensity. The erosion fissure originating from the Rakshasa curse now transformed into a conduit for venting the chaotic energy. The malevolent power of the Rakshasa, the life force of the Emerald Swan, the shattered soul power within himself, and the retaliatory force of annihilation, all these destructive energies, driven by the frenzied operation of the chaotic divine mill, were forcibly blended, compressed, and ignited. Give me, consume it. Ling Yi let out a silent roar from the depths of his soul. He relinquished all defenses, forcibly elevating the unsealing degree of the chaotic divine mill, guiding the furious mixed energy that could obliterate him along the path opened by the Rakshasa curse fissure, transforming it into an intangible yet concentrated spear of destruction, imbued with chaos, curses, life, and annihilation, to meet the dark demonic tiger's surging black energy cannon. This was not merely a soul skill, but rather a self-destructive counterattack born from the essence of the martial soul and multiple forces of annihilation. There was no earth-shattering explosion. At the moment of collision between two radically different, yet equally terrifying energies, a peculiar annihilation occurred. The extreme devouring power of the dark demonic cannon was momentarily neutralized by the chaotic mixed energy emanating from within Ling Yi. However, the power level of the dark demonic tiger was far too high. The cancellation lasted but an instant. The residual energy of the dark demonic cannon, still carrying the momentum of destruction, crashed toward Ling Yi. Yet it was in this fleeting moment, a fraction of a breath, that he fought for his life. As Ling Yi's spirit, ablaze with the last vestiges of life and will, surged forth under the kaleidoscopic amplification of the glazed heart protection seal. It pierced with the precision of the sharpest dagger into the depths of the dark demon evil god tiger's fierce, heterochromatic eyes, exploiting the moment of its weakest spiritual defense. Just after unleashing its ultimate move and being injured by the self-detonation of the Emerald Swan. Chaos, soul suppression, a fragment of the will to subdue all things, emanating from the core of the chaos divine mill, intertwined with the malevolent intent of the Rakshasa curse, descended upon the soul core of the dark demon evil god tiger like a domineering brand. The creature let out an unprecedented, anguished howl, its soul feeling as if pierced by countless searing steel needles, crushed beneath the chaotic grindstone. Its colossal body instantly stiffened, the gathered soul power spiraled out of control, and the residual energy of its dark demon evil god cannon shattered explosively. An opportunity. Though Ling Yi's body teetered on the brink of total collapse, his will ignited to a fever pitch at that moment. The ethereal form of the chaos divine mill whirled furiously behind him, the fissures in the core runes resembling the gaping maw of an abyss. Divine mill, soul grinding, source seizing. He expended his final ounce of strength to unleash the primordial ability of the chaos divine mill, shattering souls and devouring origins. His target was the dark demon evil god tiger, its soul grievously wounded and paralyzed in place. Ahum! The intangible shadow of the chaos mill enveloped the dark demon evil god tiger. This ferocious beast, with its 8,000 years of terror, found its soul cast into a true chaos mill, being ground and extinguished amidst a silent, desperate roar. Its vast soul power, the essence of its wicked origin, belonging to the bloodline of the evil god, was forcibly extracted from its shattered soul body, transforming into a viscous, inky torrent of energy that radiated an ominous gray-black glow, surging into Ling Yi's being like rivers merging into the sea, flooding into the abyss-like core of the chaos divine mill. Allah! Ling Yi's body expanded violently, skin splitting, as the purple-black, cursed blood mingled with the forcibly infused essence of the dark demon, evil god tiger, surged forth. This was 100 times more ferocious and wicked than the life source of the emerald swan. The chaos divine mill groaned under the unbearable strain. The cracks in the core runes widening once more, the purple-black light of the Rakshasa curse flickering as if on the verge of complete disintegration. Above the lifeless form of the dark demon evil god tiger, a colossal black soul ring, deep as an abyss and flowing with ominous gray currents at its edge, slowly took shape, its age reaching an astonishing 80,000 years. Simultaneously, a smaller yet more refined and vibrant green soul ring, derived from the essence of the emerald swan's life source, materialized. 2 soul rings. One from the 70,000-year emerald swan, primarily for life healing, and the other from the 80,000-year dark demon evil god tiger, primarily for evil devouring. They were forcibly drawn by the chaos divine mill, suspended above Ling Yi's head, with an overwhelming energy pressing down like a mountain. Absorb? In Ling Yi's current state, absorbing even one would guarantee death. To simultaneously absorb 2 top-tier soul rings with conflicting attributes, that would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. However, the core rune of the chaos divine mill surged with a newfound intensity after consuming the essence of the dark demon evil god tiger. It resembled a voracious furnace, actively drawing in the powers of 2 soul rings, along with the remnants of the life essence of the emerald swan within Ling Yi, his own annihilation energy, and the forces of the Rakshasa curse, forcibly amalgamating them into the grinding stone, grinding, merging, and evolving into chaos. Ling Yi's consciousness was entirely submerged in the torrent of destruction and rebirth. His body became a battlefield, and his soul transformed into a furnace. He faced the choice of either being completely obliterated in chaos or undergoing a rebirth through destruction, forging an unprecedented chaos ring. Yi Lingling was utterly astonished by the unfolding events in this fleeting moment. She gazed at Ling Yi, who was enveloped in a tempest of gray, black, green, and purple energies, his body perpetually shattering and then barely healing. Observing the 2 immense soul rings radiating a heart-stopping aura above his head, her cold gaze was filled with incredulous shock. Deep within the Star-Doe forest, several terrifying presences seemed to be drawn by the violent energy fluctuations erupting here, rapidly approaching. Ling Yi's body had become a battlefield of chaos. The profound life essence of the 70,000-year emerald swan clashed violently with the malevolent essence of the 80,000-year dark demon evil god tiger, akin to 2 opposing dragons of fate colliding and tearing through his shattered meridians and nearly collapsing soul core. Chapter 71. Limits, Dual Spirit Souls. With a cough, a torrent of foul blood, mixed with internal organ fragments, purple-black cursed blood, and gray-black malevolence, erupted forth. His skin resembled cracked porcelain, with blood mist spraying from the fissures. The annihilated wound on his right shoulder attempted to heal under the nurturing of life energy. Yet it was repeatedly torn open by the destructive essence of the dark demon evil god tiger and the lingering force of spatial annihilation, revealing stark white bones. The Rakshasa curse spread like a raging fire ignited by oil, fervently proliferating amidst the conflict of life and malevolence, with purple-black veins nearly consuming half of his body. The chaos divine mill roared with a deafening clamor within his spiritual sea. The core rune was riddled with cracks, and the gray light flickered wildly, resembling an engine operating beyond its limits, on the verge of explosion. It forcibly drew in the extreme energies, attempting to grind, merge, and transform them into chaos. Yet, this process was brutal and agonizing. Every grinding felt akin to a dull blade slicing through the depths of Ling Yi's soul. Ling Yi's consciousness floated amidst the torrent of destruction, the excruciating pain threatening to engulf him entirely. He felt as though he had been cast into the primordial furnace of chaos, both body and soul being repeatedly reforged and torn apart. Just then, the light of the glazed heart seal at his chest flickered back to life. Though faint, it served as a resilient anchor, steadfastly securing his disintegrating consciousness. Ning Rongrong's unwavering imprint had now become the beacon of his soul's immortality. No, I cannot perish. A faint yet resolutely firm thought coalesced amidst the fragments of his soul. Power. I need power, the strength to survive. The chaos divine mill seemed to sense its master's indomitable will, and the gray light of the core rune suddenly collapsed inward, condensing. The limit of the unsealing degree, teetering on the brink, was forcibly stabilized, even hinting at signs of breakthrough. A force, emanating from the chaotic origin, erupted with an even more domineering will of devouring and grinding. A resonant hum filled the air as 2 colossal soul rings hovered above his head, the vibrant emerald, jade swan, and the profound, sinister black, dark demon evil god tiger, drawn by the frenzied allure of the chaotic divine mill, akin to two falling stars crashing down with ferocity. Typically, soul masters can only absorb soul rings one at a time, and they must align in attributes as closely as possible, simultaneously absorbing two rings of such high age, with attributes in extreme conflict, is tantamount to self-destruction. Yet, Ling Yi possessed more than a singular martial soul. The chaotic divine mill, the devouring evil tiger, the eternal divine furnace, the swallowing swan. In the life and death moment when the soul rings were about to penetrate his body, the last vestige of clarity, safeguarded by the glazed heart seal, instinctively issued a command. Boom. The dark, ominous soul ring of the dark demon, evil god tiger, infused with a tempestuous force of evil devouring power, thunderous might, and the ultimate will of annihilation from the evil god, surged forth like a black deluge breaking free from its dam, forcefully inundating the core of the chaotic divine mill. Almost simultaneously, the emerald soul ring of the jade swan, brimming with pure life essence and gentle, resilient healing principles, flowed like a warm, exquisite elixir into the eternally silent and fractured divine furnace, its walls marred by deep purple-black fissures. In that moment, the dual martial souls became the paramount vessel to bear this cataclysmic power, the sole pathway to survival. The chaotic divine mill surged as the 8,000-year malevolent essence of the dark demon, evil god tiger ignited the already precarious state of the chaotic divine mill like the most ferocious of fuels. The phantom of the grinding disc behind Ling Yi expanded and spun wildly, emitting a thunderous cacophony of chaotic roars. Cracks in the core runes threatened to completely shatter under the onslaught of the violent energy, yet the runes themselves greedily absorbed and devoured this force, radiating a blinding gray light. The will of the evil god sought to erode the grinding disc, but was forcefully suppressed and extinguished by the primordial will of the chaotic divine mill, which evolved and shattered all things. Sinister gray-black patterns began to spread across the phantom of the grinding disc, bestowing upon it a more profound and terrifying aura of devouring and destruction. In a backlash of agony, Ling Yi felt as though his right half had been cast into an infernal realm of malevolent lava. His meridians torn and scorched by the frenzied evil energy, his soul assailed by the howls of the evil god. His right eye instantaneously became engulfed in darkness, filled with fury and a consuming desire that nearly overwhelmed his sanity. The curse of the Rakshasa resonated with this turmoil, its purple-black radiance surging violently against the protective, glazed heart seal. On the side of the eternal divine furnace, the life essence of the 70,000-year jade swan descended like a nurturing rain, saturating the eternally cracked and sealed walls of the furnace. The dim phantom of the furnace slowly materialized behind Ling Yi, and the grotesque purple-black fissures, resulting from the Rakshasa curse and malevolent backlash, were, to some extent, smoothed by the purifying life energy. Though the path to restoration remains distant, the glow of the furnace wall has softened somewhat, and the core, sealed tightly by sinister forces, seems to flicker with an exceedingly faint spark. The gentle flow of the life principle begins to spontaneously mend Ling Yi's battered body. A tingling sensation of healing emanates from the obliterated wound on his left shoulder. Beneath the cracked skin, new flesh struggles to grow, nourished by the life energy. The erosion caused by the Rakshasa curse at the heart vein appears to be slightly impeded by this surge of vitality. The agonizing backlash. His left side feels as though it is submerged in boiling life essence, the overwhelming vitality clashing violently with his damaged form, resulting in an exquisite agony of expansion. Meridians are forcibly widened, tearing and healing, like countless ants gnawing at the marrow. His left eye transforms into a pure emerald, brimming with a yearning for life and a desire for healing, standing in stark contrast to the pitch-black ferocity of his right eye, as his consciousness teeters on the brink of fragmentation. In the chaotic furnace, where yin and yang converge, two opposing forces surge madly through the conduits of his twin martial souls, creating a terrifying conflict point within Ling Yi's shattered soul core. The devouring and grinding power of the chaotic divine mill, enhanced by the evil tiger's essence, collides violently with the gentle life force of the eternal divine furnace, enhanced by the swan's essence, in a fierce clash. This confrontation is more intense than before, as both sides have received formidable boosts from their soul rings. With a violent shudder, Ling Yi's body trembles as if his soul core is on the verge of exploding. Blood, mingled with ash and dark green energy mist, bursts forth from every pore of his body. However, at the peak of this destructive confrontation, the Lili heart guard, which sustains his last vestige of clarity, radiates a dazzling spectrum of light. Simultaneously, the deepest crack on the core rune of the chaotic divine mill, stemming from the Rakshasa curse, bizarrely becomes a temporary outlet and fusion point, a portion of the frenzied evil power that cannot be fully transformed by the divine mill, and an excess of life force that the divine furnace cannot completely accept, along with the power of the Rakshasa curse itself, are forcibly guided by the radiant light into that crack, like a scorching iron plunged into icy water. These three destructive forces undergo a violent annihilation reaction at the fissure of the Rakshasa curse. This process brings excruciating pain, yet miraculously consumes the most turbulent portion of energy, returning a trace of exceedingly pure, albeit chaotic, energy to Ling Yi's fractured soul core. On the brink of total collapse, the soul core greedily absorbs this chaotic nectar like a parched desert, halting its disintegration and even beginning to reshape at a visibly rapid pace. Although still riddled with cracks, the core becomes more solid, emanating not a breath of decay, but rather a primordial wave of destruction and rebirth, heralding the dawn of chaos. A resonant hum, seemingly emanating from the depths of the soul, reverberates twice. Behind Ling Yi, the shadow of the chaotic divine mill suddenly solidifies. Upon the grinding stone, dark gray patterns intertwine, emanating a heart-stirring aura of devouring and grinding. A pitch-black soul ring, deep as an abyss and fringed with ominous gray currents, slowly rises and falls upon the stone. The 80,000-year dark demon, evil god tiger. The unsealing degree of the divine grindstone, after consuming such a formidable evil soul ring, has abruptly surged to 28. The fissures in the core rune are forcibly welded by the newly birthed chaotic energy. Although they remain, they are temporarily stabilized. A new, overwhelmingly dominant ability to devour is gestating within the grinding stone. Meanwhile, the ethereal form of the eternal divine furnace has also steadied. The purple-black fissures on the furnace walls have notably faded, and the sinister seal has loosened significantly under the impact of surging life essence. The faint flicker of flame within, repair degree, has laboriously climbed from 85 to 15. A soul ring, exuding a gentle breath of life and as green as jade, the 70,000-year emerald swan, gracefully revolves around the furnace. The furnace no longer radiates the decay of deathly silence, but rather a sense of rebirth, slowly awakening vitality. The powerful principles of life restoration and healing circulate within. The soul power level, under the reshaping of the soul core and the infusion of dual soul ring energies, has firmly stabilized at the realm of a level 65 soul king, although there remains a gap to his pinnacle of level 73 soul sage. This is already an astonishing leap in the face of despair. Moreover, the newly formed soul core, rooted in chaos, is far more resilient and possesses greater potential than before. Ling Yi gasps intensely, like a fish out of water. The excruciating pain still washes over him like a tide. But it is no longer the despairing agony of impending annihilation. Rather, it is the pain of rebirth, a metamorphosis. He slowly opens his eyes. In his left eye, the emerald light of life gradually retracts, restoring its depth, and a hint of gentle resilience emerges from the depths. In his right eye, the dark violence and insatiable desire are forcibly suppressed, transforming into a cold silver gray, the source of space reappearing due to the restoration of soul power. Yet at the edge of the pupil, an imperceptible gray-black malevolence lingers like a brand, refusing to dissipate. His right arm remains bare of flesh, exposed to the air. Yet the edges of the wound are no longer ravaged by annihilating force, nurtured by the life-soul ring of the eternal divine furnace. One can observe the exceedingly slow growth of flesh granules. Though the purple-black markings of the Rakshasa curse still linger at the heart pulse, they are firmly suppressed by the newly birthed chaotic soul power and the strength of the life-soul ring, halting their spread. The cracked scars upon his body are visibly healing under the flow of emerald light. He has survived. Not only has he survived, but he has also turned misfortune into fortune, acquiring 2 top-tier 10,000-year soul rings, with his soul power surging to level 55, and both of his martial souls experiencing a qualitative leap. Yet, the crisis has not been averted. Hiss! Beside him, Yi Lingling inhales sharply, having witnessed the breathtaking and rule-defying absorption process in its entirety. Her cool visage is now marked with shock and a sense of relief at having survived. However, her gaze quickly turns grave as she looks towards the cave entrance. A pressure more terrifying and profound than that of the king of 10,000 beasts, seemingly carrying the will of the entire forest, descends with the force of a collapsing sky. The entire space becomes frozen, and time itself seems to thicken. The forest whispers, and all beings submit. A deep, commanding voice, imbued with the weight of countless ages and a chilling wrath, resonates directly within the very souls of Ling Yi and Yi Lingling, the aura of the evil god, and the mark of the silver dragon king. Human, you are beyond redemption. The beast god, Emperor Tian, the true sovereign of the Stardew forest, has descended. Its immense draconic visage, akin to a mountain, obscured the sky beyond the cave, and the frigid golden vertical pupils, resembling 2 blazing suns, locked onto the weary Ling Yi, who had just completed his absorption. Within that gaze lay a loathing for the aura of the evil god, a bewilderment regarding the mark of the silver dragon king, and an overwhelming fury at the audacity of this insignificant human to stir the winds and clouds in the heart of the Stardew. Slaying the pinnacle soul beast, the dark demon evil tiger, though malevolent, was also among the top combatants of Stardew. Newly empowered, Ling Yi found himself once again plunged into a more terrifying abyss than before, confronted by the beast god, Emperor Tian, with nearly 1,000,000 years of cultivation. The strength of a 65th level soul emperor felt as insignificant as an ant. Yi Lingling's complexion turned pale, and the radiance of the nine-heart Si Tang rose and fell under the oppressive might of Emperor Tian, flickering as if on the verge of extinguishment. Instinctively, she drew closer to Ling Yi, her last refuge in this desolation. Ling Yi forcibly suppressed the excruciating pain coursing through his body and the tremors of his soul. The shadow of the chaotic divine forge flickered behind him, while the flames of the eternal divine furnace danced with tenacity. With great effort, he lifted his head, his silver-gray right eye unwaveringly meeting the blazing golden dragon pupils in the sky. A path to survival? Beneath the wrath of the beast god, where could one find salvation? Chapter 73, Emperor Tian. The pressure of Emperor Tian descended like a tangible mountain, crashing down with a thunderous roar. The remaining air within the cave was instantly siphoned away, and even the light seemed to be consumed by those burning golden vertical pupils. Yi Lingling let out a muffled groan as the brilliance of the nine-heart Si Tang was completely forced back within her. Her delicate form swaying like a candle flickering in the wind, nearly collapsing to the ground, her once clear eyes now reflecting only the purest, most primal fear in the face of this cataclysm. Ling Yi's body felt as though it were gripped by an invisible giant hand. The recently reformed, fissured chaotic soul core emitted a pained groan under the immense strain, and his bones cracked ominously, while freshly healed skin tore open once more, oozing fine droplets of blood. The power of a 55th level soul king was rendered inconsequential, less than dust against the might of the nearly million-year-old beast god. Beyond redemption? Ling Yi coughed violently, expelling a mouthful of tainted blood mixed with internal fragments, yet his silver-gray right eye remained fixated on the draconic shadow obscuring the sky, undeterred. Agonizing pain and terror bit at him like venomous serpents, but the chaotic divine forge behind him spun wildly, grinding against the incoming destructive pressure, while the flames of the eternal divine furnace flickered defiantly, emitting a faint warmth to sustain his heart. The mark was stolen by the Rakshasa. The consumption of the evil tiger was a matter of survival. Must the beast god, without understanding the reasons, extinguish those who seek to survive? His voice, hoarse and fragmented, bore a defiance that surged from the depths of his soul. Humph! The cold snort of Emperor Tian resonated like thunder across the heavens, exploding within the mental seas of Ling Yi and Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling's vision darkened, and she collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. The night was as if struck by a heavy hammer, blood oozing from all 7 orifices, the cracks on the chaotic soul core rapidly expanding, and darkness enveloping his vision, teetering on the brink of complete collapse. Tian's spiritual force was vast as the sea of stars, cold as ancient ice, imbued with an undeniable will of judgment. Survival? To sacrifice the core soul beast of my clan, to summon the power of the evil god, while bearing the mark of the silver dragon sovereign. Your very existence is a calamity. The golden light in the dragon's eyes grew increasingly intense, carrying a determination to annihilate everything. A colossal claw, shrouded in dark dragon scales and entwined with the essence of destruction, reached forth, disregarding the distance, slowly descending towards Ling Yi within the cave. Where the claw passed, space crumbled and vanished inch by inch. This was the true might of world annihilation, an absolute deadlock. Ling Yi's heart sank to the depths of despair. Any struggle in the face of such overwhelming power was futile. The chaotic divine mill operated wildly, attempting to devour that destructive dragon might. Yet it was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The millstone's phantom trembled violently, and the welds on the core runes splintered once more. The flames of the eternal divine furnace were pressed down to a mere spark, just as the moment hung in the balance. With his soul on the verge of being crushed by the dragon's claw, deep within Ling Yi's spiritual sea, the once dormant Silver Dragon King's source mark erupted with an unprecedented 9-colored radiance, spurred by Tian's pure and vast dragon might, and Ling Yi's desperate will to survive on the brink of soul scattering. Buzz, no longer the chaotic impact of before. This was a higher level of dragon roar, infused with supreme majesty and compassion. The 9-colored brilliance instantaneously penetrated Ling Yi's battered body, coalescing behind him into a hazy yet immensely noble silhouette of a great silver dragon. The silver dragon raised its head, its pure eyes reflecting a hint of indifference as it looked down upon all living beings, confronting Tian's devastating claw. My lord, for the first time, a violent tremor, bordering on losing composure, rippled through Tian's spiritual fluctuations. The earth-shattering dragon claw's phantom, upon encountering the 9-colored silver dragon silhouette, froze and melted away like ice meeting the blazing sun. The overwhelming pressure receded like a tide, and within the burning golden vertical pupils, there was an expression of incredulous ecstasy, awe, and a trace of profound confusion. The silver dragon silhouette, exceedingly faint, lasted but an instant before transforming into 9-colored specks of light, re-entering the mark on Ling Yi's forehead, finally falling silent, as if exhausting its last shred of power. Within the cave, an oppressive silence reigned. The colossal phantom of Tion's dragon head still loomed in the sky, yet the terrifying killing intent and pressure had dissipated, replaced by a complexity of emotions. Its enormous golden dragon eyes fixed intently on the unconscious Yi Lingling and the teetering Ling Yi, supported solely by will, ultimately honing in on the dimming silver dragon mark. After a long while, a low, complex voice resonated within Ling Yi's spiritual sea, no longer a judgment, but laced with curiosity and trepidation. Human, why do you possess the source mark of my lord within you? This mark, does it truly protect you? Ling Yi's body swayed, nearly collapsing. He summoned the last vestiges of clarity, wiped the blood from his face, and with a voice weak yet tinged with a hardened resolve born from survival, replied, I told you, it is a gift from the Rakshasa. Why does the mark protect me? You should inquire about it, he said, gesturing to his forehead, yet a tempest raged within his heart. The Silver Dragon King's mark could indeed intimidate the Emperor of Heaven. The implications behind this connection far exceeded his imagination. Golden lights swirled in the dragon's eyes, seemingly employing some arcane method to probe into Ling Yi. As its perception swept through the chaotic nascent soul core within Ling Yi, the forcibly suppressed yet deeply rooted Rakshasa curse, the shattered yet life-infused eternal divine furnace, and the nascent twin soul rings still stabilizing their aura. Even the beast god could not conceal a flicker of astonishment. The state of this human was extraordinarily peculiar. The conflicting forces were in a state of tumult, resembling a chaotic furnace on the verge of explosion, yet somehow, an ineffable will had forcibly melded them together. More crucially, the Master's mark bore an unexpectedly profound connection to him. The silence of the Emperor of Heaven hung like a tangible weight. Ultimately, that deep dragon's roar resonated once more. Imbued with undeniable authority, the Master's mark must not be compromised nor profaned. Human, until you have thoroughly mastered this mark or the Master's will awakens. You shall not set foot in the core area of the starry constellation, nor shall you use our core soul beasts as sacrifices. This was an edict of expulsion, yet also a veiled decree of protection. It was evident that the Emperor of Heaven could not fully trust Ling Yi, but the existence of the Silver Dragon mark prevented it from delivering a fatal blow, resorting instead to banishment. Should there be a next time, the Emperor's voice turned cold. Even with the mark, I shall annihilate your soul to set an example. As the words fell, the shadow of the dragon that had obscured the sky slowly dissipated. The overwhelming pressure that had enveloped the world also receded as if it had never existed. Yet, Ling Yi understood that he had been irrevocably marked by this forest sovereign. Thud. The moment the Emperor of Heaven's oppressive aura vanished completely, Ling Yi's taut will could no longer endure. Darkness enveloped him as he collapsed forward. In his fading vision, he glimpsed Yi Lingling's unconscious profile and the battlefield outside, still strewn with remnants of terrifying energy fluctuations. Time became an enigma as Ling Yi was awakened by a gentle and refreshing wave of soul power. Struggling to open his eyes, he found himself leaning against a cold rock, his wounds enveloped in a faint green light, bringing with it a soothing and tingling sensation. Although the pain remained excruciating, the impending sense of collapse had alleviated somewhat. Yi Lingling sat cross-legged before him, cradling the dimly glowing nine-heart sea lotus in her hands, exerting all her energy to heal him. Her complexion was still pale, clearly indicating her previous exhaustion. You have awakened? Upon seeing him open his eyes, Yi Lingling sighed with relief. Her voice remained cool, yet it held a trace of concern. The beast god has departed. We are, for the time being, safe. Recalling the terror of the Emperor's arrival, a tremor lingered in her eyes. Ling Yi attempted to move. A piercing pain shot through the exposed bone of his right arm, and the cracks in the chaotic soul core still throbbed faintly. The brilliance of the glazed heart protection seal was dim, and the connection with Ning Rongrong was exceedingly weak. Thank you, Ling Yi rasped, looking towards Yi Lingling. Had it not been for her timely treatment with the Nine Hearts begonia, he might have succumbed to a grave injury, falling into unconsciousness or worse. Yi Lingling shook her head, stating that without him, they would have perished beneath the claws of the ferocious beast. This place is not suitable for prolonged stay. Although Tion has departed, the energy fluctuations may attract other formidable soul beasts. Furthermore, she glanced at Ling Yi's gruesome right arm and his weakened state, indicating that he required a safer location for healing, along with a powerful healing-type soul beast essence to mend his arm. Chapter 74, The Abyssal Spider Monarch. Ling Yi's gaze swept over the desiccated corpse of the dark magic evil tiger and the remnants of the emerald swan outside the cave, his expression sharpening. Tion had forbidden him from hunting soul beasts in the core area, yet in his current condition, he was in dire need of sustenance. The restoration of the eternal divine furnace required life essence, and the chaotic divine mill demanded a consolidation of the powers it had absorbed. His eyes, akin to the most precise of hunters, swiftly zeroed in on a seemingly ordinary patch of black humus at the cave's edge, overturned by the remnants of battle. The enhanced perception granted by the chaotic divine mill, particularly after absorbing the dark magic evil tiger's soul ring, distinctly detected an exceedingly subtle life fluctuation beneath that soil, emanating a chilling and viscous aura, akin to a lurking venomous serpent, poised to strike. This aura was imbued with potent toxins, resilient life force, and spatial attributes. Its age was no less than 70,000 years. You are correct. Replenishment is necessary, Ling Yi remarked, a faint, cold, and fragile smile gracing his lips, as a chaotic gray glimmer flickered in his silver-gray right eye. Moreover, a guest can no longer contain their impatience and is arriving at our doorstep. Yi Lingling followed his gaze, initially oblivious, but when Ling Ye's eyes, filled with the intent of chaotic devouring, locked onto the target, the patch of black humus began to writhe violently. With a spine-chilling hiss, the earth erupted. A colossal creature, its entire form cloaked in dark purple exoskeleton. A grotesque amalgamation of scorpion and spider burst forth from the ground. It bore 8 glimmering compound eyes and a pair of massive pincers that exuded a metallic sheen. Most bizarrely, its tail, reminiscent of a venomous scorpion, culminated not in barbs but in a swirling, pitch-black void that radiated spatial distortion. The abyssal spider monarch. And it was a rare spatial attribute variant, its age astonishingly reaching 75,000 years. It had evidently been drawn by the energy fluctuations and the scent of blood from the previous battle, lying in wait for the opportune moment to strike its prey at their weakest. Now sensing Ling Ye's feeble, yet tantalizingly chaotic essence, a delectable blend of life and evil, it could no longer restrain its hunger. Be careful, Yi Lingling exclaimed in alarm, as the 9 hearts begonia radiated with brilliance, conjuring an emerald barrier that swiftly shielded Ling Yi. The pincers of the abyssal spider monarch, accompanied by a piercing shriek that rent the air, crashed violently against the barrier. Bang! The barrier trembled violently, and Yi Lingling's complexion paled. The power of this demon spider far surpassed that of an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast. Yet, there was no hint of panic in Ling Ye's eyes. Rather, a glimmer of cold calculation crossed his face. He was not in a position to confront it head-on. But he did not require a direct confrontation. As the pincers of the abyssal spider king were thwarted by a barrier of light, the spatial aperture at its rear began to whirl and accelerate, poised to unleash a deadly spatial piercing. Ling Yi, enduring the excruciating pain of his soul core and the tearing sensation of his spirit, channeled the remnants of his soul strength into the chaos divine mill with fervor. He refrained from launching an attack. Instead, he amalgamated the formidable devouring power derived from the dark demon evil god's tiger soul ring with his own chaotic soul energy and a hint of the corrupting malice emanating from the Rakshasa curse. This fusion birthed an intangible vortex of consumption that unerringly targeted the very essence of the soul, enveloping the head of the abyssal spider king in an instant. The divine mill, soul devourer. This was not a physical assault, but rather a coercive pull at the mental and primordial level. A harrowing shriek erupted from the abyssal spider king, a sound rife with agony. It felt as if its soul and the essence of its power were ensnared by an invisible, serrated grinding wheel, ruthlessly tearing at it. The excruciating pain and terror, rooted in the instinct for survival, overwhelmed its consciousness in an instant. The spatial piercing that had coalesced at its tail dissipated in an instant. Confusion and suffering filled its myriad compound eyes. Its resilient carapace, sharp pincers, and peculiar spatial abilities were rendered utterly futile in the face of Ling Yi's soul-targeting ambush. This was precisely the target Ling Yi had chosen, for the abyssal spider king's mental fortitude was relatively feeble, and the newly acquired abilities of the chaos divine mill were its bane. Now was the moment. Ling Yi uttered a low cry, his voice laden with suppressed anguish. Maintaining this devouring pull inflicted a tremendous burden upon him. Yi Lingling grasped the situation instantaneously. The radiance of the 9 heart begonias surged forth, not as an attack, but transforming into countless slender, resilient emerald tendrils imbued with potent paralysis and neurotoxin. The healing power of the 9 heart begonia could also be transmuted into life toxins, entwining around the rigid form of the abyssal spider king, now rendered stiff by pain. The tendrils accurately coiled around its joints and the periphery of its compound eyes. The abyssal spider king thrashed wildly, its pincers flailing to shred the tendrils. Yet, Yi Lingling's vines were relentless, continuously wrapping around and significantly constraining its movements. More critically, the neurotoxin adhered to the vines, seeped through the cracks in its carapace, infiltrating its body. Ling Yi's gaze sharpened, mustering the last vestiges of his soul power. The devouring force of the chaos divine mill surged with newfound intensity. Simultaneously, he connected with the eternal divine furnace. The emerald swan soul ring on the furnace's wall blazed to life. Divine furnace, life siphon. A tremendous force of life extraction surged through the soul channel created by the chaos divine mill, striking the essence of the abyssal spider king with ferocity. Its immense vitality poured forth like a breached dam, forcibly drawn away and continuously channeled into the eternal divine furnace through the invisible conduit. The abyssal spider king's struggles visibly waned. Its carapace lost its luster, and its compound eyes dimmed. It had become the sustenance for the restoration of the eternal divine furnace. Meanwhile, the chaos divine mill relentlessly ground against its resisting spirit, preventing it from concentrating enough to activate its spatial abilities for escape. In a delicate balance of ebb and flow, Ling Yi's pallid visage regained a hint of color, nourished by the pure life energy being replenished by the eternal divine furnace. The dark purple fissures upon the furnace wall, nourished by the essence of the 75,000-year-old abyssal spider emperor, have once again faded slightly. The restoration level has painstakingly risen to 18. The massive form of the abyssal spider emperor crashed to the ground, utterly devoid of life. A profound black soul ring, radiating a dark purple halo and emanating spatial fluctuations, slowly coalesced above its carcass. 75,000 years. Spatial attribute. Moreover, it harbors potent toxins. This is precisely what Ling Yi desperately requires. His silver-gray spatial essence soul ring, once belonging to his left arm, had suffered significant depletion during previous battles, necessitating a more formidable spatial capability to stabilize the void wings, particularly the disintegrated left wing, and to confront impending crises. This soul ring's attributes aligned perfectly. Without hesitation, Ling Yi settled into a meditative posture, the ethereal shadow of the chaotic divine mill manifesting behind him. He needed this soul ring to solidify his realm, restore his spatial essence, and even attempt to mend the disintegrated left wing. "Guard me," Ling Yi uttered to Yi Lingling, then closed his eyes, guiding the profound dark purple soul ring downward with his mental prowess. Yi Lingling beheld Ling Yi's serene, yet pallid profile. Glancing again at the immense carcass of the abyssal spider emperor, a flicker of complex emotion shimmering in her cool gaze. The man's methods were ruthless, precise, and utterly astonishing. She inhaled deeply, the brilliance of the nine-heart sea tang flowing around her as she vigilantly scanned the surroundings of the dark forest. Once more stirred by the tumult of battle, the absorption of the new soul ring commenced at the perilous edge of the Stardow Forest. Chapter 75. Qian Renshue, the dark purple soul ring of the abyssal spider emperor, imbued with intense spatial fluctuations and a chilling aura of poison, descended like a formidable mountain. Ling Yi inhaled deeply, the ethereal shadow of the chaotic divine mill slowly revolving behind him, the gray light swirling as it prepared for consumption. The absorption process was far less ferocious and perilous than with the dual soul rings previously encountered, yet it remained equally harrowing. The instant the power of the soul ring surged into him, the dormant silver-gray spatial essence soul ring upon his left arm, originally the left arm bone soul ring, suddenly ignited. Two sources of spatial power resonated intensely, creating a tempest within his fragile meridians. Countless minuscule spatial fissures formed and extinguished within his body, inflicting excruciating pain akin to 1,000 cuts. Were it not for the gentle green light emitted by the eternal divine furnace's life soul ring, which continuously safeguarded his meridians, he might have been torn apart from within by this chaotic spatial turbulence. The 75,000-year-old poison of the abyssal spider emperor was exceedingly domineering, and as the energy from the soul ring surged violently, it sought to corrode his flesh and soul power. The core rune of the chaotic divine mill radiated a brilliant gray light, activating its grinding force. The rampant toxins were forcibly drawn into the millstone, crushed and decomposed. A portion of the pure essence of poison was absorbed by the millstone, becoming part of dark gray patterns, while the destructive impurities were ensnared by chaotic power and directed towards the exposed wound on his right arm. The toxic substance and the residual annihilation power clashed violently, bringing unimaginable agony, yet simultaneously purifying the wound further, preventing its deterioration. A torrent of soul power surged into the core of chaos. The fissures on the soul core, which had expanded under the oppressive force of the emperor, began to heal slowly, nurtured by pure soul power and suppressed by the chaotic divine mill. The resonance of the spatial wings, the unique spatial attribute inherent within the soul rings, surged forth like a gentle rain, gravitating towards the collapsing chaotic void wing framework behind Ling Yi. Particularly, the left wing, with a disintegration degree soaring to 92, saw its ephemeral and soon-to-be dissipated wing structures greedily absorb this source of spatial power, halting the disintegration process forcefully. Although the wing structures remained insubstantial and fragile, they at least stabilized temporarily, ceasing to deteriorate. A faint yet pure essence of spatial power began to coalesce at the core of the left wing framework. With a hum, as the dark purple soul ring fully integrated into the chaotic divine mill, floating above the shadowy disk, Ling Yi abruptly opened his eyes. Within the depths of his left pupil, a silvery gray luminescence of spatial energy flowed continuously, now even more refined and profound than before. With a mere flicker of thought, the space around him rippled like water, enhancing his perception and control over spatial dynamics significantly. New soul skills awakened. Chaotic divine mill space folding, distorting the nearby space to achieve short-distance instantaneous movement, akin to teleportation, albeit at a greater cost and shorter range, or creating spatial barriers to deflect attacks. This is a chaotic application of the Abyssal Demon Spider King's spatial piercing ability. Chaotic Divine Mill Erosion Toxic Fog, releasing a cloud of grayish-purple toxic mist imbued with spatial cutting power and chaotic venom, corroding soul power, eroding space, and ensnaring foes invisibly. This is an amalgamation of the Abyssal Demon Spider King's toxins and spatial essence. It has manifested. Ling Yi felt the torrent of soul power and the considerably stabilized spatial essence within him, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. The agony in his right arm persisted, yet the taint on the wound had been eradicated, and under the continuous nourishment of the eternal divine furnace's life-soul ring, the healing process seemed to accelerate slightly. The Rakshasa curse still lingered at his heart's pulse, but it was firmly suppressed by a triad of forces: chaotic soul power, life-soul ring, and the glazed heart seal. He glanced at Yi Lingling, who was safeguarding him. The girl's face remained pale, yet her gaze was resolute. The radiance of the nine-heart, Tang cautiously scanning their surroundings. "Thank you." Ling Yi expressed his gratitude once more, his voice significantly stronger than before. Yi Lingling nodded slightly, her gaze falling upon Ling Yi's still alarming right arm. "Your arm. Ordinary methods may be insufficient for restoration. It requires an extraordinarily powerful life essence or rare treasures capable of reshaping the body." She paused, her cool tone laced with a hint of inquiry. "What do you intend to do next?" Ling Yi's gaze drifted beyond the forest, his silver-gray pupils as profound as an abyss. The Emperor's expulsion decree echoed in his ears. The Stardow area had become a forbidden zone. The Rakshasa curse pricked at his back like a thorn, and the road to restoration through the chaotic divine mill and the eternal divine furnace stretched long ahead. Ning Rongrong, Dugabo, Hulaina, and the pursuit from the spirit hall presented numerous entanglements and perils awaiting him. "Leave Stardow," Ling Yi's voice was low and resolute. "To a place where troubles can be resolved." He had already determined his direction, the extreme north. In that desolate place, where the frigid power may well suppress the malevolent curse of the Rakshasa, and where formidable ice attributes soul beasts abound to replenish the eternal divine furnace. It remains a seldom trodden path, ideal for concealing one's movements and regaining strength. Just as the two prepared to embark, a cacophony of unsettling sounds, rustling, hissing, emanated from all directions, sending shivers down their spines. A dense darkness, akin to a living entity, surged forth from the depths of the forest, imbued with a chilling, greedy, bloodthirsty aura. Countless minuscule eyes, flickering with a sinister crimson glow, illuminated the obscurity like the stars of the infernal realm. The 10,000-year ghost shadow devil vines. Drawn by the scent of blood wafting from the corpse of the Abyssal Spider Queen and the overwhelming soul force released during the absorption of the soul ring by Ling Yi. These vines, though individually weak, swarmed in a relentless tide, unafraid of death, excelling in entanglement, blood-sucking, and releasing hallucinogenic mists. They surged like a black tide, swiftly inundating the cave entrance and rushing towards Ling Yi and Yi Lingling with fervor. "This is bad." Yi Lingling's expression shifted dramatically as the nine-heart begonia radiated brilliance, its verdant barrier expanding instantaneously, incinerating the first wave of approaching devil vines to ashes. Yet, the sheer number of vines was overwhelming. They came in waves, and the barrier quaked violently, emitting a groan under the immense strain. Ling Yi's gaze turned icy, having just stabilized his realm. He was eager to test his skills against these creatures. He refrained from utilizing his newly acquired spatial abilities and instead communicated with the chaos divine mill through his mind. The phantom of the mill, having just absorbed the soul ring of the Abyssal Spider Queen, suddenly expanded, its gray-black patterns glowing. As an invisible and overwhelmingly powerful devouring domain erupted around him, the soul-devouring vortex of the divine mill. A fusion of the devouring ability derived from the dark demon evil god Tiger's soul ring and the essence of the chaos divine mill. Buzz. The ghostly devil vines that ventured into the domain collided with an invisible, serrated maw. Their life essence, soul power, and even their very spirit were forcibly stripped away, torn asunder, transforming into wisps of gray-black gas that surged madly into the chaos divine mill. The foremost devil vines instantly withered, turning to ash. Wherever the domain passed, the tide of vines was mercilessly ground, reduced to mere powder. Yi Lingling felt an immediate alleviation of pressure as she stared in astonishment at Ling Yi. This devouring domain was not only domineering and efficient, but it also emanated a chilling aura of annihilation. However, the number of vines was simply too vast, seemingly inexhaustible. Though the domain was powerful, its sustained operation placed a tremendous burden on Ling Yi's newly stabilized soul core. He furrowed his brow, preparing to attempt his newfound spatial folding ability to help Yi Lingling break through when, suddenly, a scorching pillar of gold-red flames, imbued with a sacred purifying essence, descended like a divine sword of retribution, cleaving through the thick darkness and toxic mists above the forest, striking fiercely at the most concentrated area of the vine onslaught. Boom! The golden flames, akin to the sun melting snow, instantaneously vaporized thousands of ghostly devil vines. The divine aura embedded within the flames incited the remaining vines to emit terrified shrieks, retreating in a frenzied tide back into the depths of the forest. Amidst the smoke and flames, a tall, imposing figure descended slowly. He donned an immaculate white outfit, intricately embroidered with golden solar patterns. His handsome and resolute visage was framed by a mane of golden hair that resembled flickering flames. Most striking was the golden longsword he wielded, its blade flowing with sacred fire, emanating an overwhelming heat and majesty. Qianrenxue. At this moment, she should be in a state of disguise. Yet the aura of her martial soul could not be entirely concealed. Her gaze swept over the disheveled cavern, the remnants of the abyssal spider monarch and the emerald swan, as well as Ling Yi, whose aura was slightly unstable after retracting the devouring domain. Ultimately, her attention settled on Yi Lingling, her golden-red pupils flickering with a subtle hint of inquiry and gravity. There had been frequent disturbances deep within the Stardow forest, with energy fluctuations of an unusual nature. By the decree of the Elder Hall, he had come to investigate. His voice rang clear and authoritative, finally locking onto Ling Yi with an air of scrutiny and a hint of condescension, as if to say, "You are the one stirring the storm." The holy son of the Spirit Hall, Ling Yi? Chapter 76, Stirring the Storm. Qianrenshue's golden eyes, akin to two blazing suns, were fixed upon Ling Yi, exuding both scrutiny and pressure. The long sword, pulsating with sacred flames, was slightly raised, causing the air to warp from the intense heat. Yi Lingling instinctively took a half-step back, the radiance of her nine-heart sea flower appearing especially dim in the face of the other's pure and fervent divine pressure. She recognized this attire, belonging to the Elder Hall of the Spirit Hall, a position of unparalleled authority. Ling Yi's silver-gray pupils abruptly constricted. Qianrenxue, how could she be here? The decree from the Elder Hall? Was it concerning the anomalies in the core area of the Stardow, or was it aimed at him, the missing holy son? Or perhaps both? The chaotic soul core within him groaned under the oppressive weight of her vast and pristine divine soul power, the recently stabilized cracks within him throbbing painfully. Stirring the storm? Ling Yi forcibly suppressed the tumultuous blood within him, his voice hoarse yet laced with sardonic coldness as his gaze swept over the remains of the abyssal spider monarch and the emerald swan. Mere struggles for survival beneath the claws of ferocious beasts, scavenging for leftovers. What? Does the Elder Hall even need to intervene in this? He deliberately downplayed his identity as the Holy Son, lowering his stance to probe the true intentions of the other. The exposed bones of his right arm appeared particularly grotesque under the illumination of the golden flames. Qianrenshue's gaze lingered for a moment on Ling Yi's grievous injuries and on Yi Lingling, a fleeting flicker of something unusual flashing through her golden pupils. Ling Yi's condition was even worse than she had anticipated. The bizarre chaotic aura, the jumbled energy fluctuations, and the sinister curse coiling around his heart meridian all sent a chill through her. And Yi Lingling, the nine-heart sea flower, a member of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, struggling for survival? Qianrenshue's voice was frigid, imbued with an undeniable authority, capable of invoking the might of the beast god, leading to the successive downfall of the top-tier soul beasts, the emerald swan, the dark demon, evil god tiger, and the abyssal spider monarch. This was no ordinary struggle. She took a step forward, the searing divine aura pressing upon them like a tangible wall. Your secrets, Holy Son, and the anomalies in the Stardow require an explanation. Accompany me back to the Elder Hall for a report. Return to the Elder Hall. Ling's heart tightened. In that domain of the thousand paths, upon his return, the peculiar injuries he bore, the anomalies of his dual martial souls, particularly the Rakshasa curse and the Silver Dragon King's mark, could not possibly be concealed. What awaited him would not be healing, but rather a thorough examination, control, and potentially becoming a test subject. Moreover, with the whereabouts of Ning Rongrong and Douluo Bo remaining uncertain, and Hu Lai's ambiguous stance, he could not afford to lose his freedom at this moment. A cold smirk graced Ling Yi's lips, as the ethereal shadow of the chaotic divine mill flickered behind him, gray light swirling, silently resisting the divine pressure. If I were to say that the curse of the Rakshasa god has attracted ferocious beasts, would you believe me? He revealed part of the truth, both as a probe and a deterrent. His thoughts raced, and he expanded his spatial perception to seek an opportunity for escape. The mention of the Rakshasa god caused Qianrenshue's golden pupils to narrow sharply, her grip on the sword hilt tightening ever so slightly. As the inheritor of the angel god, she was acutely aware of the malevolent aura associated with the Rakshasa god. The cold, tainted, and malicious curse power emanating from Ling Yi's heart revealed, under the stimulation of divine essence, a wave of repulsive energy that unmistakably belonged to a deity. This confirmed that Ling Yi's words were not unfounded. However, it heightened her vigilance. Those cursed by the Rakshasa god were inherently sources of great calamity. At the very moment Qianrenshue's heart wavered upon hearing the name of the Rakshasa god, Ling Yi suddenly shouted, "Go!" He swiftly grasped Yi Lingling's wrist with his left hand. Buzz! With the chaotic divine mill activated, the newly acquired dark purple abyssal spider emperor soul ring blazed to life. The power of space surged violently. The chaotic divine mill folded space. The objective was not to attack, but to execute an extreme distance group teleport with Yi Lingling. Their figures blurred and distorted like reflections in water. Qian Rinxue reacted swiftly, golden light bursting in her eyes. Not a chance. Angel imprisoned. She sliced the air with her golden longsword. A massive golden cross, forged from pure divine flames, materialized out of nowhere, bearing the laws of purification and the power to bind all evil, forcefully descending upon the spatial node from which Ling Yi and Yi Lingling were about to vanish. Boom. The divine flames clashed violently with the distorted spatial power. The process of space folding was forcibly disrupted. Uft. Ling Yi was struck hard, coughing up a mouthful of blood. His soul core violently shaken, and the spatial soul skill rebounded. He and Yi Lingling were violently expelled from the void, stumbling into a scorched earth several dozen meters away, an area previously ravaged by Douluo Bo's toxic clouds, falling short of their intended destination, and Ling Ye's injuries instantly worsened. Unyielding. The chill in Qian Rinxue's gaze intensified. How dare Ling Yi resist, especially with a member of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school in tow? She no longer held back, raising her golden longsword high, as 6 burning golden wings materialized faintly behind her, the embryonic form of her martial soul. And a vast surge of divine soul power gathered like a tsunami. Angel judgment, a beam of golden holy light, distilled to its essence and capable of purifying all worldly filth, tore through the air like a spear of divine retribution, aimed directly at Ling Ye's heart. The objective transcends mere capture. It is to profoundly devastate its very essence, thereby dismantling its capacity for resistance. A sense of impending doom instantly seized Ling Yi. The force of this strike far surpassed that of the Soul Emperor level. To withstand it would be tantamount to certain death. Chaos, the divine millstone. Ling Yi roared. As the illusory form of the chaos divine millstone expanded to its utmost limit, the gray-black realm of devouring energy unfurling wildly, attempting to weaken and consume that judgmental holy light. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sacred golden light clashed violently with the chaotic gray radiance, leading to annihilation. The chaos realm, akin to fabric corroded by a potent acid, rapidly thinned. Although the golden light was diminished, its momentum remained unrelenting, still piercing forth with a terrifying purifying force. A fierce glint flashed in Ling Ye's eyes. The silver-gray luminescence of his right eye and the verdant glow of life from his left eye shone to their fullest intensity. He advanced rather than retreated. The eternal divine furnace's life barrier. The emerald swan's soul ring gleamed, as a solid, vibrant green light shield coalesced before him in an instant. The chaos divine millstone unleashed the void poisonous mist. The dark purple spirit ring of the abyssal spider queen illuminated, releasing a dense gray-purple mist, imbued with spatial cutting and chaotic toxins, surging forth to meet the judgmental golden light. Boom. Crack. The life barrier merely stalled the golden light for an instant before shattering with a thunderous crash. Yet, in that fleeting moment, it granted the void poisonous mist the opportunity to take effect. The toxic mist, suffused with spatial cutting power, surged forth like a viscous swamp, voraciously eroding and depleting the energy of the judgmental holy light, with gray-purple toxins even attempting to rebound along the golden light. The golden light pierced through the toxic mist. Its might diminished, yet it still struck fiercely against Ling Ye's crossed arms guarding his chest. Bang! Ling Yi was propelled backward as though struck by a high-speed soul guidance train, his body hurtling like a cannonball while blood gushed from his mouth. The sound of bones fracturing echoed painfully through his arms, the chaotic soul power armor enveloping them shattered in an instant. The life-green light of the eternal divine furnace flickered frantically, desperately mending his injuries, yet it was but a drop in the bucket. The Rakshasa curse emitted a sharp screech under the impact of the sacred force, its purple-black patterns writhing maniacally. Chapter 77. A glimmer of hope in desperation. Ling Yi. Yi Lingling exclaimed in alarm, wanting to rush forward. Do not approach. Ling Yi forcefully steadied himself mid-air, kneeling upon landing, and coughed up another mouthful of blood. He lifted his head, his silver-gray right eye fixated intently upon the advancing Qian Rinxue, devoid of fear, only burning madness and resolve. Qian Rinxue furrowed her brow slightly. She had not anticipated that Ling Yi could withstand her strike of judgmental light despite such severe injuries. The bizarre synergy of the chaotic martial soul and life martial soul, bolstered by Yi Lingling, indeed posed a challenge. What concerned her further was the incredibly resilient will to survive emanating from within him, along with the latent spatial fluctuations. Surrender your resistance, Holy Son. Qian Rinxue's voice was frigid, as her golden longsword once again pointed at Ling Yi. Your struggle will only bring forth more suffering. The Elder Hall possesses the means to purge the curse from your body. This statement was half-truth. While purging the curse might be feasible, the cost was beyond what Ling Yi could bear. Purge. Ling Yi coughed blood, revealing a blood-stained smirk, and become a puppet for your experiments? Or perhaps a sacrifice to the angelic god? His mind raced as he surveyed the lingering remnants of the phosphorescent poison clouds that still permeated the area. A legacy left by the infamous Douluo. He sensed the bone-chilling gale that swept from the far north, and in that moment, a perilous scheme took shape in his mind. He craved chaos, a tumultuous environment beyond the complete control of Qian Rengshu. It was a dream. With a fierce roar, Ling Yi slammed his left hand against the ground. This time, he was not communing with the chaos divine mill, but rather with the eternal divine furnace. The life force of the eternal divine furnace surged forth. A violent and uncontrollable wave of life energy erupted from the center of his palm. The target was not Qian Rengshu, but the toxic phosphor dust and crystallized poison that lingered upon the ground. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if a powder keg had been ignited. The toxic dust and crystals, infused with Douluo's lethal poison, were instantly triggered and detonated by the frenzied life energy. Dark green flames shot skyward, mingling with deadly mists and corrosive liquids, sweeping outward like a raging tempest in all directions. The vast expanse of this chaos enveloped Qian Rengshu, Yi Lingling, and Ling Yi himself. Madman! Qian Rengshu's golden eyes narrowed as she bellowed in fury. Though she was unafraid of the toxins, the sacred flames protecting her required soul power, and her vision and perception were severely hindered by the noxious fog. Yi Lingling, too, turned pale as she activated the Nine Hearts CPNE to its fullest extent, enveloping herself in a verdant shield to fend off the insidious poison. Amidst the maelstrom of toxic flames and fumes, Ling Yi bore the excruciating backlash from the explosive life energy, feeling the repair level of the eternal divine furnace plummet from 18 to 16. The Chaos Divine Mill's spatial soul ring lit up once more. This time, his focus was locked on the far north. He pushed the limits of spatial folding to its breaking point. He drained the last vestiges of spatial soul power from his soul core, even daring to draw upon the barely stabilized spatial essence of his left wing. A silver-gray luminescence enveloped both himself and the nearby Yi Lingling. "Grab me!" Ling Yi shouted to Yi Lingling, who was struggling to endure the toxic fog. Without hesitation, she unleashed her verdant vines, wrapping them around Ling Yi's waist. Their figures became indistinct and distorted amidst the dark green flames and thick mist. "Where do you think you're going?" Qian Rengshu's furious roar pierced through the fog. As a brilliant golden holy light, seemingly intent on purifying the very heavens, tore through the poison, sweeping toward them. But it was a moment too late. With a ripping sound, the space was forcibly torn apart. Just before the golden holy light made contact, Ling Yi and Yi Lingling's forms vanished entirely from sight, leaving behind only a rapidly closing spatial fissure and a significant expanse of evaporated poison mist. Emerging from the dissipating fog, Qian Rengshu's figure glowed with an ethereal radiance, her golden hair billowing without wind, as the sacred flames burned quietly upon her skin, incinerating the residual toxins. She gazed at the spot where Ling Yi had disappeared, then glanced towards the north, where the remnants of spatial fluctuations pointed. In her golden-red pupils burned a cold fury, mingled with a sense of being toyed with, and an indescribable weight of gravity. Spatial abilities, dual martial souls, the curse of the Rakshasa, the breath of the silver dragon. She murmured softly, each word heavy with significance. "Ling Yi, what manner of monster are you?" The golden longsword in her hand gradually dissipated, her gaze directed towards the distant north, the bitterly cold extreme north. To flee to a place of despair, so be it. A flash of golden light flickered in Qianren Shui's eyes. "The frigid winds of the north would tend to your injuries. Once I have resolved the anomalies of the Star Dough, I shall summon His Holiness the Saint back to the palace." She lingered no longer. Behind her, the ethereal wings shimmered momentarily, transforming into a streak of golden light, darting towards the heart of the Star Dough, where the energy exploded most violently. Confirming the source of the Star Dough's mutation was of greater importance to the Spirit Hall than pursuing the heavily injured Ling Yi. The biting cold wind sliced like a steel blade, whipping hard ice shards against her face. The air was thin and frigid. Each breath felt as though it would freeze her lungs. Thud! Thud! Two figures tumbled clumsily from a distorted rift in space, crashing heavily onto the frozen ground. Cough! Cough! Spit! Ling Yi expelled another mouthful of blood onto the snow, which instantaneously froze into dark red crystals. He curled his body, trembling violently, forcing the expenditure of spatial soul power, igniting life energy, enduring the angelic judgment, compounded by the backlash of spatial traversal. All his injuries erupted at that moment. The chaotic soul core dimmed, fissures sprawling across its surface, as if it might shatter once more at any moment. His right arm, a skeletal site, bore wounds turned purple from frostbite. The Rakshasa curse, under the onslaught of divine power and the extreme cold, surged like a waking viper, frantically battering against its suppression. His soul power was utterly depleted, unable to even sustain the manifestation of his martial soul. Ling Yi, Yi Lingling struggled to rise. Disregarding her own pain from the spatial turbulence and her numbed, frozen body, she lunged to Ling Yi's side. The light of the nine-heart, Si Tang rose, yet appeared exceedingly feeble. The elemental energy of this realm was thin and saturated with icy attributes, severely stifling her healing martial soul. She could only barely release a warm life energy, safeguarding Ling Yi's heart veins, delaying the loss of his body temperature. Ling Yi's consciousness ebbed and flowed amidst excruciating pain and frigid cold. He sensed his body growing rigid, his blood threatening to congeal. The chaotic divine mill and the eternal divine furnace lay utterly silent, akin to two cold, unyielding stones. Only the small, glazed heart-protecting seal at his chest continued to emit a weak, yet persistent warmth, like the last flicker of fireflies in the dark. Cold, so cold, he murmured unconsciously, his teeth chattering. Yi Lingling gazed at his pallid face and the fading essence of life, her clear eyes filled with urgency and helplessness. In this forbidden zone of life, her nine-heart Si Tang's effects were minimal. They must swiftly find shelter from the cold, otherwise, they would both perish here. She painstakingly hoisted the semi-conscious Ling Yi onto her back, his body alarmingly frigid, trudging through the howling winds. Looking up, she saw only boundless gray-white frozen earth and a leaden sky, devoid of any signs of life, surrounded by eternal silence and chill. Time blurred as they walked. Just as Yi Lingling's soul power was on the brink of exhaustion, her legs heavy as lead. Whoosh! A more intense and rhythmic cold wind, interspersed with delicate ice crystals, howled forth from a vast chasm of ice ahead. In the wind, Yi Lingling keenly sensed an exceedingly faint yet incredibly pure pulse of life, alongside an essence of extreme cold that stirred her very soul. This aura seemed to emanate from the depths of the canyon. With renewed determination, as if grasping a lifeline, she clenched her teeth and, bearing the unconscious Ling Yi upon her back, trudged toward the icy chasm where the wind howled. The frigid gusts lifted her long hair and garments, leaving deep imprints in the eternal frozen wasteland, soon to be concealed by fresh snow. Ahead lay an unknown abyss of extreme cold, or perhaps a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Chapter 78, The Ice Emperor. The biting cold wind shrieked and whirled through the profound ice chasm, stirring up a blizzard of crystalline frost, akin to the sigh of death. Yi Lingling, with the unconscious and stiff-bodied Ling Yi upon her back, stepped carefully upon the mirror-like ancient ice, producing a disquieting crackle with each step. Her spiritual energy was nearly depleted. The light of the nine-heart begonia flickering faintly like a candle in the wind, barely sustaining their heartbeats from freezing completely. Deep within the canyon, that pure and formidable essence of extreme cold drew her in like a magnet, instilling a bone-deep terror within her. The source of that essence was surely no benevolent being. At last, they reached the end of the canyon. Before them lay a breathtaking yet suffocating sight, a colossal ice cavern. Countless massive icicles, shimmering with an eerie blue luminescence, hung from the ceiling like the fangs of a great beast. The cavern walls were encrusted with a thick layer of ancient ice, radiating a spectrum of colors. At the bottom lay an unfathomably deep azure cold pool, its waters thick as mercury, exuding a terrifying chill that threatened to freeze one's very soul. Suspended above this icy pool, at the heart of the cavern, was a massive block of crystal-clear ice, resembling the purest sapphire, hewn from the depths of the earth. Within this ice lay an existence that dazzled the senses. It measured over 5 meters in length, its form enveloped in a shell of diamond-like ice crystals, naturally inscribed with profound runes of cold, glowing with a blue light that could freeze all living things. Its enormous claws, carved from the purest sapphire, emanated a sharpness capable of rending space itself. Behind it, a long tail, adorned with layers of exquisite ice crystals, curled gracefully, the tip gleaming with a deadly luminescence. Most disquieting was its head, beneath 2 elongated antennae resembling a crown of ice crystals. 2 enormous, ice-blue compound eyes slowly opened. Within those eyes, there were no pupils. Only an endless expanse of frozen time and space. Cold, proud, and disdainful of all life. It seemed as though the very essence of the extreme north's chill and majesty coalesced within those eyes. The Ice Emperor Scorpion. One of the 3 great kings of the far north, a terrifying existence with a cultivation nearing 400,000 years. The Ice Emperor. Its gaze was like 2 tangible rays of extreme cold, instantly locking onto the unwelcome intruder in its forbidden domain. As its perception swept through the chaotic yet intriguingly chaotic essence within Ling Yi's body, and upon encountering the tenaciously entrenched Rakshasa curse at the heart's core, the icy blue light within its compound eyes trembled violently. How audacious of this diminutive human to tread upon the slumbering realm of this emperor. The voice of the Ice Emperor reverberated within Yi Lingling and the unconscious Ling Yi's spiritual sea, akin to the grinding of ancient ice, chilling to the bone. Imbued with an undeniable authority and a trace of disturbed ire. Furthermore, this abhorrent taint of a curse, your very existence defiles this pristine realm of cold. The terrifying pressure descended like a collapsing glacier with a thunderous roar. Yi Lingling let out a muffled groan, unable to withstand the force any longer. Collapsing to the ground while clutching Ling Yi, The radiance of the nine-heart begonia was utterly extinguished, a trickle of crimson blood oozing from her lips, instantly crystallizing into ice. She felt as though her very soul was on the verge of freezing and shattering, under the torment of excruciating pain and frigid stimuli. Ling Yi's consciousness tenuously regained a sliver of clarity. He felt as if he were entombed beneath an abyss of ice, his body rendered motionless, with only the chaotic soul core lamenting in the throes of impending disintegration under the dual torment of the Emperor's and Ice Emperor's pressure. The Rakshasa curse, awakened by the numbing cold, surged like a venomous serpent, relentlessly striking against its suppression. Was this the end? Escaping the jaws of a tiger only to plunge into a scorpion's den? A chill enveloped Ling Yi's heart. In his current state, he was no more than an insignificant insect before the Ice Emperor. Yet, amidst this abyss of despair, deep within his spiritual sea, the ice-blue million-year spirit soul ring, stimulated by the Ice Emperor's pure and vast essence of ultimate cold, awakened abruptly like a slumbering star. Buzz. This was no longer the tumultuous surge of spiritual frenzy, but a gentler, more expansive wave of spiritual resonance, as if encompassing boundless wisdom and the sediment of ages. The ice-blue light rippled through Ling Yi's spiritual sea like water, instantly alleviating some of the agonizing pain of his soul core, even temporarily severing the terrifying pressure from the Ice Emperor. Simultaneously, a languid, cunning, yet wise mental presence arose, akin to whispers between old friends, resonating in the depths of Ling Yi's consciousness. TSK, 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 the Ice Girl remains as fierce as ever, even after hundreds of thousands of years, unchanged in the slightest. Kid, don't panic, I'm awake. Watch me persuade her. The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm, a million-year spirit-type soul beast, the origin of my wisdom soul ring. The Ice Emperor's enormous ice-blue compound eyes suddenly sharpened. It distinctly sensed the eruption of that vast, pure, and even somewhat familiar spiritual wave within Ling Yi's spiritual sea. This wave, it belonged to that worthless bug that only knew how to sleep. How could it be within this human, and transformed into a soul ring? Heavenly dream. For the first time, the Ice Emperor's spiritual fluctuations exhibited a violent, incredulous tremor. Its massive pincers swung unconsciously, stirring a chilling wind. How could you still be alive, and become this human's soul ring? This is impossible. The spirit of the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm resonated with a triumphant tone, echoing simultaneously in the spiritual realms of Ling Yi and the Ice Emperor. Hee, Ice Girl. Long time no see. Have you missed me? Not only does he exist, but he thrives far better than you. He has now become a million-year soul beast. Although transformed into a soul ring, his spirit endures eternally. Following this promising saint, indulging in delights, is infinitely preferable to counting stars in an icy abyss. The Ice Emperor's aura instantly transformed into one of danger and fury. A million years. With a worthless being like you. And this half-alive, cursed human. Tianming. Not only have you fallen, but you have also gone mad. Its mental intent surged forth like an ice storm, imbued with the rage of humiliation. Calm down. Let me finish speaking. The spirit of the Tianming Ice Silkworm deftly guided Ling Yi's remaining consciousness, intertwining its vast mental power with the chaotic will that evolved all things within Ling Yi's chaotic soul core. In Ling Yi's sea of consciousness, it simulated a grand yet indistinct tapestry, brimming with endless possibilities, the primordial chaos unfolding, evolving all things, even brushing against the rules of the divine realm. Ice Girl. Look at him. The Tianming Ice Silkworm's voice resonated with unprecedented seriousness and allure. Behold the power within him. Chaos. The essence that evolves all things. Observe the curse upon his heart. That is the mark of the Rakshasa god. And now look at me. A million years of spiritual essence. What does our union signify? The Ice Emperor's furious aura abruptly faltered. Its icy blue compound eyes fixated intently upon the chaotic evolution depicted in the sea of consciousness. Then turned to the bizarre soul core within Ling Yi, on the verge of shattering yet tenaciously fused with chaos, life, evil, space, and curse, alongside that vast million-year spiritual essence. An absurd yet intensely stirring thought surged uncontrollably from the depths of its soul. You mean? The Ice Emperor's mental intent quivered imperceptibly. Indeed, the Tianming Ice Silkworm's voice was resolute and compelling, brimming with persuasion. His chaotic martial soul harbors the potential to evolve all things and shatter shackles. My million-year spirit is the key to wisdom. And you, Ice Emperor, what do you lack? Time. The hope to transcend the limit of 400,000 years. The opportunity to ascend to divinity. Follow him. Become his wisdom soul ring. Together, with my spiritual essence, your ultimate ice essence, and his chaotic evolutionary power, we can aid him in breaking the curse, restoring the martial soul, and even touching the legendary barriers of the divine realm. At that moment, my spirit shall be immortal, and your ice soul eternal. We can free ourselves from the shackles of this mundane world. Is this not 1,000 times better than waiting in solitude for the inevitable end to reduce you to ashes? The Ice Emperor fell silent. The entire icy cavern was enveloped in a profound stillness, save for the lamenting cold winds. Its colossal form trembled slightly. Its icy blue compound eyes fixated on the unconscious Ling Yi, whose brow remained furrowed, breath faint yet infused with an indomitable chaotic will. It also gazed upon the boundless million-year spiritual essence. The limit of 400,000 years loomed like a sword suspended overhead. After cultivating for hundreds of thousands of years and reigning supreme in the far north, it had never been able to truly break through that barrier. Timing's words, like a stone cast into an icy lake, stirred up tremendous waves in the long silent depths of its heart. Although this human now appears pitifully weak, in a state of utter despair, the myriad possibilities converging within him, particularly the chaotic potential of evolution and the spiritual essence of the dream of heaven, which has languished for 1,000,000 years, indeed presents a scenario it has never encountered before, and is his sole hope. Arrogant as it is, it cannot help but acknowledge a stirring within. Yi Lingling, utterly bewildered by the spiritual discourse, observed the Ice Emperor's terrifying aura shift from wrath to silence, its colossal form trembling slightly. Those ice-blue compound eyes fixated intently on Ling Yi, as if appraising an unparalleled treasure, engaged in an incredibly fierce conflict between celestial beings. At that moment, Ling Yi, in agony and cold, unconsciously let out a groan, his body shaking violently as the purple-black patterns of the Rakshasa curse twisted on his chest, like living entities in the chill. Yi Lingling, disregarding everything, once more urged the nine-heart begonia, casting a faint yet pure green light of life over Ling Yi in an attempt to ease his suffering. This fragile light of life was akin to the final pebble cast into the heart lake of the Ice Emperor. The Emperor's massive compound eyes shifted towards Yi Lingling and the nine-heart begonia she held, radiating pure life energy. Then back to the resilient eternal furnace life soul ring, Emerald Swan, within Ling Yi, tirelessly mending his wounds. This human appears to draw forth powers associated with life. Perhaps this is a part of his potential? Human, the Ice Emperor's cold mental voice resonated again, this time tinged with less murderous intent and more scrutiny, alongside a faint glimmer of anticipation. Reveal your name to me. The dream of heaven Ice Silkworm's mental prompt surged within Ling Yi's consciousness. Boy, quick. This is your chance. State your name. Be sincere. Ling Yi, mustering the last remnants of clarity, struggled to lift his head with Yi Lingling's support. His silver-gray right eye meeting the vast ice-blue compound eyes of the Ice Emperor, his voice hoarse yet distinct. Ling Yi. Within the icy cavern, the frigid winds persisted, but the terrifying intent to freeze souls had dissipated. The Ice Emperor's immense form gradually settled upon a vast expanse of dark ice, its claws interlaced, crystalline tail coiled, resembling a queen upon a throne of snow and ice. Its ice-blue compound eyes mirrored the weak yet defiant figure of Ling Yi, as if reflecting the most profound cold starry depths. Ling Yi, the Ice Emperor's mental voice echoed through the icy chamber, imbued with the gravitas of ancient epochs and a hint of burgeoning complexity. Prove to me your worthiness to bear eternity and transcend boundaries. Otherwise, this icy cavern shall become your eternal grave. An invisible mental link was quietly established between the Ice Emperor's vast essence of ultimate ice and the dream of heaven Ice Silkworm's million-year spiritual essence within Ling Yi's mental ocean. A trial concerning the future and life and death commenced in this extreme northern frozen wasteland. Chapter 80, Evolution of Extreme Ice. The Ice Emperor's words fell like crystalline shards, reverberating in the deathly silence of the icy chamber. Proof? Ling Yi mused bitterly within his nearly collapsing state. Yet, deep within the chaotic core of his soul, an indomitable will burned fiercely. The spirit of the celestial dream Ice Silkworm flowed like a gentle warm current, sustaining his last vestiges of consciousness, while simultaneously urging him with fervent intensity on a spiritual level. Hurry, the Ice Maiden has relented. Show your sincerity. Evolve the extreme ice. Let her witness your potential. Evolving the extreme ice? A fleeting glimmer of chaotic gray flickered in Ling Yi's silver-gray pupils. With great difficulty, he raised his remaining left hand, its fingertips trembling from the biting cold. Within him, the chaotic soul core emitted a groan of impending disintegration, its soul power depleted like a parched desert. Yet he possessed something still, the eternal divine furnace. The Emerald Swan soul ring upon its walls, stimulated by the Ice Emperor's vast and frigid essence, was spontaneously glowing with a faint verdant light, resisting the penetrating chill that invaded his very marrow. In a flash of inspiration, Ling Yi abandoned the futile attempt to draw upon his dwindling soul power and instead poured his final mental will, akin to the last drop of oil from a squeezed lamp, entirely into the ice-blue million-year spirit soul ring within his spiritual sea. Celestial Dream, assist me. All right. Watch and learn. The voice of the celestial dream Ice Silkworm resonated with unprecedented exhilaration. The vast sea of spiritual energy surged, transforming from mere sustenance into the most exquisite bridge and amplifier. Buzz. The ice-blue luminescence of spiritual energy erupted suddenly from Ling Yi's brow, This radiance did not attack. Rather, it precisely captured and guided the purest essence of extreme cold that permeated the icy cavern. Simultaneously, this immense spiritual energy acted like the most delicate engraving tool, forcibly imprinting the primal will to evolve all things, originating from the chaotic divine grindstone, onto Ling Yi's spiritual sea. Under the astonished gazes of the Ice Emperor and Yi Lingling, the area where Ling Yi's raised left hand grasped the void began to gather strands of visibly chaotic gray chill from all directions. They transcended mere icy coldness, infused instead with the primordial essence of chaos and the evolution of all things. The gray radiance and ice blue intertwined, spiraling together like the first breath of cold born from chaos. Crack, crack. A faint yet distinct sound of crystallization resonated. Above Ling Yi's palm, in the void, a minuscule gray-blue crystal, pure as the tiniest ice crystal dust, yet imbued with the dual essence of chaos and extreme ice, slowly began to coalesce. This crystal was so small it was nearly negligible, yet at the moment of its birth, the vast essence of extreme cold within the icy cavern seemed to respond, producing a slight, joyous resonance. In the Ice Emperor's immense ice-blue compound eyes, an unprecedented brilliance erupted. This was the thrill of encountering a kindred source, perhaps even a higher level of origin. Chaos, evolution, the seed of extreme ice. The Ice Emperor's mental intent quivered with incredulity. It had lived for nearly 400,000 years, commanding the extreme northern chill, yet had never conceived that the power of ice could be created in such an original and chaotic manner. This was not merely about the strength of power, but rather a possibility touching upon the very essence of rules. It was the most direct proof of the evolution of all things as spoken by celestial dream. With a sudden rush, Ling Yi could no longer sustain himself and violently coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, interspersed with shards of ice. The gray-blue crystal, just formed, shattered in an instant. His body softened, collapsing entirely into Yi Lingling's embrace, his breath dwindling to a mere whisper, the radiance of the chaotic soul core fading completely, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. The forced invocation of the chaotic evolution's essence drained the last vestige of strength upheld by the dream ice silkworm's spiritual power, at the cost of further widening the fissures in the soul core, exacerbating his injuries. Ling Yi, Yi Lingling exclaimed in alarm. The nine-heart begonia erupted with a fervent glow, its emerald healing energy surging into Ling Yi's body, yet it was as futile as a cow entering the sea, barely sustaining his final breath. Her own soul power was on the verge of exhaustion, and in this frigid realm, the efficacy of her healing was significantly diminished. The icy cavern fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by Ling Yi's faint breaths and Yi Lingling's anxious calls. The Ice Emperor's colossal form hovered above the profound ice, its ice-blue compound eyes fixated intently on the unconscious and faltering Ling Yi. The fleeting chaotic extreme ice seed was indelibly etched in the depths of its consciousness. Proud as it was, it could not deny that the potential this human had exhibited at the brink of death, touching the essence itself, had profoundly shaken its heart. Fortified like ancient ice for countless millennia, the anxious mental plea of the dream ice silkworm reverberated within the Ice Emperor's mind. Ice girl, do you see? This is hope. But he can barely hold on. His chaotic martial soul needs your ultimate ice to stabilize and mend. His body requires your essence to withstand the backlash of the Rakshasa curse. Only your power can save him, and only he can bear your hope. Hurry, there is no time to hesitate. The Ice Emperor's massive pincers lifted slightly, then slowly descended. It glanced at the millennium-old profound ice marrow flowing with prismatic hues in the cold pool, then back to the silent, fragmented, yet faintly resonating eternal divine furnace within Ling Yi. Eternal, divine furnace, the Ice Emperor's mental voice whispered. It sensed the furnace's yearning for pure cold ice essence, its desire for restoration. This seemed to be an opportunity, perhaps. At last, the Ice Emperor's frigid mental essence resonated once more, imbued with the resoluteness of a momentous decision. Human, remember your promise today. Should you fail, my cold poison shall freeze your soul and that of the dream waste, condemning you to eternal oblivion. As the words fell, the Ice Emperor's immense form erupted with an unprecedented brilliance of blue light. The temperature within the ice cavern plummeted to the brink of absolute zero. Yi Lingling felt as though her very thoughts might freeze. The millennium-old profound ice marrow in the cold pool, as if summoned, transformed into vibrant streams of color, rushing wildly towards the Ice Emperor's body. A roar, seemingly echoing from the ancient ice age, reverberated throughout the cavern. The Ice Emperor's body, adorned with a diamond-like shimmering shell, began to dissolve and transcend in the blinding blue light. This was not death, but a deliberate act of transmutation, as it willingly merged its ultimate ice essence, soul imprint, and formidable vitality, cultivated over 400,000 years, in an arcane manner, condensing, compressing, and transforming. The vast and frigid soul power and essence surged forth like the Milky Way cascading down from the heavens, disregarding spatial distance. fiercely rushing towards the unconscious Ling Yi. The aim was directed at the dormant chaos divine mill within him and the nearly shattered eternal divine furnace. Sacrifice. The Ice Emperor chose to offer himself, transforming into a soul ring for Ling Yi. Yi Lingling was the first to bear the brunt, swept by the terrifying torrent of extreme cold. Instantly encased in a verdant ice sculpture, the brilliance of Nine-Heart Begonia solidified within. Her final consciousness lingered in endless worry for Ling Yi. At the center of the energy torrent, Ling Yi, upon contact with the ultimate icy current, was enveloped in a thick layer of deep blue, diamond-like profound ice, as if he were encased in an eternal crystalline coffin of amber. But this was merely the beginning. The Ice Emperor's immense soul power and essence surged into Ling Yi's battered body like the most ferocious glacial river. The Ice Emperor's ultimate ice essence was ravenously devoured and ground by the core runes of the Chaos Divine Mill. The gray-black shadow of the grinding disk expanded wildly behind Ling Yi, spinning and emitting a deafening chaotic roar. Upon the disk, gray-black patterns were covered and fused with resplendent ice-blue profound runes, radiating a dual aura of freezing all things and evolving chaos. A new, profound soul ring, as deep as an icy abyss, with edges flowing with brilliant ice blue and chaotic gray light, slowly coalesced. The years astonishingly reached a terrifying 400,000. The release degree of the Chaos Divine Mill forcefully broke through to 35 under the impact of the Ice Emperor's essence. The cracks in the core runes were largely mended by the newly born Chaos Extreme Ice Energy. A new, overwhelmingly powerful control of extreme ice and chaotic freezing power was nurtured within the grinding disk. The Ice Emperor actively guided a portion of the purest extreme cold essence, along with the millennial-old profound ice marrow essence stirred from the cold pool, surging towards the eternal divine furnace like a heavenly deluge. The grotesque purple-black cracks upon the furnace wall, the Rakshasa curse and Insha backlash, were visibly smoothed and repaired under the freezing of the ultimate ice and the nourishment of the profound ice marrow essence. The Insha seal was completely shattered. The ancient runes, once dim, reignited, emanating a warm and resilient glow. The feeble flame within the furnace, infused with endless fuel, surged violently, transforming into a blazing ice-blue furnace fire. The repair degree skyrocketed from 16 to 50, a similarly profound ice-blue soul ring, emanating a warm and resilient chill of life, derived from the profound ice marrow essence and a portion of the Ice Emperor's life essence, slowly rotated around the furnace. The divine furnace was entirely revived, exuding powerful life restoration, ice control, and the essence of refining all things. The Ice Emperor's ultimate ice essence, like the sturdiest profound ice cage, fiercely suppressed the Rakshasa curse at the heart pulse. The wildly writhing purple-black patterns were instantly frozen and solidified. The corrosion of the curse was forcibly halted. Although it could not be completely removed, it was thoroughly sealed and suppressed, unable to stir trouble for the foreseeable future. An immense essence of life, mingled with the ultimate ice essence, surged toward Ling Yi's exposed right shoulder wound. Beneath the ice-blue radiance, one could observe the stark white bones, where delicate sprouts glimmering with ice-blue light were growing, intertwining, as bones regenerated and flesh was reforged. Though the process was slow, regeneration had indeed commenced. The essence of the Ice Emperor's soul ring, imbued with an extraordinary power capable of freezing and solidifying space, actively nourishes the disintegrating left wing of the chaotic void. The ethereal bone structure of the wing, under the infusion of ice-blue radiance, becomes slightly more solid, with its disintegration rate decreasing from 92 to 70. The core of spatial essence grows increasingly stable. A resonant hum fills the air as the ice-blue light surges within the frozen body of Ling Yi, flowing and merging like a tidal wave. His form transforms into a crucible where chaos and extreme cold intertwine. His breath, once weak and on the brink of death, ascends to the pinnacle of a level 65 Soul Emperor, exuding an immensely solid and heavy presence, intertwined with an unsettling aura of extreme cold and chaos. In the heart of the ice cavern, atop the colossal block of profound ice, the formidable figure of the Ice Emperor has completely vanished, leaving only a swirling mist of ice-blue light that gradually dissipates into the void. The only remnant is the resplendent ice-blue soul ring, a testament to the sacrifice and new beginning of a ruler from the far north, suspended above Ling Yi's chaotic divine mill. Time is an enigma as the deep blue profound ice enveloping Ling Yi's body emits faint cracking sounds. A fissure appears, followed by a second, then a third. With a thunderous explosion, the profound ice shatters. Amidst the shower of glistening ice crystal shards, a figure slowly rises. Ling Yi opens his eyes. His left eye, a profound azure reminiscent of an endless sea of wisdom, reflects the fusion of the dream ice silkworm's spiritual essence with part of the Ice Emperor's origin. His right eye, cold and lifeless, embodies the silver-gray essence of spatial fortification. A scorpion-shaped ice-blue rune flickers at his brow, radiating the majesty of the northern monarch. Bare-chested, His previously exposed right arm is now adorned with a layer resembling ice crystal, intricately sculpted into an arm guard that extends to his shoulder, emanating a chilling aura and a sense of formidable power. Though his physical form has yet to fully restore, this ice crystal arm guard clearly harbors terrifying strength and defense. The purple-black markings of the Rakshasa curse on his chest are entirely sealed beneath a thin layer of ice-blue crystal. A torrent of power surges within him. The soul force of a level 65 Soul Emperor is as vast as the ocean, with the chaotic divine mill and eternal divine furnace shimmering in his spiritual sea. Exuding an unprecedented aura of might, he has triumphed. Not only has he survived, but he has also emerged from adversity, experiencing a remarkable surge in strength. His gaze sweeps over the ice-encased Yi Lingling beside him, and a thought stirs within him. The illusion of the eternal divine furnace materializes behind him, and the ice-blue life soul ring on the furnace's wall illuminates. The ice heart of the divine furnace is unleashed. A gentle ice-blue light envelopes Yi Lingling's icy form. Instantly, the firm ice melts away, transforming into pure life energy that infuses her being. With a soft murmur, Yi Lingling stirs from her slumber, her pallid complexion swiftly regaining its rosy hue, and her depleted soul power replenished to a significant degree. She gazes at Ling Yi, who has undergone a profound transformation. His aura as profound as a chasm and towering as a mountain, her clear eyes filled with indescribable astonishment. Ling Yi's gaze shifts toward the exterior of the ice cavern, where the howling winds and snow of the extreme northern wilderness rage. In his mismatched silver-gray and ice-blue eyes, a fierce chill glimmers. Chapter 81. Anomaly in the Ice Cavern. Within the icy cavern, the remnants of ancient ice marrow cast a kaleidoscopic halo upon the jagged ice walls, illuminating the sharply defined profile of Ling Yi. He slowly clenched his right fist, encased in crystalline armor, as the extreme cold and chaotic energy swirled at his fingertips, producing a subtle yet heart-pounding crackle. The immense soul power of a level 65 Soul Emperor surged through his veins like a long-suppressed tsunami, each cycle resonating with a deep, powerful rumble. His silver-gray and ice-blue mismatched eyes scanned the cavern's walls, marred by previous energy shocks, ultimately resting upon the profound entrance. The howling winds and snow outside roared more fiercely than before, as if countless ice beasts were lamenting. The core of extreme ice, left behind by the Ice Emperor's sacrifice, possessed an energy level far beyond imagination. Ling Yi's voice echoed in the vast ice cavern, cold yet clear, if he could fully refine it. His soul power might ascend to level 70, and even the lingering injury on his right wing could be entirely healed. He slightly stirred the energy-laden phantom of his right wing, which had once been nearly torn apart by a void explosion, but now remained somewhat sluggish. His gaze shifted to Yi Lingling, who stood quietly beside him. It is unwise to linger here. The ruler of the far north would not forever overlook the drastic energy fluctuations and the disappearance of the Ice Emperor. Yi Lingling nodded, the nine-heart sea begonia martial soul in her palm gently swaying, exuding a soft aura of life that created a delicate balance with the frigid surroundings. Your strength has grown rapidly, yet your soul power fluctuations have yet to stabilize completely, and the external situation is shrouded in uncertainty. Should we seek a more concealed place to meditate and consolidate our power? Her words, soft yet imbued with calm analysis, hung in the air. Before she could finish, a sharp glimmer suddenly flickered from the ice-blue scorpion mark, imprinted by the Ice Emperor's essence, at Ling Yi's brow. An intense sense of foreboding seized him without warning. Almost simultaneously, a terrifying roar erupted from the depths of the distant snowstorm, shaking the entire ice field like the wrath of an ancient beast, piercing through the millennia-old ice and crashing into the cavern. The primal essence and overwhelming power contained within that roar instantly transformed the surrounding chill into a frenzy, causing more ice crystals to cascade from the cavern's ceiling, and even causing a slight tremor in Ling Yi's mental sea, eliciting defensive ripples from the vast mental force of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. Yi Lingling's complexion paled slightly, instinctively taking a half-step back, the nine-heart sea begonia's luminescence enveloping her in a soft pink healing aura as she glanced at Ling Yi. His gaze turned frigid to the bone, the silver-gray and ice-blue lights in his mismatched eyes swirling rapidly, as if the chaos of creation itself was unfolding within. Conceal your presence, he commanded in a low voice, the surging waves of soul power immediately retracting, akin to a dormant beast. Almost instinctively, he stepped forward, an invisible spatial wave passing through, subtly shielding Yi Lingling further behind him. The phantom of the chaos divine grinder flickered behind him, its all-consuming aura being forcefully suppressed, yet still managing to distort the nearby chill. It seems the master has arrived. The voice of Ling Yi descended into a low, cold excitement intertwined with gravity. A presence more formidable than that of the Ice Emperor, reminiscent of the Titan Snow Demon King, or perhaps the mighty Ice Bear King. A terrifying pressure surged forth like a tangible tsunami, each wave more overwhelming than the last, crashing against the barrier at the entrance of the ice cavern, producing a spine-chilling creak. Deep within the cavern, The frigid pool formed from the melting of millennial dark ice began to ripple violently, the residual extreme cold energy growing restless. Ling Yi's mind raced. To fight? The opponent approached with fury, their power undoubtedly surpassing the pinnacle of Douluo, perhaps even brushing the threshold of divinity. He had just broken through. Though his strength was formidable, it remained unrefined. Yi Lingling excelled in support, and the odds of a direct confrontation appeared bleak. To flee? The adversary's spiritual awareness had already locked onto this area. In the far north, this was their domain, and escaping silently would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Moreover, the cavern harbored unabsorbed dark ice energy and remnants of the Ice Emperor's sacrificial essence, treasures that could not be forsaken. The entrance could not be completely obstructed. In an instant, Ling Yi made his decision. His right arm, adorned with crystalline armor, blazed to life, fingers splayed, aimed at the massive hanging icicles above the cavern's entrance. Chaos Extreme Ice, Freeze. With a crack and a roar, the ultimate cold did not plummet downward. Instead, it surged upward, instantaneously transforming those sharp, colossal icicles into a chaotic grayish-white amalgamation of ice crystals, their structure becoming exceedingly unstable, emanating a deep, resonant hum of energy. Simultaneously, a silver-gray light surged from his left eye, and the space before him rippled like a disturbed water surface, folding in on itself, preparing for action. Yi Lingling. Initiate absolute healing in a preheated state. Heart of the begonia for resistance, enhancement. Ling Yi's words flowed with urgency, clear and concise. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Lingling understood the life and death stakes at this moment. Her fourth soul ring ignited, the energy for group healing coalescing, though not yet unleashed. It ensured Ling Yi's soul power flowed more smoothly, propelling his state to unprecedented heights. Concurrently, her innate talent, Heart of the Begonia, activated, granting an invisible resistance boost of 1. Just then, a colossal white head, akin to a small mountain of snow, abruptly emerged from the raging storm, crashing violently against the entrance of the ice cavern. Countless icicles, corroded by chaotic extreme ice, shattered explosively. Yet the fragmented ice did not scatter under Ling Yi's spatial manipulation. They twisted through the air like millions of grayish bullets, enveloped in the dual aura of chaos and extreme ice, cascading toward the immense head in a reverse onslaught. The sound of rapid collisions rang out. Those ice crystals, infused with chaotic energy, struck against the Titan Snow Demon King's incredibly resilient fur and thick ice armor, producing a jarring metallic clamor, even erupting into clouds of grayish mist that frantically corroded and froze everything they touched. While they failed to inflict a fatal wound, they evidently hindered its movements, and a flicker of surprise and furious indignation crossed its ice-blue eyes. It was clear that it had not anticipated that the presence within the cavern would not flee, but rather dare to launch such an uncanny assault. Now was the moment. Ling Yi grasped Yi Lingling's wrist firmly, and the silver-gray essence of the spatial soul ring behind him erupted in a dazzling brilliance. With a hum, their figures instantly blurred, merging like ink drops in water, and in the next moment, they appeared several hundred meters away, narrowly escaping the optimal strike range of the Titan Snow Demon King's initial assault. However, the ferocious beast lord, at the limit of Douluo level, or even stronger, possessed a reaction speed and domain control that surpassed all expectations. With a deep, resonant growl, the Titan Snow Demon King slammed its massive forepaw down onto the icy surface. The ground trembled violently over a radius of several thousand meters, as if a carpet were being shaken, causing the ice to bulge. Countless sharp ice spikes, each exceeding 10 meters in diameter, erupted without warning from beneath the ice layer, blanketing the entire area and instantaneously forming a deadly forest of ice thorns. Additionally, a formidable domain force descended, attempting to seal and freeze the space. Just as Ling Yi and Yi Lingling emerged from the spatial fold, massive ice spikes erupted from below. While they sensed the surrounding space becoming incredibly viscous, making further long-distance spatial jumps exponentially more difficult. Eternal Divine Furnace, forge all things, Ling Yi exclaimed. The black and ice-blue soul rings at his feet shimmered simultaneously. The 70,000-year soul ring from the Emerald Swan provided immense life energy, while the 400,000-year soul ring from the Ice Emperor's sacrifice and the essence of profound ice erupted with the authority of ultimate ice. An ancient, dilapidated furnace, wreathed in ice-blue flames, enveloped Ling Yi and Yi Lingling. Runes illuminated the furnace walls, and as the gigantic ice spikes neared the walls, the terrifying ice attribute energy contained within them was forcibly extracted and absorbed by the divine furnace, fueling the flames to burn even more fiercely. Although the physical impact of the ice spikes still caused the protective furnace shadow to sway violently, their lethal penetrating power had been significantly diminished. Chapter 82, The Roar of the Northern Sovereign. The void poisonous miasma. Ling Yi's mind stirred again, causing the chaotic divine grindstone martial soul to rotate slightly. A gray-black mist spread from his crystalline armor, swiftly merging with the weakened, shattered ice spikes around them. This miasma, imbued with properties of spatial rending and chaotic corrosion, began to silently erode the ice spikes, disintegrating their structure. Yet the Titan Snow Demon King's relentless assaults continued. Its colossal form rose upright, blotted out the sky, casting a shadow that completely enveloped both individuals. With the power to crush mountains and the frigid chill that could freeze souls, its other paw came crashing down once more. In that instant, the air was frozen into a white solid dust, as the space emitted a groan under the unbearable weight. No escape. A fierce glint flashed in Ling Yi's eyes as his crystalline armor radiated a blinding light, channeling all the chaotic extreme ice power. Chaotic freezing fist. He surged forward instead of retreating, his body shooting upward like a cannonball, as his right fist, cloaked in thick chaotic ice crystals, met the enormous paw that blotted out the sky. One side was the wrathful strike of a beast king comparable to a mountain, while the other was a defiant counterattack from a level 65 Soul Emperor, unleashing all its ultimate power and chaotic energy. Boom! The oppressive sound of a collision resonated like the ancient war drums. Visible shockwaves expanded in a circular pattern, reducing everything within hundreds of meters, ice thorns and ice hills alike, to mere powder. Ling Yi's figure was propelled backward at a speed even greater than his ascent, crashing violently into the ice, creating a bottomless pit in the shape of a human. His right arm bore cracked ice crystal armor. A faint golden blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his internal organs were violently shaken. Meanwhile, on the palm of the Titan Snow Demon King, a grisly gray-white fist mark emerged, several meters in diameter. The imprint sank deeply, shattering the thick ice armor and resilient fur around it, which took on a bizarre grayish hue that slowly and stubbornly spread along its bones. Wherever it traveled, flesh, energy, and even soul power were forcibly frozen and annihilated. The chaotic essence was exceedingly difficult to dispel. A roar erupted from the Titan Snow Demon King, the most anguished and furious cry since the battle began. It wildly swung its massive paw, overwhelming soul power crashing against the frozen gray-white area, achieving little effect. Ling Yi, Ling exclaimed. The fourth soul skill. The radiant light of absolute healing finally descended, enveloping Ling Yi, who had just struggled out of the pit. A warm and abundant life energy, combined with a purifying effect, surged into his body, rapidly mending his injuries and suppressing the chaos of his soul power. Yet, Ling Yi's gaze remained fixed on the Titan Snow Demon King, which had momentarily retreated in pain and was now even more enraged. He observed that as Yi Lingling's absolute healing aura brushed against the gray-white frozen fist mark, the spreading seemed to weaken, albeit minutely. Was the purifying effect effective against the chaos of the freeze? No, it was not solely purification. After the infusion of life force, the previously frozen, lifeless area exhibited a faint activation, slightly resisting the chaotic annihilation. The reasoning behind this was momentarily unclear. Ling, a daring thought flickered through Ling Yi's mind. Continue healing me, to the maximum extent. Concentrate the heart of Begonia's resistance aura on me. Simultaneously, he communicated with the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm within his spiritual sea. Heavenly Dream, assist me. Maximize the simulation of the energy explosion at the moment of the Ice Emperor's sacrifice. Amplify that lingering essence. Are you mad? This behemoth will completely go berserk. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm screamed. Do as I say. It fears the encroachment of chaotic, extreme ice. We are taking a gamble. We bet it fears the ultimate iceborn of the Ice Emperor's death, capable of harming it, combined with the chaotic force. We wager it won't dare to take another direct hit. Ling Yi soared into the sky once more, this time intentionally allowing his aura to become wildly unstable. The chaotic extreme ice power in his right arm surged intensely, even stirring the slight tremor of the extreme ice source core within him. A trace of the Ice Emperor's 40,000-year-old soul beast's ultimate majesty, intertwined with the bizarre aura of chaotic divinity, radiated outward. The immense spiritual power of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, combined with the disguised simulation, made the Titan Snow Demon King perceive the power coalescing in the right arm of this diminutive human as exponentially more dangerous, as if it were on the verge of unleashing a destructive blow akin to the Ice Emperor's self-detonation. Although Yi Lingling was perplexed, she executed the command without hesitation. The Nine Hearts Begonia radiated a resplendent brilliance, pouring forth all healing, purification, and amplification of resistance into Ling Yi without reservation. Her complexion quickly turned pale, clearly indicating the immense consumption of her soul power. The Titan Snow Demon King's ice blue eyes fixated intently on Ling Yi's right arm, which had once again ignited with a chilling aura that sent shivers down its spine. It sensed the familiar pressure of the Ice Emperor, now intermingled with a more terrifying, unknown force, furiously coalescing. The persistent agony emanating from the chaotic freeze in its palm constantly reminded it of the strangeness and dread of this impending strike. For a fleeting moment, its colossal form displayed hesitation and trepidation. Instinct warned it that to take this blow head-on, even if it survived, its arm, or even half its body, could be eroded and rendered useless by such a dreadful force. In this critical standoff, The silvery gray light in Ling Yi's left eye surged to its zenith. Space folded. Yet this time, the target was not himself, but rather a point in the spatial structure, 1,000 meters behind the Titan Snow Demon King, which had already been weakened by the previous battle and the harsh Arctic environment. He concentrated the majority of his soul power and mental energy to create a terrifying illusion of an attack, along with a trace of the Ice Emperor's essence, and, through the power of spatial folding, abruptly projected it towards that area. Buzz! The void warped dramatically, unleashing a wave of terrifying energy that seemed capable of freezing souls and annihilating all existence. The ferocity of this force surpassed even Ling Yi's earlier chaotic freeze punch. The Titan Snow Demon King's attention was instantly captivated by this newly emerged, more formidable source of attack. It whirled around, emitting a roar filled with bewilderment and a sense of full defensive intent, as the overwhelming power of ice and snow surged chaotically towards its rear. Now, go! Ling Yi achieved his true objective, and the soul power within him instantaneously shifted direction. He grasped the nearly exhausted Yi Lingling, channeling all remaining strength into the spatial soul ring. With a flash of silver light, their figures melded completely into the void, vanishing without a trace. All that remained was the Titan Snow Demon King, furiously roaring at the gradually calming, yet ultimately empty space behind it, its cries reverberating throughout the entire Arctic expanse. Thousands of miles away, deep within a profound crevice of ice, a faint silver light flickered. Ling Yi and Yi Lingling staggered into view. Ling Yi immediately spat out a mouthful of congealed blood, the golden light within the cracks of his ice crystal armor dimming, his aura rapidly waning. Yi Lingling also struggled to remain upright, her soul power depleted. For the moment, they were safe. Ling Yi leaned against the ice wall, sliding down to sit, breathing heavily as he gazed at the still raging snowstorm outside. In his mismatched eyes burned the flames of excitement and contemplation. The chaotic supreme ice, combined with the power of space, could indeed be wielded in such a manner. Yi Lingling observed his disheveled, yet radiant profile, gently nodding as she stowed away the 9 hearts begonia and silently began to recuperate. Deep within the icy crevice, only their labored breaths remained, along with the distant echoes of the enraged and begrudging roars of the scorned sovereign. Chapter 83, The Arctic Escape. In the depths of the icy chasm, light is dim and murky, illuminated only by the eternal, bleak glimmer reflected from the everlasting ice of the far north. A bone-chilling cold permeates the air, mingling with the exhaustion that follows the severe depletion of one's soul power. Ling Yi leans against the cold, unyielding ice wall and slowly sinks down. Each breath pulls at the sharp pain within his chest, and a metallic sweetness surges in his throat, which he forcibly suppresses. The area of his right arm, encased in crystalline armor, bears deep fissures where once brilliant golden light now flickers feebly, accompanied by waves of dull, tearing pain. He gazes down, watching as a trickle of faint golden blood escapes from the corner of his mouth, falling onto the cold ice beneath him, surprisingly not freezing immediately. Instead, it seeps into the surface like molten gold, emanating an unusual soft glow. His heterochromatic eyes fixate intently on the droplets, not reflecting anguish, but rather a fervent spark of contemplation. The unique characteristic of the chaotic divine Mill seems to have imbued even my blood with attributes of erosion and assimilation. Beside him, Yi Lingling appears slightly better off, yet her exquisite visage is pallid, devoid of color. The exhaustion from soul power depletion causes her slender form to tremble slightly. She steadies herself, taking a deep breath of the frigid air, and her palm glows once more as the resilient 9-heart Si Tang emerges. 4th soul skill, absolute healing. Her voice, though tinged with evident weakness, remains clear and resolute. A warm and potent surge of life energy mixed with purifying light envelopes them both like a gentle tide. The luminous aura swirls and swiftly penetrates Ling Yi's body, mending his injured internals, soothing the turmoil of his soul power, while simultaneously alleviating her own exhaustion. Just as this healing radiance reaches its zenith, Yi Lingling's peripheral vision catches a glimpse of the crystalline armor on Ling Yi's right arm. The deep fissures seem to possess a life of their own, greedily absorbing the omnipresent frigid essence from their surroundings. Moreover, they faintly draw upon the life energy emitted by her 9-heart Si Tang. Wisps of visible ice blue mist and pale green orbs of vitality are drawn into the cracks. As the dim golden light begins to rekindle at an imperceptibly slow yet undeniable pace, with the fissures themselves subtly mending. Ling Yi, your arm, she whispers in astonishment. This scene surpasses her understanding of martial souls and injuries. Ling Yi had already perceived the unusual behavior of his armor. He closes his eyes, directing all his focus inward. In the sea of his consciousness, the colossal shadow of the chaotic divine Mill slowly rotates, heavier and more ravenous than ever before. Upon the grinding stone, the core of extreme ice, a gift from the Ice Emperor, containing the essence of 400,000 years of cultivation and the authority of the far north, is being crushed and ground by an unimaginable force. The vast ice blue energy is forcibly torn forth, not merely merging into his soul power, but being devoured and transformed by the arcane runes inscribed on the chaotic divine mill, particularly those core runes that have been mended by the chaotic extreme ice. Buzz. Beneath his feet, a silver-gray soul ring, born from the essence of space, and a frosty blue soul ring, a sacrificial gift from the Ice Emperor, ignited simultaneously. Their radiance no longer distinct, but began to intertwine and entwine. The silver-gray specks of spatial light and the chilling azure brilliance spiraled together, forcefully amalgamated by the formidable power of the chaotic divine mill. A novel, more enigmatic, and potent force was gestating within. A suppressed groan escaped Ling Yi's lips, the veins at his temples pulsating. This process was anything but gentle. It resembled the tearing of space itself, forcefully fused with the absolute zero of frigid ice, bringing forth a pain and sensation of expansion that emanated from the very core of his martial soul. Yet, a near-mad smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He beheld it. The chaotic divine mill, unsealed to 35, was greedily absorbing the power of the Ice Emperor's essence, thoroughly integrating the characteristics of ultimate ice into its own framework. This was no mere augmentation, but an essential fusion and evolution. The 65th level soul power threshold slightly loosened under the onslaught of this tempestuous energy, steadily advancing towards the 66th level. More significantly, his comprehension of chaos, mastery over ultimate ice, and perception of space were integrating in an unprecedented manner. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, the sharpness of the silver-gray and ice-blue light within his mismatched pupils piercingly intense. He raised his left arm, his right still in the process of repair, and concentrated soul power at his fingertips. A slender wisp, as fine as a strand of hair, gray-white in hue and exuding an aura of absolute cold and annihilation, coiled around his finger like a serpent. The surrounding air was instantly evacuated, frozen, and then dissipated into particles of nothingness, causing the light nearby to warp in a bizarre manner. He gently pointed forward, not at the ice wall, but towards the void between the two individuals. A faint yet spine-chilling sound echoed. The gray-white chill that touched the void seemed to corrode, freeze, and subsequently disintegrated under some unseen force. A minuscule hole, no larger than a fingernail, with extremely irregular edges and a gray-white crystalline appearance, abruptly manifested in the air. Beyond that hole, what lay in sight was not the image of the other side of the ice crevice, but an absolute void, twisted and chaotic to the point where color could not exist. Moreover, the edges of the hole were slowly eroding outward, gray-white traces emitting a faint sizzling sound, as if the very structure of space were being continuously frozen and annihilated. A spatial corrosion hole, though diminutive and lasting only 2 or 3 seconds before sealing itself due to energy depletion. The momentary release of that soul-chilling void aura caused both Ling Yi and Yi Lingling to hold their breath simultaneously. Yi Lingling's absolute healing halo trembled violently, her beautiful eyes filled with incredulous shock. She had never witnessed, nor even heard of, any force capable of directly dismantling space itself in such a peculiar manner. This was no longer merely the ultimate ice. Ling Yi slowly retracted his finger, the wisp of gray-white chill dissipating quietly. He gazed intently at the swiftly closing spatial rift, an eerie brilliance igniting in his heterochromatic eyes. Chaos, absolute ice, he murmured, his voice hoarse yet tinged with an uncontrollable exhilaration. The power of the Ice Emperor, the essence of the chaos divine grinder, combined with the primal force of space, had given rise to this remarkable transformation. A flicker of thought stirred within him as he endeavored to summon the nascent, grayish-white chill. The process remained arduous, demanding an immense toll on both his soul energy and mental fortitude, while proving exceedingly difficult to control. Yet, the caliber of this power far surpassed any singular attribute he had previously wielded. Chapter 84. The Awakening of Chaos Absolute Ice. A vague premonition washed over him. Should he master this chaos absolute ice power completely, even in the face of a formidable adversary like the Titan Snow Demon King, he would not be without the strength to contend. At the very least, his opponent would surely hesitate to withstand his assault head-on again. "Are you all right?" Yi Lingling inquired, her concern palpable as she observed the shifting expressions on his face and the ominous aura radiating from this strange newfound power. Her healing light continued to shine, aiding him in stabilizing the tumultuous blood flow stirred by the trial of new strength. Ling Yi took a deep breath, forcing down the inner turmoil, and shook his head. He turned his gaze to Yi Lingling, noting her still pallid complexion and the dimly glowing 9-heart begonia. "I am unharmed. I owe this to you," he stated, his tone regaining its characteristic calmness, though it lacked some of its usual chill. "Your healing and enhancement not only mends wounds, but seems to also contribute to the stabilization of the chaos power." He recalled the slight influence of the begonia heart halo during his previous encounter with the Titan Snow Demon King. Yi Lingling paused slightly, contemplating her 9-heart begonia. "It seems my martial spirit does indeed have a unique response to your power." She sensed that while healing Ling Yi, her own martial spirit appeared to be nourished and stimulated, enhancing her control over life energy in a more refined manner. This synergistic effect was something she had never experienced with other soul masters. Ling Yi chose not to elaborate further. Closing his eyes once more and descending into a state of cultivation, he needed to seize every moment, dedicating himself to refining the core of absolute ice and solidifying his pinnacle at level 65, while more importantly, attempting to harness this newly born chaos absolute ice power. Silence enveloped the icy fissure, broken only by the steady and gradually strengthening rhythm of their breathing, alongside the occasional ripple of grayish-white chill emanating from Ling Yi, distorting the very fabric of space. Time slipped by unnoticed. After an indeterminate span, the turbulent aura surrounding Ling Yi gradually calmed. The cracks on his crystalline ice gauntlet healing significantly under the dual influence of golden light and extreme cold energy, leaving only faint traces behind. His soul power level firmly stabilized at the pinnacle of level 65, even brushing against the threshold of level 66. The core of absolute ice had been refined by the Chaos Divine Grinder, yielding minuscule yet substantial benefits. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, casting his gaze beyond the icy fissure. The snowstorm seemed to have lessened somewhat, yet the pervasive and violent pressure emanating from the Titan Snow Demon King in the far north remained unyielding, as if engaged in a meticulous search, oscillating between distant and near. It had not relinquished its pursuit. Ling Yi's voice was low and grave. Yi Lingling, having concluded her meditation, nodded gently, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes. Being fixated upon by a sovereign of the extreme north rendered movement across this icy expanse nearly impossible. Ling Yi rose, flexing his nearly restored right arm, the crystalline gauntlet emitting a resonant chime. He approached the entrance of the ice crevice, his heterochromatic eyes cautiously scanning the outside. The swirling snow obscured visibility. Yet through his mental perception, he sensed a formidable ice attribute life form moving in the distance. We cannot remain hidden here indefinitely, Ling Yi pondered. We must swiftly vacate the core region of the extreme north. It is too advantageous for it. He attempted once more to connect with the glazed heart seal. At the heart meridian, the faint imprint of the seven treasures glazed tower still lingered, though the connection felt obscured by a thick layer of ice, rendering it vague and directionless, yet not entirely severed. Ning Rongrong was alive, but her condition remained uncertain. He then sought to sense through the poison pill left within Douluo, but the feedback was still exceedingly faint, seemingly from an immense distance. And Douluo's own aura appeared to be in an unusual state, akin to deep slumber or sealing. Ling Yi furrowed his brow. He could not rely on Douluo for now. His gaze swept across the depths of the ice crevice, where remnants of the ancient ice marrow and the residual chill from the Ice Emperor's sacrifice lay. A thought flickered in his mind. These elements would greatly benefit both him and Yi Lingling's cultivation, yet they could neither be taken nor left for the Titan Snow Demon King. Should it discover this place? Wait for me. He returned to the depths of the crevice, pressing his crystalline gauntlet against the icy wall. The power of the chaotic divine mill began to operate gently, transitioning from a destructive consumption to a more refined absorption and assimilation. As he did so, the residual energy of the colorful ancient ice marrow and the thin essence of the Ice Emperor converged like rivers flowing into the sea, transforming into streams of pure ice blue energy that merged into his gauntlet, where they were ground down, refined, and stored by the chaotic divine mill. This process lasted approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, and the concentration of extreme cold energy in the depths of the crevice visibly diminished by a tear. Having completed this, Ling Yi felt his soul power swell a little more, granting him greater mastery over the extreme ice. Let us go. He hesitated no longer and extended his hand toward Yi Lingling. She gazed at his hand, encased in crystalline armor, and without a moment's hesitation, placed her own upon it. Her fingertips were cool, yet bore the gentle life force unique to the nine-heart sea tang. Ling Yi clasped her hand firmly, while his other fingertip coiled with a chilling, heart-stopping gray-white chaotic ice energy. This time, it was not an attack, but rather a cautious incision made in the empty space before them. With a soft hiss, a slender fissure, its edges glimmering with gray-white crystalline light, quietly manifested. The fissure was narrow, allowing only a single person to pass. On the other side, the once frigid expanse was replaced by a distorted, nebulous corridor of swirling colors. This spatial fold, infused with the power of the newly formed chaotic extreme ice, appeared to be more stable, demanding less of the soul force while significantly disrupting spatial fluctuations, enough to interfere with the perception of the Titan Snow Demon King. Hold tight, Ling Yi whispered, encircling Yi Lingling's waist as he stepped into the rift. The fissure quickly sealed itself, vanishing from sight. Within the icy crevice, a chilling silence returned, as if no one had ever set foot there. Only a faint, unsettling gray-white chill lingered in the air, a testament to the extraordinary power that had once thrived in this place. Meanwhile, the winds and snow of the extreme north continued to howl, concealing all traces and secrets, burying greater dangers and opportunities beneath the endless white. Lin Yi's next objective would be to follow that subtle sensation, seeking a path out of the extreme north and gathering information about Ning Rongrong and Douluo. The pursuit by the spirit hall, the watchful gaze of Qian Renxue, the upheavals in the Star Do forest, and the treacherous world beyond all conspired to create a tempest of peril. The path of the chaotic sun was destined to be fraught with thorns and frost. Chapter 85. The Shadow of the Spirit Hall. Deep within the glacial rift, the chill was less severe than the external blizzard, yet still sufficient to freeze the blood of an ordinary soul master. Ling Yi sat cross-legged, his aura dense and profound. The pinnacle of level 65 soul power lying dormant like a frozen river, calm on the surface, yet coursing with increasingly pure and potent energy within. He slowly lifted his left hand, a strand of gray-white chill coiling and twisting at his fingertips as if it were a living entity. Wherever it passed, the space emitted a faint, grating sound, as if it might be punctured at any moment. The chaotic extreme ice, a nascent force that amalgamated the essence of ultimate ice, chaotic annihilation, and spatial corrosion, provided both a formidable sense of security and an inherent risk of uncontrollable nature. He carefully attached his mental energy to it, sensing the violent and enigmatic flow of energy within, attempting to refine and compress it rather than allowing it to instinctively corrode all it touched. This process demanded immense mental fortitude, beads of sweat gradually forming on his brow, only to be frozen into crystalline droplets by his own extreme ice aura. On the other side, Yi Lingling cradled the Nine Hearts Sea Tang, a soft pinkish-white halo enveloping her, with part of it extending to cover Ling Yi. She was astonished to discover that her healing radiance, upon contact with the naturally diffusing gray-white chill surrounding Ling Yi, did not dissipate or repel like ordinary energy. Instead, it engendered a peculiar fusion. Her Sea Tang's life force seemed to subtly neutralize the destructive properties, rendering them slightly more benign. Simultaneously, the essence of ultimate ice and primordial chaos contained within the chaotic extreme ice stimulated her Nine Hearts Sea Tang, the edges of its petals appearing to acquire a faint, nearly imperceptible ice-blue glow, enhancing its affinity and resistance to healing in the icy environment. It seems my martial soul has changed somewhat, Yi Lingling murmured softly, her beautiful eyes filled with wonder and contemplation. This transformation exceeded her comprehension. Ling Yi, upon hearing her voice, slightly restrained the chaotic ice at his fingertips and turned his mismatched eyes towards the gently swaying begonia. Chaos does not solely embody destruction. It also harbors the primordial essence of all creation. Your Nine-Heart Begonia contains the ultimate life force, and the two are not entirely antagonistic. He paused momentarily and added, perhaps your martial soul is adapting, even drawing upon a faint advantage from it. This was merely his conjecture. Yet Yi Lingling felt an unprecedented vitality and subtle growth emanating from her martial soul, leading her to believe him to a considerable extent. Having shared life and death and witnessed countless miracles, she possessed an almost instinctual trust in Ling Ye's words. After approximately an hour of recuperation, Ling Yi restored about 80 to 90% of his condition. He closed his eyes once more, directing all his focus into the sea of consciousness, attempting to enhance his perception. First, he sought the bond with Ning Rongrong, the Liuli Heartguard seal. At the heart vein, the faint imprint of the seven treasures glazed tile still lingered, like a candle flickering in the wind, its resonance extremely weak and intermittent, as if isolated by layers of powerful energy fields or barriers. He concentrated his immense spiritual power, akin to a delicate thread, struggling to penetrate the endless space and disturbances, barely managing to capture a glimmer of guidance, the southeast direction, roughly indicating the territory of the Heaven Do Empire. However, the exact location remained elusive. He could only ascertain that she was still alive, seemingly enveloped in an unnatural silence or seal. Rongrong, wherever you are, wait for me, Ling Yi silently vowed in his heart. This determination transformed into a formidable spiritual force, causing the Liuli Heartguard seal to momentarily radiate warmth, transmitting a faint wave of longing and dependence, before vanishing again into obscurity. Next, he endeavored to sense the poison pill implanted within Douluo Bo's body. However, the feedback was even more concerning. The connection was not weak but utterly silent, like a stone sinking into the sea, devoid of any perceptible existence. This situation indicated either that Douluo Bo was in a place that completely severed all forms of perception, or he had fallen into a profound state of unconsciousness or sealing that could threaten his life, suppressing even the original connection of the poison pill. Ling Yi opened his eyes, a frown creasing his brow. The situation in Heaven Do City was likely more complex than anticipated. What now? Yi Lingling inquired with concern. Rongrong is generally to the southeast, but the situation is unclear. Douluo Bo, the connection has been completely severed, Ling Yi replied in a low voice. Our priority is to locate Rongrong. We must first leave this extreme northern region. After a brief moment of organization, the two prepared to depart from the rift. Just as Ling Yi was about to tear through space for a short-range jump, a sudden jolt occurred at his brow. The vast spiritual power conferred upon him by the chaotic divine, grind martial soul, which merged aspects of the heavenly dream ice silkworm and the Ice Emperor's essence, detected an exceedingly faint yet incongruous fluctuation of a soul guide amidst the frigid natural environment. This fluctuation was remarkably subtle, cleverly concealed within the chaotic energies of the wind and snow. Had it not been for his acute sensitivity to energy, he would have nearly overlooked it. This fluctuation was not indicative of a soul master in pursuit, but rather a wide-ranging scan for life and energy signals, distinctly bearing the characteristics of a soul guide from the spirit hall. Wait! Ling Yi abruptly seized Yi Lingling, his gaze transforming into a sharpness akin to an icy blade. Sensing the presence of a lurking threat, he immediately restrained all his aura, signaling Yi Lingling to follow suit. His mental energy unfurled like an invisible web, cautiously tracing the source of the scanning fluctuations. Soon, he pinpointed the location of a small team, approximately 10 kilometers northwest, hidden behind an ice hill. 1 soul saint and 4 soul emperors, well-equipped and harmoniously coordinated, were employing a specialized fan-shaped soul guide to conduct a thorough scan of the vast icy expanse. The reconnaissance team from the spirit hall appeared to be unconvinced of his demise, a realization that sent a cold smile to Ling Yi's lips. Indeed, some external information was required. A plan swiftly crystallized in his mind. With Yi Lingling in tow, he utilized the cover of the ice hill and the blizzard to silently maneuver to the flank of the team. Instead of launching a direct assault, he concentrated a nearly imperceptible force of chaotic ice energy at his fingertips and gently pressed it into the void ahead. A pinprick-sized grayish-white spatial erosion hole quietly manifested. Ling Yi projected a faintly simulated wave of weakened soul energy through this minuscule passage, accurately delivering it to a seemingly natural ice fissure several kilometers away, creating a transient energy lure. Simultaneously, he placed his hands on the icy surface, infusing it with extreme ice soul energy, and swiftly laid down a layer of exceedingly concealed chaotic freezing traps along the likely retreat path of the reconnaissance team. The ice appeared unremarkable, yet a specific forceful step would trigger a terrifying freeze and annihilation counterattack. Having completed his preparations, he and Yi Lingling concealed themselves behind a massive block of ice, resembling the most patient of hunters, waiting for the fish to bite. As anticipated, within a mere quarter of an hour, the fan-shaped soul guide in the hands of the small team immediately detected the sudden appearance of the weak energy signal. Captain, at 3 o'clock, 5 kilometers away in the ice fissure, a faint soul energy response has been detected, likely a severely injured soul master. One of the soul emperors reported promptly. The soul saint captain's expression hardened. Approach with caution. The target is exceedingly dangerous and may possess peculiar spatial abilities. Maintain a defensive formation and be ready to fire signal flares at any moment. 5 figures swiftly glided through the snowstorm like phantoms, cautiously yet rapidly converging on the bait Ling Yi had set. Just as they all stepped into the trap area, Ling Yi's gaze turned frigid, and he snapped his fingers. Crack! Boom! Without warning, the ice beneath the soul saint captain collapsed, not merely collapsing but erupting with countless grayish-white icy tendrils, akin to a frigid demon from the abyss, ensnaring his legs in an instant. Ah! The soul saint captain screamed in terror, his protective soul power crumbling like paper before the grayish-white cold energy, easily eroded, frozen, and shattered. The terrifying annihilation energy surged up his legs with reckless abandon. Captain! The remaining 4 soul emperors were taken aback, instinctively wanting to rush forward to assist. But at that very moment, their attention was drawn away, and space folded. The chilling phrase echoed behind them. Ling Yi's silhouette emerged from the twisted space like a specter. His right fist, encased in crystalline armor, struck without embellishment at the back of one soul emperor. The power of chaos extreme ice erupted. Simultaneously, Yi Lingling's 4th soul skill, absolute healing, was not employed for restoration but transformed into a life-binding halo, enveloping the other 2 soul emperors. A surge of mighty life energy flooded into their bodies, causing a momentary disruption and rigidity in their soul power. With a soft thud, the soul emperor struck by Ling Yi was instantly cloaked in a grayish-white hue, unable to emit even a cry of agony before being transformed into an ice sculpture, which subsequently shattered into a storm of obliterated crystalline dust. Of the remaining 3 soul emperors, 1 was instantaneously annihilated by Ling Yi, while the other 2 were subdued by Yi Lingling. The captain of the soul sage team, expending every ounce of strength and even utilizing a precious defensive soul bone, barely shattered the chaotic freezing force that coiled around his lower body. Yet his legs were already mangled and nearly incapacitated, his power severely diminished. Just as he attempted to fire a signal flare, a silver-gray spatial blade flashed by, severing his arm at the shoulder that held the flare. The battle commenced with swiftness and concluded even more rapidly. In the blink of an eye, an elite reconnaissance team from the Spirit Hall was completely annihilated. 1 was killed instantly, the captain severely injured and captured, while the other 2 were firmly restrained by Yi Lingling's life-binding energy. Ling Yi placed a foot upon the chest of the barely breathing soul sage captain, his ice-blue eyes devoid of any emotion. I ask, you answer, or experience a chaos freeze more agonizing than death. The soul sage captain, Gazing into Ling Yi's heterochromatic eyes and feeling the overwhelming pressure and eerie power far surpassing that of a soul emperor, especially the soul-chilling grayish-white frost, felt his mental defenses shatter in an instant. Please spare my life, Prince, he stammered through gritted teeth. Where's Hulaina? The Holy Maiden has long returned to the Hall of the Pope. She did not provide a detailed report on the situation in the depths of the Stardo Forest, only stating that she encountered formidable soul beasts, and both Xiaoyu and Yin were severely injured. As for you, your whereabouts are unknown. What of the Pope's stance? His Holiness seems to have doubts and has ordered a thorough investigation. He demands to see the living or the dead, dispatching numerous reconnaissance teams not only to the extreme north, but also to the Stardo and Sunset Forests, and even overseas. Any news about that girl from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? I heard she was secretly rescued by the Sword Douluo or Bone Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, but the information is strictly sealed and cannot be confirmed. It appears that a human expert forcefully tore through space into the core area shortly after Detion acted. What is the situation in the Heaven Do Empire? The situation is tense. His Holiness has ordered an increase in infiltration and surveillance of the Heaven Do Empire. The Snow Knight Emperor is gravely ill, and the Crown Prince. Stretching on, Ling Yi's eyes flashed with cold light as he pressed down hard, preventing the mention of any sensitive information regarding Qianrenxue. He was already well aware of all this. Are there any other updates regarding the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School or Douluo? No. It seems that Douluo has not made an appearance for quite some time. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is on high alert. After posing all his inquiries, Ling Yi obtained the intelligence he sought. The news that Ning Rongrong might have been rescued brought him a measure of solace. Yet the faint connections and the tense situation in the Heaven Do Empire continued to trouble him. The complete silence of Douluo remains a mystery. The Soul Hall's search efforts are exceedingly rigorous. Without hesitation, the power of chaotic extreme ice surged forth, swiftly ending the suffering of this soul sage and two other soul emperors, erasing all traces, including that precious scanning soul guide. The wind and snow quickly concealed everything in this place. Ling Yi gazed towards the southeast, his eyes seemingly penetrating the endless storm and distance. The Soul Hall and Qianrenxue. Clearly, the road ahead would not be tranquil. He whispered to Yi Lingling, "We must hasten." Their figures once again vanished into the furious snowstorm. Racing towards the far north, towards the Heaven Do Empire, a land fraught with peril, yet harboring hope. Behind them, from the distant core of the far north, the Titan Snow Demon King's reluctant roar seemed to echo again, intertwining with the invisible net laid by the Soul Hall, composing a dangerous prelude. Chapter 86, Gale. Ling Yi and Yi Lingling sped across the vast and desolate ice fields of the far north, behind them the remnants of the Soul Hall's reconnaissance team obliterated. Accompanied by the howling wind and snow, the guiding light to the southeast flickered like a distant star, shimmering upon the glazed heart seal in Ling Yi's heart. The only clue for finding Ning Rongrong. However, the treachery of the far north was not limited to pursuers. Just as they traversed an expanse of seemingly tranquil ice cover, the heavens and earth suddenly changed color. A terrifying roar, not originating from any creature but from the very essence of the world, erupted from all directions. The already piercing cold wind turned frenzied, swirling up the snow and ice from the ground, forming a chaotic white shroud that obscured the sky. Even more terrifying, the wind began to carry countless